Your older cousin swore up and down in his live stream that if you could find even one crab on this desolate beach, he'd call you Grandpa, right then and there. The very next second, he fell completely silent. Just as netizens across the web were waiting to laugh at you, suffering from hunger and cold, you casually slipped on the contact lenses awarded by the system, as the notification, ding, treasure hunt radar activated, sounded. A dazzling purple light suddenly lit up this desolate, uninhabited stretch of beach. Wading through the water, you unleashed the terrifying strength of the sea goddess body, flipping over a boulder half a person's height with just one hand. Amid the swirling mud and sand, a massive, wild, top-grade brocade lobster with a vibrantly colored shell suddenly burst forth. The live stream instantly went wild, and a big spender transferred 80,000 on the spot. But you didn't even glance at it, because at the edge of the radar's range, a gigantic sea beast radiating a blinding golden glow was swimming frantically toward you. Chapter 001. Quitting my job to return to the village. Whoever wants to take over this lousy class, go ahead. Liam Hayes, are you trying to get fired? The client needs the proposal by tomorrow morning, and you're telling me you're clocking out now? Let me tell you, if you don't finish that proposal today, don't even bother coming to the office tomorrow. Your entire month's performance bonus is gone. Over the phone, Supervisor Wong Fatso was roaring so loudly that even the desk next to him could hear him. It seemed as if his spit could spray right onto Liam Hayes' face through the receiver. Liam Hayes held his phone a little farther away, picked his ear, glanced at the densely packed PowerPoint slide on his computer screen, which had been revised 18 times, and checked the time. 11:30 p.m. Is this the fucking 996 work schedule? This is clearly 007. Manager Wong, Liam Hayes said in a flat tone, without a trace of his usual subservience. What do you want? Have you learned to talk back now? Don't think I want to fire you just because you're number one in sales. There are plenty of people out there lining up to get into our company. You're just a country bumpkin with no connections or backing. If you want to work like a beast of burden, you'd better know your place. Fatso Wong, I know your ass. Liam Hayes' offhand remark brought the roaring on the other end of the line to an abrupt halt. Dead silence. The dozen or so colleagues still working overtime in the office all whipped their heads around, staring at Liam Hayes as if he were a monster. On the other end of the line, Fat Wong froze for a full 3 seconds before snapping back to his senses. He screamed, Liam Hayes, you're cursing at me? Are you out of your mind? Do you think I want to make sure you can't survive in this industry? My ass. Liam Hayes casually ripped the ID badge off his neck and flung it into the trash can with a thud. I'm not revising the proposal, I'm not working overtime, and I'm quitting. Didn't you say there's a long line of people waiting outside? Have them come in and do your proposal for you. Bye-bye, sir. This crappy job, whoever wants it can take it. You dare quit? Can you even afford next month's rent? You. Beep, beep, beep. Liam Hayes hung up and blocked the number in one fluid motion. The entire office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. His colleague, Xiao Li, swallowed hard and whispered, Brother Liam, you're really bold. Are you really quitting? I've had enough of this for a long time. Liam Hayes stretched, his bones cracking and popping. Earning a cabbage seller's wage while worrying like a drug dealer, I'm done with this. But Brother Liam, where are you going to go after you quit? Xiao Li looked worried. The economy's rough these days, it's hard to find a job. Back to my hometown. Liam Hayes smiled, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. My lawyer just contacted me yesterday. My grandpa left me an island, and I'm supposed to go back and inherit it. And an island? A chorus of gasps instantly filled the office. Holy shit, Brother Liam, you're actually a secret rich kid? An island owner? Liam Hayes waved his hand dismissively. Rich kid, my ass. It's just a godforsaken deserted island. Folks, the green mountains remain, and the clear waters flow on. See you around. With that, Liam Hayes didn't even bother to shut down his computer. He simply turned and walked out of that suffocating office building. Breathing in the outside air, though murky, it was finally free. Liam Hayes felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Fuck the rat race. Fuck PowerPoint. I'm going back to be an island owner. If I can lie down, I'll never stand. 2 days later, Donghai City, Chonglu Town, the pier. Liam Hayes stood in the sea breeze, carrying a simple duffel bag, gazing at the small island faintly visible in the distance. That was the legacy his grandfather had left him, Wulong Island. The name sounded pretty impressive, but in reality, it was just a nameless little island that had been abandoned for over a decade. Aside from a dilapidated old stone house, there was nothing on it. Hey, isn't this our village, golden phoenix who flew the coop Lin the literary genius? A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Liam Hayes turned to look. It was Lin Chong, the village chief's son and his cousin. Lin Chong was wearing a floral shirt, sporting a thick gold chain, and holding a Huazi cigarette between his lips. Flanked by two henchmen, he was walking toward Liam with a mocking expression on his face. Chongzi. Liam Hayes nodded indifferently, offering a half-hearted greeting. Don't call me that. Who are you to call me Chongzi? Lin Chong blew a smoke ring, sizing up Liam Hayes from head to toe. I heard you couldn't make it in the city, got fired by your boss, and slunk back here with your tail between your legs? Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow slightly. Who told you that? Who do you think? It's all over the neighborhood. Your parents died young, and your grandpa paid for your college. Everyone thought you were going places, and look at you now. You've ended up a penniless bum. Lin Chong deliberately raised his voice, drawing the curious glances of the villagers waiting for the boat nearby. Exactly. You were so full of yourself back then, talking about buying a house and a car in the city. It's not that easy to make it in the city. You ended up coming back to fish in the sea just like the rest of us. A few whispers drifted from the crowd. Liam Hayes looked at Lin Chong's smug, self-satisfied expression. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. Lin Chong, I'm back to inherit my grandfather's island. What is it to you? Do you even live by the sea? Why are you sticking your nose in? Inherit that rundown island? Lin Chong roared with laughter. Liam Hayes, have you lost your mind? That island doesn't even have a freshwater well, and the roof of that stone house is leaking. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me for free. If you're so poor you can't afford food, come beg me. The fish farm I manage is in desperate need of someone to shovel manure. For the sake of our family ties, I'll pay you 100 yuan a day. How about that? You eat 100 yuan's worth of manure a day? Liam Hayes stared at him in astonishment. You've got quite the appetite. Who the hell are you calling a manure eater? Lin Chong's expression darkened as he snapped. Liam Hayes, you're just being stubborn to the end, aren't you? You've got no boat, no nets, not even the tools to forage the shore. Let us see how many days you can last on this crappy island. When you're so hungry you're seeing stars, I'll see if you're still so tough. As Lin Chong spoke, he pulled out his phone. Fine. I'll go live right here today and let everyone see how our village's college graduate survives on a deserted island and how he is so hungry he has to gnaw on tree bark. Lin Chong had recently been making short videos and set up an account called Authentic Beach Foraging. He managed to rack up tens of thousands of followers just by buying dead fish and crabs from the seafood market, tossing them onto the beach, and staging photos. Liam Hayes couldn't be bothered with this idiot. Just then, the fishing boat heading to Wulong Island arrived. Liam Hayes grabbed his bag and hopped straight onto the boat without even glancing at Lin Chong. Go ahead and act all high and mighty. Keep it up. Lin Chong stomped his feet on the shore, shouting, Liam Hayes, if you've got the guts, don't come begging me. I'll be right over there on the other side, watching you starve to death through my binoculars. The fishing boat roared to life, leaving Lin Chong's voice far behind. Half an hour later, the boat pulled up to shore. Liam Hayes stepped onto the soft sand and took a deep breath as he looked out at the overgrown, desolate island before him. It might be run down and barren, but from now on, this was his territory all to himself. No more listening to his boss's rants. No more putting up with his annoying relatives. I'm just going to chill out right here. Liam Hayes stretched his arms wide and shouted, Fuck 996! I'm gonna be the king of the island. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Liam Hayes' mind. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Environment meets binding conditions. Ocean Overlord System binding in progress. Binding successful. Liam Hayes' whole body jolted. Holy shit, a system? Online novels never lie. Quit your job and go back to your hometown, and you're bound to get a cheat code. Chapter 002. The system's grand gift package. Get ready to make them eat their words on livestream. Standing on the beach, Liam Hayes listened to the crisp, ding-ding sounds in his head, and a wild grin spread across his face. System? Are you there? Liam Hayes silently asked in his mind. This system is the Ocean Overlord System, dedicated to cultivating the host into the supreme sea god who controls global marine resources and dominates the four seas. Sea god? That title sure sounds impressive. Liam Hayes mused, rubbing his chin. But what are the actual perks? Like, how about 10 million in startup capital or a luxury yacht? Initial host binding detected. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Open it. Hurry up. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the passive skill. Body of the Sea God, beginner level physical constitution greatly enhanced, immune to the vast majority of marine diseases. Underwater breath holding time increased to 1 hour, capable of withstanding deep sea high pressure. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the active skill. Affinity with the Sea God, beginner level, emits a unique aura that soothes marine life, significantly increases the affinity of all marine creatures toward you, and even allows for simple communication with highly intelligent marine life. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special item, Treasure Hunting Radar Goggles, invisible when worn. These goggles detect high-value seafood or underwater treasures within a 500-meter radius and mark them with glowing dots. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an all-purpose high-tech live streaming drone. No charging required. It flies alongside you while remaining permanently invisible, automatically captures the best shots, and connects directly to your current live streaming platform. After hearing this string of prompts, Liam Hayes couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This wasn't just a trip to the shore, it was clearly a mission to stock up on goods from the ocean. Claim rewards." Boom! Liam Hayes felt a warm current instantly course through his entire body. The aching back and stiff muscles caused by long hours of late-night overtime vanished without a trace, and his slightly frail body seemed to be filled with explosive strength. He touched his abdomen. Wow! The flabby fat from working 996 was gone, replaced by 8 sharply defined abs. Next, a pair of seemingly ordinary black-framed glasses appeared in his hand. The moment he put them on, they automatically became invisible, leaving only a sci-fi-style radar interface on his retinas. Finally, a small silver orb floated in midair, unfurling 4 tiny propellers. It was a high-tech drone gifted by the system. "This is awesome, system. I'm giving this service a perfect score." Liam Hayes cracked his neck, feeling as if he'd been completely reborn. "Since I have a drone, I might as well start a live stream." Liam Hayes knew that developing an island required a massive amount of capital. He was currently penniless, and the system hadn't given him any money directly, so making money through live streaming was the fastest way to get funds. He pulled out his phone and registered a Douyin account, naming it Liam Hayes' Leisurely Island Life. The drone instantly connected to his phone and started the live stream. The footage was so clear it looked like a blockbuster movie. Not only was the picture quality true 4K, but the audio was also flawless. Even the sound of the sea breeze was rendered with remarkable depth. Since it was a new account, the live stream was completely empty at first. Liam Hayes wasn't in a hurry. Adhering to the principle of never stand when you can lie down, he walked over to a flat rock by the beach, flopped down without a care for his image, and crossed his legs. After about 10 minutes, a few people finally joined the stream. However, these weren't random passers-by. Lin Chong Village Heartthrob. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I was wondering who it was. Turns out our great scholar has gone live." Lin Chong Village Heartthrob. "Everyone, come check this out. This is the college student who couldn't make it in the city, and came back to this rundown island to wait for death. Chong's lackey number 1. Ha ha ha, brother Chong. Look at that pathetic sight. He doesn't even have a place to stay, just lying on a rock. Is he planning to let himself dry out in the sun?" Chong's lackey B. Streamer. This isn't survival on a deserted island. You're just playing with death live on air. Are you planning to eat sand when you get hungry? Lin Chong and his crew actually tracked down Liam Hayes' new livestream using the local location feature and started stirring up trouble like crazy. Their taunts actually drew in dozens of bystanders who didn't know what was going on. Bystander A. "What's going on? Did this streamer piss someone off?" Bystander B. "What a handsome streamer. But this setting does look pretty desolate. Is it really a deserted island?" Bystander C. Streamer. "Did you bring water and food? You're not actually trying to survive on a deserted island, are you?" Liam Hayes glanced at the chaotic stream comments from Lin Chong on the screen and chuckled softly. "Everyone, don't pay any attention to this barking dog," Liam Hayes said to the camera in a relaxed tone. "I'm Liam Hayes, a down-on-his-luck worker who just quit his job. This is Wulong Island, which my grandfather left to me, and I'm going to settle down here from now on. Making money is just a side thing. Mainly, I just want to live the life I've always wanted." Lin Chong Village Heartthrob. "Bullshit. Keep bragging. You can't even afford to eat. Yet you're still showing off. Streamer, do you dare go into the ocean and try your hand at shellfish gathering? If you can find even one crab on this barren beach, Lin Chong, will buy you a sports car right then and there. This stretch of beach had been ravaged years ago by people who used poison and electric shocks to catch fish, leaving the ecosystem in terrible shape. Plus, with no nearby reefs, even the village's veteran fishermen usually avoided this area. There was simply no way any valuable seafood could be found here. Lin Chong was absolutely certain Liam Hayes was about to make a fool of himself. Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow. A sports car? Alright, you said it. The chat is watching, so don't go back on your word later. Liam Hayes stood up and brushed the sand off his butt. Guys, I was actually planning to get some sleep first, but since someone's practically handing me money, I'll make an exception and take you all out to the beach. Liam Hayes activated his treasure hunt radar goggles. Buzz. A radar map covering a 500-meter radius immediately appeared on his retinas. To Liam Hayes' surprise, this so-called barren beach actually showed a few scattered dots on the radar. One of them was even emitting a faint purple glow right in the shallow water less than 20 meters away from him. A purple dot? System, what tier is this? White dots indicate common seafood. Green dots indicate rare seafood. Blue dots indicate precious seafood. Purple dots indicate top-tier seafood. And gold dots indicate legendary treasures. Holy crap. Top-tier seafood. Liam Hayes' eyes lit up. Let us go, guys, time to stock up. Without even taking off his shoes, Liam Hayes waded straight through the water toward that purple dot. In the live stream chat, Lin Chong was still going on a rant. Lin Chong village heartthrob. Look at that penniless loser, he doesn't even have water shoes. If you can find anything in this puddle, I'll call you Grandpa. Liam Hayes waded out until the seawater reached his calves. The radar showed that the top-tier seafood emitting a purple glow was hidden under a large rock right at his feet. Basic stuff, no big deal. Watch this, everyone. Liam Hayes flashed a slight smile at the camera, then suddenly reached out and lifted the rock which weighed dozens of Gene aside. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to move it, but now, with the body of the sea god, the rock felt as light as a piece of foam. As soon as the rock was flipped over, a cloud of mud and sand instantly billowed up from the water. Immediately afterward, a massive creature covered in dazzling, iridescent colors and sporting two long antennae on its head surged violently out of the mud and sand. This giant shrimp was as long as an adult's forearm, its shell shimmering with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, and its pair of massive claws looked mighty and imposing. Holy shit! Before Liam Hayes could even say a word, the casual viewers in the livestream went wild. Viewer A. Am I seeing things? What kind of mythical shrimp is this? Viewer B. That size. Those patterns. Damn, is this a top-grade wild brocade lobster? It's a legendary shrimp. Seafood merchant Old Wong. Host. Where are you? This brocade lobster weighs at least 4 Gene. Judging by its appearance, it's definitely top tier. I'll pay 50,000. No, 80,000. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Lin Chong, who had been shouting wildly just moments ago, suddenly fell silent. The chat feed vanished instantly, as quiet as if he were dead. Liam Hayes calmly reached out, gripped the carapace of the massive brocade lobster, and lifted it straight out of the water. The enormous lobster thrashed wildly in his grasp, its tail slapping the water and sending splashes flying. But Liam Hayes' grip was as firm as an iron clamp. He didn't budge an inch. Just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill giant lobster, Liam Hayes said, waving it in front of the camera. It's destined for nothing more than garlic-flavored glass noodles. The live stream's comment section instantly erupted. 80,000 yuan for garlic-flavored glass noodles? You're a badass streamer. Ha ha ha, where's that clown named Lin Chong from earlier? Come on out and splurge on a sports car. Come on out and call me Grandpa. This is so satisfying. I love watching this kind of lightning-fast comeuppance. Liam Hayes, holding the lobster, was just about to head back to shore. Suddenly, his treasure-hunting radar emitted an extremely piercing alarm. At the edge of the radar screen, a colossal ball of light, radiating a blinding golden glow, was approaching the shallows at breakneck speed. Golden, legendary tier. Liam Hayes jerked his head up, gazing toward the deep waters in the distance. On the surface of the sea, a white dorsal fin was slicing through the waves, charging straight toward the beach. Chapter 003. The Divine Pet White Dolphin. Derek King opens the feed bin, Liam Hayes narrowed his eyes, staring at the white dorsal fin rapidly approaching. That thing was definitely massive. The spray it kicked up was over a meter high. A shark. The thought flashed through Liam Hayes' mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Sharks wouldn't charge so frantically in such shallow waters. Viewers in the livestream also saw the unusual activity on the water's surface through the drone's excellent vantage point. Holy shit. Streamer. Run. There's a sea monster in the water. Run my ass. That dorsal fin looks like a great white shark. In water this shallow, if a great white shark charges at him, the streamer's as good as dead. Get to shore fast. Forget the lobster, your life comes first. The chat was instantly flooded with panic, and the viewer count skyrocketed from dozens to hundreds in the blink of an eye due to this sudden sense of crisis. Liam Hayes, however, stood rooted to the spot. He possessed the body of the sea god, let alone a fish. Even if a real shark came at him, he could crush it with a single punch. Besides, the radar was showing a golden legend signal. Surely the system wouldn't send him a deadly legendary tier treasure, would it? Splash! The colossal creature suddenly charged into the shallow water, less than half a meter deep. As the water exploded, its full form was finally revealed in the air. This wasn't a shark. It was actually a white dolphin nearly 2.5 meters long. Its entire body a dreamlike shade of pinkish white. A Chinese white dolphin, a critically endangered species known as the panda of the sea. But this white dolphin was in terrible condition at that moment. It wasn't swimming, it was fleeing for its life. There was an extremely long, deep laceration on its back, and fresh blood was flowing from the wound, staining the surrounding seawater red. As it sprinted recklessly, its massive body crashed with a thud into the shallow water at the edge of the beach. Its tail fin thrashed painfully against the sand, emitting a piercing cry that sounded like a baby's wail. Squeak, squeak. Oh my god. It's a white dolphin. It's injured. What a huge wound. It looks like it was caught in a propeller, and it's still bleeding. Hurry up and save it. Streamer. White dolphins are Class 1 nationally protected animals. It would be such a shame if it died here. The netizens, who had been watching for entertainment just moments ago, instantly grew frantic. Without needing to be told, Liam Hayes had already rushed over in long strides. System. Will my sea god affinity work on this creature? Liam Hayes asked as he ran. Sea god affinity beginner is effective on all marine life. When the host approaches, it can significantly reduce the creature's wariness and pain, and soothe its emotions. Liam Hayes rushed over to the white dolphin. The stranded white dolphin had been thrashing wildly out of fear and pain, lashing its massive tail about an ordinary person wouldn't dare get close, as a single swipe could easily break a bone. But the moment Liam Hayes approached, the aura of Poseidon affinity, granted by the system, began to radiate. A miracle happened. The frantic white dolphin suddenly calmed down. Its large, soulful eyes locked onto Liam Hayes, and the fear in its gaze gradually faded, replaced by an inexplicable sense of trust and hurt. Squeak! It let out an extremely faint cry. Not only did it not attack Liam Hayes, but it gently nuzzled his calf with its sand-covered snout, just like a child who'd been wronged and had finally found a parent. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. Holy crap! Has this dolphin become a spirit? It's actually rubbing up against the streamer on its own. Wild animals are at their most aggressive when injured, yet the streamer managed to calm it down instantly. What kind of divine constitution is this? Don't be afraid, big white. I'm here, no one can hurt you. Liam Hayes' voice softened in a rare display of tenderness. He reached out and gently stroked the white dolphin's smooth but icy body. The energy of the sea god's body flowed silently through his palm into the dolphin's body. Though it couldn't instantly heal the horrific wound, it at least stopped the bleeding and stabilized its vital signs. This white dolphin was exceptionally sentient. Sensing the pain in its body ease, it let out an excited squeak, and even nudged Liam Hayes' palm with its head. Good boy. Liam Hayes' lips curled into a smile, and a hint of doting affection flashed in his eyes. He was a total softie when it came to his own. Since this little guy had called him Dad, even if it was just a gentle nudge, it would henceforth be the little prince of these waters. Guys, this guy is pretty badly injured. He was probably cut by the propeller of a poaching boat, Liam Hayes said to the camera. The bleeding has stopped, but it's too heavy. Stranded here. It's a dead end. I've got to push it back into deeper water. The white dolphin was over 2 meters long and weighed at least 200 kilograms. Plus, Being stranded on the sand created immense friction, and ordinary person wouldn't be able to move it without 4 or 5 strong men. But Liam Hayes simply wrapped his arms around the white dolphiness body. Lift! The power of the sea goddess body erupted. He single-handedly dragged the 200-plus kilogram white dolphin 3 meters across the sand, sending it straight back to where the water was deep enough. A strong man? The host single-handedly pushed 200 gene. What a legend! It'd be a waste not to put that strength to use in a tug of war. Back in the deep water, the white dolphin immediately perked up. It swam around Liam Hayes twice, then suddenly dove into the water and vanished. Well, it's an animal, survival is instinct. It's good enough that it made it out alive. Liam Hayes didn't mind. He washed his hands and prepared to grab that top-quality brocade lobster to take back and cook over a fire. Let us go. We're off to a great start today, time for a nice lunch. But before he could even turn around, the water broke with another splash. That white dolphin had actually swum right back. Not only had it returned, but it was actually holding something in its mouth. It swam up to Liam Hayes, made a spit sound, and dropped the object into the shallow water at his feet. Then it tilted its head back and let out 2 triumphant squeaks, as if seeking praise. Liam Hayes looked down and froze in astonishment. The live stream camera immediately zoomed in. It was an abalone as big as a wash basin. Its shell was covered with the marks of age, and the flesh was so plump it was practically spilling out of the shell. Most importantly, the edges of its shell shimmered with an extremely rare blue-green luster. On Liam Hayes' radar, this abalone was glowing a deep blue. Holy shit! A top-grade wild double-headed abalone? Liam Hayes sucked in a sharp breath. This kind of thing is virtually impossible to find on the market, and one this big might not even be available for over 100,000. I'm blown away. I'm totally blown away. Is that a double-headed abalone? Did this dolphin come back to repay a favor? Did it go down to the ocean floor to dig up a double-headed abalone for the streamer? Who was just saying Lin Chong should call him Grandpa? With this move, the dolphin just personally came out to prove them wrong. Not only that, but when the white dolphin saw that Liam Hayes didn't immediately go to pick it up, it seemed to think he wasn't satisfied. It got impatient, bit Liam Hayes' pant leg, and frantically dragged him toward the water. Big White, what are you doing? I don't want to take a bath yet, Liam Hayes said with a laugh. The white dolphin refused to let go, dragging Liam Hayes forward a few steps before suddenly plunging into the water and flicking its tail. In less than 10 seconds, it surfaced again. This time, not only was it holding a wild sea cucumber the size of a palm in its mouth, but hanging from its dorsal fin was a string of a solid gold necklace. The gold necklace glistened in the sunlight, still caked with seabed silt and seaweed. Liam Hayes was stunned. The more than 5,000 viewers in the live stream fell collectively silent. The comment stream froze for a full 3 seconds, then erupted like a volcanic eruption. Scripted. This is definitely scripted. Dolphins don't go down to the ocean floor to pick up gold necklaces. What the hell kind of script is this? Try getting a Class 1 protected animal to act out a script for you. Streamer. This isn't beachcombing. This is Derek King opening his granary to feed the masses. Liam Hayes looked down at the thick gold necklace at his feet, then glanced at the white dolphin spinning excitedly in circles in the water, a meaningful smile curving his lips. He knew that the seabed in these waters likely harbored a shocking secret. Liam Hayes patted the white dolphin on the head and asked in a low voice, Big White, this necklace, where did you find it? The white dolphin seemed to understand. It released the sea cucumber from its mouth, turned around, and pointed its rostrum directly toward a deep, dark blue stretch of water not far from Wulong Island. There, right at the very edge of Liam Hayes' treasure hunting radar's detection range, a dense cluster of golden specks, sparkling like stars, suddenly appeared. It was a shipwreck. An ocean-going shipwreck laden with endless riches. Chapter 004. Hanging by a thread. The second wave of the dolphin crisis. Liam Hayes. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're pulling. Lin Chong, the village chief's eldest son, stood at the pier on the opposite shore. Holding a high-powered megaphone, he was shouting abuse in the direction of Wulong Island. The shrill sound carried intermittently on the sea breeze, reaching Liam Hayes' ears. That dolphin of yours is definitely fake. You bought an inflatable model, didn't you? Or did you get a dead dolphin from somewhere just to stage this photo op? Everyone, look, this is our village's genius. He is so desperate for fame that he has lost all sense of decency, exploiting a nationally protected species right here. Lin Chong was also live streaming at that moment. With the camera trained on Liam Hayes' blurry silhouette, thousands of onlookers, swept up by his rhetoric, had gathered in the live chat. Bro Chong is right these days. For the sake of views, what kind of story can't they come up with? Exactly. A white dolphin is such a rare creature, how could it just casually get close to a human? Streamer, call 110 right now and report him. Animal abuse can land you in jail. Liam Hayes glanced at the live chat comments on his phone. He let out a cold laugh, not even bothering to respond to these keyboard warriors. At that moment, he was crouching waist deep in the water, his brow furrowed. The white dolphin he pushed back into the deep water hadn't swum away as expected, but was instead floating limply on the surface. Its breathing grew increasingly rapid, and a strange hissing sound emanated from the blowhole on its head. Although the bleeding from the wound had stopped, the flesh around it had begun to turn an unhealthy grayish-white due to the high bacterial content in the seawater. Liam Hayes urgently communicated in his mind. System, what is going on? Something's very wrong with its condition right now. Ding. Target organism: a white dolphin is experiencing a rapid decline in vital signs due to excessive blood loss and a secondary infection at the wound site. Recommendation: host should immediately use the marine all-purpose repair solution, otherwise, the target will die within 10 minutes. Repair solution? Where am I supposed to get that? Ding. Host has completed the temporary mission. First rescue of a white dolphin. Mission reward has been issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of basic marine universal repair solution and 200 system points. Liam Hayes' eyes lit up. Almost instantly, a glass bottle no bigger than a fingernail appeared out of thin air in his hand. A jade green liquid swirled inside the bottle, giving off a refreshing, soothing fragrance. Big White, don't move. Just drink this and you'll be fine. Liam Hayes' voice was filled with soothing reassurance. His palm gently cradled the dolphin's lower jaw, lifting its snout slightly. The white dolphin weakly opened its eyes, its pupils reflecting Liam Hayes' earnest face. It let out a soft cry, as if responding to Liam Hayes' care. Liam Hayes carefully poured the restorative solution into the white dolphin's mouth. The moment the emerald green liquid touched its mucous membranes, it instantly transformed into a warm current that flowed down its esophagus and spread throughout its body. At that very moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The gaping, 30-centimeter-long wound on the white dolphin's back, which had previously looked gruesome, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. New pink tissue rapidly filled the gap. In just a few seconds, not even a scar remained, only a layer of brand-new, silk-smooth skin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white dolphin suddenly jerked to life, as if it were a toy with its batteries just recharged. With a single flick of its tail, the immense force sent Liam Hayes stumbling backward. Water splashed all over Liam Hayes, but instead of getting angry, he burst out laughing. You little rascal, you've got quite the strength. The white dolphin swam excitedly in circles around Liam Hayes. Every now and then, it leaped out of the water, showing off its agile form. This entire scene was precisely captured by a high-tech drone hovering in midair. Thanks to the drone's top-tier stealth technology and image enhancement, viewers in the livestream were treated to almost magical footage. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Did that wound just disappear? With this image quality, you can even see the water droplets on the dolphin's skin clearly. This is definitely not some cheap special effect. This streamer is fucking amazing. How did he do that? He just ran his hand over the dolphin, and the wound healed. To the guy above, I think this dolphin is a mythical creature itself. The streamer just got incredibly lucky. The live stream's viewership began skyrocketing, jumping from 500 straight to 3,000, and all kinds of virtual gifts started flooding the screen. At that moment, Lin Chong, watching from the opposite shore, saw the public sentiment in the live stream take a sudden turn and turned bright red with rage. It's definitely a fake. Liam Hayes, just you wait, I'm hiring a boat right now to go over there and expose you in person. Lin Chong roared into the microphone, but the 2 henchmen behind him hesitated slightly. Bro, that dolphin looks pretty big. What if it goes berserk and capsizes our boat? Screw that. It's just a beast, I've got a harpoon. Cursing under his breath, Lin Chong turned to find a boat, his heart seething with jealousy. He'd been hanging around this pier for so long, yet all he'd ever caught were small fish and shrimp to fool people with. Why did Liam Hayes have to come back and stumble upon such a stroke of luck right away? On the island, Liam Hayes was unaware of Lin Chong's plan. He was immersed in the wondrous sensation of resonating with the ocean and the white dolphin. Thanks to his sea goddess body, he still felt completely refreshed even after standing in the seawater for so long. Come on, Big White. Now that you're all better, you should hurry back to the deep sea and find your pod. Liam Hayes patted the dolphin on the head and turned to head toward the stone hut on the shore. After working all morning, his stomach had been growling with hunger for quite some time. That 50,000 yuan brocade lobster was still pinned under the rock. He needed to get it prepared right away. However, the white dolphin had no intention of leaving. It nudged Liam Hayes' thigh with its forehead, then swam swiftly off into the distance. Liam Hayes was puzzled, but within a few minutes, the white dolphin swam back at top speed. To his surprise, it was carrying something else in its mouth. This time, it wasn't tea and abalone, nor was it a necklace. Instead, it was a black metal canister that looked rusty and covered in barnacles. The canister was about the size of a thermos and looked quite heavy. The white dolphin swam up to Liam Hayes, like a child seeking praise, and gently placed the canister in the mud and sand of the shallow water. Then it began to chirp cheerfully again, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Liam Hayes froze, and the viewers in the livestream chat fell completely silent. Is this dolphin serious? Is it giving the streamer another gift? That looks pretty old. Could it be an antique? I think so. The area around Wulong Island used to be part of the ancient maritime Silk Road. There are tons of shipwrecks there. Liam Hayes bent down and, using both hands, lifted the heavy metal canister with all his strength. The moment it touched his hands, he felt a chill and a weighty sense of history. On his treasure-hunting radar screen, the light representing this canister was emitting a faint blue glow. Although it wasn't as dazzling as the golden light from before, according to the system's classification, blue light indicated precious. Liam Hayes twisted open the seal at the top of the canister, which had been corroded almost beyond recognition. Click. A scent, sealed away for who knows how many years, hit him in the face. Inside, there was no gold or silver, no pearls or agate. Instead, there were stacks of black objects tightly wrapped in wax paper. Liam Hayes carefully tore open one of the wax papers. A strange, incredibly rich, medicinal aroma instantly filled the air. Even through the screen, viewers seemed to be able to smell that refreshing scent. It was aged black tea. No, this wasn't tea, ordinary black tea. Holy crap, is this Wui Mountain's de Hong Pao? And top-grade aged tea at that. Although Liam Hayes wasn't a professional tea collector, he had sipped some so-called top-tier teas with clients during his time as an office worker in the city. But compared to the aroma emanating from this jar, those teas were practically like leaves picked from the side of the road. The tea connoisseur lurking in the live stream finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Coastal tea farmer. Host. Don't touch that tea. That's black gold de Hong Pao. A top-tier tea from the Republic of China era. If this can has been stored properly, it's worth as much as an apartment. What? Tea is more expensive than gold. You don't know a damn thing. This kind of aged tea sealed at the bottom of the ocean for decades without spoiling is a rare treasure you'd be lucky to find. Liam Hayes stared at the can of treasure, his heart pounding. The island his grandfather had left him seemed far more mysterious than he'd ever imagined. Could this white dolphin really be the legendary messenger of the sea god? Just as Liam Hayes was about to carry the tea can back inside, a wooden fishing boat bearing the name Chongqing appeared on the horizon, racing toward him at full speed. Lin Chong's figure appeared on the deck, clutching a gleaming harpoon. Liam Hayes, let us see where you can hide. Put that can down. Lin Chong roared loudly, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had clearly seen the can of valuable tea during the livestream as well. Liam Hayes stopped in his tracks, his gaze gradually turning cold. You foolhardy fool. He stroked the white dolphin's back and whispered, Big White, someone's trying to steal my stuff. What do you think I should do? The white dolphin let out a piercing cry. Its previously gentle gaze instantly turned as sharp as an arrow. Chapter 005. The Miraculous Spring. The white dolphin becomes a guardian of the sea. On the open sea, the engine of Lin Chong's fishing boat roared deafeningly as it charged toward the shallows, belching billows of black smoke. Lin Chong stood at the bow, convinced he held the moral high ground, while his two henchmen behind him brandished nets and hooks, looking ready to board the boat and seize the man. Liam Hayes, you heartless bastard. That jar of tea leaves was found in the ocean. It's a public resource. Hand it over right now, or I'll have you thrown in jail today. Liam Hayes, clutching the can, stood firmly in the water, a mischievous smile playing on his face. Brother Chong, that's a real laugh. I found it within the boundaries of my own island. How is that a public resource? Besides, I think you're just green with envy because you see how valuable this can is. Don't you? Bullshit. I'm here to protect a national cultural relic. Lin Chong steered the fishing boat, heading straight for the shallow waters where it would run aground. By now, the number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 50,000, all watching the confrontation with bated breath. Isn't Xiangzi just shameless? He actually dares to snatch something someone else found on their own turf. Typical village bully behavior. Streamer, watch out, they've got weapons. Look at that dolphin. It looks angry. Sure enough, the white dolphin moved. Instead of being scared off by the noise of the large boat like most animals would be, it dove deep and vanished into the murky waters. Lin Chong was still shouting from the bow. What are you staring at? You scared your damn dolphin away. Liam Hayes, hand over that jar like a good boy, and I'll make sure you can still get by in this village. Otherwise, boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the fishing boat. The entire wooden fishing boat 5 or 6 meters long jolted violently, as if it had struck a submerged reef. Lin Chong lost his footing and fell flat on his face. The fishing spear in his hand flew a long way, nearly piercing his own foot. What's going on? Did we hit something? Isn't this supposed to be a sandy beach? Where did these reefs come from? The two henchmen, panicked and pale-faced, clung desperately to the gunwale. Boom! Boom! 2 more muffled thuds rang out in quick succession. The boat tilted sharply, as if a giant beneath the water were lifting the hull up and down with each thrust. It's a dolphin! Brother Chong, that dolphin is ramming our boat! One of the henchmen screamed, pointing at the side of the boat. A pale white dolphin flashed by beneath the water with its head as hard as iron. It struck the fishing boat's weak spots with pinpoint accuracy with every blow. White dolphins are extremely intelligent. It seemed to know exactly how to inflict maximum suffering on the crew without actually smashing the boat to pieces. You beast! Are you looking to die? Lin Chong scrambled to his feet, his anger and humiliation boiling over as he grabbed another wooden stick, ready to jab it into the water. Big White, come back! Liam Hayes called out calmly. The white dolphin obeyed instantly, executing a graceful turn that traced a white arc through the water as it returned to Liam Hayes' side, even playfully splashing Lin Chong with a bucket full of water. Lin Chong, I advise you to get out of here right now. This is your final warning. Liam Hayes' gaze was like lightning, and his tone carried a hint of unquestionable authority. That aura, infused with the essence of the sea god, made Lin Chong's heart lurch violently, even from dozens of meters away. You've got some nerve. Just you wait. As soon as I get back to the village, I'll tell my dad to take this lousy island back. Lin Chong felt like he'd seen a ghost today. That dolphin's strength was absurdly immense. If he stayed any longer, this rickety fishing boat would surely fall apart. Gritting his teeth, he sheepishly turned the boat around and fled the scene amid a barrage of mocking laughter. Seeing this, Liam Hayes finally relaxed and walked back to the beach, clutching the tea canister. Earlier, while saving the dolphin, he hadn't had time to claim the system's other rewards. System, claim all mission rewards. Ding. Mission drive out the bully completed. Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 points and unlocked the system store basic access. Special reward, 1 basic spirit spring eye. Automatically installed in the abandoned well in the backyard of the host's old house. A spirit spring? Liam Hayes' heart leapt with joy. Fresh water was the scarcest resource on Dragon's Lair Island. Back when his grandfather was alive, they'd have to rely on a small boat to haul water from the mainland just to drink. If he had a well that produced spirit spring water, his quality of life would skyrocket. He hurriedly grabbed the tea canister and hoisted the heavy, beautifully patterned lobster he'd caught earlier, then strode quickly toward the old house. The giant lobster he'd pinned under a rock was still struggling desperately, but against Liam Hayes' strength, all resistance was futile. Back at the dilapidated stone house, though it was covered in dust and cobwebs, Liam Hayes felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He went out to the backyard, where the stone well, which had been dry for over a decade, was now emitting the crisp sound of flowing water. Liam Hayes leaned over the edge of the well and saw a spring gushing from the bottom crystal clear and emitting a faint white mist. He cupped his hands to gather a handful of the spring water and took a small sip. Success. A sweetness beyond description penetrated his very soul immediately afterward. That coolness transformed into a surging wave of heat that coursed through his entire body. The fatigue he felt from lifting heavy objects and the earlier standoff vanished in an instant. Liam Hayes felt that his vision, hearing, and even his sense of the air's movement around him had all been heightened several-fold. This is amazing. Truly a priceless treasure. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If the spiritual spring was so effective for him, what about the white dolphin? Carrying a bucket of the spiritual spring water, he hurried back to the shore. At that moment, the white dolphin was leaning against the shore, looking longingly in Liam Hayes' direction. "Big White, here's a drink for you." Liam Hayes slowly poured the spiritual spring water into the shallow water. As soon as the originally crystal-clear spiritual spring water entered the seawater, it wasn't diluted by the salt instead. It gathered together as if it were alive. The white dolphin was overjoyed. It opened its mouth wide and gulped down the spiritual spring water in huge mouthfuls. As the spiritual spring water entered its stomach, its skin became even more translucent, even faintly shimmering with a lustrous glow. It displayed even greater intelligence, managing to perform complex maneuvers such as somersaults and ball bouncing in response to Liam Hayes' hand signals. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Did you guys notice? This streamer actually seems to understand animal language. This dolphin is so human-like. I feel like its IQ is higher than my son's, who's in elementary school. I love it. This sense of harmony between humans and nature, that's the true pinnacle of beachcombing. Watching the popularity points and scores skyrocket on the system panel, Liam Hayes broke into a satisfied smile. Guys, that's it for today's beachcombing. I'm hungry, let us head back and eat some lobster. Liam Hayes waved at the drone and turned off the live stream. He knew better than to flaunt his wealth. He wanted to quietly enjoy the upcoming lobster feast and tea tasting all by himself. First, he put those few infusions of black gold red robe into the driest cabinet in the house. Then, he set about preparing the magnificent lobster, which weighed over 4 Gene. He dug out a large, chipped cast iron pot from inside the house, scrubbed it clean, and placed it directly on the stove in the backyard. No minced garlic, no seasonings, just the fresh spring water he'd just drawn. He steamed it plain. A dozen or so minutes later, accompanied by waves of an aroma so intoxicating it could lure roundworms out of a person's stomach, the lobster's shell turned a dazzling fiery red. Liam Hayes, not caring how hot it was, tore open one of the massive legs. The snow-white, firm flesh as tight as a garlic clove glistened seductively in the sunlight. So fresh. With just one bite, Liam Hayes realized that all the seafood he'd eaten back in the city was nothing but trash. The sweetness of the spirit spring water perfectly brought out the lobster's natural umami, and every fiber was brimming with the power of the ocean. After devouring an entire giant lobster, Liam Hayes felt a warmth spreading throughout his body, a sign that his body was absorbing immense energy. Lying on the sloping roof, he gazed at the azure ocean in the distance and the white dolphins frolicking nearby, feeling that this was the life a person should live. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a frantic alarm suddenly rang out in his mind. Alert! Unauthorized intrusion detected. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Liam Hayes sat up with a start. At the edge of the treasure-hunting radar, he saw more than a dozen blinding red dots stealthily encircling the island from the north. Those weren't Lin Chong's rickety boats, they were several heavily armed speedboats. Chapter 006. The dolphin repays a favor by leading the way to find the giant blue crab. Liam Hayes leaped off the roof and gazed coldly toward the northern side of the island. The area was rugged and strewn with reefs. Boats rarely ventured there, making it indeed an ideal spot for sneaking onto the island. He adjusted the drone's camera angle and quickly panned northward. On the screen, the image instantly zoomed in. 3 pitch-black inflatable speedboats were seen speeding through the waves. The people on board wore camouflage, hoods, and carried professional harpoon guns and stun guns. Liam Hayes' pupils contracted. These people weren't here for him, their target was Big White. It seemed news of that exceptional Chinese white dolphin had already caught the attention of these professional poachers. White dolphins are a rare and precious species, commanding astronomical prices on the black market, especially a mutant variety as intelligent as this one. Liam Hayes let out a low shout empowered by the sea goddess blessing. His voice instantly pierced through hundreds of meters of seawater. Dabai, Komeyar. The white dolphin, which had been practicing backstroke in the water, shuddered, sensing the gravity in Liam Hayes' tone. It swam swiftly to Liam Hayes' feet, tilting its head in confusion. Someone's trying to catch you. Hide behind that rock formation over there first. Don't come out unless I tell you to understand. Liam Hayes pointed to a natural maze of reefs in the distance that plunged into the sea. The terrain there was so complex that speedboats couldn't navigate it. Instead of hiding, the white dolphin let out a low, warning call toward the north. With its intelligence enhanced by the spirit spring, it had clearly sensed the hostility. Do as I say. I have a way to deal with them. Liam Hayes' gaze was icy. Now that he decided to become the king of this island, he was in charge of everything in these waters. He restarted the live stream. At a time like this, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were the best witnesses. Even poachers would have to weigh the pressure of public opinion. The live stream instantly exploded with activity, as countless viewers brimming with a sense of justice began frantically sharing the live stream link. Liam Hayes didn't go head-to-head with them right away. He darted swiftly across the island, searching for a suitable defensive position. Meanwhile, on the lead speedboat, a man with a scar on his face spat and cursed. Hurry up! Let us grab that bastard and get out of here before the cops catch on. If that kid streaming dares to get in our way, just stun him and toss him into the sea. Boss, that kid seems to be staring at us. Stare my ass. He's just some hick who came back to his hometown to start a business. Who cares about him? The scarred man raised his net gun, preparing to fire at a white dolphin that had just surfaced nearby. Whoosh! A barely perceptible silver flash streaked through the air. The drone's miniature camera captured it clearly. It was a pebble Liam Hayes had picked up from the ground. Propelled by the explosive power of the sea goddess physique, the pebble flew like a bullet from a gun, striking the net gun's loading slot in the scarred man's hand with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The net gun exploded instantly. Not only did the specially made alloy net fail to fire, but it instead wrapped itself tightly around the scarred man. Ouch! Holy crap! The scarred man fell into the water, entangled in the net, looking just like a giant green turtle. Who's ambushing me? The crews on the other two speedboats were startled and quickly turned their guns around. However, due to the effect of the sea goddess affinity, the seawater around Liam Hayes suddenly began to churn violently. Countless deep-sea fish, the kind rarely seen on the surface, began leaping frantically out of the water, forming an impenetrable wall of fish that blocked their view. The white dolphin seized the opportunity, plunging downward with a mighty dive and slamming into the float of one of the speedboats from the side. Rip! That was the sound of a hard, sharp object slicing through rubber. The speedboat deflated instantly, sinking limply to the bottom, and the poachers on board fell into the sea like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Squeak, squeak! Dubai let out a mocking squeak from beneath the water. Liam Hayes stood atop a towering rock by the shore. The sea breeze ruffled the hem of his coat, giving him an air of inscrutability. You're not welcome here. His tone was flat, yet it carried a bone-chilling chill. Before the remaining poachers could say a word, Liam Hayes gave a casual wave of his hand. On the surface of the sea, a dense swarm of black dots rushed toward them at breakneck speed. The live stream's close-up zoomed in. It turned out to be tens of thousands of giant jellyfish. Holy shit! They're sea wasp jellyfish. Run for your lives! The poachers underwater let out desperate screams. Although these jellyfish aren't lethal, a single sting delivers a stinging sensation you'll remember for the rest of your life. In just a few short minutes, the once menacing poaching gang had turned into a pile of floating corpses frantically begging for mercy in the water. Call the police. Let the professionals handle this trash, Liam Hayes said calmly to the livestream audience, then shut down the drone. By the time he dealt with this mess, dusk was already falling.
Dabei swam over to Liam Hayes.
Far from being afraid, he excitedly nuzzled Liam's pant leg with his head, then turned around, gesturing for Liam Hayes to follow him. Where are you taking me now? Liam Hayes stepped into the water with a chuckle. Dubai led the way, deliberately choosing areas with lush aquatic vegetation and dense reefs. After walking for about 10 to 15 minutes, they arrived at a secluded cave on the southeast corner of the island. The water here was only knee-deep, but inside the cave lay a whole new world. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, Liam Hayes heard the crisp sound of claws snapping open and shut. Dozens of blue dots instantly lit up on his treasure-hunting radar. Those were blue crabs. Every single one weighed at least 1 gene. Their carapaces were a translucent shade of blue, clearly top-quality wild blue crabs. Right in the center, crouching there, were 2 absurdly massive giants, their claws as big as an adult's fist. These were the extremely rare large sand crabs and large roe crabs. My God! Dubai, have you brought me to a crab den? Liam Hayes' eyes lit up. At this time of year, wild blue crabs of this quality go for at least 100 or 200 per gene. These two giants were worth at least 500 each. The haul from this single burrow was worth at least a month's salary for him. We struck it rich. Without a word, Liam Hayes grabbed the specially made net bag from his waist. For him now, catching crabs was easier than picking up cabbages at the market. As long as he released even a hint of the sea goddess aura, those normally ferocious blue crabs would act as if they were drunk, standing there dazed and allowing him to grab them. Just as Liam Hayes was in the midst of his catch, Big White suddenly tugged at his pants again, pointing with its snout toward a small pool deeper inside the cave. Above the pool hung several stalactites, dripping water continuously. On the radar, a faint but steady purple glow lit up at that location. Purple light? Another top-grade find. Liam Hayes' heart raced as he hurried over. Parting the thick kelp, he saw several pieces that looked like irregular black stones lying quietly at the bottom of the semi-enclosed pool. But Liam Hayes recognized them at a glance. It was ambergris, and it was high-grade ambergris that had been completely dried out by long-term exposure to seawater. This piece alone must weigh more than half a gene, right? Liam Hayes' hands were trembling. This substance, known as floating gold of the sea, was priced by the gram on par with gold. This wasn't just a dolphin repaying a debt of gratitude, it was the god of wealth descending to earth. Squeak, squeak. Dubai wagged his tail triumphantly. Liam Hayes took a deep breath to calm himself, tucked the ambergris close to his body, and filled a whole bag with giant blue crabs. Just as he was about to head home with his bountiful haul, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an older man from his village calling, his voice filled with panic.
Ayuan.
Run for your life. That bastard Lin Chong has gone crazy. Not only did he bring the police, but he has also dug up those old land tax bills your grandfather owed. He says if you can't come up with 100,000 yuan, he'll forcibly seize Wulong Island. Chapter 007. Launching a live stream to document a leisurely new life. Liam Hayes clutched his phone, his gaze instantly turning as cold as a blade. 100,000 yuan in land taxes? He snorted coldly, silently cursing the shamelessness of the Lin family, father and son alike. Wulong Island had been specially granted to his grandfather by the state as a reward for his great achievements back in the day. Where on earth would there be any land taxes? It was clearly Lin Chong who, seeing that he discovered treasures on the island, had become desperate and was trying to use his authority to forcibly seize it. After hanging up the phone, Liam Hayes glanced at the bag at his feet, brimming with snarling blue crabs, then ran his hand over the heavy piece of dragoness saliva incense in his bosom. 100,000 yuan. Compared to the haul he just made, it was nothing but a joke. But this wasn't just about the money. If he didn't get even for this, he could forget about living in peace on the island from now on. Dubai, let us head home first. Liam Hayes hoisted the heavy net bag and walked toward the stone house in the afterglow of the setting sun. Once home, he didn't rush to deal with Lin Chong, but instead leisurely boiled a pot of Lingquan water. After a long day's work, he needed to wash off that salty, damp sea smell first. After his shower, he changed into a clean cotton linen shirt and felt completely refreshed. He took out his high-tech drone, tapped it lightly, and started streaming again. This time, the stream's title was changed to The Island King's Dinner, plus a chat about those local taxes. Thanks to the previous battle against poachers and dolphins repaying a debt of gratitude incidents, Liam Hayes' account had become a massive hit. Less than 5 minutes into the stream, the viewer count surged past 100,000, and the comment stream was scrolling so fast it was impossible to read. Host, you're finally back. I just saw the announcement that the poachers were arrested. Great job. Host, some people are bashing you online, saying you're illegally appropriating national resources and that they're going to take your island away. Is that true? Stop rambling, look at that bag of blue crabs first. Oh my gosh. These must all be wild, right? They're almost as big as a small wash basin. Liam Hayes switched the drone to a bird's eye view. He was sitting on a stone bench in his backyard, with a cup of fragrant black gold red robe tea in front of him. Beside him was a huge bamboo sieve, neatly arranged with over a dozen giant blue crabs still bubbling away. Good evening, everyone. Sorry to have you all worried. Liam Hayes spoke in a calm, measured tone, his composed demeanor instantly quieted the previously restless live stream chat. Someone just asked about the island acquisition, so I'll say a few words about it. His slender fingers gently traced the rim of his teacup. What my grandfather left me, no one can take away. Want me to pay up? Fine. But first I need to see where this fake property tax bill was printed. With that, he picked out the largest sand mother crab from the pile. Let us put the unpleasantness aside for today and treat you all to a special performance charcoal grilled premium blue crabs. He deftly lit the fire. The firewood he used was driftwood from a shipwreck he found on the island, which carried a distinctive fragrance. The blue crab, tied with a rope, was placed directly over the charcoal embers. Before long, with a sizzle, fat oozed out from the cracks in the shell, and that unique, savory aroma of seafood wafted through the breeze. I can't take it anymore. The steamed bun in my mouth suddenly doesn't taste good at all. That one crab must be worth a week's pay for me, right? Host, please, sell me one. I'll pay 500. I'll pay 1,000. From what I saw just now, that Essa top-grade red roe crab, the roe inside is definitely more fragrant than egg yolk. Liam Hayes smiled, ignoring the eager buyers, and instead went about his business, scooping out a bit of his homemade seasoning from a crevice in the rocks. Though he called it seasoning, it was really just a pinch of sea salt mixed with wild mint from the island. For those who forage by the sea, it's all about the authentic, unadulterated flavor. With a snap, he broke open a crab leg. The meat inside was as tender as tofu, yet surprisingly springy. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the dilapidated courtyard gate was suddenly kicked open. Liam Hayes, you've still got the nerve to be eating. Lin Chong strode into the courtyard, followed by two men in uniform who looked every bit the part. Lin Chong clutched a crumpled piece of paper in his hand, waving it triumphantly. All the paperwork is in order. Wulong Island is now part of the village's collective assets. Due to your long-standing failure to pay fees, you've been ordered to leave the island within a specified time frame. If you don't leave, these two officials are going to arrest you. The viewers in the live stream instantly went wild, with countless people starting to record the screen to report the incident. Liam Hayes slowly spat out a piece of crab shell, his gaze never leaving the crab. Lin Chong, you came here in the middle of the night just to put on this little show? Show? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is an official government document. Lin Chong slammed the piece of paper down on the stone table. Liam Hayes glanced at it. He saw that although it bore an official seal, the signature at the bottom was actually the name of a task force that had long since been disbanded. You actually dare to flaunt a forgery like this? Liam Hayes snorted derisively and pointed at his phone screen. Look, 150,000 people are watching you right now. This is extortion. Do you understand? Only then did Lin Chong realize Liam Hayes was live streaming. His expression immediately shifted. But when he thought of the enormous profit at stake, he steeled himself and shouted, so what if it's live? The law is above all. If you don't pay up, get lost. One of the men in uniform spoke in a cold tone. Little Lin, we've heard this is a debt your grandfather owed back in the day. We're just following procedure that if you know what's good for you, hand that dolphin over to the village and we'll write off the debt. Just as expected, their true colors were showing. Their target was indeed Dubai. Hand over the dolphin? Liam Hayes stood up. His imposing presence forced the three men to involuntarily take a step back. The dolphiness in Ho-Hai. If you're so capable, go catch it yourselves. But let me warn you, Dubai has a temper. If you get hurt, the laws protecting nationally Class 1 protected animals will be enough to send you to prison for life. You! Lin Chong was furious. Since you're refusing the kind offer and choosing the harsh one instead, don't blame me for being ruthless. Confiscate all his belongings. As he spoke, Lin Chong reached out to grab the bag of blue crabs. Squeak! Just then, an angry, piercing screech suddenly rang out from the sea not far away. The sound was so shrill that it caused everyone present to feel a sudden ringing in their ears and a wave of dizziness. In the dim moonlight, everyone watched in horror. The previously calm sea suddenly erupted into a massive spray of water. 3, 5, 10. A dense swarm of white figures had actually formed a neat square formation on the water's surface. It was a pod of more than 20 white dolphins. They were gathered near the shallows of Wulong Island, each one raising its head and glaring menacingly at the uninvited guests on shore. Leading the group was none other than the largest one, the big white dolphin that Liam Hayes had once saved. Its demeanor at that moment was exactly like that of a big shot who had brought his brothers back to show his strength. Chapter 008. The internet goes wild. Can these dolphins actually do housework? At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Chong's outstretched hand froze mid-air, his fingertips less than 5 centimeters away from the bag of blue crabs. But he was as if frozen in place, his whole body shaking like a sieve. There are so many. A gurgling sound escaped from Lin Chong's throat, just like a duck being choked. More than 20 white dolphins. They were Chinese white dolphins. Usually, even spotting a single one would make the local news, yet here they were, all lined up neatly right in front of him. And no matter how he looked at them, their gaze certainly didn't seem like they were here to be cute. Especially the large white dolphin leading the group. It suddenly leaped out of the water, tracing an extremely high arc through the air. Splash! The moment it hit the water, a massive wave, as if guided by precise navigation, crashed down on Lin Chong and his 2 companions. The 3 of them were instantly soaked to the bone. Get out of here! Quick! Get out of here! The 2 imposters in uniform no longer cared about the property tax bill. They knew better than anyone that with so many nationally protected animals surrounding them, if a conflict were to break out, even their most powerful connections wouldn't be enough to save them. The 3 scrambled and crawled their way out of the small courtyard, taking several tumbles in the darkness, looking utterly bedraggled. Liam Hayes watched the direction they disappeared in and shook his head. A bunch of clowns. He turned to face the ocean, his expression softening. Big White. Thanks for bringing so many of your brothers along. Big White rolled over in the water, as if to say, no problem. The pod of white dolphins behind him didn't linger long at a signal from their leader. They disappeared in an orderly fashion into the deep blue sea. Only Dubai remained. Not only did it stay, but it also pushed a round object out of the water, guiding it all the way onto the sandy shore. Liam Hayes walked over to take a look and chuckled. It was a drifting ball that had fallen off some merchant ship made of plastic. Though a bit worn, it was still intact. Dubai clamped the buoy between its teeth and swam leisurely toward the water inlet of Liam Hayes' old house. The architecture on Wulong Island was quite unique. There was a small natural water channel leading directly to the vegetable washing basin in the backyard, designed to draw water during high tide. Dubai deftly slipped into the channel, still holding a broom in its mouth, one it had picked up from who knows where. The viewers in the live stream were now completely beside themselves. What did I just see? Is that the aura of a dolphin pod? Streamer, come clean, are you the reincarnation of Derek King? Quiet. Look at what that dolphin is doing. It's cleaning up. That's right. Due to the low tide, a fair amount of silt and dead branches had accumulated in the small canal. Dubai was actually mimicking the way Liam Hayes usually worked, holding that ratty broom in its mouth and scraping away at the shallow water stroke by stroke. It precisely pushed the debris blocking the way toward the shore, then used its head to nudge the heavy rocks out of the way. In less than 10 minutes, the once clogged channel was completely clear, and crystal clear seawater flowed through it into the backyard. I'm blown away, totally blown away. My husky just tore up the couch. And this dolphin is actually helping its owner with chores? This dolphin must have an IQ of at least 150.
No, 200.
Host, let us talk. Are you still looking for a nanny? One who can work and swim. Liam Hayes was also amused by the scene. He walked over, pulled a bottle of spirit spring water from his pocket, and poured it directly into the pool that Dubai had just cleared. Good job. Here is a reward for you. Dubai happily drank the spirit spring water, slapping its tail with a loud splash. After cleaning the channel, Dubai seemed to want more. It swam out of the channel and darted back and forth across the shallows. Before long, it actually used its snout to push several pieces of driftwood and trash that had been washed ashore by the waves. It stacked these items one by one in the scrap pile Liam Hayes had designated, then tilted its head, its eyes brimming with an expression that clearly sought praise. You little rascal. You're really something else. Liam Hayes ruffled its head and suddenly realized that this island wasn't actually so desolate after all. With Dubai's help, many tedious household chores seemed to become quite fun. He set up his drone again, intending to show his viewers a glimpse of the island's nightlife. Guys, conditions on the island might be a bit rough, but the best part is the freedom. Sitting in the courtyard, he sipped tea while browsing the system store. Once I have enough points, I plan to spruce this place up, install a solar power system, and renovate the old house. Just then, an extremely eye-catching message in colorful text suddenly popped up in the comment stream. Old Chun from the seafood market. Mr. Lin, I'm Old Chun, the manager of the seafood market. I'm very interested in those giant blue crabs you just caught, as well as that jar of tea. I'm already on my way and should arrive at your dock in about 2 hours. Can we meet up? Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow slightly. The seafood merchant was moving faster than he expected. Sure. I was just thinking I needed to find someone who really appreciates these treasures. He knew that while the giant blue crabs were valuable, the real jackpot was that jar of black gold Hong Pao tea and the dragoness saliva incense in his arms. And there was also that brocade lobster he'd been raising in the spirit spring water. Just then, the system's voice rang out in his mind once more. Ding! A transaction intention for top-grade seafood has been detected, triggering the special mission. First fortune. Mission objective. Earn over 1 million renminbi through legal transactions. Mission reward. Unlock the advanced buildings section of the system store and obtain an island radar expansion card. A confident smile played on Liam Hayes' lips. That single piece of dragon's saliva alone was likely worth more than that amount. 2 hours later, the sound of engines broke the silence of the sea. Several powerful searchlights sliced through the night, shining directly toward the pier on Wulong Island. Liam Hayes, holding a lantern, strode down the hillside. Mr. Chun, you sure got here fast. However, as the boat drew closer and he got a clear look at the people standing on the deck, Liam Hayes' gaze froze instantly. Standing beside Old Chen, the seafood merchant, were several middle-aged men in suits, their expressions arrogant. They each wore a badge on their chests engraved with the emblem of the Marine Heritage Conservation Center. One of them spoke coldly. Mr. Lin, we received a tip that you're illegally salvaging cultural relics from a nationally designated sunken shipwreck site here. Please cooperate with the investigation immediately. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Liam Hayes shot a cold glance at Lin Chong, who was hiding in the shadows nearby. That bastard was grinning maliciously. Liam Hayes, so what if you've got the treasure? With just one word from me, I'll make sure not a single hair on your head remains. Just then, Dabai, who had been lying in wait underwater near the pier, suddenly let out a ferocious roar unlike anything heard before. Every wooden pile along the pier trembled violently. Chapter 009. The dolphin roars. The fake expert pisses himself and scurries away. Liam Hayes, how dare you still talk back? Today, we have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. The leader of the experts forced down his inner terror and pointed at Liam Hayes with a fierce yet cowardly expression. These white dolphins are the proof. Their gathering here proves there's something unusual in these waters. You must have disturbed the sunken shipwreck site underwater. Liam Hayes was practically laughing in disbelief at this man's shameless logic. His icy gaze swept over the men in suits, whose legs were already trembling, then fell on Lin Chong, who was cowering behind them with a look of both shock and delight on his face. An anomaly? I'd say the biggest anomaly here is you lot a bunch of con artists in fake uniforms running amok on my private island. Liam Hayes' voice, transmitted through the drone's microphone, rang out clearly across the entire live stream. The hundreds of thousands of online viewers instantly erupted. Holy shit, these guys are fakes? I knew something was off about their eyes, they look like crooks. A dolphin gathering disturbs the wreck site? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Does that mean fishermen who see dolphins out at sea should all be arrested? Don't worry, streamer. I've already recorded the screen. I'm calling the Donghai City Marine Bureau right now to report them. Lin Chong, that bastard. Up to his old tricks again. Why doesn't T-scum like him just die already? Upon hearing Liam Hayes expose their true identities, the faces of those so-called experts instantly turned ashen. They hadn't expected that Liam Hayes was still live streaming and in front of hundreds of thousands of people. This completely changed the nature of the situation. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? We're from the Marine Heritage Conservation Center. Liam Hayes cut him off before he could finish. Marine Heritage Conservation Center? As far as I know, that department was merged into the Underwater Cultural Heritage Conservation Center of the National Cultural Heritage Administration during the institutional restructuring 3 years ago. Your badges and your title, they're all ancient history from 3 years ago. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a series of heavy blows, striking the hearts of the con artists. Are you going to hand over your fake credentials yourselves? Or do you want to wait for the real law enforcement to arrive and escort you out? As soon as those words were spoken, The psychological defenses of the fake experts completely collapsed. They were just thugs Linda Hai had paid to intimidate Liam Hayes. They had no clue about the ins and outs of the situation. Seeing their scheme exposed, with hundreds of thousands of netizens watching and a group of white dolphins lurking in the background, the ringleader's legs gave way, and he nearly dropped to his knees right there on the pier. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were tricked too. It was Lin Chong. He's the one who told us there was something fishy about you. Right, it's got nothing to do with us. In an instant, the group sold Lin Chong out. Lin Chong was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the group of white dolphins, then glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream. A chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It's over. This time, it's completely over. Not only had he failed to discredit Liam Hayes, but he de-dragged both himself and his old man down with him. Aren't you going to get lost yet? Liam Hayes snapped coldly. The scammers were, as if they'd been granted a pardon. They scrambled their way onto the speedboat. Without even taking the time to untie the mooring lines, they slashed them with a knife, started the engines, and tried to make a run for it. Squeak! Dubai seemed to think letting them get away like this was too easy. It let out a sharp command. Behind it, two burly white dolphins plunged headfirst into the water. Boom! Boom! The propellers at the sterns of the two speedboats, as if struck by precision underwater torpedoes, instantly spewed two plumes of black smoke and cut out completely. No matter how hard the con artists tried to restart them, the engines only made a click-click sound as they idled. Now they were truly trapped, with no way out. On the pier, only Old Chen, the seafood merchant, and Lin Chong, who was scared out of his wits, remained. Old Chen had witnessed the entire scene from start to finish, and cold sweat had been streaming down his forehead the whole time. He'd been in the seafood market for so many years, he'd seen it all, but being surrounded by a group of highly intelligent white dolphins was a first in his life. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Liam Hayes had shifted from initial scrutiny to deep awe. This young man was definitely no ordinary person. And Wulong Island was certainly no ordinary deserted island. Lin Chong dropped to his knees with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. Liam Hayes' cousin, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please spare me this once. I'll never do it again. It's all my dad's fault. He forced me to do it. All he wanted now was to stay alive. Liam Hayes didn't even bother to glance at him. He walked straight up to Old Chun. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to have caused you such a scene. No, Mr. Hayes. I didn't realize who I was dealing with. Old Chun hurriedly waved his hands. Adopting an extremely humble posture, he even addressed him as Mr. Hayes. I, Old Chin, have truly had my eyes opened today. You are the real Derek King of the Seas. Old Chen was a smart man. He knew that the resources this young man held were absolutely priceless. As long as he could make a connection, it would be worth it, not just for the money, but simply to broaden his horizons. I wouldn't go so far as to call myself Derek King, just an ordinary beachcomber. Liam Hayes pointed to the brocade lobster he'd set aside and the large bag of blue crabs. The goods are right here. Mr. Chun, you're the expert, you name the price. As soon as Old Chun heard this, his spirits immediately soared. He carefully stepped around Lin Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, and hurried over to the brocade lobster, which was still blowing bubbles. He put on his reading glasses, pulled out a professional flashlight, and examined it meticulously. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. This pattern, this sheen, and this vitality. Old Chun was so excited his voice was trembling. Mr. Hayes, this is absolutely a top-grade wild brocade lobster. Look at the size, at least 4.5 gene. It's in perfect condition. Not a single blemish. He looked up, his eyes sparkling. A specimen of this caliber is always a hot commodity at auctions. I'll give you this much. Old Chun held up 8 fingers. 80,000? Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow. He'd heard that price mentioned during the live stream. No. Old Chun shook his head vigorously. 800,000. What? Before Liam Hayes could say a word, Lin Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, let out a shriek. 800,000 for a single lobster. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. It felt as if someone had slammed a hammer into his heart. He could barely catch his breath. Jealousy, regret, fear, a whirlwind of emotions swirled through him, causing his vision to go dark and nearly making him pass out. Old Chun ignored Lin Chong and ran back to examine the bag of blue crabs. He casually pulled one out. The crab was bigger than his own face, and its claws swung with tremendous force. Whoa! These are all top-grade Dashamu and red paste crabs. And they're all alive. This is nothing short of a miracle. After inspecting them, Old Chun took a deep breath. Mr. Hayes, this bag of blue crabs weighs at least 30 gene. I 1T haggle with you, it's a flat rate. 200,000. I'll take the whole lot. 800,000 for the lobsters. 200,000 for the blue crabs. Add it all up, a full million. In just a moment, $1 million was in his pocket. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely ecstatic. $1 million. Holy cow. I'll never make that much money in my whole life. The streamer struck it rich. A true king of the island. Just a moment ago, that Lin Chong was mocking the streamer for being broke. Now he must be red-faced with embarrassment. This is hilarious. Liam Hayes looked at Old Chun's sincere and excited expression and nodded. All right, Boss Chun is a straightforward guy. Let us go with that price. Great, great, great. Old Chun immediately pulled out his phone. Mr. Hayes, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Ding! In less than a minute, Liam Hayes' phone received a bank text message. Your savings account ending in XXXX received 1 million yuan on XXXX. Current balance, 1,000,052 yuan. Looking at that long string of zeros, Liam Hayes couldn't help but feel his heart race a little. Was this his first big score? Just then, the system's voice boomed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission. First big score. Mission reward. Unlock the premium building section of the system store. Obtain the island radar expansion card. Detected that the host possesses a massive amount of startup capital. Do you wish to immediately launch the comprehensive renovation plan for Wulong Island? Chapter 010. $1 million. The island renovation plan begins. Activate. Liam Hayes issued the command in his mind almost without hesitation. He had the money now, but given Wulong Island's current dilapidated state, he couldn't even get a good night's sleep sheltered from the wind and rain, let alone enjoy a leisurely life. The top priority was to improve his living conditions. Ding! The advanced buildings section of the system store has been unlocked. Planning phase 1 of the Wulong Island renovation project for the host. Please wait. As the system notification sounded, a highly futuristic 3D projection appeared before Liam Hayes' eyes, visible only to him. It was a scaled-down model of Wulong Island. The mountains, beaches, reefs, and even that dilapidated old stone house were all clearly visible. Planning proposal generated. Proposal 1. Modern minimalist ocean view villa. Main structure. Constructed using high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy and specialty glass, 3-story, design with a private observation deck and an infinity pool. Energy system. Island-wide solar photovoltaic panels plus tidal power generators, providing 24-hour uninterrupted power supply. Water system. Upgrade the spring eye to the heart of the spring. Automatically install island-wide purification pipelines. All domestic water will be sourced from the spring. Amenities. Includes a small dock, a helipad, and island-wide high-speed Wi-Fi access points. Estimated cost, 888,888 points or 88,888,000 renminbi. Liam Hayes looked at the long string of zeros and twitched the corner of his mouth. Over 80 million. System, do you think I'm a money-printing machine? Insufficient host funds and points detected, automatically generating an affordable edition plan. Plan 2. Rustic Stone House Plus. Main structure. Based on the existing old stone house. Reinforce, expand, and modernize it using the system's cutting-edge materials, preserving its rustic charm while offering a hidden world within. Energy system. A small solar power system to meet daily electricity needs. Water system. Lay basic piping from the spirit spring to the interior of the house. Supporting facilities. None. Estimated cost, 1,000 points or 1 million renminbi. This plan actually fits his budget perfectly. For 1 million, he could turn this ramshackle house into a comfortable, modern home. Liam Hayes stroked his chin, weighing his options. He didn't have many points yet, so spending money was the most cost-effective choice. Moreover, this plan preserved the old house's exterior while only renovating the interior, which pleased him greatly. After all, this was a place left to him by his grandfather, and he didn't want to completely transform it beyond recognition. System. I'll choose Plan 2 and pay 1 million in cash. Ding. Payment successful. Wulong Island Phase 1 renovation project has been launched. Construction method. The system will dispatch high-tech engineering robots to perform fully automated construction. Estimated completion time, 24 hours. During construction, optical camouflage mode will be activated, so no abnormalities will be visible to the outside world. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liam Hayes saw countless tiny points of light raining down from the sky onto the virtual projection, landing all around the old house. Immediately afterward, the old house in reality was enveloped by a faint layer of ripples resembling water waves, then vanished completely from view. It was as if there had always been nothing but an empty lot there. This is way too high-tech. Liam Hayes was utterly amazed. This system was even more incredible than something a god could create. Only after processing all of this did Liam Hayes turn his attention back to reality. Old Chun, the seafood merchant, was already directing his men as they carefully loaded the massive brocade lobster and a bag of blue crabs onto the boat. He walked up to Liam Hayes and handed him a gold-embossed business card. "Mr. Hayes, here's my contact information. If you ever have any good stock here in the future, be sure to let me know right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Old Chun's face was full of enthusiasm. Although he'd spent $1 million on this trip today, he knew he'd made a killing. Once he shipped this lobster back and resold it to the ultra-wealthy, people would be clamoring to pay as much as $1.5 million for it. More importantly, he'd made a connection with Liam Hayes, the Derek King of the Seas. "You're too kind, Boss Chin." Liam Hayes accepted the business card. "By the way, are you keeping that can of tea and that stone?" Liam Hayes pointed to the tea can he'd placed by the doorway, then patted his chest.
There.
"Stone." Old Chin froze for a moment, then realized what was being asked, his eyes widening instantly. "Mr. Hayes, are you referring to that can of black gold red robe from the Republic of China era? And the treasure you got from Dolphin?" He'd seen it all clearly during the live stream just a moment ago. "That's right." Old Chin's breathing suddenly became rapid. He hurried over to the tea can. Not even daring to touch it with his hands, he simply leaned in close and took a deep breath. That tea aroma so rich and mellow it seemed to penetrate his very soul nearly made this old tea connoisseur swoon on the spot. A divine treasure. Absolutely a divine treasure. He glanced again at what Liam Hayes was holding in his arms, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Hayes, is that the legendary dragoness saliva? You have a keen eye, Mr. Chun." Liam Hayes made no attempt to hide it, directly pulling out the piece of dragoness saliva weighing over half a gene. That irregular black chunk emitted a peculiar waxy sheen under the dock lights, and a fragrance so extraordinary it defied description instantly overpowered the salty, fishy scent of the sea breeze. Old Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if he were dreaming. Exquisite lobsters, top-grade blue crabs, black gold red robe wine, and the finest dragoness saliva incense. Any one of these rare treasures from the sea would be enough to make him run himself ragged trying to acquire it yet today. He found them all in one place, in the hands of a single person. "I'll take it. I absolutely must have it." Old Chin's voice had even cracked. "Mr. Hayes, the value of these two items is beyond my ability to estimate. I need to contact a true top-tier collector." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "If you trust me, hand them over to me, and I'll handle the sale for you. I, Old Chun, swear on my family's lives that I'll absolutely get you the fairest price possible. I'll only take a 1% commission." He knew full well that if these two items were sold through the right channels, the final price would definitely be in the tens of millions. Even a 1% commission would be more than enough to make him a fortune. Liam Hayes smiled as he watched Old Chun's excited expression. He knew Old Chun wasn't lying. Treasures of this caliber truly required professional channels. "All right, then I'll leave it to you, Boss Chun." Liam Hayes handed the items over to him. To him now, money was just a number. He enjoyed the thrill of sourcing from the ocean far more. After seeing off Old Chun, who had been thanking him profusely, the dock finally quieted down. Those scammers whose boats had been wrecked by the dolphins had already been taken away by the real law enforcement vessels that arrived shortly afterward. Severe punishment under the law awaited them. As for Lin Chong, he lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes vacant, muttering incessantly, 1,080,000. Liam Hayes couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again. After this ordeal, a man like that was completely finished. He stretched, breathing in the free, humid air. The island's transformation had already begun. A wonderful new life lay ahead. "Big White, let us go home." Liam Hayes shouted toward the ocean. However, after waiting for quite a while, Big White didn't swim over cheerfully as he usually did. Liam Hayes furrowed his brow and turned on the treasure-hunting radar. On the radar, the golden dot representing Dubai wasn't nearby. It had drifted to a stretch of water east of Wulong Island that he never visited before. Moreover, it was swimming anxiously in circles there, as if signaling Liam Hayes to come over. Huh? Another new discovery. A thought struck Liam Hayes, and he immediately headed in that direction. He had a hunch that what Dubai was leading him to this time would be an even more surprising discovery than lobsters and crabs. That stretch of water was marked on the map with a special place name. Mangrove Forest? Chapter 011. Dubai leads the way, discovering the mysterious mangrove forest. Mangrove Forest? Liam Hayes looked at the marker on his phone's map, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. As far as he knew, natural mangrove forests were extremely rare in these waters off Donghai City due to the latitude and climate. He never expected that Wulong Island, where he was staying, would actually hide such a hidden gem. Without hesitation, he set off briskly along the rugged coastline toward where Dubai was located. The formidable physical prowess granted by the body of the sea god made the terrain feel as flat as land. Climbing over reefs and pushing through thickets required no effort at all. After walking for about 10 minutes, the scene suddenly opened up before him. A strange and tranquil marine forest appeared before Liam Hayes. Countless trees with peculiar breathing roots were intricately intertwined in the shallow tidal flats, forming a natural green barrier. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the murky, calm water's surface. The air was filled with a faint scent, a blend of the earthy smell of mud and the fresh fragrance of plants. It was so quiet here that the only sounds were the occasional crisp chirp of a bird and a faint plop, plop, coming from beneath the water. Cheep, cheep. When Dubai saw Liam Hayes approaching, he excitedly poked his head out of the water and nuzzled his leg with his snout. Then, with a flick of his tail, he deftly weaved through the tangled tree roots, motioning for Liam Hayes to follow. "You little rascal, what good stuff did you find this time?" Liam Hayes smiled as he took off his shoes and stepped barefoot into the soft mud. The sensation under his feet was strange, warm, sticky, and soft. With a single step, he sank right up to his calves. For an ordinary person, walking through a mud pit like this would be an arduous struggle with every step. But with the power of the sea goddess body, Liam Hayes felt as if he were stepping on marshmallows. His sense of balance was astonishingly good, and there was no sign that he was about to fall. The drone in the live stream faithfully captured it all. Viewers, seeing this unique tidal flat environment for the first time, were thrilled. Wow, what kind of place is this? Did the streamer discover a new map? Is this the legendary mangrove forest? It looks so pristine, just like the Amazon rainforest. Be careful, streamer. There's bound to be all sorts of things lurking in the mud here. Don't get bitten by anything. Bitten? Haven't you seen how the streamer's walking? He's as steady as if he were on flat ground. That core strength is incredible. Liam Hayes followed Dubai, slowly making his way deeper into the mangrove forest. As he walked, he activated his treasure-hunting radar goggles. Buzz. The radar interface on his retina lit up instantly. Unlike the beach outside, this mangrove forest was astonishingly rich in resources. On the radar screen, countless white dots flickered densely, with the occasional green dot mixed in among them. Common seafood detected. School of fiddler crabs. Common seafood detected. Mudskippers. Rare seafood detected. Blue crab 1 gene in size. Discovering rare seafood. Wild sea asparagus. Wow, this is practically a natural farmer's market. Liam Hayes' eyes lit up. The density of resources here was even higher than at that crab den he'd found earlier. Just the palm-sized blue crabs were everywhere. Some were even basking in the sun right on tree roots. And then there were the plump, lively mudskippers hopping about on the mudflats. They looked like top-quality catches at first glance. Guys, did you see that? We've got dinner sorted for tonight. Liam Hayes faced the camera and casually dug a large blue crab which had been strutting about arrogantly out of the mud. The crab tried to swing its claws in resistance, but Liam Hayes gently pinched it between 2 fingers, and it instantly quieted down. It was obediently tossed into the net bag behind him. Viewers in the live stream were practically drooling. Holy crap, that's way too easy to catch. It's like picking up money. Streamer, don't just catch crabs, those jumping fish look really plump too. Make them in soy sauce broth, it'd be amazing.
I am crying.
I spent over 100 yuan on crabs at the seafood market, and they're not even as big as the ones the streamer just picked up off the ground. Liam Hayes wasn't obsessed with collecting these ordinary seafood items. He knew that Dubai had gone to such great lengths to lead him here. It definitely wasn't for these little fish and crabs. His target must be deeper in. Sure enough, Dubai led him through most of the mangrove forest to a lower-lying area with darker-colored mud. The water here was almost completely still. With a thick layer of fallen leaves floating on the surface, it looked just like an ordinary, stinky ditch. However, Liam Hayes' treasure hunting radar suddenly began emitting a rapid beep 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 alarm. Deep within this unremarkable mud pool right beneath his feet, 3 dazzling purple lights suddenly flared to life. Another top-tier find. And 3 of them. Dubai stopped, nudged the mud pool with his head, then let out 2 cheap calls at Liam Hayes, his eyes brimming with anticipation. You mean the good stuff is right under here? Liam Hayes crouched down, staring into the pitch-black muddy pool, his mind brimming with curiosity. What kind of top-tier seafood would choose to live in such deep, murky mud? He reached his hand into the icy muddy water and began digging cautiously. The mud was incredibly thick. After digging down about half a meter, he came into contact with something slippery and elastic. The creature seemed to sense the threat and jerked back suddenly. A tremendous force surged up Liam Hayes' arm, nearly dragging him entirely into the muddy pool. Holy crap! What incredible strength! Startled, Liam Hayes immediately summoned the power of his Poseidon body, curling his fingers like hooks to clamp down firmly on the slippery creature. An underwater tug-of-war had begun. The live-stream camera zoomed in on the churning muddy pool, and all the viewers held their breath. What's down there? It's so strong. Judging by the commotion, could it be a water python? Don't scare us. Streamer, pull it out so we can see. The muscles in Liam Hayes' arms bulged, and veins stood out prominently. He could feel the creature beneath the water twisting and struggling frantically, trying to burrow back into the deeper mud. Trying to escape? No way. Liam Hayes let out a low growl, braced his lower back, and yanked backward with all his might. Splash. Mud and water splashed everywhere. A giant snake, as thick as an adult's arm, with an eerie dark red hue all over its body, resembling congealed blood, was yanked out of the mud pit by him. It writhed frantically in the air, the sunlight reflecting off its smooth, scaleless skin with an eerie sheen. Is that a blood eel? Before Liam Hayes could say a word, a knowledgeable viewer in the live stream had already typed out a comment with a trembling voice. A seafood connoisseur. Oh my god, it's a wild blood eel. At this size, it must be a veteran eel king at least 10 years old. This stuff is sold by the gram in the market. It's more expensive than gold. What? More expensive than gold? Holy crap, the streamer just struck gold. The comment stream exploded instantly. Liam Hayes stared at the red gold, still struggling frantically in his hands, his eyes blazing with excitement. However, before he could even celebrate, he felt an extremely eerie vibration suddenly emanating from the mud beneath his feet. It was as if something even larger and more terrifying was being awakened from the deepest depths of the mud pit by the blood eel's struggles. On his treasure-hunting radar, a massive light cluster larger than those 3 purple dots combined and radiating a deep, eerie blue glow suddenly lit up. Down here, is there actually a big one hiding? Chapter 012. Bloody Battle in the Mud Pit. Capturing the legendary Eel King alive. The vibration coming from beneath his feet grew increasingly intense. The calm surface of the mud pit began to bubble like boiling water, releasing a series of murky bubbles. A pungent, earthy smell so thick it was almost tangible mixed with a fierce, wild aura, swept toward them. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! Even Dubai, who was usually fearless, was now anxiously circling nearby, as if warning Liam Hayes that whatever was down there was not to be messed with. The atmosphere in the livestream chat was tense to the extreme. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Streamer, run. It feels like a big shot is about to emerge from down there. A blue light spot, even rarer than purple? What level of treasure is that? Liam Hayes asked himself frantically. System, what level is a blue light spot? A blue dot indicates a precious marine treasure, typically valued between 100,000 and 1 million. Precious grade? Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat. The valuable blood eel in his hand was only purple on the radar, meaning it was top tier. So just how extraordinary must that blue beast down there be? Fortune favors the bold. He absolutely had to dig up this treasure today. Liam Hayes shoved the still struggling blood eel into the net bag behind him, then took a deep breath and plunged both hands deep into the mud. Come out! The power of the sea god's body erupted without restraint. He felt as though his hands were two high-powered excavators, parting the thick silt with ease. Soon, his fingertips touched an enormous, slimy, and tenacious object. It felt as if he were touching a giant python covered in slime. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat, but without the slightest hesitation, he clamped his hands into claws and grabbed it fiercely. Roar! A strange roar as deep as a bull's yet as shrill as a whistle erupted violently from the depths of the mud pit. The entire mud pit exploded in an instant. Black sludge shot skyward, forming a wall of water over 3 meters high. Immediately afterward, an enormous head covered in dark golden spots and resembling the head of a legendary dragon suddenly emerged from the mud pit. It was an eel, a giant yellow eel beyond anything Liam Hayes could have ever imagined in his entire life. Its body was thicker than Liam Hayes' thigh, and the half of its body protruding from the mud was over 2 meters long. Its eyes lacked the vacant stare of ordinary fish instead. They glinted with a cold, ferocious, and intelligent light, locking onto Liam Hayes. Oh my God! Is that a yellow eel? That's gotta be the Loch Ness Monster. The Eel King. This has to be the legendary Eel King. A once-in-a-century sight. Streamer, run. That thing can eat people, right? The viewers in the livestream were completely terrified. The comment feed was flooded with "holy shit" and "run." Yet Liam Hayes didn't run instead. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Wow, it must have been a struggle to grow this big. Huh? You're out of luck for running into me today. His legs stood as steady as an ancient tree rooted in the mud, unshakable as a mountain. The massive Eel King seemed enraged by Liam Hayes' provocation. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing a row of dense, razor-sharp teeth, and lunged violently at Liam Hayes' arm. Its speed was lightning fast. The fishy stench it carried even stung Liam Hayes' cheeks. Bring it on! Liam Hayes didn't flinch or dodge. He reached out his hand to meet the massive jaws, and with speed, precision, and ferocity, he seized the Eel King's vulnerable spot. That spot was precisely where its softest lower jaw connected to its body. SSSSH. The Eel King's teeth scraped across Liam Hayes' arm, leaving only a faint white mark, not even breaking the skin. Such was the formidable defensive power of the sea god's body. With its vital point seized, the Eel King instantly unleashed terrifying strength. Its massive body thrashed and churned frantically in the muddy swamp, attempting to drag Liam Hayes into the water. That force was more than enough to easily strangle a full-grown water buffalo. Yet Liam Hayes' arm was like a red-hot iron clamp. No matter how much the Eel King struggled, it didn't budge an inch. Liam Hayes let out a cold laugh. Still trying to run? His other hand grabbed hold as well, and the muscles in both arms instantly swelled to their limit. Get up! He let out a thunderous roar. Under the horrified gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream, the giant eel, which was likely over 4 meters long and weighed over 100 gene, was actually yanked out inch by Liam Hayes from the muddy swamp where it had been entrenched for who knows how many years. The scene was reminiscent of the mythical tales of Wusong slaying the tiger and Lu Zhishan uprooting the weeping willow, filled with a primal and violent beauty. Splash! Completely pulled from the muddy pit and deprived of the water's buoyancy, the Eel King crashed heavily onto the mudflats, sending a spray of mud flying. It seemed to realize its fate was sealed. Its massive body went limp in the mud, twitching only occasionally, with not a shred of resistance left. Liam Hayes stood beside it, his chest heaving violently. That struggle had drained even him of immense energy. Yet the excitement in his heart had reached an unprecedented peak. He had done it. He had subdued this legendary creature with his own hands. He looked down at the spot where the Eel King had bitten him. His skin was completely unharmed. Beside the blood Eel King lay 2 others slightly smaller in size but equally top grade. Startled by the blood Eel King's commotion, they had burrowed out of the mud moments ago and were now trembling uncontrollably. A bountiful haul. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented haul. 1 legendary blood Eel King, 3 top-grade blood eels. His value was beyond measure. Liam Hayes wiped the mud from his face and flashed a bright, wild grin at the camera. Guys, did you see that? This is Wulong Island, a place where treasures are everywhere. No sooner had he finished speaking than the live stream's comment section and virtual gifts exploded like a burst dam. King. Now that's a true sea king. The streamer is awesome. Screaming. My mom asked me why I was watching the stream on my knees. I crown you the strongest jungler of the year. His popularity skyrocketed in that very moment. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. In just a few short minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged past the 1 million mark. Just then, an extremely eye-catching golden comment bearing the Emperor VIP badge pushed all other comments aside and appeared at the very top of the screen. Mr. Wong from Longting Seafood Restaurant. Bro, don't touch that king eel. Don't touch it under any circumstances. I'll pay 5 million. I'm heading over by helicopter right now. Wait for me. Chapter 013. Over 1 million viewers. The whole internet is going crazy for him. 5 million? When that gleaming golden emperor comment appeared, the entire livestream fell into a deathly silence that lasted 3 full seconds. Over 1 million viewers watching the livestream felt as if someone had collectively hit the pause button. Everyone stared intently at that line of text, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. 5 million? Just to buy a single eel? This isn't just a big spender, this is a god-tier spender. 3 seconds later, the chat exploded. Holy shit. 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 5 million. I didn't see that wrong, did I? 5 million for a single eel? Longting Seafood Restaurant. I know that place. It's the top-tier seafood restaurant in our province. The per-person bill starts at 5 figures. CEO Wong is even stepping in personally. He said he's coming by helicopter. He's pulling out all the stops. Host, don't hesitate, sell it to him. 5 million. You'll never have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Sell my ass. This eel king is definitely a national treasure. 5 million is a steal. The streamer should keep it as the island's prized treasure. The intensity of the live chat was even more exaggerated than when Liam Hayes was wrestling with the eel king earlier. All sorts of opinions clashed wildly in the comments section, and the live stream's viewership was once again pushed to a whole new peak. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. The number of online viewers continued to rise at a staggering rate. Liam Hayes watched the comment stream and felt a jolt of surprise. He knew this eel king was worth a fortune, but he never expected someone to offer a staggering 5 million outright. And judging by the other party's tone, this seemed to be just the starting bid. Liam Hayes looked into the camera and spoke calmly. Mr. Wong, is that right? His voice carried through the drone, radiating a calmness that stood in stark contrast to the frenzied atmosphere around him. No need for a helicopter, it makes too much noise. If you're truly serious, take a boat to the pier on Wulong Island. I'll be waiting for you there. But I must warn you, my rule here is cash before goods. Liam Hayes' words were simple and direct, yet exuded a powerful confidence. The message was clear. What I have is one of a kind. If you want it, you'll have to play by my rules. Holy crap. That streamer is so badass. Love it. Love it. That swagger ID, give him full marks. Staying so calm in the face of 5 million. That's the kind of presence the Island King should have. Unlike certain streamers who start screaming daddy, mommy, the moment a big spender donates a sports car. The viewers in the live stream, especially the newcomers, were instantly won over by Liam Hayes' composed yet assertive demeanor. His follower count skyrocketed by over 100,000 in just 1 minute. Meanwhile, General Manager Wong of Longting Seafood Restaurant responded immediately. Another golden comment floated across the screen. Bro, you're a man of your word. Let us do it your way. I'm leaving from Donghai City Harbor right now. The fastest speedboat will get me there in about an hour and a half. Don't worry, money's no object. After sending this comment, General Manager Wong's avatar went offline. He was clearly eager to set off. A deal worth millions was struck verbally, witnessed by 1 million people. Liam Hayes smiled and began gathering his spoils. He couldn't possibly drag that massive eel king back on his own. After a moment's thought, he decided to use his entrenching tool to cut the eel king into several sections, wrapping each one in a huge lotus leaf. Although it was a bit of a shame, this made it easier to keep fresh and transport. As for the 3 top-grade blood eels, he carefully placed them into a specially designed live tank filled with spirit spring water. For live creatures of this caliber, the price difference between them alive and dead is like night and day. Squeak, squeak. Big White swam over and affectionately nuzzled Liam Hayes' leg, as if to share in his joy. Liam Hayes smiled and patted its head. You little rascal. You really did a great job today. He immediately redeemed a bottle of mid-tier ocean all-purpose repair solution from the system store and poured it into the water. Although this substance was intended for healing wounds, for healthy marine creatures, it served as a powerful tonic that could greatly promote their growth and evolution. I happily drank it all, and the sheen radiating from its entire body seemed to become even more lustrous. With that taken care of, Liam Hayes, carrying his heavy haul, began his journey back. With the body of the sea god, carrying a load of over 100 gene felt no different to him than carrying a bag of rice. The rewards from this trip to the mangrove forest far exceeded his expectations. Not only in material terms but also in terms of fame. He glanced at his phone. The follower count on his Douyin account, Liam Hayes' leisurely island life, had skyrocketed from a few hundred to a staggering 1.5 million. His inbox was flooded with private messages and collaboration requests, so many that the 99+ notification made it impossible to keep up. Among them were even interview requests from several major media outlets. Am I already a million-follower influencer? Liam Hayes couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He originally just wanted to quietly live out his days as the island's owner, taking it easy. He never expected that in just a few days, he'd be on the verge of becoming a sea king, known across the entire internet. Still, he didn't mind the feeling. With greater fame, it would be much easier to develop the island or handle any troubles that came up. At the very least, a clown like Lin Chong would never dare to provoke him again. Thinking of Lin Chong, Liam Hayes' gaze grew a few degrees colder. He was certain that right now, Lin Chong was in some corner, staring intently at his live stream. Watching him catch the Eel King, watching him close a 5 million deal, watching his popularity soar. That feeling of jealousy driving him mad, yet being powerless to do anything about it, it was probably more agonizing than death itself. For someone like that, this was the best punishment. Liam Hayes returned to the vicinity of the old house currently under construction. The area was shrouded in optical camouflage from the outside. It looked completely empty. But stepping inside, one could see countless tiny silver robots carrying out construction work with unimaginable efficiency. Foundations, walls, roofs, everything was taking shape at a pace visible to the naked eye. In a dozen hours at most, I'll be able to move into my new home. Liam Hayes' mood grew increasingly lighthearted. He found a clean rock to sit on, planning to rest for a while as he waited for Mr. Wong to arrive. A drone hovered in the air, capturing a breathtaking scene. A man and a piglet bathed in the setting sun, with the vast, boundless ocean stretching out in the distance. The viewers in the live stream chat gradually calmed down from their earlier frenzy and began to savor this rare moment of tranquility and comfort. It's so beautiful. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Money, free time, a divine pet. A mansion. The streamer is a true winner in life. I can't take it anymore. I'm quitting my job right now. I'm heading back to my hometown to forage along the shore too. Wake up, buddy. Back home, all you'll find is mud, no system, and no white dolphins. Just as this peaceful atmosphere settled in, Liam Hayes' phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a call, nor was it a text message. Dear creator, Liam Hayes' leisurely island life. Given the immense popularity of your live streams and their significant positive social impact, Douyin officially and sincerely invites you to attend the annual Top Streamer Gala, to be held next week in Donghai City. You have been nominated for 2 awards this year, Best Emerging Streamer and Most Popular Streamer. Hundreds of top streamers, numerous celebrity guests, and major media outlets will be in attendance. Liam Hayes looked at the invitation and raised an eyebrow slightly. Go to the award ceremony? Leave the island and return to that bustling city? He instinctively felt a bit resistant. But just as he was about to ignore the message, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the last line of small print at the bottom of the invitation. P.S. The special mystery guest for this gala is Ms. Su Wanqing, chairwoman of the Su Group, one of the nation's largest restaurant empires hailing from Beijing.
Su Wanqing.
As Liam Hayes murmured the name, a lovely figure long buried in the depths of his memory, one he thought he'd never recall, suddenly surfaced in his mind. Was this the girl who, upon his college graduation, had resolutely broken up with him, telling him, "You can't give me the life I want," before turning and getting into a Bentley? How could she be here? Chapter 014. The sky-high-priced Eel King. Is 5 million just the appetizer? Bro, don't you dare touch it. Leave it exactly as it is. I'm on my way. The golden comment from General Manager Wong of Longting Seafood Restaurant exploded like a depth charge in the live stream watched by over 1 million people. Liam Hayes watched as "holy shit" and 5 million instantly flooded the screen, a faint smile curving his lips. He crouched down and gently patted the enormous eel king, which had completely lost the will to resist. "Did you hear that, big guy? You're worth a fortune now." This calm demeanor, captured by the drone's 4K HD camera, reached every viewer and instantly ignited a new wave of frenzy. The host's style ID call that out of this world. Unflappable even as Mount Tai crumbles before him, that's the true composure of the Sea King. Liam Hayes paid no heed to the praise flooding the comment stream. His attention was now entirely focused on the upcoming transaction. This wasn't just about money, it was about the ingredients produced on his Wulong Island, making their debut in a true top-tier market. He had to secure a price worthy of these treasures. An hour and a half later, night had completely enveloped the sea, only the moonlight on the horizon cast a fragmented silver glow across the water. At the makeshift dock built by Wulong Island, a few wind lanterns flickered, illuminating a small area around them. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A powerful, steady hum of an engine grew louder as it approached, shattering the island's tranquility. A luxury speedboat with sleek lines, clearly a costly vessel, darted like a sharp sword through the night, docking precisely alongside the pier. The cabin door opened, and a slightly portly middle-aged man wearing a custom-made Tang-style jacket and a glossy string of small-leaf rosewood beads around his wrist was the first to step out briskly. He was none other than the whale from the livestream, the true owner of Longting Seafood Restaurant, Ryan King. Following closely behind Ryan King was an elderly man dressed in a snow-white chef's uniform, with a meticulous demeanor and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. In addition, there were 4 bodyguards in black suits with prominent temples. They carried several massive silver metal cases and scanned their surroundings warily. This entourage was in a completely different league compared to those fake experts and poachers from before. Before Ryan King even arrived, his hearty laughter reached them first. His face showed not a trace of the arrogance one might expect from a top-tier tycoon. Instead, it exuded the bold spirit of a man of the world and respect for his peers. "Mr. Hayes, right? I've long admired your reputation. I'm Ryan King." Liam Hayes nodded, neither subservient nor arrogant. "Hello, Mr. Wong." He knew the other man's politeness was entirely due to the eel king he held in his hands. In the world of top-tier ingredients, the product itself holds the ultimate power. Ryan King's gaze didn't land on Liam Hayes at first. Instead, it was fixed intently on the objects wrapped in massive lotus leaves at Liam Hayes' feet. He could even smell the lingering, rich, fishy scent in the air, a scent unique to top predators. The elderly chef in a white coat standing behind him had his eyes gleaming. He took a swift step forward. The old man crouched down and, as carefully as if handling a rare treasure, gently lifted a lotus leaf. Whoa! When the body of the eel king, thicker than an adult's thigh, covered in dark golden spots, and with flesh that took on a gel-like texture under the light, was exposed to the air, this veteran chef, who had seen his fair share of delicacies from land and sea, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His hands were trembling slightly. This pattern, the density of the flesh. The old chef's voice carried a tremor of disbelief. "This is definitely no ordinary yellow eel. This is a dragon eel that has attained supernatural powers." Ryan King leaned in as well, pulling out the high-powered flashlight he carried with him and shining it on the cross-section. The flesh was so dense there was hardly a single gap, and the fat beneath the skin glowed a pale gold, like flowing gold. "A real gem. A real gem." Ryan King slapped his thigh excitedly. "Mr. Hayes, you've really struck gold on this trip. 5 million, I won't regret paying that." With that, he waved to the bodyguards behind him. "Open the case, inspect the goods, and prepare the transfer." The 4 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, and 2 of them opened the metal cases they were holding. In an instant, the temperature on the dock seemed to drop by a few degrees. The cases didn't contain money, but rather a complete set of highly professional food preparation tools and preservation equipment, including a portable liquid nitrogen freezer. The other 2 bodyguards pulled out a satellite phone and a laptop, clearly preparing to process the transfer on the spot. Liam Hayes looked at this professional setup and nodded to himself. It seemed that this Ryan King was truly passionate about fine cuisine and genuinely knew his stuff. And trusting the goods to him would certainly be a wise decision. However, Liam Hayes stopped them. Mr. Wong, don't rush. 5 million is just the price for that king eel. Ryan King was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, Mr. Hayes, do you have other treasures? Go ahead and bring them out. If I, Ryan King, so much as frown at them, I'm unworthy of running the seafood business in Donghai City. He assumed Liam Hayes was going to sell the blue crabs caught today or something else. Liam Hayes smiled but said nothing. He simply shifted his body slightly to the side, revealing the custom-made live tank behind him, filled with water from the spirit spring. Bathed in the light of the wind lanterns, 3 long snakes, their bodies an eerie dark red, swam slowly through the crystal-clear water inside the tank, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The elderly chef in white, who had just straightened his back, froze the moment he saw these 3 blood eels. His eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. He pointed at the tank, unable to utter a single word, only emitting strange gurgling sounds from his throat. Ryan King followed his gaze, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Blood eels. And there were 3 of them. Each one was as thick as an adult's arm. Each one was full of vigor, brimming with wild vitality. After all, even a wild blood eel as thin as a finger is enough to have food connoisseurs fighting tooth and nail for it on the market. He'd never even heard of blood dragons of this caliber, let alone seen them. Gulp. Ryan King swallowed hard. He could feel his heart pounding like a drum. He whipped his head around and fixed Liam Hayes with a stare filled with both fervor and shock. Mr. Hayes, are these 3 for sale too? Liam Hayes' lips curled slightly into a meaningful smile. I'll sell them, but I have one condition. The Eel King must go with these 3 bodyguards. I won't sell them separately. Ryan King's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly understood what Liam Hayes meant. This young man wasn't just selling fish. He was telling him that the 5 million was just the appetizer. The real feast was only just beginning. Mr. Hayes, are you planning to? Chapter 015. A 10 million fortune. News from my ex-girlfriend. Liam Hayes' voice rang out across the silent pier, calm yet full of authority. Mr. Wong, you're a man who knows his business. An Eel King of this caliber is a once-in-a-century find. For it to grow this large, it must have been accompanied by bodyguards. Since I've lured them out of their lair, naturally I'll keep the whole family together. So, either they all go together, all 4 of them, or they all stay here on my Wulong Island to keep me company. His words were flawless. Not only did he elevate the Eel King's prestige, but he also seamlessly bundled in the 3 top-grade blood eels. In the live stream, 1 million viewers were completely blown away. Holy crap! I've learned something. Is this really how you sell stuff? Intellectuals sure have deep tactics. This isn't just selling fish, it's storytelling. The streamer has totally read Mr. Wong's mind. For true gourmets, this king with his guards gimmick is absolutely irresistible. Ryan King stared intently at Liam Hayes, and after a few seconds, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Excellent. What a brilliant, the whole family together. Far from being angry, his eyes were filled with admiration. Mr. Hayes, you're a friend I, Ryan King, am determined to befriend. He turned to look at the elderly chef in white, who had already recovered from his shock. Uncle Fu, give me your estimate. How much are these 3 bodyguards worth? The elderly chef, known as Uncle Fu, took a deep breath, his expression incredibly solemn. He walked over to the live tank, carefully examining the quality, vitality, and size of the 3 blood eels. After a long moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Boss, wild blood eels of this caliber can no longer be measured by market price. Each one is a priceless treasure, a life-prolonging elixir that money simply can't buy. If I absolutely had to put a price on them, at a top-tier auction on Hong Kong Island, the starting bid for any single one wouldn't be less than 1 million. 1 million. For one. 3 of them would be 3 million. When that price was mentioned, even Ryan King himself was taken aback for a moment. He knew blood eels were valuable, but he hadn't expected them to be this precious. Add to that the 5 million for the Eel King, and the total comes to 8 million. That far exceeded his budget for tonight. Uncle Fu seemed to sense Ryan King's hesitation and added in a lowered voice, Boss, this is a top-tier delicacy for us ordinary folks, but for those old gentlemen at the very pinnacle of the social hierarchy who seek nothing but longevity. Forget 3 million, even at 5 million apiece, they wouldn't bat an eye. If our Longting seafood restaurant can secure this shipment and create the Derek King banquet, it will be enough to cement our unshakable, supreme status in the domestic dining industry for the next decade. Uncle Fu's words struck Ryan King like a sledgehammer, hitting him right in the heart. He instantly saw the light. Money, if it's gone, you can always make more. But this crown jewel of the restaurant, something that could put our name on the map and even be used as a gift to build relationships if we miss this opportunity. We never see its like again. With that in mind, Ryan King no longer hesitated in the slightest. He turned around, faced Liam Hayes, and solemnly held out his open palm. Mr. Hayes, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Eel King, 5 million. I'll round up the price for these 3 blood eels to make it an even 5 million. That's a total of 10 million. Cash transfer it right now. All I ask is that you, Mr. Hayes, hand over these 4 Derek Kings to me, safe and sound. 10 million. The moment that figure came out of Ryan King's mouth, the entire live stream fell completely silent. The comment stream, which had been buzzing with heated discussion just moments ago, vanished without a trace. Over 1 million viewers experienced a collective mental freeze. If 5 million had been shocking, then 10 million completely shattered their worldview. Earning 10 million in a single night just from 1 eel and 3 loaches? That's faster than a money printing machine. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat at that very moment. 10 million. That amount was enough to ensure a life of comfort and abundance in any city. And now, it was merely the seed money for his leisurely island life. Liam Hayes reached out and clasped Ryan King's thick, meaty hand firmly. Mr. Wong, you're a man of your word. It's a deal. Great! Ryan King shouted excitedly and immediately ordered his staff to process the transfer. In less than 5 minutes, Liam Hayes' phone received a bank notification that would make any average worker faint. Your savings account ending in XXXX received 10 million yuan on XXXX, with a current account balance of 11 million.52 yuan. Looking at that long string of zeros, Liam Hayes took a deep breath. From this day forward, he was no longer the Liam Hayes who had to kowtow to his boss for a meager salary of a few thousand yuan. Liam Hayes was now a millionaire. Once the transaction was complete, Ryan King, Mr. Fu, and the others carefully transferred the Eel King and the Blood Eel into their specialized refrigerated containers, treating them like priceless treasures. Before leaving, Ryan King shook Liam Hayes' hand once more, with utmost sincerity. Mr. Hayes, from now on, whenever there is anything of value on Wulong Island, just give the word. I, Ryan King, will be at your service immediately. Money is no object. Liam Hayes nodded with a smile. Definitely. After seeing off Ryan King's speedboat, tranquility returned to the pier. Liam Hayes stood in the sea breeze, breathing in the salty, fishy air of freedom, feeling completely at ease. He glanced at the live stream, where viewers were still frantically flooding the chat, and smiled. Guys, that's all for today's stream. All payments settled. It's time for me to get some rest. Good night, everyone. With that, he prepared to end the stream. But just then, the invitation from Douyin's official account flashed through his mind once more, along with that name both familiar and unfamiliar, Su Wanqing. Should he go or not? Once upon a time, he dreamed of making it big, bringing her back to that stage and proving himself to everyone. Now, he had achieved far more than he ever imagined. But the person he once fought so hard for was long gone. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him. The viewers in the live stream chat keenly sensed Liam Hayes' momentary silence and distraction. What's wrong, streamer? Aren't you happy after making 10 million? I feel like the streamer has something on his mind. Liam Hayes remained silent for a moment, then suddenly flashed a relieved smile at the camera. By the way, guys, I've got something to tell you. Next week, I might be heading to Donghai City to attend an event. Let's just say I'm going to see an old friend. After saying that, he didn't give the viewers any time to react and simply ended the live stream. An old friend? Who could this old friend be, capable of leaving the Sea King, who just made 10 million, so lost in thought? A huge question mark loomed in every viewer's mind. As for Liam Hayes himself, he already made up his mind. I'm going. I have to go. It wasn't for that woman. He was going to tell his past self, the Liam Hayes who struggled desperately in the big city, loving with such humility. Everything you lost back then, I've reclaimed it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. And this is just the beginning, he called out softly in his mind. System, can I use the 10 million in my account to make purchases in the store? Chapter 016. A big shopping spree at the store. High-tech beachcombing gadgets. Ding. Sufficient funds detected in the host's account. The system store supports dual payment methods, points or real currency, with an exchange rate of 1 point equals 1,000 renminbi. Host's current balance, 11 million.52 yuan, convertible to 11,000 points. The system's mechanical voice rang in Liam Hayes' mind, instantly invigorating him. 10 million, that's over 10,000 points. That's a massive sum. Without hesitation, Liam Hayes issued a command. Open the system store and filter by the fishing tools category. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. Back when he was poor, he could only rely on the skills granted by the system and his own 2 hands. Now that he had money, it was time to trade in his shotgun for a cannon. He intended to develop the treasure trove of Wulong Island in a systematic and efficient manner. Instantly, a dazzling array of virtual items unfolded before Liam Hayes' eyes. The variety of items on display left him dazzled. Basic sonar fish finder. Detects the distribution of fish within a 50-meter range underwater. Price. 10 points, 10,000 yuan. Liam Hayes swiped right past it. Too basic, the detection range is too small. Intermediate carbon fiber automatic fishing net. Extremely durable, automatically retracts, and can catch 500 kilograms of fish in a single haul. Price. 100 points, 100,000 yuan. Not bad, but not smart enough. Liam Hayes continued scrolling down. His gaze was quickly drawn to several items that glowed with a faint blue light and exuded a high-tech vibe. High-precision sonar fish finding drone Neptune Custom Edition. Description. A cutting-edge drone that combines detection, net deployment, and towing into one. It can detect all underwater life within a 5-kilometer radius and a depth of 500 meters, displaying them in real time as 3D models for the user. Equipped with an intelligent biological recognition system, it automatically filters high-value targets. Features a high-strength nano spider web that can instantly deploy a net covering 300 square meters, with a maximum load capacity of 5 metric tons. Price 1,000 points, 1 million yuan. Liam Hayes' eyes widened in amazement. Holy crap, this is insane. A 5-kilometer detection range? A 5 metric ton load capacity? This isn't just fishing, its precision strike at sea. With this thing, all he'd have to do is sit on the island sipping tea and flick his fingers to scoop up all the good stuff within several li. Liam Hayes didn't hesitate for a second. Buy it. Just 1 million a drop in the bucket. Ding. Purchase successful. The high-precision sonar fish finding drone has been added to your system backpack. Having gotten a taste of success, Liam Hayes continued scrolling. Soon, he discovered another interesting item. Multi-band bionic lure light octopus killer. Description. A special trapping device that can float on the water's surface. It simulates the specific frequency light waves emitted by various deep-sea phototactic organisms, exerting a lethal attraction on cephalopods such as octopuses, squid, and cuttlefish. Effective range, 200 meters. Multiple units can be deployed at once to form a trapping matrix. Price, 50 points, 50,000 set of 5. Liam Hayes recalled the beachcombing videos where people had to stick their hands into crevices between rocks for ages just to catch a single octopus, a dirty and exhausting task. With this device, wouldn't the octopuses practically line up and come right to him? Specifically designed to attract octopuses? This is great. Give me 10 sets. I'm going to show the octopuses near Wulong Island what bright as day really means. Ding. Purchase successful. Total cost, 500 points, 500,000 yuan. Right after that, he set his sights on another piece of support gear. Smart Constant Temperature Preservation Bucket Plus Edition. Description. Utilizes spatial compression technology inside, though it looks no bigger than an ordinary bucket. Its actual capacity reaches 1 cubic meter. Equipped with a micromolecular cooling system and vital energy circulation function, it perfectly preserves caught seafood in its peak condition just as it was when freshly caught and can even gradually enhance its quality. Price, 200 points, 200,000 yuan. Liam Hayes knew full well that the price difference between top-tier live and dead seafood was like night and day. With this bucket, any premium seafood he caught could be sold in perfect condition. I have to buy this. After a frenzy of shopping, Liam Hayes had spent a total of 1.7 million. But he didn't regret it one bit. This money would be recouped tenfold or even 100-fold in the blink of an eye. At his command, retrieve all items. A pile of futuristic-looking equipment instantly appeared on the open space at the dock. A brand new drone several times larger than the one used in the previous livestream, entirely jet black and shaped like a steel falcon. 50 fist-sized trap lights resembling crystal balls. And a blue plastic bucket that looked unremarkable but felt extremely heavy in his hands, with an interior so deep it seemed bottomless. Liam Hayes ran his hands over these cold, new toys, his heart bursting with ambition and excitement. It was as if he could already see the treasures of the entire Wulong Island Sea region opening their doors to him. Dabai swam over and curiously nudged the brand new drone with its head. It looked at the glowing little spheres, tilting its head as if it didn't understand what they were. Squeak, squeak. Liam Hayes laughed heartily and patted its head. Dabai. These are all the treasures that will make us rich in the future. He glanced at the sky. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, and the sea was calm and still. It was the perfect time for a nighttime foray into the sea. He picked up a set of bionic trap lights, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I can't wait. Let us go test out the power of these new toys right now. Let us start with your favorite, the octopus. He launched the new drone into the air and activated its spotlight and live streaming features. He changed the title of the live stream to A Millionaire's Nightlife. Let us show the brothers some tech in action. Viewers who had just left after the previous stream ended instantly flooded back in like a tide upon receiving the notification that the stream had resumed. Holy crap, the streameress back online, dropping some late-night content. Tech and wild stunts? What's the streamer up to? Check out that drone. It looks different from the last one. It's bigger and way cooler. And what about those glowing little balls in the streamer's hand? What are they? New toys. Liam Hayes stood on a massive rock jutting out into the sea, the ocean breeze ruffling the hem of his shirt. He faced the camera and flashed a mysterious smile. Guys, have you ever seen octopuses that line up on their own to come to their deaths? With that, he casually tossed the 5 bionic trap lights in his hand into the sea ahead. After hitting the water, the 5 small spheres didn't sink. They automatically spread out, hovering half a meter below the surface. Immediately afterward, they all lit up at once. Eerie blue light, pulsing in a strange rhythm, instantly pierced the pitch-black seawater. The seabed within a 100-meter radius was illuminated like a dreamlike world. The eerie yet beautiful sight left everyone in the livestream spellbound. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Less than 30 seconds later, beneath the calm surface, countless writhing black shadows suddenly appeared. The octopuses, large and small, packed tightly together, that had been hiding in the crevices of the reef and sand holes. As if responding to some irresistible call, they charged madly from all directions toward the 5 glowing orbs. I am not seeing things, am I? What is that? Are those all octopuses? The smile on Liam Hayes' lips grew even wider. He picked up the smart cooler next to him and said leisurely, Guys, are you ready? Tonight, our goal is to fill this cooler to the brim with octopuses. Chapter 017. The Octopus Plague. Tonight, the whole island is having teppanyaki. Those 5 bionic trap lights looked like the eyes of demons in the darkness. The deep blue light flickered constantly in the water, emitting a signal that was nothing short of mental opium for cephalopods. Splash, splash, splash. A series of splashes echoed across the water's surface. 1, 10, 100, hundreds upon hundreds of octopuses, some as big as wash basins, others no larger than the palm of a hand. They surged in from all directions, converging into a writhing torrent as they frantically lunged toward the trap lights. They jostled together, tangling with one another, flailing their countless slimy tentacles in a desperate attempt to reach the light source that radiated a deadly allure. The scene sent chills down the spines of nearly 2 million viewers in the livestream chat. My trypophobia is kicking in. Help me. This isn't beach foraging trip, it's an octopus siege. This is insane. Are these octopuses on drugs? They've all gone mad. Streamer, run. With so many octopuses, they'll drag you into the water and tear you to pieces. Liam Hayes stood on the rocks, as steady as a rock. He even commented with great interest. Look everyone, this one's not bad, thick tentacles, so the meat will definitely be springy and chewy. Perfect for a stir fry with sauce. Oh boy, this one's a good size, at least 3 gene. Blanch it, dip it in soy sauce and mustard, absolutely delicious. And that little one over there, just deep fry it, and you've got a delicious appetizer to go with drinks. With every remark he made, The viewers in the livestream felt their mouths watering a little more. Stop it. Host, please stop. I'm ordering takeout right now. Damn it. He got away with it. This isn't dangerous at all, it's clearly a walking seafood buffet. Liam Hayes smiled and stopped teasing them. He picked up the unassuming blue plastic bucket, the smart temperature-controlled preservation bucket. He stepped down from the rocks and waded straight into the shallow water that had already been occupied by the octopuses. Those frantic octopuses completely ignored his presence. All their attention was focused on the lights. Liam Hayes bent down and, just as if he were picking up a head of Chinese cabbage at the market, casually scooped up a large octopus weighing over 2 Gene. The octopus was still struggling frantically, its dozens of suction cups clinging tightly to his arm. For an ordinary person, being sucked like that would at least leave a red mark. But Liam Hayes simply gave his arm a light shake. A burst of hidden power surged through him. Instantly, the giant octopus went limp as if electrocuted and was obediently tossed into the preservation bucket behind him. The seemingly ordinary bucket flashed with a barely perceptible blue light the moment the octopus was thrown inside. Then the octopus vanished. One grab, one shake, one toss. His movements were fluid and seamless, exuding the grace of a grandmaster. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Liam Hayes didn't even bother grabbing them with his hands. He simply grabbed a tattered fishing net from nearby and cast it toward the densest cluster of octopuses. When he hauled it back up, the net was already filled with more than a dozen octopuses of varying sizes, still writhing and struggling. With a splash, he dumped them all into the preservation bucket. Ding! Smart preservation bucket loaded. 13.5 kilograms. The system notification from the bucket popped up on Liam Hayes' retina. Over 20 Gene in a single cast. That efficiency was simply off the charts. The viewers in the livestream had already become numb. They watched as Liam Hayes cast one net after another. He was like an emotionless fishing machine. And that seemingly small blue bucket was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many octopuses were dumped into it, it could never be filled. Ding!
Smart Preservation Bucket loaded. 58,1 Kilogramm.
Ding! Smart Preservation Bucket now holds 102.7 kilograms. Ding! Smart Preservation Bucket now holds 186.4 kilograms. In less than half an hour, Liam Hayes had already hauled in nearly 400 Gene of octopus. If sold at the market, that would be worth tens of thousands of yuan. Squeak, squeak. The buy swam over as well. It wasn't he particularly interested in these floppy creatures, but seeing how much fun Liam Hayes was having, it swam excitedly in circles nearby. Every now and then, it would use its tail to flick any large octopuses trying to escape back into Liam Hayes' net, landing them precisely inside. The man and the dolphin worked together seamlessly. Enough, enough. If I keep catching them at this rate, I'll have wiped out all the octopuses on Wulong Island. Liam Hayes looked at the number in the bucket and stopped, thoroughly satisfied. He pulled in the trap lights. Without the lure of the light, the remaining octopuses quickly regained their senses and scattered in a panic. Liam Hayes carried the heavy, insulated bucket back to shore. He casually grabbed the 2 largest octopuses from the bucket and rinsed them clean with spirit spring water. Then, he set up the cast iron grill he dug out of the old house and lit the charcoal fire. He cut the prepared octopuses into pieces and placed them directly on the sizzling hot griddle. Sizzle! Fat sizzled out, making an enticing sound. The octopus's tentacles curled rapidly under the intense heat, turning a tempting golden brown. Liam Hayes sprinkled just a pinch of sea salt and some wild shiso picked on the island. The simplest preparation brings out the ultimate umami. He used tongs to pick up a still steaming piece of octopus leg and popped it into his mouth. Mmm! The exterior was crispy and caramelized, while the inside remained tender, springy, and chewy. That unique, ocean-fresh sweetness, blended with the delicate aroma of shiso, exploded on his taste buds in an instant. Unbelievable! Liam Hayes mumbled into the camera as he ate. Guys, no offense, but this flavor even a 3 Michelin star chef would have to get down on his knees for me. Aya! I can't take it. Streamer, get a real job. Eating this in the middle of the night. I hate this. Why did I even click on this stream? My instant noodles just lost all their appeal. Streamer, are you selling this? Name your price. I'll fly over right now to buy it. Watching the flood of frantic comments, Liam Hayes burst out laughing. Sharing the fun is better than enjoying it alone. The thrill of tempting viewers with this late-night treat was simply irresistible. Just as he was enjoying his meal to the fullest, the tablet he set aside to control the drone suddenly emitted an extremely piercing alarm. Beep, 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 alarm, alarm. Detected a massive, high-density biological signal 3.5 kilometers directly ahead. Identifying target. Identification complete. Target. A large school of grouper. Estimated count. Over 1,000. Average weight. Over 15 kilograms. Liam Hayes jerked his head up, forgetting to chew the octopus in his mouth. A school of grouper? And over 1,000 of them? He immediately switched the drone's view to that location. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a massive, dazzling cluster of light resembling a nebula and composed of countless specks of light was moving slowly. It was a moving gold mine made up of precious grouper. Liam Hayes' breathing instantly became rapid. He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with an intensity he'd never shown before. He let out a roar toward the surface. Big White, stop messing around. This is the real deal. Tonight, we're going to pull off a big one. Chapter 018. The Dolphin Strike Force. The Miracle of Herding Fish Under the Sea. Whoosh! Hearing Liam Hayes' battle-ready shout, Big White, who had been playing in the water, instantly perked up. With a flick of its tail, it sent a massive spray of water flying across the surface. Like a white torpedo, it darted at lightning speed to Liam Hayes' feet. It lifted its head, its highly intelligent eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. Liam Hayes turned the tablet in his hand toward DeBeo. On the screen, the grouper nebula, composed of thousands of glowing dots, was clearly displayed before its eyes. See that big guy? Liam Hayes' voice was very low, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of command. Drive them all over here. As he spoke, he traced out an area on the map. It was a U-shaped bay, surrounded on three sides by reefs, with only one exit. It was a natural, ideal hunting ground. Big White stared at the screen for a few seconds. Nourished by the spirit spring, its intelligence had long since far surpassed that of ordinary animals. It understood Liam Hayes' tactical intent almost instantly. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! It nodded vigorously. Immediately, it emitted a series of extremely complex, high-frequency calls. This was a special form of sonar used by dolphins to convey complex messages. The sounds carried far, far into the silent night. In less than a minute, a miraculous scene unfolded. On the pitch-black sea in the distance, white dorsal fins began to appear one after another. 3, 5, 10. The White Dolphin Guard, the very unit that Dubai had previously summoned to intimidate Lin Chong, had actually reassembled. They formed a neat formation under the moonlight. Like a well-trained maritime special forces unit, they waited silently for orders from their commander-in-chief, Dubai. In the live stream, over 2 million viewers had fallen completely silent. Everyone was so stunned by this miraculous scene before their eyes that they were speechless. Is this a military deployment? My goodness. I've always known dolphins are smart, but I never imagined they could be this intelligent. The streamer is the Sea King, and this Big White is the Marshal of the Seas. He can actually command his pod. Liam Hayes watched this dolphin strike force, assembled by Dubai, his heart swelling with pride. He raised the high-precision sonar fish-finding drone high into the sky and switched it to combat mode. Hold on tight, guys. Today, I'm going to show you what modern, multi-dimensional, coordinated fishing is all about. With a single command from him, Dubai let out a high-pitched screech toward the sky. Move out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 white dolphins instantly transformed into more than 20 arrows, leaving the bowstring. They dived into the deep sea in perfect unison, heading toward the massive school of grouper 3 kilometers away, forming a huge encircling formation as they silently closed in. The drone switched to an underwater infrared view. The live stream instantly transformed into a top-tier underwater battle scene rivaling a Hollywood blockbuster. In the dim depths of the ocean, the school of grouper continued to swim slowly, completely unaware of the danger. They were the middle class of these waters, substantial in size, with few natural predators, living a carefree existence. However, a catastrophic disaster was already descending upon them from all directions. Dubai, serving as the commander-in-chief, swam at the very top of the formation. He continuously issued brief sonar commands, directing the entire squadron's formation. His dolphin companions, some were tasked with cutting through the left flank to block the school's retreat. Others were responsible for surfacing from below to drive the school upward, preventing them from diving deeper into the ocean. A few of the most robust dolphins carried out a feint attack from the front to create chaos. Their coordination was exquisite, like an army that had rehearsed its maneuvers 1,000 times over. Driven by this dolphin strike force, the vast, loosely organized school of grouper began to move involuntarily toward the U-shaped bay that Liam Hayes had designated. That's incredible, it's pure art. This isn't just fishing, it's commanding an underwater war. I'd call it the Wulong Island Bay Encirclement Hunt. Marshall White, you've earned your place in the annals of legend with this single battle. Liam Hayes stood on the reef, calmly operating his tablet. A fine sheen of sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. Simultaneously commanding the drone and monitoring the battle was extremely mentally taxing. Drone, proceed to the designated position. Switch to net deployment mode. The black steel falcon hovered silently directly above the only exit of the U-shaped bay. A hatch on its underside slowly opened. It revealed a neatly folded high-strength nano spider web, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Below, the herded school of grouper had already surged into the bay in a panic, like a flood bursting through a dam. They thought this was a safe haven. Little did they know this was their grave. Now! A gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes as he slammed his finger down on a red button on the tablet. Haul the net. Whoosh! A massive black net, covering an area of 300 square meters, descended from the sky like a cage cast down by a god. In the blink of an eye, it completely sealed off the entire bay's exit. Immediately afterward, the edges of the net began to contract automatically at a terrifying speed. The grouper that had just surged into the bay before they even had a chance to catch their breath were instantly swept up in the net. More than 1,000 grouper, averaging 30 gene each, thrashed and leaped frantically within the confined space. The combined force of their struggle was utterly terrifying. Buzz buzz. Under the immense pulling force, the drone in the air emitted a strained hum. His body was shaking violently. The system alarm sounded again. Alert! Alert! Load weight exceeds 4.5 metric tons. Maximum load capacity threshold reached. Host, please take immediate action, otherwise, the drone will crash in 30 seconds. Liam Hayes' heart leapt into his throat. He stared intently at the fishball on the screen, thrashing wildly and nearly illuminating the night. He glanced again at the drone teetering precariously in the air. He knew he'd gone too far. The catch from this single net far exceeded his wildest expectations. It also exceeded the load limit of this state-of-the-art $1 million drone. Damn it! This net, it's not going to rip, is it? Chapter 019. One man dominates the sea. This is the true sea god descended to Earth. Alert! Alert! Payload exceeds 4.5 metric tons. Maximum load capacity threshold reached. Host, take immediate action or the drone will crash in 30 seconds. The shrill alarm blared frantically in Liam Hayes' mind, like a bucket of ice water instantly dousing his joy at the bountiful catch. He jerked his head up, staring intently at the black drone in midair, swaying violently like a flickering candle in the wind. The drone's 4 propellers were spinning so fast they left afterimages, emitting a teeth-grinding, mournful hum. Sparks were even flying from the hook where the drone's fuselage was connected to the nano spiderweb. Below, the massive school of grouper comprising thousands of fish was unleashing its final, most frenzied burst of strength, driven by the instinct for survival. With every collective thrash, they resembled a colossal deep-sea beast ramming against its cage. The terrifying tensile force was enough to tear through steel. Liam Hayes cursed under his breath. Damn it! This has gone to hell. The veins on his forehead bulged instantly. This drone had cost him $1 million. If it crashed like this, it would break his heart. More crucially, once the drone crashed, the nano spiderweb would loosen due to the loss of power. By then, this sure thing would truly slip through his fingers. In the live stream, over 2 million viewers were jolted out of their earlier frenzy. Everyone witnessed this heart-stopping moment. Holy shit, the drone's falling. It can't hold on anymore. Just how heavy is that? Over 1,000 giant grouper that's at least several metric tons. This drone is incredible, it's actually managed to hold on this long. It's over, it's over. The streamer's about to take a massive hit. The fish are getting away, and the drone's about to crash. Streamer, think of something fast. I'm so stressed out. The comment stream was instantly flooded with worried cries and gasps. Everyone thought it was a lost cause. However, the word give up had never existed in Liam Hayes' vocabulary. A terrifying gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. 30 seconds? That's plenty. He grinned at the drone's camera, a grin brimming with wildness and madness. Guys, hold on tight. Next up, I'm going to show you guys something truly insane. No sooner had he finished speaking than he violently ripped open his shirt, revealing the sharply defined muscles beneath, reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture. Under the cool moonlight, his 8-pack abs and powerful pectorals radiated an explosive sense of strength. The female fans in the live stream instantly erupted into a chorus of screams. As for the male fans, they were completely stunned by his next move. Liam Hayes took a running start and leaped straight off a cliff over 10 meters high. Splash! He plunged into the sea like a cannonball, landing with pinpoint accuracy without even causing much of a splash. What's the streamer doing? Did he jump into the ocean? What's he doing? Is he trying to catch the drone with his hands? That's impossible. Everyone was speculating. The next second, the answer was revealed. Liam Hayes burst through the water's surface. Ignoring the drone overhead, he swam like lightning toward the massive fishball. He took a deep breath. Body of the sea god, full power. With a thunderous boom, a wave of warmth instantly surged through his entire body. Liam Hayes felt every inch of his muscles, every cell, brimming with terrifying power enough to move mountains and fill the seas. He stretched out both hands and, without the slightest hesitation, grabbed hold of the nano spiderweb, taut as steel wire. Give it to me. Liam Hayes let out a earth-shattering roar. The muscles in his arms instantly swelled to their limit, with veins coiling across them like twisting dragons. Before the incredulous eyes of over 2 million viewers in the livestream, a miracle occurred. That massive fishball weighing several metric tons and too heavy even for high-tech drones to handle actually stopped its descent under Liam Hayes' terrifying pull. Not only that, but it even began to be drawn inch by inch toward the shore by an irresistible force. What the hell? What am I seeing? Is he pulling it with his bare hands? Is he pulling that fish weighing several metric tons with his bare hands? It's an illusion. This has to be an illusion. Is this even possible for a human? This has to be Poseidon, the god of the sea, descending to Earth. Superman. This is the Eastern Superman. The live stream went completely wild. The screen was now completely devoid of text, filled only with exclamation marks and question marks. At that moment, everyone's worldview was shattered by Liam Hayes' superhuman strength. In the bay, Liam Hayes planted his feet firmly on the reef at the bottom of the water, his entire body standing like an iron tower rooted to the seabed. His upper body was at an astonishing angle to the water's surface, channeling all his strength through his arms into the fishing net. The pulling force, as heavy as a mountain, made his bones creak. But far from backing down, his fighting spirit only grew stronger. A series of squeaks rang out. Orca and its dolphin companions were also transfixed, but they quickly snapped out of it and swam immediately to surround the massive ball of fish. Using their hard rostrums, they continuously nudged and pushed, helping Liam Hayes bear the strain while stabilizing the fishball to prevent it from bursting due to uneven pressure. One man, a pod of dolphins. In that moment, they seemed to form a perfect whole. Together, they were enacting an epic battle against a sea monster, the kind found only in myths and legends. Liam Hayes let out another furious shout. Up! The massive fishball suddenly accelerated. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. There was a thunderous crash. The mountain of fish, composed of thousands of grouper, was forcibly dragged out of the sea by Liam Hayes and slammed heavily onto the sandy beach of the U-shaped bay. Countless grouper leaped frantically across the sand, their silvery scales glinting in the moonlight, a scene of breathtaking grandeur. The crisis was averted. The drone in the air, as if granted a reprieve, immediately cut the hook and resumed its steady hover. Liam Hayes let go, utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath in deep, ragged breaths, his chest heaving violently. That single moment had nearly drained him of all his strength. But as he looked at the mountain of fish, a mountain built from wealth before him, a radiant smile, the kind only a victor could wear, spread across his face. He had done it. He had worked another miracle. Liam Hayes' cell phone, resting on the rocks by the shore, suddenly began ringing frantically. The caller ID flashed 2 characters, President Wong. Liam Hayes answered the call. Before he could even speak, Ryan King's voice, a roar nearly distorted by sheer shock and ecstasy, erupted from the other end of the line. Lin, Mr. Hayes. What did you just do on the live stream? Did you just break into the granary of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 0, 20, 30 million in one night. He bought out the entire fish market. Mr. Wong, calm down. It's just business as usual. Liam Hayes wiped the seawater from his face and said nonchalantly to Ryan King, who was speaking in an exaggerated tone on the other end of the line. Ryan King fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Business as usual? A single person hauling several metric tons of fish out of the ocean, and you call that business as usual? Then what exactly isn't business as usual? Sailing an aircraft carrier like a fishing boat? Ryan King let out a wry chuckle. He knew that his perception of this Mr. Hayes had just been completely rewritten once again. This wasn't just the Derek King of the seas. Anymore, he was practically an ancient sea god in human form. Mr. Hayes, don't joke around with me. Ryan King's voice quickly became incredibly urgent and serious. Listen to me, don't touch those fish under any circumstances. I'm dispatching all my refrigerated trucks and my most professional team there right now. Immediately. My people have already cordoned off that bay with police tape. Absolutely no one will go in to disturb you. Don't worry about the price. Same deal as always, I'll pay you the highest price on the market. Whatever you've got, I'll take it all. Ryan King's heart was racing wildly at that moment. Just a moment ago, he'd been watching the live stream from under the covers, and when he saw Liam Hayes dragging that mountain of fish ashore, he literally jumped out of bed. You've got to be kidding me. Over 1,000 wild giant grouper, averaging more than 30 gene each. The value of this catch was even more staggering than that of the Eel King he bought before. This wasn't just a business deal anymore, it was a gold mine capable of shaking up the entire high-end seafood market in Donghai City, and even nationwide. Liam Hayes listened to Ryan King's words and raised an eyebrow slightly. Have your men already sealed off my cove? Ryan King's move was way too fast. Heh. Mr. Hayes, don't get the wrong idea. Ryan King hurried to explain. I'm worried too. You've caused such a stir that now fishing boats from all over Donghai City are heading toward Wulong Island like they've gone crazy. I'm just afraid some reckless ones might run into you. I promise. My men are only standing guard on the outside. They won't set foot on Wulong Island. Liam Hayes thought it over and felt relieved. Ryan King's approach would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just dealing with those flies swarming in on the scent of blood would be a headache in itself. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Wong. Liam Hayes said. After dawn, have your people come directly to the island to take inventory. Got it. Mr. Hayes, you can count on it. After hanging up, Liam Hayes looked at the mountain of fish, still wriggling before him, and finally let out a sigh of relief. With the sales channel sorted out, all that was left was to wait for the money to roll in. He glanced at the live stream. The viewership had already surpassed the 3 million mark. The comments were refreshing so fast that his tablet was starting to lag. Guys, that's it for today. I'm tired, gotta go back for a nap. Tomorrow morning, I'll show you all what a real fish market storm looks like. With that, Liam Hayes ended the live stream, leaving 3 million eager viewers in the chat room discussing the event wildly. Early the next morning, as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the entire Chonglu Town Pier was already in an unprecedented frenzy. More than a dozen massive refrigerated trucks bearing the Longting Seafood Restaurant logo were parked in neat rows on the pier, presenting a formidable sight. Ryan King was there in person, leading dozens of burly crew members as they waited anxiously. Meanwhile, the fish market at the pier was teeming with people. Every fishmonger, restaurant owner, and even seafood wholesalers who had rushed over from the city upon hearing the news had packed the area so tightly that not a single person could squeeze through. Have you heard? That Sea King from Wulong Island caught over 10,000 gene of wild giant grouper in a single haul last night. Over 10,000 gene. You've got to be kidding. Did he wipe out every last grouper in the entire East China Sea? It's true. Mr. Wong from Longting Seafood Restaurant is here in person, and there are more than a dozen big trucks waiting to haul the catch. I think it's just a publicity stunt. These live streamers these days, what kind of story wouldn't they make up just to go viral? A sharp, sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. It was Lin Chong, his face etched with jealousy and malice, his eyes ringed by 2 massive dark circles. Behind him were a few village thugs. He had watched Liam Hayes' live stream from start to finish last night, not missing a single second. When he saw that Liam Hayes had made tens of millions and caught that mountain of fish, his eyes turned red with jealousy, and he hadn't slept a wink all night. He'd come here today specifically to cause trouble. Don't let him fool you, everyone. I'm telling you, that Liam Hayes is a fraud. He definitely bought all those fish from a fish farm and is just putting on a show for you. Lin Chong shouted at the top of his lungs. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from outside the pier. A speedboat pulled up to the dock. Liam Hayes, dressed in crisp casual attire and carrying a blue cooler, strolled down the gangway with an air of nonchalance. Behind him followed Ryan King, who was acting with the utmost deference. "Mr. Hayes, you're here." Ryan King hurried forward to greet him, bowing deeply. Liam Hayes nodded. His gaze swept across the bustling fish market, finally settling on Lin Chong's contorted face. He smiled but said nothing, simply walking to an open space in the center of the market. He set the smart temperature-controlled cooler he was holding on the ground, then opened the lid in front of everyone. "Mr. Wong, don't rush your fleet to the island just yet," Liam Hayes said calmly. "I've brought a few over first to give everyone a treat and a taste of something special." With that, he reached into the seemingly small bucket and pulled out a fish. Whoa! The moment the fish was pulled out, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It was a giant grouper, over 1.2 meters long, with a glossy sheen and spots as vivid as gemstones. Most importantly, it was still alive. It thrashed violently in Liam Hayes' hands, its tail slapping the air with a crisp smack, smack, radiating raw, wild power. "Alive? Alive?" An elderly fishmonger shouted in shock. "A wild grouper this big will die within minutes out of the water. How did he keep it alive?" Lin Chong was also stunned. He wanted to say it was a fake, but seeing how lively and energetic it was, how could it possibly be fake? Liam Hayes paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. He reached into the bucket again and pulled out 4 or 5 more live groupers of the same size, one after another. That tiny blue plastic bucket seemed like a bottomless pit connected to another dimension, leaving everyone's eyes wide with disbelief. "Fish for sale! Fish for sale!" Liam Hayes casually tossed the fish onto the ground and called out lazily. "It's our grand opening today for good luck regardless of size. 10,000 yuan a fish. First come, first served. 10,000 yuan a fish." That price would deter many ordinary fishmongers. But the restaurant owners and wholesalers who truly knew their stuff instantly saw red. Top-quality wild grouper of this caliber could fetch at least 300 to 400 yuan per gene in the city. A fish weighing over 30 gene could net a profit of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan on the spot. "I'll take one. I'll take 2. Don T snatch my spot. I'm taking all 5 of these." The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Dozens of business owners waved wads of cash and jostled forward like madmen. In less than a minute, all 5 fish were snapped up. One of the lucky buyers immediately pulled out a knife, carefully sliced off a small piece of fish, and popped it straight into his mouth. Mmm. His eyes widened suddenly, and his face lit up with an expression of sheer ecstasy. "It's sweet! It's sweet!" he shouted incoherently. "This fish meat is sweet. It melts in your mouth, and the fresh scent of the ocean fills your palate. A divine delicacy. This is a divine delicacy." As soon as those words were spoken, the scene erupted. Those who hadn't managed to grab a fish were overcome with regret. As for Lin Chong, he slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He knew he had completely lost everything, down to his last pair of underwear. Just then, Ryan King's cell phone rang. After hanging up, he hurried over to Liam Hayes, his face radiating excitement and enthusiasm, and whispered in a low voice, "Mr. Hayes, we've finished the preliminary count. The total weight of your mountain of fish exceeds 15,000 gene. Based on the highest price we agreed on earlier, I'll round it up to a nice round number." Ryan King took a deep breath and held up 3 fingers. 30 million. My Longting seafood restaurant will buy it all. Also, someone from Douyin's headquarters contacted me. They want to discuss a partnership with you to develop a custom deep-sea exploration-level live streaming system. However, they said the cost of that system might be a bit staggering. I was wondering, would you be interested in hearing the quote? Chapter 021. God-tier gear. Your live stream room has reached the ceiling. 30 million. When that number came out of Ryan King's mouth, Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat. He knew this batch of fish was valuable, but he never imagined it could fetch such an astronomical price outright. 30 million in a single night. Combined with his previous earnings, his bank account balance was about to break the 40 million mark. This pace of making money couldn't even be described as fast. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Hayes. Seeing that Liam Hayes didn't respond immediately, Ryan King assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and quickly added, "This price is absolutely the highest on the market. I'm practically breaking even. I'm doing this just to make your friend and secure this shipment to boost the reputation of our Longting seafood restaurant. Of course, if you feel it's not right, we can still negotiate. No need." Liam Hayes snapped back to his senses, waved his hand, and his face regained its signature composure. "Let us do it, as Mr. Wong suggested. 30 million. Deal. Great, great, great." Ryan King was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together as if he'd been granted a pardon. "I'll have our finance department transfer the funds to you right away. The fleet will head to the island to pick up the cargo immediately." With this massive deal secured, Liam Hayes was in high spirits. His attention turned to the second half of what Ryan King had just mentioned. An official partnership with Douyin? The deep-sea exploration class live streaming system? Liam Hayes stroked his chin, a flicker of keen interest passing through his eyes. Although his current live streaming equipment was cutting-edge technology produced by the system, it was, after all, just the basic model included in the newbie starter pack. As he explored deeper and deeper into the ocean and encountered increasingly spectacular scenes, this basic setup was gradually proving inadequate. Take last night, for example. If the drones had a higher load capacity, he wouldn't have had to dive in and fight hand-to-hand himself. What did they say? What's the price? Ryan King gave a wry smile, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. The folks at Douyin said this system was developed specifically for deep-sea scientific research projects in collaboration with the nation's top military research institutes, and many of the technologies are being adapted for civilian use for the first time. The complete system includes a Poseidon main drone capable of diving to a depth of 3,000 meters, 10 Siren sub-drones responsible for coordinated filming and lighting, and a VR control headset that connects to your nervous system, allowing you to control the entire operation as if you were right there. As for the price, Ryan King paused and held up one finger. 10 million. Upon hearing this quote, even Liam Hayes couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. 10 million just for a set of live streaming equipment? That's absolutely insane. After all, even the top-tier streamers in China spend no more than 1 or 2 million on a full set of top-of-the-line gear. This set costs 5 times that amount. Viewers in the live stream, picking up the quote via the drone's microphone, instantly went wild. 10 million for live streaming gear. Did I hear that right? Is it made of gold? A 3,000-meter dive. Neural-linked VR controls. Is this even live streaming gear? It's a military weapon. My poverty has limited my imagination. I thought streamers were already crazy rich, but I never expected Douyin's official team to be even more outrageous. Streamer, buy it now. We want to see what's down there at 3,000 meters. The comment section was flooded with encouraging messages. Liam Hayes pondered for a moment. 10 million wasn't too much compared to his current net worth. But was it worth spending that much? He silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, analyze the cost-effectiveness of this deep-sea exploration-grade live streaming system. Ding. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The technological level embodied in this system far exceeds that of the current consumer market. Its true value is estimated at over 50 million. Douyin's official price of 10 million is a strategic investment aimed at deeply binding the host. Recommendation: purchase immediately. This system will greatly enhance the host's exploration efficiency and streaming influence, helping to accelerate the process of dominating the oceans. Hearing the system's analysis, Liam Hayes felt not a shred of hesitation. I'll take it, Liam Hayes said to Ryan King decisively. Tell the folks at Douyin I'm taking this equipment. Have them ship it directly to Wulong Island. Ryan King's eyes widened in surprise. He had expected Liam Hayes to hesitate or haggle over the price. He never imagined he'd agree without even batting an eye. 10 million worth of equipment bought on the spot. That decisiveness and financial clout deepened Ryan King's awe of Liam Hayes even further. All right, Mr. Hayes is truly a man of great ambition. I'll get back to them right away. Douyin's official response was astonishingly efficient. Just 3 hours later, a heavy-lift transport helicopter bearing the Douyin logo roared down onto the makeshift helipad on Wulong Island. Several technicians in professional uniforms carefully carried several massive black alloy crates out of the cabin. Right in front of Liam Hayes, they opened the crates. A set of futuristic, sci-fi-inspired equipment lay quietly nestled in black cushioning foam. The main drone, Poseidon, was streamlined and deep blue. Its hull neither metal nor wood glowed with a mysterious sheen. It was a full size larger than the previous drones, resembling a deep-sea tiger shark poised to strike. The 10 siren drones were compact and dainty, resembling silver flying fish. Their wings could fold, and their heads housed massive searchlights and high-definition cameras. There was also a silvery white VR headset with a distinct cyberpunk aesthetic. Mr. Lin, all the equipment has been fully calibrated. Here is your control terminal. The lead technician handed Liam Hayes a brand new tablet that was even thinner and lighter than the previous model. All you need to do is put on the VR headset, and you'll be able to control all 11 drones simultaneously using brainwaves and eye tracking. It supports 8K ultra-high-definition video quality and comes with a scene-based intelligent rendering feature that presents the images you see to your audience with the most breathtaking, cinematic effects. Liam Hayes nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. He started the live stream right then and there. He changed the stream's title to The Debut of a 10 Million Device. Let us take the guys on a tour of my island. The moment the stream went live, the more than 3 million online viewers felt a flash before their eyes. The next second, it was as if their souls had left their bodies. They instantly traversed the screen and found themselves on Wulong Island. The image quality was beyond what clear could describe. It was the ultimate in realism. They could see every grain of sand on the beach, sparkling in the sunlight. They could see Liam Hayes' hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. They could even see, not far away, the delicate texture on his pale skin, freshly moistened by the seawater. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Is this a live stream? This has to be a VR movie, right? I'm blown away. I feel like I can actually smell the salt in the sea breeze. 10 million, it was totally worth it. Absolutely worth it. This visual experience is unbeatable. Liam Hayes put on the VR headset. Buzz. A 360-degree panoramic view with no blind spots instantly filled his entire field of perception. He could freely switch between and combine the perspectives of the 11 drones. With a mere thought, the sea god main drone soared into the sky. A breathtaking bird's eye view unfolded before all the viewers. A sky as blue as the sky itself. A sea as green as jade, golden sandy beaches, and the vibrant greenery at the island's center. The entire Wulong Island resembled a peerless pearl set upon the East China Sea, a sight so breathtaking it took one's breath away. Liam Hayes maneuvered the drone, slowly circling above the island to showcase his domain to the audience. He flew over the mysterious mangrove forest, over the ancient well constantly emitting spiritual energy, and over the old stone house that was being restored and remodeled at an unimaginable speed by cutting-edge robotic technology. Viewers in the live stream were completely captivated by the scenery of this utopian paradise. Just then, a thought struck Liam Hayes, and he recalled the anomaly he'd discovered earlier. He steered the Poseidon drone toward the valley deep within the island, a place perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Guys, we noticed something was off here last time. Today, with our new equipment, let us see if we can pierce through this fog and get to the bottom of it. The drone instantly accelerated, darting like an arrow into the thick white fog. The Poseidon's built-in multispectral fog-penetrating scan function activated. The fog, which had been so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, rapidly thinned and became transparent on the screen. The scene deep within the fog gradually came into clear view before everyone's eyes. It was a set of ruins, long buried by vines and the passage of time, huge moss-covered boulders, broken stone pillars carved with strange patterns, and a magnificent altar that had already collapsed by more than half. A desolate, ancient, and mysterious aura washed over them, even through the screen. Oh my God, what is this? A Mayan ruin? An ancient civilization is actually hidden on the streamer's island. This is definitely a major discovery. It's going to make the national news. Just as everyone was utterly stunned by this suddenly revealed ancient ruin, the sea god drone hovered above the collapsed altar. Its ultra-high-resolution camera slowly zoomed in, focusing on the center of the altar, a stone platform half buried in rubble. Ancient inscriptions appeared to be carved into the stone platform. But it wasn't the inscriptions that caught everyone's attention. Rather, it was a groove right in the center of the stone platform. There lay quietly a half-broken piece, gleaming with a bronze luster, A Tiger Token. Chapter 022. The Tiger Token shocks the world. The earth-shattering secret left by grandfather. A Tiger Token? When that half-broken bronze Tiger Token, marked by the passage of time, yet still exuding an aura of grim menace, appeared with crystal-clear clarity, through 8K ultra-high-definition resolution before the eyes of over 4 million live stream viewers, it was as if the entire world had been muted. The comment stream froze. Everyone stared intently at that tiny object on the screen, one that seemed to contain the might of a vast army, their minds going completely blank. What is that? It looks like an ancient Tiger Token used to mobilize troops? I've seen it in my history books. You've got to be kidding. How could the Streamer's Island possibly have a national treasure like this? If this is real, its value can't be measured in money. It's a priceless treasure. After a brief moment of dead silence, the live stream exploded. A frenzy of comments surged like an avalanche and a tsunami, instantly flooding the entire screen. Liam Hayes was stunned as well. He controlled the drone, hovering above the altar, while a tidal wave of emotion surged through him. A Tiger Token. On this desolate island his grandfather had left him, a mysterious ancient ruin was actually hidden. And on the altar of that ruin lay a Tiger Token? This was simply beyond belief. Who exactly was his grandfather? And what earth-shattering secrets did this Wulong Island truly conceal? Huge question marks swirled through Liam Hayes' mind. He forced himself to suppress his shock and maneuvered the sea god drone to land slowly. The robotic arm on the drone's underside extended, carefully attempting to grasp the half-piece of the Tiger Token. However, just as the robotic arm was about to touch the token, buzz! A faint golden light suddenly illuminated the entire altar, forming a hemispherical energy shield that enveloped the Tiger Token. The drone's robotic arm was repelled by an invisible force. Alert! Unknown high-energy force field detected. Unable to approach. The system's alert sounded in Liam Hayes' mind. An energy shield, of all things? Liam Hayes furrowed his brow. It seemed that getting his hands on this tiger amulet wouldn't be an easy task. This discovery also made him temporarily abandon the idea of immediately landing on the island to investigate. This ruin exuded an eerie atmosphere. Rushing in without first understanding the situation could lead to unknown dangers. Liam Hayes addressed his livestream audience in a slightly regretful tone. Guys, looks like I won't be able to get my hands on this treasure today. This place feels a bit off. I'll get ready and come back later to get to the bottom of it. He maneuvered the drone to slowly take off, preparing to leave these mysterious ruins. Although he hadn't obtained the Tiger Token, today's discovery had been shocking enough. The mere existence of this ancient ruin was enough to send the value of Wulong Island soaring to unimaginable heights once again. Although the viewers in the livestream felt a bit disappointed, they were mostly excited and full of anticipation. Come on, streamer. Just do it. Bring out an excavator and dig it open. Streamer, don't be impulsive. This place looks like it's no ordinary spot. Safety first. I'm already looking forward to your ancient tomb exploration series. Tomb of the Ancient Abyss. This cliffhanger is driving me crazy. Streamer, when are you going back to explore? I'll send you a rocket. Liam Hayes smiled but didn't reply. He piloted the Poseidon drone out of the mist-shrouded valley and began aerial filming elsewhere on the island, showcasing Wulong Island's breathtaking scenery to his viewers. As he flew over the coastline, the 10 Siren sub-drones automatically spread out to film him from different angles. Some skimmed just above the water's surface, capturing the majestic moment when waves crashed against the rocks. Others dove into the shallow waters, filming the colorful corals and schools of fish gliding leisurely by. Still others soared high into the sky, taking in the vast panorama where the sea and sky merged as one. The entire livestream looked like a top-tier nature documentary, with every frame so beautiful it could serve as wallpaper. The viewers gradually recovered from the shock of discovering the Tiger Token moments earlier and began to immerse themselves in this ultimate visual feast. It's so beautiful. This is what a real ocean view apartment looks like.
I'm crying.
Sitting in my 30-square-meter rental apartment and looking at the Streamer's private island life really sucks. Streamer, is your island still looking for a caretaker? No salary needed, just room and board. Don't even dream about it. The Streamer has a dolphin guard squad. Why would they need you? At the mention of dolphins, everyone's eyes instinctively scanned the area for Big White. There, in the crystal-clear waters of the U-shaped bay, DeBeo was floating comfortably on his back, belly up. His belly basked in the warm sunlight, and every now and then he slapped the water with his tail, looking utterly relaxed and at ease. He seemed completely undisturbed by the outside world, simply enjoying his own afternoon in peace. This harmonious and beautiful scene nearly melted the hearts of all the viewers. Aya, Dubai is so cute. This is exactly what a tough guy should be watching. Streamer, give us a close-up of Dubai. We want to see Dubai. Liam Hayes heard the viewers' cries and, smiling, aimed the sea god main drone-S camera at the pale pink figure in the bay. He slowly zoomed in, preparing to capture an adorable close-up of Dubai's face. But just then, Dubai, who had been lazily lying around, suddenly rolled over and jerked his head out of the water. His expressive eyes were no longer lazy. Instead, they sparkled with intense excitement and joy as he gazed straight toward the distant horizon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dubai let out a series of incredibly joyful squeaks, even tinged with a hint of playfulness. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of over 4 million viewers in the livestream, it suddenly arched its body, gathering all its strength. Whoosh! Like a white rocket bursting through the water's surface, it leaped out of the sea under the golden glow of the setting sun. Its body traced an incredibly graceful and beautiful parabolic arc through the air. Crystal clear droplets of water sprayed around it, bathed in the sunset's brilliant golden hue, resembling countless shards of diamond. Its body was so pure, its posture so graceful. In that moment, it didn't look like a dolphin. It looked like an ocean spirit descended to Earth. And Liam Hayes' Poseidon drone, worth tens of millions, triggered its built-in God-level AI snapshot feature in that very instant. Click. A soft sound. A photograph so perfect it took one's breath away. One destined to go down in the annals of photography was instantly captured. Liam Hayes stared at the photo automatically saved on his tablet, his breath catching in his throat. He knew that once this photo was released, it would cause a massive sensation. And just as he was reeling from the impact of the image, his personal phone, set aside nearby, suddenly vibrated. A push notification from the country's most authoritative news app popped up. The headline consisted of just a single line, yet it caused Liam Hayes' pupils to contract sharply. Breaking. Signals from a suspected sunken fleet, detected in the East China Sea, believed to be linked to the missing national treasure. Naval fleets from multiple countries are rushing to the area. The accompanying image was a satellite cloud map. On the image, the coordinates of a specific area of the sea marked with a red circle were crystal clear. Those coordinates pointed directly to Wulong Island. Chapter 023. Elf's Leap goes viral. A mysterious phone call. That news alert struck like a bolt of lightning, exploding in Liam Hayes' mind. A sunken fleet? The nation's treasure? Naval fleets from multiple countries rushing to the scene? And the coordinates point directly to Wulong Island. In an instant, countless clues began frantically intertwining and connecting in his mind. That mysterious ancient ruin, the bronze tiger token on the altar, and now this news story with its unambiguous direction. Liam Hayes' heart began to race. He had a vague sense that he was being swept into a massive storm beyond his wildest imagination. Wulong Island, the legacy his grandfather had left him, was far more than just a desolate island meant for a quiet retirement. Here lay a shocking secret powerful enough to shake the world. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew this was no time to panic. No matter what lay buried beneath these waters, this was his territory. On Wulong Island, he was the king. Liam Hayes issued a command in his mind. System, immediately scan the coordinates mentioned in the news report and expand the detection range to the maximum. Ding. Command received. The Sea God Drone-S ultra-wide area radar has been activated, performing an in-depth scan of the target waters. Scan range, 100 kilometers in all directions. Almost instantly, a massive 3D nautical chart model was rendered in Liam Hayes' VR field of view. Wulong Island was located at the center of the model. At the edges of the model, more than a dozen red light dots representing the symbols of Huaxia, the east, and even the stars and stripes were closing in on Wulong Island from all directions at breakneck speed. Those were precisely the multinational fleet mentioned in the news. Liam Hayes' gaze instantly turned as cold as iron. Think you can come and steal things from my turf? You'll have to ask me first if I agree. As he watched those menacing red dots, far from feeling fear, a surging, overwhelming fighting spirit welled up within him. At that very moment, He was completely unaware that the photo taken automatically by the Poseidon drone of Da by making a breathtaking leap against the setting sun had been automatically uploaded to a public cloud photo album for photography enthusiasts due to a minor bug in the background program. That photo was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. Within just a few minutes, it swept across the entire internet at a viral pace. At first, it caused a sensation only in a few niche photography forums. Oh my God! Who took this? The composition, the lighting, the timing. It's a masterpiece. Are you kidding me? How could there possibly be such a perfect photo in real life? The color of that dolphin is way too dreamy. To the person above, let me set the record straight. This is a Chinese white dolphin, the panda of the sea. The pinkish-white color is a hallmark of adulthood. But the quality and pose of this one are absolutely the best I've ever seen. Soon, the photo was spotted by editors at major media outlets, who quickly paired it with sensational headlines and pushed it across the entire internet. The ocean spirit's stunning leap. One photo healed the whole summer. Breathtakingly beautiful. Is this really a creature that exists on Earth? Photographer captures a stunning moment. Experts say this scene is a once-in-a-century occurrence. In the blink of an eye, this photo dominated Weibo's trending topics, Douyin's hot list, and the front pages of major news websites. The photo's comments section was instantly flooded with millions of messages from netizens. Hey, my heart is melting. What a divine little cutie. I declare this is the most beautiful photo I've seen all year bar none. Please share the location. I want to go see it. I sell everything I own just to catch a glimpse. So soothing it feels like all the fatigue and worries of the day have been washed away by this photo. The resourceful netizens immediately launched a human search. They analyzed and compared the island's outline, the angle of the light, and even the color of the seawater in the photo. Soon, someone zeroed in on Wulong Island, which had recently gone viral on TikTok. Wait a minute. That background doesn't it look just like the island owned by that Sea King streamer, Liam Hayes? That's right. It's Wulong Island. Look at the outline of that U-shaped bay, it's exactly the same. So, this magical dolphin is the streamer's big white? This discovery sent everyone into a frenzy. Countless netizens, like ants swarming to a nest, flooded into Liam Hayes' TikTok account in a tidal wave. Liam Hayes' leisurely island life. The account's follower count began skyrocketing at an unprecedented, almost terrifying pace. 5 million, 7 million, 9 million, 10 million. In just half an hour, Liam Hayes' follower count jumped from just over 4 million to surpass the 10 million mark, and the number continued to climb at a rate of thousands, even tens of thousands per second. He was no longer just an internet streamer. At that very moment, thanks to Dubai's sensational leap, he truly became a household name and a phenomenon on the internet. However, Liam Hayes, the man behind it all, was completely unaware of this. All his attention was focused on the massive 3D nautical chart displaying the movements of multinational fleets. He was pondering how to respond to this impending, unprecedented crisis. Just then, his private cell phone, used exclusively for communicating with the outside world, suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an encrypted, unknown number from Beijing. Liam Hayes furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came an aged voice, full of vigor, dignity, and power. The voice spoke neither too fast nor too slow, yet carried an unquestionable aura of someone who had long held a position of authority. Is this Liam Hayes, young Lin? Liam Hayes was taken aback. Only his grandfather would address him that way. Who is this? The elderly man on the other end did not answer his question but continued in a tone that brooked no argument. I know you're on Wulong Island right now, and I know you've been causing quite a stir lately. What your grandfather left you is far more than just an island. Now, follow my orders. Immediately activate Wulong Island's Shanghai mode and awaken the dragon vein core beneath the altar. Those foreign pests are already closing in on your doorstep. You must retrieve that object hidden within the sunken fleet before they do. The old man's voice suddenly grew incredibly grave. Remember, that object holds the key to the future of China. It must never fall into foreign hands. And you, Liam Hayes, your grandfather's grandson, are the only key to setting all this in motion. Chapter 024. Unexpected viral fame. Fan count breaks 20 million. Remember, you, Liam Hayes, are the only key to setting all this in motion. The aged yet authoritative voice on the other end of the line struck Liam Hayes' heart like a thunderclap of immense power. He stood in the sea breeze, clutching the phone that had already been hung up, motionless for a long time. Shanghai mode? The core of the dragon vein? The national treasure within the sunken fleet? A string of unfamiliar terms sent his heart, which had been floating on cloud 9 after earning tens of millions, plummeting to the depths in an instant. He jerked his head up and gazed out at the vast, surging ocean. The extraordinary vision granted by the body of the sea god made it seem as though he could see, beyond the horizon, the colossal steel beasts closing in from all directions. A sense of danger unlike anything he'd ever experienced loomed over him like dark clouds. Looks like my days of leisure are over. Liam Hayes gave a self-deprecating smile, but his gaze grew razor-sharp. Running away wasn't his style. Since his grandfather had left him this island, everything here was now up to him. Forget about some multinational fleet. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on it had better be prepared to have it chopped off. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The old man had said he was the key, but he hadn't mentioned where the lock was, nor how to unlock it. Acting rashly was definitely not the best course of action. The top priority was to first get a handle on the situation on his own island, especially that mysterious altar protected by an energy shield. As he pondered this, he subconsciously opened the brand new 10 million yuan live streaming control tablet. He had originally intended to check the back end of his account for any abnormalities. But the moment he opened the short video app, he froze in shock. His phone and tablet began vibrating frantically at an alarming rate, as if they'd been infected by a virus. At the top of the screen, countless red dots and message notifications cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly reaching 999 plus. Your follower count has surpassed 10 million. Your follower count has surpassed 12 million. Your follower count has surpassed 15 million. Your follower count has surpassed 20 million. System notifications popped up one after another at a frantic pace, causing the entire tablet screen to freeze up severely. 20 million followers? Liam Hayes' mouth hung open slightly, his face a picture of disbelief. He remembered it clearly just half an hour ago. His follower count had been stuck at just over 4 million. What had happened in the last half hour? Even a rocket couldn't go that fast. Fighting through the lag, he tapped open his profile page. There, the number in the followers column had already turned into a staggering 21.357 million. And it was still skyrocketing at a rate of tens of thousands per second. His latest video, that less than 10-minute clip of the Spirit Leap he'd just captured, had already racked up over 5 million likes, and the number of comments had surpassed 800,000. Liam Hayes clicked on the comments section and was instantly overwhelmed by the flood of posts. Tour group check-in. This is the photo. It healed all the sadness I felt this whole year. Holy crap. I finally found the source. So this epic photo was taken by the streamer. Following you. Streamer. You're a sensation. Do you realize you're all over the internet right now? 8 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are about you and this dolphin. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching videos. I told her I was worshipping the god of the ocean and his spirit messenger. Streamer, please. Just let us see Big White one more time. I'd trade 10 years of being single just to see it leap again. Liam Hayes stared blankly at these fervent comments, then switched back to Weibo for another look. Sure enough, the ocean spirit's stunning leap. The most beautiful dolphin in history. Searching for the legendary photographer Liam Hayes. Wulong Island. One by one, these keywords loomed high on the trending list, each followed by a purple-red viral label. He finally understood. His drone worth tens of millions had, without his knowledge, taken a random snapshot that had actually set the entire internet ablaze. Liam Hayes rubbed his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He'd originally planned to keep a low profile and develop his skills quietly, but it turned out the system and these netizens weren't going to give him that chance at all. However, on second thought, this didn't seem like such a bad thing. At this critical juncture, with a storm brewing, such massive public attention was, in itself, the most powerful shield. Any faction looking to pull a fast one on Wulong Island would have to weigh the pressure of over 20 million pairs of eyes watching his every move. All right then, since things have come to this, let us take it up a notch. A gleam of determination flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. He decided to go with the flow and use this wave of hype to cement his Sea King persona once and for all. Just as he was about to post a new update to interact with his fans, his gaze was drawn to several extremely jarring comments that had been pushed to the top of the comment section. A verified account with the username Dr. Fong S. Science Corner, commented in a condescending tone. Everyone, please calm down. Don't be fooled by appearances. I hold a PhD from Ocean University and have been engaged in marine biology research for 15 years. I can tell you with absolute certainty that this photo and all of the streamer's previous videos are 99% carefully scripted and enhanced with post-production CGI effects. First of all, while Chinese white dolphins are intelligent, they could never reach the level shown in the video where they can command their companions or even understand complex instructions. Second, wild grouper would never form such a massive school. Finally, and most ridiculously of all, manually dragging a catch weighing several metric tons? Is this a sci-fi movie? Anyone with even a basic understanding of physics wouldn't believe it. Countless comments in agreement immediately followed this post. I knew it. It looked way too fake. So it was CGI after all. These streamers will make up anything these days just to go viral. Are they treating us like fools? Unfollowing. I hate these attention-seeking scammers the most. Looking at these scathing comments, a cold smile slowly curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. He'd just become famous, and already the flies were swarming in, and a PhD at that? Fine, since you're asking for it. Then I'll grant your wish. Liam Hayes' gaze turned cold as he pressed a button on his tablet. His live stream went live again, without any warning. The title of the stream consisted of a single line of large, provocative text. Heard someone questioning my authenticity? See you in the live stream in 10 minutes. Chapter 025. Viewers accuse him of cheating? Liam Hayes fires back with fierce defiance. I hear someone accusing me of cheating? See you in the live stream in 10 minutes. When Liam Hayes' live stream went live without warning, displaying a title brimming with tension, the entire streaming platform felt as if a bombshell had been dropped. The more than 20 million new fans who had just flooded in because of the Spirit Leap, along with the onlookers who heard the buzz, surged in like a tidal wave the moment they received the live stream notification. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. Less than 30 seconds into the stream, the number of viewers surged past an unprecedented, staggering figure 8 million. And that number was still skyrocketing at a hair-raising pace. The entire screen was completely flooded with a dense sea of comments, causing the video to stutter and drop frames. Holy crap, the streameress going head-to-head. I love that attitude. Here it comes. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water let us witness a classic gotcha moment. Which blind fool dared to question my Sea King? Guys, post his ID, let us go after him. That Dr. Fong S. Science Corner guy, if you've got the guts. Come out and face off right now. Liam Hayes didn't appear on camera right away. He gave the audience 10 minutes to let things simmer. During those 10 minutes, public opinion was almost unanimously in Liam Hayes' favor. But soon, another force joined the fray. That account with the ID Dr. Fong S. Science Corner actually went live as well and directly called out Liam Hayes from his stream. A middle-aged man appeared on camera wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, looking refined and scholarly. Behind him were rows of shelves filled with various specimens and instruments, giving him the air of a true expert. Dr. Fong faced the camera and said with a serious expression, "Hello, everyone. I'm Frank Ford. I know my earlier remarks have upset many fans of Mr. Liam Hayes, but as a researcher, I have a duty to reveal the truth to the public and debunk pseudoscience. I reiterate my position. From a scientific perspective, the various miracles showcased by Mr. Liam Hayes in his live stream are completely unfounded. His so-called dolphin that understands human speech, his so-called school of grouper weighing tens of thousands of gene, and his superhuman strength, all of these are nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated spectacle staged by a high-tech CGI team, exploiting the information asymmetry that ordinary people face." His words rang out with conviction, and coupled with his status as an expert, they instantly swayed the opinions of many casual viewers. So that's how it is. I was wondering how anyone could possibly be that strong. The doctor makes a good point. We should stick with science. This Liam Hayes guy, could he really be a big fraud? Frank Ford watched the rapidly rising viewership in his live stream and the supportive comments flooding in, and a smug smile involuntarily spread across his lips. In reality, he wasn't a PhD from any marine university at all, just a small-time owner of a struggling aquarium who studied marine science for a few years. Envious of Liam Hayes' massive popularity, he come up with this scheme to ride the wave of attention, grab some headlines, and while he was at it, establish himself as a fraud-busting crusader. He was certain Liam Hayes wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with him. In his view, Liam Hayes' videos were riddled with flaws and simply didn't hold up to scrutiny. As long as Liam Hayes dared to respond, he could use a series of so-called scientific theories to trip him up. By then, win or lose, he'd be a sensation. Frank Ford faced the camera, adopting a righteous and impassioned demeanor. Mr. Liam Hayes, if you really aren't a fraud, I hope you can present concrete evidence that can't be explained away by special effects or a script to prove yourself. For example, do you dare, right now, in front of nearly 10 million viewers online, to recreate any of the miracles from your videos? For instance, go down into the deep sea and catch us one of those top-quality lobsters you keep talking about? No sooner had he finished speaking than the camera in Liam Hayes' livestream cut to a new shot. Liam Hayes' handsome yet slightly stern face finally appeared on screen. Behind him lay the boundless, crystal-clear blue ocean, as well as the stone mansion now partially renovated that blended rustic charm with modern design. He didn't even glance at Frank Ford's livestream, he simply spoke calmly into his own camera. His voice, amplified by recording equipment worth tens of millions, reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. Someone wants to watch me catch lobsters? A hint of contempt curled the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth. Sure. He slowly pulled the silvery white, cyberpunk-style VR headset from the equipment case behind him and slipped it onto his head. Then I'll give you all a real show. Whoosh. As soon as he put on the headset, the live stream's view instantly shifted. It was an unprecedented, utterly breathtaking first-person perspective. It was as if, in that moment, every viewer's soul had possessed Liam Hayes' body. They could feel the sea breeze brushing against their cheeks, hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, and smell the faint, salty brine in the air. Liam Hayes' voice, like that of an all-knowing, all-powerful deity, resonated in the minds of all the viewers. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey. What kind of surprises lie hidden in the depths of this ocean? He slowly raised his hand. The next second, 10 sea sirens sub-drones, resembling silver flying fish, soared skyward from the rooftop behind him. Immediately afterward, the sea god main drone resembling a deep-sea tiger shark emitted a low hum and hovered silently before him. 11 cutting-edge technological marvels representing the pinnacle of modern civilian technology circled around him like the most loyal knights. Through the viewfinder of his VR headset, Liam Hayes' gaze locked onto the distant horizon. Want proof? Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. Target: the waters ahead, 800 meters below the surface. No sooner had he spoken than the Poseidon drone shot like an arrow from a bow, plunging instantly into the deep blue sea without so much as a splash. 10 siren drones followed close behind, forming a perfect formation, and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. An unprecedented deep-sea livestream set to take the internet by storm had just begun. Meanwhile, in Frank Ford's livestream, watching Liam Hayes' opening sequence, which rivaled a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster, Frank Ford was completely dumbfounded. His mouth hung wide open, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were filled with disbelief and horror. What the hell is that equipment? Those special effects? How much must they have cost? Chapter 026. Live broadcast. The terror of the 800-meter depths. Target: waters ahead, 800 meters below the surface. As soon as Liam Hayes gave the order, the live stream feed was instantly engulfed by a deep, abyssal blue. It felt as though an invisible force had violently yanked the souls of every viewer into the icy depths of the ocean. The sea god drone plunged vertically at a terrifying speed. The surrounding seawater was pushed aside by its powerful propulsion, forming a series of white vortexes. 10 siren sub-drones circled around it. The massive searchlights on their heads lit up simultaneously, illuminating the surrounding waters for hundreds of meters as if it were broad daylight. The ultra-high-definition 8K resolution brought every detail of the deep sea into sharp focus before everyone's eyes. 100 meters. At a depth of 100 meters, the sunlight had grown extremely faint, and the seawater took on a deep, mysterious sapphire blue hue. Schools of sardines, like flowing silver silk, flashed past the camera. Several massive tuna, like underwater cruise missiles, raced after the schools of fish. That scene, brimming with primal vitality, drew the first wave of gasps from the live stream viewers. Holy crap, this is way too real. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Is this the deep sea? It's so beautiful and so terrifying. The streamer's gear is seriously unbeatable. With this image quality, not even National Geographic could capture this. 300 meters. At a depth of 300 meters, the area is plunged into complete darkness, a realm where sunlight cannot reach. The surroundings grow eerily quiet, broken only by the faint hum of the drone's propellers. Within the beam of the spotlight, bizarre-looking creatures begin to appear. A massive oarfish, its body, over 10 meters long and resembling a silvery ribbon, slowly glided past the camera, evoking a mythical sense of awe and foreboding. Several anglerfish, with sharp teeth and little lanterns on their heads, flickered in and out of view in the darkness, appearing both eerie and terrifying. Countless tiny creatures emitting a faint glow, like stars in the night sky, drifted through the dark seawater. Viewers in the live stream held their breath. Everyone was deeply captivated by this mysterious world brimming with the unknown and danger. Meanwhile, in Frank Ford's live stream, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Frank Ford stared intently at the almost magical deep-sea scene on the screen, a fine sheen of cold sweat already beading on his forehead. As a semi-professional, he knew better than anyone just how top-tier the equipment and technology required to capture footage of this caliber. This was definitely not something that could be easily achieved with what he called CG effects. Every creature's movement, every detail of light and shadow, was so realistic it sent a chill down his spine. Behind him, the tone of the live chat comments was also beginning to shift quietly. Is this really CGI? It doesn't look like it to me. If this is CGI, what kind of god-tier team must be behind Liam Hayes? Even Hollywood would have to bow down to him, right? Dr. Fong, do you still think this is fake? Frank Ford's face alternated between pale and ashen. He forced himself to stay calm and retorted defiantly. Don't be fooled, everyone. The more realistic it looks, the more it proves how advanced their special effects technology is. Deep-sea creatures have very complex behaviors. How could it be such a coincidence that he encountered so many rare species in such a short time? This must be pre-recorded footage. He's just stalling for time. 600 meters. At a depth of 600 meters, the water pressure had reached a terrifying level enough to crush steel. The hull of the Poseidon drone began to emit faint creaking sounds. A system alert sounded in Liam Hayes' mind. Alert. Current water pressure is 62 standard atmospheres, approaching the limit for conventional submersibles. Liam Hayes' expression, however, remained unchanged. This military-grade device, worth tens of millions, was far from reaching its limits. His focus was intense through his VR headset. His consciousness seemed to have fused with the Poseidon drone. Everything around him was presented to his senses through a 360-degree panoramic view with no blind spots. System. Activate the Poseidon's active sonar scan and lock onto high-value biological targets. Ding. Active sonar activated. Scanning the surrounding 5-kilometer waters. Buzz. An invisible sound wave radiated outward from the Poseidon, toward the dark depths in all directions. In the next second, a massive 3-dimensional nautical chart materialized in Liam Hayes' field of view. Countless light dots representing various marine creatures lit up on the chart. White represents common creatures. Green represents rare creatures. And right in the lower right corner of the map, amidst a rugged and complex network of undersea mountain ranges and canyons, a massive, dazzling light point radiating a brilliant purple glow suddenly lit up. That purple glow was even more intense than when the blood eel king was previously detected. Ding. Signals from a top-tier creature detected. Identifying target. Identification successful. Target. Mutant brocade lobster supergiant. Estimated length. Over 2 meters. Estimated weight. Over 50 kilograms. Warning. This creature inhabits the vicinity of deep-sea hydrothermal vents, with complex terrain, and exhibits extreme aggression and territorial behavior. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat as he saw the data provided by the system. Over 2 meters in length, weighing over 100 gene. Are you kidding me? The 4.5 gene show lobster he previously sold to Ryan King had already fetched a sky-high price of $800,000, hailed as the absolute cream of the crop. This one, what on earth is this? The king of lobsters? Or some ancient, supernatural lobster ancestor? This is the one. Liam Hayes' eyes blazed with unprecedented excitement. What better way to prove his critics wrong than to capture a legendary, ancestral lobster alive in front of over 10 million online viewers? Liam Hayes' voice echoed in the minds of all the viewers, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Attention! All units. Lock onto the target's location full speed ahead. The Sea Siren formation immediately shifted its formation. The lead drone, Sea God, charged ahead like a bolt of black lightning, hurtling toward the pitch-black undersea canyon. The excitement of the live stream viewers instantly reached a fever pitch. Here it comes. Here it comes. The main event is finally about to begin. A supergiant brocade lobster? Just how big is it? I'm already excited. Go, streamer. Give that Dr. Fong a good beating. The drones zipped at high speed through the complex undersea mountain ranges. The thrilling first-person perspective, comparable to the top-tier racing games, sent everyone's adrenaline soaring. Soon, they reached the target area. It was an eerie scene, as if from another planet. From fissures in the seafloor, billowing black smoke, actually super hot, mineral-rich seawater kept spewing out. Around these black smokers, strange white tube worms and pallid shellfish thrived. The entire environment exuded an aura of death and sulfur. And right at the very depths of this canyon, lined with black smokers, a massive cave suddenly came into view. At the cave's entrance lay countless skeletal remains and shattered exoskeletons of enormous, unidentified creatures. A fierce, domineering aura surged out from the pitch-black entrance. On the Sea God drone's sonar radar, that purple light was located at the very depths of this cave. Without a moment's hesitation, Liam Hayes maneuvered the drone and slowly flew into the bottomless cavern. The passageway inside the cave was narrow and winding, allowing only the Poseidon main drone to pass through. 10 Siren sub-drones had to remain at the entrance, tasked with providing surveillance and illumination. As the drone ventured deeper, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Just as the drone rounded a bend and the scene ahead suddenly opened up, everyone saw it. At the far end of that massive cavern, a colossal figure like an emperor was crouching upon a throne piled high with the skeletal remains of countless creatures. It was a lobster, a giant lobster so enormous it defied everyone's imagination, as if it had stepped straight out of a myth. Its body resembled a small car clad in heavy armor. Its entire body shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, as magnificent as brocaded silk. Its 2 antennae, thicker than an adult's thighs, swayed slowly in the water, exuding a majesty befitting a ruler of the world. A pair of obsidian-like eyes, illuminated by the searchlights, reflected a cold and savage glint. It seemed to have sensed the intruder. Slowly, it raised its 2 massive claws larger than millstones and covered in menacing barbs. In the live stream chat, a viewer typed this comment in a trembling voice. "Oh, my God!" The next second, the giant brocade lobster suddenly snapped open its mandibles. What emerged, however, was not a sound any living creature should produce. Instead, it was a shrill roar, filled with a metallic edge, as if it could tear through eardrums. Chapter 027. The giant lobster king emerges from the water. The entire internet is terrified. Roar! That piercing roar, filled with the sound of grinding metal, blasted unexpectedly through top-of-the-line recording equipment, exploding in the ears of over 10 million viewers in the live stream. Countless viewers watching the live stream with headphones felt a stinging pain in their eardrums. Their brains buzzed, and their minds went completely blank in an instant. Holy shit! My ears! I'm going deaf! Is that really a lobster-esque scream? That S clearly a Gundam-esque startup sound. That S terrifying. This thing is definitely possessed. Streamer, run. This isn't a creature from our dimension at all. Mom, I'm never eating crayfish again. The live stream was instantly flooded with a deluge of terrified comments. At that moment, everyone's worldview was shattered into pieces by the sight of this colossal beast, one that existed only in myths and legends. Meanwhile, deep within that pitch-black underwater cavern, battle was about to erupt. After letting out a roar, the colossal brocade lobster king leaped violently from its skeletal throne. Though its massive body was as large as a small car, it displayed astonishing speed and agility in the water, completely at odds with its size. Like a heavy tank launching at full throttle, it churned up turbulent undercurrents as it charged headlong toward the Poseidon drone. Its 2 millstone-sized claws, one on the left, one on the right, swept toward the drone like a pair of giant hydraulic shears, closing in with devastating force. The gale force wind it generated caused the drone's camera to shake violently. Liam Hayes' eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Bring it on! His focus was razor-sharp, and his brain's reaction speed was pushed to the absolute limit in that moment. Just as those two giant claws were about to clamp down on the drone, Liam Hayes maneuvered the Poseidon drone into an unbelievable maneuver, a sideways barrel roll right on the spot. At an extreme angle, the drone skimmed past the edge of those menacing giant claws, narrowly avoiding them. Even the drone's high-definition camera clearly captured the tiny water vortices created as the sharp barbs on the claws swept past. This mind-blowing maneuver left the live stream viewers dazzled and on the edge of their seats. Holy crap, what a move! Not even a mech pilot could pull that off. The streamer isn't the Sea King. He is an ace pilot. So thrilling. More exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster I've ever seen. After missing its target, the king lobster seemed to be thoroughly enraged. Its massive body arched violently, and its huge, carapace-covered tail like a giant axe meant to split mountains swept viciously toward the drone. If that blow landed squarely, it would smash a huge dent even into a military submarine. Liam Hayes' eyes narrowed. He knew that in this narrow cave, simply dodging wasn't a viable strategy. He had to find a way to restrict its movement. Liam Hayes gave the order.
Sirène formation.
Execute spider web. The 10 siren sub-drones stationed outside the cave sprang into action instantly. The hatch covers on the undersides of 5 of them opened, each firing a special alloy cable that glinted with a metallic sheen. The other end of each cable was attached to a large net woven from ultra-strong nanomaterials. The other 5 drones charged into the cave from different angles. Instead of attacking the Lobster King, they cranked their searchlights to maximum power, blinding the Lobster King with a dazzling glare and disrupting its vision. Dazzled by the sudden, intense light, the Lobster King grew agitated, and its movements momentarily faltered. Now is the time. Liam Hayes seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, maneuvering the Poseidon drone to pull sharply upward, dodging that deadly sweep. At the same time, the 5 siren drones, dragging the nano spiderweb, had already raced to the cave entrance like lightning. Whoosh! The massive nano spiderweb, like a sky-to-ground net, instantly and completely sealed off the entire entrance. The Lobster King, whose attack had just missed and who was preparing to burst out of the cave in pursuit, slammed head-on into the seemingly unremarkable web. Boom! A deep, muffled roar echoed through the deep sea. The nano spider web bulged outward violently from the impact, stretched taut like a fully drawn bow. But to everyone's surprise, it didn't break. That unimaginable toughness managed to withstand the Lobster King's terrifying impact. With its path blocked, the Lobster King flew into a complete rage. It wildly swung its massive claws, tearing at the nano spider web. Scrape, scrape. The teeth-grinding sound of metal grinding against metal rang out continuously. To everyone's surprise, its massive claws were actually leaving white scratches on the resilient nano spiderweb. But it would take time to tear it completely apart. And that was exactly the time Liam Hayes needed. Poseidon. Switch to capture mode. From the underside of the Poseidon main drone, a massive mechanical claw shot out. The claw's design exuded industrial elegance, covered in hydraulic lines and powerful electromagnetic suction cups. Liam Hayes maneuvered the drone around to the back of the Lobster King, which was furiously attacking the spiderweb. Aiming at its thick, armor-like carapace, he slammed the claw down with all his might. Crack! The mechanical claw locked precisely onto the strongest part of the Lobster King's carapace. The powerful electromagnetic suction cups activated instantly. A tremendous suction force bound the drone and the Lobster King together tightly. Roar! In pain, the Lobster King let out an even more furious roar. It spun around violently, trying to strike the drone on its back with its giant claws. But no matter how long its claws were, they couldn't reach its own back. It began rolling frantically around the cave, slamming into the rock walls in an attempt to shake the drone off. Boom! Boom! The entire underwater cave shook violently, and countless rocks rained down from the ceiling. The scene resembled the end of the world. The 5 sea siren drones in the air were also being tossed about by the Lobster King's immense strength, their formation teetering on the brink of collapse. Liam Hayes' eyes burned with madness and determination. Think you can shake me off? Not so fast. He let out a furious roar. All propulsion engines, push power to 200% overload. Take off, now. At that very moment, all the engines of the Poseidon drone and the 10 sea siren drones simultaneously unleashed their maximum power. Whoosh! A blue burst of energy erupted from the thrusters. A miracle occurred. The giant brocade lobster king, weighing over 100 gene and thrashing wildly along with the nano spiderweb sealing the cave entrance, was actually dragged out by force from the lair it had occupied for who knows how many years by a terrifying, irresistible power. The scene was as if a deity were carrying out a breathtaking, Titan capture operation in the deep sea. Liam Hayes didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered the team to return. Fall back. Ascend. 11 drones worked in unison, hauling the deep-sea behemoth trapped by both the spiderweb and the robotic arms toward the ocean's surface at a depth of 800 meters at top speed. The more than 20 million viewers watching the livestream had fallen completely silent. Their minds were unable to process the scene before them, one that transcended the limits of human imagination. Everyone simply stared blankly at the screen. They watched as the vibrantly colored colossus, in the profound darkness, was drawn toward the light by an invisible force. On the ocean's surface, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Liam Hayes stood on the pier of Wulong Island, waiting quietly. Suddenly, crash! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The calm sea surface exploded in an instant, sending a towering wave over 10 meters high crashing upward, under the horrified gazes of over 20 million online viewers, as well as Ryan King and others who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. That giant, legendary, brocade lobster king, over 2 meters long and as colorful and dreamlike as a fantasy, was pulled out of the water by the combined force of 11 drones. The early morning sunlight bathed its wet, brocade-like shell, reflecting billions of dazzling rays of light. Sacred, majestic, and domineering. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire world fell silent. Meanwhile, in Frank Ford's livestream, where he had been left completely dumbfounded, the glass of water in his hand clattered to the floor with a clink, shattering into pieces. Staring at the colossal deep-sea beast on the screen, which looked undeniably real from every angle, his lips trembled, and his face turned ashen. No, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 028. A big spender appears. This is the ultimate live stream tip. The moment that gigantic brocade lobster king burst through the water, the entire internet fell into a half-minute of dead silence. Everyone in front of a screen, whether the over 20 million viewers watching the live stream, passers-by drawn in by pop-up news alerts, or even streamers broadcasting on other platforms, stopped whatever they were doing. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on that scene, as if a myth had come to life. Half a minute later, it was like a volcanic eruption. In Liam Hayes' livestream, the number of comments and the refresh rate instantly reached an unprecedented peak, enough to crash any server. A god! I saw a god today. I fucking saw a god. This isn't a lobster. It's a dragon. It's a real dragon swimming out of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone. I told her I was paying homage to a divine miracle. Where's Dr. Fong? Come out here. Can your CG effects even pull something like this off? Does that sting a little? I hereby declare that, starting today, Liam Hayes is my one and only faith, the god of the sea. This is the true god of the sea descended to earth. Countless praises, exclamations of awe, and expressions of worship swept in like a tsunami. Meanwhile, those accounts that had previously been following Frank Ford around like shadows, frantically stirring up trouble and questioning Liam Hayes, now seemed to have vanished into thin air, no longer daring to make a single sound. As for the instigator, Frank Ford, in his livestream, the comment feed was completely flooded with messages like, "You've been proven wrong, scammer," and "apologize." Frank Ford slumped in his chair, his face ashen, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself over and over,
Impossible.
"This can't be." He knew he was finished. Not only had he failed to ride the wave of popularity this time, but he also nailed himself to the internet's pillar of shame. He would become an eternal laughingstock, a source of ridicule for all time. Meanwhile, at the dock on Wulong Island, Liam Hayes controlled 11 drones, gently lowering the Lobster King, which was still struggling futilely in midair, onto a massive concrete pad that had been cleared specifically for this purpose. Boom! A thunderous crash sent a tremor through the entire pier. Up close, the visual impact of this colossal beast was even more terrifying. Its iridescent shell shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a masterpiece of art. Its 2 antennae, thicker than telephone poles, produced a howling wind with every swing. The fierce aura of a top predator radiating from its body sent a chill down the spines of Ryan King and the others standing dozens of meters away, making their legs go weak. Ryan King's voice was trembling. He looked at the colossal beast, then glanced at Liam Hayes standing calmly beside him. His eyes filled with nothing but boundless awe and fervor. Mr. Hayes. This isn't just food anymore. This is an auspicious sign. An auspicious sign for our East China Sea. He was so overcome with emotion that his words came out incoherently. He knew that today he had witnessed history. A miracle of the ocean, one worthy of being recorded in the annals of human history. Liam Hayes smiled but said nothing. Turning to the live stream camera, he spoke in a casual tone. Guys, you've seen the evidence. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. With that, he held up a single finger toward the Lobster King. All right, big guy, stop struggling. On my turf, you play by my rules. No sooner had he finished speaking than something miraculous happened. The Lobster King, which had been thrashing wildly just moments before, actually began to slowly, very slowly calm down upon hearing Liam Hayes' voice. Its cold, savage eyes fixed on Liam Hayes, and a hint of human-like fear flashed across them. This scene once again left the viewers in the live stream speechless. Holy crap, did it understand? Can this Lobster King really understand what the streamer is saying? His words become law. Is this the power of the sea god? Streamer? And you said you weren't a reincarnated deity? Liam Hayes nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the affinity with the sea god's skill held absolute dominance over any marine creature. He was just about to chat with the viewers for a few more minutes before ending the stream and taking a break. But just then, a sudden, unexpected turn of events. A blindingly bright golden light suddenly lit up the live stream screen. Dragon soaring across the seas has gifted Divine Dragon Descends X1 to the Liam Hayes Leisurely Island Life livestream. Dragon soaring across the seas has gifted Divine Dragon Descends X10 to the Liam Hayes Leisurely Island Life livestream. Dragon soaring across the seas has gifted Descent of the Divine Dragon X100 to the Liam Hayes Leisurely Island Life livestream. One after another, golden banners with dazzling special effects began flooding the screen at a frantic pace, completely taking over the display. Descent of the Divine Dragon. This is Douyin's top-tier virtual gift, worth 100,000 renminbi each. Normally, seeing even just one is enough to cause a sensation across the entire platform. But right now, this mysterious big spender with the ID dragon soaring across the seas is giving them away in batches, as if they were wholesale cabbages. 10, 100, 500, 1,000. In less than a minute, he had already sent out 1,000 Divine Dragon Descends. Total value, 100 million. 100 million. The entire livestream, every single viewer, including Liam Hayes himself, was left speechless. Can you even wrap your head around this? It's as if, in the span of a single minute, he'd taken a luxury mansion in the prime downtown area and smashed it right into the livestream. This wasn't just tipping anymore. This was burning money. It was using money to set the entire internet ablaze. He's crazy. Completely out of his mind. Am I watching a live stream today? Or a super rich guy squandering his fortune? 100 million in 1 minute. Is this something a human being would do? Not even Jack Ma has ever spent money like this. Dragon soaring across the 4 seas? Who is this? What kind of god is this? I looked it up. This account was just registered today. A brand new level 1 account. And it dropped 100 million right off the bat. The entire platform's system triggered overload alerts due to this overwhelming data flow. Every programmer at Douyin headquarters was urgently roused from sleep to stabilize the servers. And just as everyone was reeling from this astronomical 100 million tip, that mysterious big spender with the ID dragon soaring across the seas sent out another full-screen, incredibly domineering golden comment. The comment consisted of just a single line, yet it sent another tidal wave crashing through the livestream, which had only just calmed down. Kid, name your price for this lobster. As long as you dare to name a price, I dare to buy it. Chapter 029. The top donor's domineering declaration. 100 million is just the starting price. Kid, name your price for that lobster. As long as you dare to name a price, I dare to buy it. That supremely domineering golden comment, like an imperial edict, hung high at the top of the livestream. Every character shimmered with the glow of money, searing everyone's eyes. 100 million in tips in just 1 minute. This wasn't just a big spender anymore. This was the god of wealth walking among mortals. The over 20 million viewers in the live stream, after enduring a half-minute-long lag, went completely wild. Holy shit, now that's a true big spender. Compared to this big shot, the previous Mr. Wong was practically a kid. Dragon soaring across the four seas? That name alone sounds so domineering. This must be the heir apparent of some reclusive family out here experiencing life. Host, don't just stand there. He's asking you to name your price. You've got to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Name a price? How? This king of lobsters is an auspicious sign. A divine treasure. How can it be measured in money? In my opinion, the streamer should stand his ground and say he won to sell it. Not sell it? Are you crazy? That's a 100 million tip. The buyer has shown nothing but sincerity. What more do you want? The chat instantly split into two camps. One side argued for selling it and raking in a huge profit. The other side argued against selling it to preserve the sea goddess' prestige. Back at the dock, even Ryan King, who was used to big scenes, was stunned. He stared blankly at the words, "Divine Dragon Descends," flooding his phone screen, feeling his worldview shaken like never before. Just moments ago, he'd been gloating over snagging that batch of grouper for 30 million. But now, someone was tipping 100 million in a single minute without even batting an eye. Was this the gap between a top-tier tycoon and a god-tier big spender? The gap was so vast it left him feeling utterly hopeless. Ryan King's voice was hoarse, and his gaze toward Liam Hayes was filled with complex emotions. Mr. Hayes. He knew that, from this day forward, Liam Hayes was no longer a younger brother he could easily befriend. He had soared to new heights, stepping into a higher echelon that Ryan could only look up to. Liam Hayes stood in the sea breeze on the pier, his expression unusually calm. He glanced at the stream of golden comments, then looked down at the giant lobster king at his feet, which had now fallen completely silent. Deep down, he was far from as unruffled as he appeared on the surface. To say he wasn't tempted by a 100 million tip would be a lie. But he knew all too well that the other party had thrown down that 100 million for reasons far more complex than simply buying a lobster. This was a test, a display of wealth, and above all, a declaration. A declaration of a power one he couldn't yet comprehend that transcended money. Who exactly was this dragon soaring across the four seas? Friend or foe? What was the true purpose behind buying this king lobster? Liam Hayes was racing through the possibilities in his mind. He knew that every decision he made today would be broadcast to the entire world through this small livestream. He couldn't show any weakness, and he certainly couldn't let himself be blinded by money. What he had to do was ride the momentum created by this ultra-wealthy viewer to permanently cement the value of himself and Dragon's Lair Island at an unattainable peak in everyone's minds. At this thought, a confident yet slightly mischievous smile slowly curled at the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth. He didn't answer dragon soaring across the four seas directly, but instead addressed the more than 20 million viewers in the livestream in a loud, clear voice. Guys, I know you're all really excited right now. Some of you think I should sell it, while others think I shouldn't. Actually, in my view, this lobster king is no longer just a lobster. As Liam Hayes spoke, he slowly crouched down. He reached out and gently stroked the giant creature's shell, which was as hard as steel. Far from attacking, the lobster king meekly wiggled its antennae, as if responding to him. It is the spirit of Dragon's Lair Island, a gift from the sea. To measure its value in money would be an insult to it. So, Liam Hayes paused, keeping everyone on the edge of their seats. The viewers in the livestream had their hearts in their throats. Was the streamer about to turn him down? Was he going to reject a super-rich donor who tipped 100 million right in front of over 20 million people? That's way too bold. Just as everyone thought Liam Hayes was about to say, "I'm not selling," he changed the subject and broke into a radiant smile. So, its price must, of course, match its status. If you want to buy it, you can. But not just anyone is qualified to buy it. After saying this, he slowly stood up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the screen, fixing directly on the mysterious dragon soaring across the seas. His voice was calm and clear, yet carried an unquestionable air of authority that echoed throughout the entire livestream. I won't sell this king lobster by weight, nor by the piece. I'm selling it solely as a good omen, a symbol of good fortune. Its price is the same as the gift the top donor just sent. 100 million. When Liam Hayes announced that price, the entire livestream fell into deathly silence once again. 100 million. One lobster for 100 million. This wasn't he just asking for the moon, it was asking for the stars. Yes, crazy. This streamer has completely lost his mind. He actually dared to name that price. Ryan King stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He thought he must have heard wrong. 100 million. That's cash. Even at the top auctions in the country, how many heirloom antiques or calligraphy and paintings could fetch such an astronomical price? Liam Hayes was actually using that figure to price a single lobster? Even Liam Hayes' most die-hard fans were now wondering if their streamer had lost his mind. This price was way out of line. What if the buyer thought he was being played and just walked away? That would be a total disaster. In Frank Ford's livestream, the haters who just been scared speechless seemed to have found a lifeline and instantly sprang back to life. Ha ha ha. I knew this streamer was a scam artist. He can't keep up the act anymore now, he's just making up ridiculous prices. 100 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Does he really think big spenders are idiots? I can't wait to see the top donor get angry and walk out. Let us see how this con artist wraps things up. However, just as everyone thought Liam Hayes had blown it, the account with the ID dragon soaring across the seas responded almost the very second Liam Hayes finished speaking. No anger, no septicis, no agling. Just a golden comment, even more domineering and concise than before. 100 million? Deal. Send me your account info. Transfer it now. Boom. If the 100 million tip from moments ago was a depth charge, then this casual sure was a nuclear weapon detonating in the atmosphere. At that moment, the entire internet fell completely silent. Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't comprehend, let alone imagine what kind of person could say 100 million as casually as if it were 1 yuan. At that very moment, Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never for a second did he expect the other party to show even the slightest hesitation. Who on earth was this guy? Before Liam Hayes could even recover from his shock, a second golden comment from Dragon Soaring Across the Seas followed immediately. Money isn't an issue. But as for the item, I demand perfection. I want it alive, with every single whisker intact. For transportation, I'll have SF Express's top-tier special security team deploy their Deep Sea No. 1 refrigerated charter flight to monitor the entire process. All you have to do is hand it over to them. Any problems with that? Chapter 030. SF Express's special security team deploys. This is national treasure level treatment. Any problems with that? Those three cold, oppressive words were clearly conveyed to everyone's eyes through the live chat. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream suddenly realized this mysterious top donor wasn't just rich. He possessed a level of influence and power that ordinary people couldn't even begin to imagine. SF Express's special security team? The Deep Sea No. 1 refrigerated charter flight? Holy crap. I think I heard a friend who works at SF Express mention this before. Special security is their most mysterious and highest level internal department, specifically responsible for escorting national treasures or transporting some shady stuff for top-tier bigwigs. A dedicated cold chain aircraft. Not a refrigerated truck, a refrigerated plane. They're actually mobilizing an entire plane just to transport a single lobster. Deep Sea No. 1? Just hearing that name tells you it's no ordinary thing. What kind of treatment is this? I'm blown away. I always thought the joys of the wealthy were beyond our imagination. Now I realize we don't even have the right to imagine them. The live stream's chat had completely derailed. Everyone's focus had shifted from the astronomical price tag of 100 million to the terrifying power, just the tip of the iceberg displayed by this ultra-wealthy individual. Being able to mobilize resources of this caliber, his identity was practically screaming out. This was definitely not just an ordinary tycoon, not even an ordinary person of power and influence. This was one of that select few who truly stood at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. Back at the dock, Ryan King's face went pale in an instant the moment he heard the words SF Special Security and Deep Sea No. 1. As the leader of Donghai City's restaurant industry, he knew better than anyone the power behind those two terms. Once, when he wanted to airlift a shipment of top-grade bluefin tuna from overseas, he offered a hefty sum to hire the special security team, only to be rejected outright without even a meeting. The reason? His cargo wasn't high enough grade. And now, this mysterious dragon soaring across the seas could mobilize their private jet with a single phone call. What terrifying influence that was. Mr. Hayes. Ryan King swallowed hard. His gaze toward Liam Hayes filled with nothing but awe. This man, you absolutely must not cross him. Liam Hayes took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within. He was now 100% certain that this dragon soaring across the seas was definitely connected to the elderly man from Beijing who had called him on the encrypted line yesterday. They were both part of the same inner circle. Their purchase of this king lobster was certainly not just for consumption. There must be a deeper purpose hidden behind it. System, do you have any information on this SF Express Deep Sea number 1? Liam Hayes asked silently in his mind. Ding. Retrieving data. Retrieval complete. Deep Sea number 1. A super-large special-purpose transport aircraft secretly developed by SF Express Group in collaboration with military-industrial entities. It can simulate ultra-high water pressure and extremely low-temperature environments below 10,000 meters within its cargo hold, and is used to transport special deep-sea specimens and live organisms. This equipment is classified as a national-level strategic resource and is not available to the public. Currently, there is only one such aircraft in the world. A national-level strategic resource. Liam Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted. To transport a single lobster, they're directly deploying a behemoth of this caliber? This isn't just about appearances, it's a show of force directed at him, or rather, at certain factions watching this live stream. Quite interesting. Liam Hayes' lips curled slightly upward, and his fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. Since you want to play, I'll play along until the very end. He responded loudly, facing the live stream camera. No problem. But let us get one thing straight from the start. Until it's handed over to your people, I'm solely responsible for its safety. Once the handover is complete, even if a single hair falls out, it's none of my business. Also, Douyin officials should have my bank account information. Just have them transfer the money directly to my account. Liam Hayes spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, his words ringing out with conviction. He not only made his stance clear but also exuded immense confidence. I don't care what kind of god you are, once you're on my turf, you play by my rules. Great. Straight to the point. The golden comment stream, dragon soaring across the 4 seas, lit up once more. I love that attitude, you've got the same spirit as your grandfather back in the day. Just wait. The plane arrives in half an hour. After sending that message, the gleaming golden avatar went dark. It was as if the billion-strong storm that had just swept across the entire internet had been nothing more than a pebble he casually tossed aside. You've got the same spirit your grandfather had back in the day. Liam Hayes mulled over those words, his doubts growing deeper. This mysterious person really did know his grandfather. Who exactly was his grandfather back then? And what secrets did this island which his grandfather had left him truly hold? Just as Liam Hayes was lost in thought, his phone beeped, signaling a new text message. He tapped to open it, and even though he braced himself, his heart still gave a sharp jolt. Your savings account ending in XXXX received 100 million yuan on XXXX. Current balance, 141 million.52 yuan. 100 million. Not a single FNAF, credited instantly. Staring at the dizzying string of zeros, Liam Hayes took a deep breath. He knew that from this moment on, he had been completely swept into a massive vortex from which there was no turning back. And the only thing he could do was keep getting stronger, strong enough to take control of his own destiny. Half an hour later, a massive, thunderous rumble echoed across the skies above Wulong Island. A massive transport aircraft entirely black, with a sci-fi design, and a wingspan exceeding 100 meters tore through the clouds and slowly came into view. Its fuselage bore a silver SF Express logo, as well as a more striking, mysterious emblem composed of a dragon-shaped totem and deep blue waves, special security. The aircraft hovered above the newly constructed helipad on Wulong Island. The massive cargo door slowly opened. A giant, silvery white life support pod several times larger than the Lobster King they encountered earlier, and radiating a metallic sheen, was suspended by several thick robotic arms as it slowly descended to the ground. Immediately afterward, 8 Tay and team members clad in black custom-made combat uniforms, wearing sunglasses, and exuding an icy demeanor rappelled down from the cabin. They landed without a sound. Their movements precise and synchronized, each radiated a ruthless, bloodthirsty aura that could only be forged amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The team leader strode quickly toward Liam Hayes, removed his sunglasses, revealing a face as chiseled and resolute as if carved by an axe. He saluted Liam Hayes with a standard military salute. "Hello, Mr. Lin. SF Special Security Team, Here on orders to take custody of the cargo. This is the Deep Sea Life Support Pod Type 9, codenamed Dragon Palace. It can perfectly guarantee the target's absolute safety during transport. Please give your instructions. We're ready to begin the handover at any time. Watching this spectacle worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster, the more than 20 million viewers in the livestream had completely lost for words. They could only repeat "holy shit" over and over again to express their limited vocabulary. Liam Hayes' gaze swept over the life support pod codenamed Dragon Palace. Rather than a life support pod, it resembled a mobile undersea temple. The pod was crafted from an unknown alloy, its surface covered with intricate piping and instrument panels, exuding a futuristic, high-tech vibe. Through the transparent observation window, one could even see that it was already filled with a deep blue special liquid, simulating the deep-sea environment. Professional. Liam Hayes offered a sincere compliment. He nodded and addressed the captain. We can begin. But before we pack it up, I need to give it a checkup myself. With that, ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd, Liam Hayes leaped onto the concrete pier and walked up to the giant Lobster King. He took out his smart temperature-controlled preservation bucket and scooped out a large bucket of spirit spring water, which was emitting a misty vapor. Then, in full view of everyone, he poured the entire bucket of spirit spring water over the Lobster King from head to toe. SSSSH. The instant it was doused with the spirit spring water, the Lobster King let out a soft moan of sheer bliss. Its multicolored shell, which had grown slightly dull after leaving the deep sea, instantly burst into brilliant radiance, its hues several times more vivid than when it was in the depths. Its entire body radiated a vibrant aura of life. What is this? The well-traveled Captain Tay&'s pupils contracted sharply at the sight. He could sense that, after being doused with that bucket of water, the Lobster King's condition had surged to an unprecedented peak. What kind of water was that kid using? Just as everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene, in Liam Hayes' mind, the alarm from the sea god drone suddenly sounded without warning. Ding! Warning! A massive puddle covering over 50,000 square meters has formed at the southwest corner of Wulong Island after the tide receded. Preliminary scans reveal a large number of high-density, high-value biological signals within the puddle. System determination. This water pool is a once-in-a-millennium, top-tier treasure pool. The total value of the treasures inside may far exceed that of the king lobster you just sold. Chapter 031. A startling discovery as the tide recedes on the island. A once-in-a-millennium treasure pit. The total value of the treasures inside may far exceed that of the Lobster King you just sold. The system's alert sounded like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Liam Hayes' mind. A value far exceeding 100 million? Liam Hayes' heart lurched, and his breath caught in his throat. He forced himself to suppress his inner elation and shock, maintaining a composed expression as he completed the handover with SF Express's special security team. He watched as the massive black transport plane, carrying the life support pod codenamed Dragon Palace, roared off into the horizon. Back at the dock, Ryan King and the others were still reeling from the shock of the billion-yuan deal, unable to snap out of it for quite some time. Meanwhile, Liam Hayes couldn't wait to turn around and stride quickly toward the old house. Ryan King hurried to follow him. Mr. Hayes, where are you going? Liam Hayes replied without looking back. Nothing much. The tide's gone out on the island, so I'm just going for a casual stroll to see if there's anything worth picking up. A casual stroll? Ryan King's lips twitched. He'd already developed a serious psychological aversion to the word casual coming from Liam Hayes. The last time he went for a casual stroll, he discovered the Eel King, worth tens of millions. And this time, the live-streamed lobster catch had netted him 200 million outright. And now another casual stroll. Ryan King didn't dare to think about it. He felt his heart might not be able to handle the thrill. A daring restaurant owner asked, his face full of anticipation. Mr. Hayes, could we come along and take a look? We'll just watch from a distance. We promise not to disturb you at all. They'd all been watching Liam Hayes' livestream just a moment ago. Now that they had the chance to witness the sea god foraging by the sea with their own eyes, who would want to miss it? Liam Hayes thought for a moment, then nodded. After all, his target this time was just a massive puddle. He wasn't worried about them seeing anything. It would be perfect to have them as a live audience so no one would accuse him of hiring actors later. All right, follow me. But let us be clear, you can only watch, no touching. Everything in that puddle is mine. The crowd was overjoyed and hurried to follow Liam Hayes. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Ryan King even pulled out his phone right away, ready to stream a first-person view, live broadcast for his friends who hadn't made it to the island. Liam Hayes wasted no time and immediately restarted his live stream. He changed the stream's title to "Just Made 200 Million. The Sea God Takes You to His Backyard to Pick Up Some Pocket Money." This title, dripping with Versailles flair, instantly drew back countless viewers who had just left. Within just a few minutes, the stream's viewership once again surpassed the 10 million mark. Holy crap, the streamer's back online. He's not giving us a chance to sleep. Pick up some pocket money? Like I do believe that. Do you count your pocket money in hundreds of millions? The Sea God's backyard? Let us go, let us go. Hurry up and take us there to see what kind of treasures grow in a goddess backyard. Liam Hayes put on his VR headset, and 11 drones took to the sky once more. The Sea God lead drone took the lead, flying toward the southwest corner marked by the system. The live stream instantly switched to a magnificent aerial view. As the drones flew, an unprecedented and wondrous sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. Due to the massive low tide, the coastline at the southwest corner of Wulong Island had extended outward by a full kilometer. Vast swaths of reefs and tidal flats that had previously been submerged were now exposed. And right in the center of that vast tidal flat, a sinkhole so enormous it took one's breath away loomed before them. That water pit was simply enormous. Viewed from above, it looked like a massive scar left by a meteorite crashing into the earth. It covered an area as large as 7 or 8 soccer fields, with an extremely irregular shape and jagged black reefs lining its edges. The seawater inside the pit glowed a bottomless, inky green under the sunlight, sending a chill down one's spine just looking at it. Holy crap, is this a puddle? This is a fucking inland lake. It's way too big. How deep could it possibly be? Could Godzilla be hiding in there? Are you sure you're going to go tide pooling there, host? That looks way too dangerous. Look at the water's surface. It's moving. There's something in there. Lots of things. Eagle-eyed viewers had already noticed that on the seemingly calm, dark green surface, huge waves and whirlpools were surging up from time to time. Occasionally, huge, unidentifiable black shadows could be seen flashing by beneath the water. A primal, untamed energy washed over them, even through the screen. Ryan King and the others who had followed Liam Hayes to the scene were left speechless by the spectacular sight before them. Standing at the edge of the pool, they felt as though they were perched on the edge of a giant beast's mouth, as tiny as ants. Ryan King's voice was trembling. Mr. Hayes, this inside here, based on his years of experience, with terrain like this and water this color, the inside was undoubtedly a den of danger. The creatures bred here were, without exception, the very best of the best. Liam Hayes' eyes also sparkled with excitement. Through the sea goddess sonar scan, he had already spotted countless tiny lights at the bottom of the pool, densely packed and sparkling like stars. White, green, and even a few extremely rare blue lights were mixed in among them. Precious seafood. And not just one. Liam Hayes was overjoyed. Wow. This isn't just a treasure trove, it's like I've raided Derek King's personal vault. But problems arose immediately. The waterhole was too large and the water was too deep. The deepest point was likely over 10 meters, and the underwater terrain was complex with strong undercurrents. Trying to wade in and gather them by hand like a typical beachcomber was simply out of the question. The viewers in the live stream also spotted the problem. A pit this big, how are we supposed to handle this? We can't exactly jump in, can we? If only we had a massive fishing net one cast, and we haul it all in. A fishing net 1T work the bottom full of reefs. It'll get snagged 100% for sure. Just as everyone was debating and at a loss, Liam Hayes smiled. He opened that familiar interface that drives all viewers wild, the system store. Among the countless dazzling high-tech gadgets, his gaze locked onto a clunky, massive, black piece of equipment brimming with industrial brute force aesthetics. Titan-class ultra-high-power submersible pump. Description: military-grade engineering equipment, nuclear-powered, capable of pumping 100,000 cubic meters of water per hour. Equipped with an extra-long, high-strength composite water hose that can handle any complex terrain. Friendly reminder: pumping water is fun for a while, keep pumping, and the fun never ends. Price: 2,000 points, 2 million yuan. 2 million? I'll take it. Liam Hayes pressed the buy button without hesitation. For someone like him, now worth over 100 million, 2 million was a drop in the bucket. What he wanted was exactly this kind of thrill, the simplest, most brutal, and most extreme kind of thrill bought with money. Liam Hayes flashed a devilish smile at the camera. Guys, do you want to see what is hidden at the bottom of this lake, once it's drained dry? Yes. We've been dreaming of this. Holy crap, the streameress bringing out another beast. My DNA is already buzzing with excitement. Drain it. Drain it. I want to see Derek King run around naked. Amid the cheers of viewers across the internet, Liam Hayes gave a sweeping gesture. System. Extract the item. A thunderous roar. A massive machine larger than a shipping container, dark red in color, and with a metallic sheen materialized out of thin air at the edge of the puddle. A giant black hose, thicker than a bucket, extended automatically like a giant python awakening, plunging straight into the deepest part of the puddle. Liam Hayes stepped forward and slammed his finger down hard on the red start button on the giant machine's control panel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep, thunderous hum filled the air, as if an ancient beast were awakening from slumber. Immediately afterward, boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, erupted suddenly. The entire Wulong Island seemed to tremble violently amid the roar. The massive black water pipe began to voraciously devour the seawater in the pit at a speed visible to the naked eye. A terrifying water jet, over 3 meters in diameter, gushed out from the other end of the pipe and surged toward the distant ocean with the force of 1,000 galloping horses. The water level in the pit began to drop slowly but at an astonishing rate. A live streaming spectacle set to take the internet by storm, draining the Dragon-S pool, had officially begun. Chapter 032. The pump roars as all eyes are on it. The giant underwater beast reveals its true form. Rumble. The roar of the Titan-class submersible pump sounded like thousands of war drums beating, causing the entire Wulong Island to hum. The gigantic water column, sucked up into the air, traced a magnificent parabolic arc like a waterfall bridging the sky and the sea, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Tens of millions of viewers in the live stream, watching this epic spectacle with special effects rivaling a Hollywood disaster movie through the drone's wide-angle lens, were left speechless with astonishment. Is that a water pump? That fucking reverse tsunami generator? I'm speechless. My water pump is for drawing well water. Is the streamer's water pump for drawing seawater? Streamer, I'm on my knees before you. Please stop showing off. My heart can't take it. 2 million for a water pump. Is this what the rich enjoy? Boring and tedious. Ryan King and the others following behind Liam Hayes were so terrified by this terrifying spectacle that their legs went weak and their faces turned pale. They clung desperately to the nearby rocks, barely managing to keep from being knocked to the ground by the massive roar. As they watched Liam Hayes' calm and composed figure from behind, their eyes betrayed nothing but awe. Just how many more hidden tricks does this Mr. Hayes have up his sleeve that they don't know about? Liam Hayes paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. He picked up a clean rock, sat down leisurely, sipped some spirit spring water, and calmly observed the changes in the puddle through the drone's camera feed. It didn't feel like they were foraging for seafood. It was more like watching a top-tier blockbuster about to premiere in a movie theater. Time ticked by second. The water level in the pool was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10 minutes later, the once bottomless, dark green water had receded by a full 2 meters. Some of the higher-lying rocks along the edge of the pool began to gradually emerge. A sharp-eyed spectator suddenly shouted, "Look! What's that black stuff on the rocks?" The sea god drone immediately zoomed in. On those black rocks that had just emerged from the water, layer upon layer of black shellfish, each about the size of a small bowl, were densely clustered. Their shells shimmered with a deep, metallic luster in the sunlight. They're abalone. Oh my god. They're all abalone. Wild abalone this big. These must be at least size 5 or 6. And this is just the beginning. There are so many right at the edge. Just imagine how many there must be at the bottom of the pool. The audience's excitement was instantly ignited. However, this was merely the appetizer. As the water level continued to drop, more astonishing sights began to appear one after another. Splash! A giant sea wolf fish, over 1.5 meters long and covered in bluish-black markings, was startled by the shallowing water. It shot out of the water, crashing heavily onto the exposed mudflats and thrashing wildly. Immediately after, 1, 2, 3 flocks of giant groupers, sea eels as big as millstones, and even a few colorful sea snakes that looked incredibly venomous. They were all darting about in panic within this ever-shrinking cage. These prized seafood delicacies, any one of which would cause a sensation out there, were as common here as cabbages at a farmer's market. The viewers in the live stream had become completely numb to it all. I hereby declare that this puddle should be renamed Derek King's East China Sea Aquarium.
I am crying.
The grouper sashimi I paid hundreds of yuan for at a Japanese restaurant isn't even as big as the fin of any random fish in the streamer's pond. Streamer, stop fishing. If you keep this up, I'm afraid you're going to disrupt the ecological balance of the East China Sea. Liam Hayes glanced at these small, insignificant fish. Merely curling the corner of his mouth, he didn't even bother to stand up. His target was the big ones at the bottom of the pit, glowing with a dazzling blue light. Those were the real grand prizes of this blind box adventure. An hour later, nearly 2/3 of the water had been pumped out of the giant water pit. The full extent of the pit was now clearly visible to everyone. The terrain at the bottom of the pit was even more complex than anyone had imagined. It was a labyrinthine underwater forest composed of countless oddly shaped black reefs. Countless bottomless ravines and caves crisscrossed the area, hiding who knows how many secrets. And at that moment, all the remaining seawater in the pit had gathered in a single depression at the very center of the pit, the deepest and largest one. The water in that area, having gathered countless creatures, had become exceptionally murky, resembling a pot of churning black mud. All the big catches were clearly hiding in there. Liam Hayes stood up, his eyes blazing with intensity. The main event is about to begin. He knew that when this final veil was lifted, viewers around the world would once again go wild. The sea god drone hovered above that last depression, its camera firmly locked onto the water's surface. Over 20 million viewers in the livestream all held their breath, their hearts in their throats. They knew the moment to witness a miracle was about to arrive. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the water level dropped inch by inch. 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Finally, as the last scoop of murky seawater was pumped out, the true form of the entire depression was completely exposed to the sunlight. Whoa! The instant they saw the scene at the bottom of the pit, a chorus of gasps rang out in unison across the livestream. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhead, because the sight at the bottom of the pit was simply too breathtaking. It wasn't some pit bottom littered with reefs and silt at all. It was a seabed garden paved with countless colorful, pearlescent, living gems. Countless giant abalones, some the size of a palm, others even larger than a washbasin, lay stacked layer upon layer like roof tiles, densely covering every inch of the pit's floor. Their colors varied widely. Some as deep as black gold, others as brilliant as jade, and still others as lustrous as white jade. There were even extremely rare, rainbow-colored abalones, as dazzling as a rainbow. Bathed in sunlight, this carpet, composed of tens of thousands of top-quality abalones, reflected billions of dazzling rays of light, so bright it was impossible to keep one's eyes open, and wriggling among the gaps between those abalones were countless thick, black, long worms covered in spines. Those were sea cucumbers. Each one was as thick as an adult's arm, top-grade spiny sea cucumbers of such exceptional quality that any seafood merchant who saw them would go mad on the spot. Abalones, sea cucumbers, these two ingredients, hailed as the finest seafood delicacies in the outside world, were here in such staggering abundance that it was almost outrageous. This wasn't just a puddle. It was clearly a massive, excavated treasure trove belonging to the sea god. Yet that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking sight lay at the very center of this sea of abalone. There, 3 gigantic black shadows loomed, each larger than all the abalones in the surrounding area combined. Each of those 3 shadows was as big as a small fish tank, entirely jet black, their surfaces covered in strange golden patterns, as if they were 3 ancient stone steels holding this treasure trove in check. The aura they exuded was ancient, majestic, and even carried a hint of the majesty of a ruler over all. A viewer typed this comment in a trembling voice. What on earth are those 3 massive things? Liam Hayes stared intently at the 3 gigantic black shadows. His treasure-hunting radar was emitting an excruciatingly shrill blue alert directed straight at them. Warning! Warning! Supergiant, precious-grade creature detected. Identifying target. Identification complete. Target: 3,000-year-old, wild black gold abalone kings. Chapter 033. A pit lined with abalone and sea cucumbers. God-tier seafood galore. 3. Millennial grade. Wild black gold abalone kings. When the System S identification results flashed through Liam Hayes' mind, even though he was no stranger to rough seas, his heart still took a massive jolt at those words. Millennium grade. This was no longer within the realm of ordinary creatures. These three giants had likely existed in these waters since the Song dynasty of China. They had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and the passage of time, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for 1,000 years to grow into their current terrifying forms. These could no longer be called mere seafood. These were living history walking underwater antiquities. I've struck it rich, I've really struck it rich this time. Liam Hayes' breathing grew slightly ragged, and his eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. Earlier, the system had rated that king lobster as merely top grade. But these three black gold abalone kings were, without a doubt, precious grade. Their value far surpassed that of the lobster king. If the lobster king was an auspicious omen, then these three abalone kings were clan treasures capable of securing an entire clan's fortune. Liam Hayes' voice, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement, rang out in the live stream. Guys, did you see that? Today, I'm going to show you what it really means when they say treasures are everywhere. With that, he leaped straight down from the edge of the pit, which was over 10 meters high. Thud. His body landed steadily on the soft carpet, made up of countless seafood creatures. The sensation under his feet was utterly bizarre, sticky, soft, slippery, and slightly springy. For an ordinary person, walking on such a surface would likely make it impossible to even stand steadily. But Liam Hayes, empowered by the body of the sea god, moved as if on solid ground. He bent down and casually pried up a multicolored abalone the size of a washbasin from right beside his feet. The abalone's suction was immense, it clung tenaciously to the reef with a force likely exceeding 1,000 G. But under Liam Hayes' fingers as powerful as hydraulic pliers, it came loose with a soft pop, pried off effortlessly. Liam Hayes held the iridescent abalone up to the camera. Beautiful! In the sunlight, the abalone's shell shimmered like a rainbow after the rain, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, a sight so breathtakingly beautiful it took one's breath away. And its plump, jade-like flesh had the more than 20 million viewers in the live stream drooling. Holy crap, is this an abalone? It's a work of art. It's so beautiful. I can't even bear to eat it. Don't pretend. Guy above your drool-s about to spill off the screen. If this were served as sashimi, what a heavenly taste that first bite would be. Host, don't just pick up one. There's a whole bunch right at your feet. I'm getting anxious just watching you. Liam Hayes laughed heartily. Don't worry, one at a time. He tossed the multicolored abalone into the smart constant temperature preservation bin. Then, just like a hardworking old farmer harvesting cabbage in his own vegetable garden, he began his frenzied harvesting spree. He couldn't even be bothered to pry them out one by one with his hands. Instead, he redeemed a high-tech, high-frequency vibrating shovel, designed specifically for harvesting abalone from the system store. Buzz. As he pressed the switch, the shovel emitted a high-pitched hum. He thrust the shovel beneath the carpet of abalone and lifted it gently. Clatter. A large batch of abalone, at least a dozen, each as big as a palm, were instantly scooped up in neat rows, just like pebbles being cleared by a bulldozer. Then, Liam Hayes swung his arm back. A perfect parabolic arc. Those dozen or so abalone flew with pinpoint accuracy, all landing in the bottomless seeming preservation bucket dozens of meters away. One scoop, one flick, one catch. The movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a brutal yet efficient beauty. The viewers in the live stream were completely blown away. I finally understand what tidal flat foraging means today. Back home, we call it picking up trash, but what the streamer is doing here, that's what foraging really is. This ISNT, tidal flat foraging. It's restocking, and straight from the source, for free. That's way too efficient. At this rate, 1T the streamer clear out this whole pit in an hour?
I'm crying.
I pay thousands for a single dried abalone, but the streamer's getting them like they're free. Why is the gap between people so huge? Liam Hayes didn't even have time to pay attention to the live chat comments. He was completely immersed in the joy of this bountiful harvest. After scooping up the abalone, he turned his attention to the top-quality sea cucumbers as thick as an arm wriggling in the crevices. The vibrating shovel wasn't very effective against these soft-bodied creatures. So Liam Hayes decided to just dig them out by hand. He reached out with both hands, as if pulling radishes out of the mud. One grab, one sea cucumber. One grab, one sea cucumber. Those top-grade sea cucumbers, which sell for tens of thousands of yuan per gene at the market, felt like cheap rubber toys in his hands. He casually grabbed them and tossed them into the smart preservation bucket. Ding! Smart preservation bucket loaded. 235.8 kilograms of abalone. Ding! Smart preservation bin loaded. 102.1 kilograms of sea cucumbers. Ding! Smart preservation bin loaded. 488.3 kilograms of abalone. On his retina, the preservation bin's load data was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. In just half an hour, Liam Hayes had already harvested nearly a metric ton of top-grade abalone and sea cucumbers. If sold on the market, the value of this shipment would be conservatively estimated at over 50 million. And this was merely a small portion of the small fry from the very outer edges of this treasure trove. The real prize lay in the 3 millennia-old abalone kings still lying quietly at the very center of the pit's depths. Liam Hayes wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked step by step toward those 3 massive black shadows, which resembled ancient stone steels. As he drew nearer, a majestic, vast aura imbued with the weight of the ages swept over him. It was as if he were facing not 3 abalones, but 3 living, silent mountains. Standing before the 3 abalone kings, Liam Hayes felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Wow! Each of these giants measured over 2 meters in diameter and nearly 1 meter in height. Their bodies were as black as ink, and in the sunlight, the naturally formed golden patterns on their surfaces faintly formed mysterious designs resembling ancient totems. They lay there quietly, as if fused with the very fabric of the universe. Liam Hayes could even sense waves of extremely pure spiritual energy emanating from them, energy so concentrated it was almost tangible. These 3 abalone kings were no longer merely living creatures. They were treasures of heaven and earth. They were walking elixirs powerful enough to drive any cultivator mad. A wild thought flashed through Liam Hayes' mind. If I were to eat one of these, I'd probably ascend to immortality right on the spot. Wouldn't I? Oh my god! Is the streamer finally going to go after those 3 giants? They're huge. This is way too big. Can you even call this an abalone? It's a sea monster. Be careful, streamer. Something that's lived for over 1,000 years must have a spirit of its own. It might attack you. Under the watchful eyes of over 20 million viewers across the internet, Liam Hayes took a deep breath, reached out his hand, and slowly moved toward the largest of the 3, the black gold abalone king. He wanted to test whether his affinity with the sea god skill would still work on ancient monsters of this caliber. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the abalone king's cold, hard shell, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 3 millennia-old abalone kings, which had been motionless, seemed to sense something and suddenly trembled violently in unison. Immediately afterward, the mysterious golden patterns on their bodies burst into brilliant light. 3 dazzling golden beams shot skyward, converging mid-air to form a massive and intricate golden rune array. The entire treasure pit, and indeed, the whole of Wulong Island, began to shake violently under the force of this sudden, terrifying burst of energy. Liam Hayes' face paled as an extremely dangerous premonition instantly gripped his heart. Before he could react in any way, the voice of the mysterious old man from the capital, which had been silent for so long, suddenly boomed in his mind once more, in a tone that was both incredibly urgent and grave. Boy, hurry! Activate the tiger token on the altar. Those 3 abalone kings are the pivotal points guarding the dragon vein. The fact that they've been disturbed means whatever lies beneath the dragon vein is about to emerge. Those foreign jackals have already arrived. They've deployed their top-tier Sea Wolf-class attack nuclear submarines, and their target is the dragon vein right beneath your feet. If you don't act now, it'll be too late. Chapter 034. Divine power seals the dragon vein. Billions in treasures seized in one sweep. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. That aged and urgent voice thundered wildly in Liam Hayes' mind like a series of thunderclaps. Foreign nuclear submarines. The focal point of the dragon vein. An unknown terror about to emerge. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of suffocation and crisis engulfed Liam Hayes completely, like icy seawater. Go to the altar to activate the tiger token? Liam Hayes jerked his head up and glanced at the distant valley shrouded in thick fog. It's too far. By the time he ran there to activate the tiger token, it would be too late. And right now, the 3 golden magical arrays formed by the Millennium Abalone King were already glowing with blinding intensity, as if they were about to explode at any moment. The entire treasure pit was trembling violently, and countless rocks were tumbling down from the pit walls. In the live stream, over 20 million viewers also noticed this earth-shattering anomaly, and the comment section was instantly flooded with endless question marks and cries of shock. Holy shit, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? Those 3 giant abalone are glowing. What are they doing? This scene is exactly like the ritual to summon the great demon king in a Hollywood blockbuster. Streamer, run, run. That word had never existed in Liam Hayes' vocabulary. This was his turf. His gaze instantly turned wild and resolute. It's too late, I've got to go all out. Liam Hayes pushed off with both legs, his body launching like a cannonball. Instead of retreating, he charged straight into the core of the golden magical array. Body of the sea god. Unleash your full power. Affinity of the sea god. Subdue it. Boom! A surge of azure energy, more vast and overwhelming than ever before, erupted from Liam Hayes' body. At that moment, his eyes turned to pure gold, like 2 burning suns. He stretched out both hands, not to touch any of the Abalone Kings, but to press them directly onto the center of the golden magical array where the light was brightest. Be quiet now. Liam Hayes let out a roar that shook the heavens. At that moment, he pushed the power of the spirit spring and his sea god bloodline to their absolute limit, unleashing them without reservation. That pure, azure energy, brimming with the essence of life, collided violently with the golden energy erupting from the Abalone Kings. ZZZZT. A blinding light instantly engulfed the entire live stream, leaving all viewers with nothing but a dazzling white before their eyes. No one could see the terrifying energy shockwave that Liam Hayes' body was enduring at the center of that light. He felt as if his body were about to be torn apart and his soul crushed. The immense demonic power accumulated over 1,000 years by those 3 Millennium Abalone Kings converged through the magical array was powerful enough to vaporize an aircraft carrier in an instant. But Liam Hayes did not flinch. His eyes burned with the madness of a man staking everything on a single gamble. He was not merely suppressing them, he was communicating with them. Through the divine skill affinity with the sea god, he forcibly imprinted his will deep into the consciousness of the 3 Abalone Kings. I am the master of these waters. Submit to me, or perish together. That supreme majesty, rooted in his bloodline and belonging to the ancient sea god, struck the 3 Abalone Kings' chaotic minds like an invisible giant hammer. The massive bodies of the 3,000-year-old Abalone Kings trembled violently. For the first time, their ancient and chaotic consciousnesses felt absolute suppression from their bloodline. It was an irresistible fear emanating from the very pinnacle of life. The ferocity and savagery they had accumulated over 1,000 years were as fragile as a sheet of white paper in the face of this godlike pressure. The light began to dim, the golden magical array soaring toward the heavens, suppressed by Liam Hayes' overwhelming divine power, began to slowly dissipate at a visible pace. The violent tremors subsided as well. When the light finally faded completely and the live stream returned to normal, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Liam Hayes knelt on one knee at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath in ragged gasps, his entire body drenched in sweat as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. His face was pale, he had clearly expended a tremendous amount of energy. Before him lay the 3 millennia-old Abalone Kings, each as massive as a hill. The golden patterns on their bodies had completely faded. They lay there motionless like 3 actual stone steels. But upon closer inspection, one could see that their massive bodies were trembling ever so slightly. It was a sense of submission and awe emanating from the depths of their souls. The crisis had been averted. Liam Hayes, single-handedly, had forcibly quelled a catastrophe that was on the verge of erupting. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing the Eye of the Dragon Vein and gaining absolute control over the Eye of the Dragon Vein Millennium Black Gold Abalone King. Ding! The host's actions have greatly contributed to the stability of Wulong Island. Reward: 10,000 system points. Ding! The host's energy is nearly depleted. The body of the sea god is automatically entering repair mode. Listening to the string of system notifications echoing in his mind, a look of relief finally spread across Liam Hayes' face. Damn, I finally did it. He slumped onto the carpet made of countless abalone and sea cucumbers, feeling too exhausted to even move a single finger. That single move had nearly drained him of all his strength. The viewers in the live stream, after enduring a full minute of dead silence, erupted in chaos. God, just now, what just happened? I witnessed a miracle. Streamer, he pushed that glowing magic array back with his bare hands. I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. This can't be explained by science. This is mysticism. It's theology. From today on, if anyone dares to say the streamer is a fraud, I'll be the first to fight them to the death. Liam Hayes didn't bother looking at the chat. All he wanted right now was to get some rest. But looking at the enormous, priceless treasure trove before him, he felt that just lying there would be a bit of a waste. He forced himself to stand up, scooped a large bucket of spirit spring water from the smart preservation bucket, and gulped it down. A cool, warm current instantly spread through his entire body, rapidly replenishing his depleted stamina. Can't let this go to waste time to get to work. Liam Hayes picked up the high-frequency vibrating shovel once more, the flame of greed burning anew in his eyes. He intended to scoop up absolutely everything here except for those 3 abalone kings, which he already considered his prized treasures. For the next hour, over 20 million viewers in the livestream watched as Liam Hayes worked like an emotionless harvesting machine. 1 shovel, 1 toss, 1 bucket. 1 grab, 1 throw, 1 bucket. Abalone, sea cucumbers, conch, geoduck, king crab, countless top-grade seafood treasures priceless in the outside world were relentlessly shoveled into that seemingly bottomless blue plastic bucket in an extremely brutal manner. Ding! Smart preservation bucket now contains 2,056.7 kilograms. Ding! Smart preservation bucket now contains 4,189.2 kilograms. Ding! Smart preservation bucket now contains 7,333.5 kilograms. When Liam Hayes finally stopped, the bucket's display had settled on a figure that left everyone breathless. 10 metric tons. A full 10 metric tons of top-grade seafood. The treasure trove that had once glistened with riches, its floor strewn with treasures, was now completely barren, leaving behind nothing but black reef rocks and silt. Liam Hayes looked at his masterpiece, then glanced at the 3,000-year-old abalone kings still lying quietly in their spots, as if standing guard for him, and smiled with satisfaction. He wiped the sweat and mud from his face as he faced the live stream camera. Guys, I've pretty much collected all my pocket money for today. It's getting late, time to head back for lunch. With that, Liam Hayes hoisted the insulated cooler loaded with 10 metric tons of seafood yet still light as a feather and turned to leave. Just then, the live stream camera accidentally panned to the open sea in the distance. A familiar, pale pink figure was swimming rapidly toward them from afar. It kept leaping above the water's surface, emitting a series of incredibly cheerful, even slightly urgent chirps. The viewers recognized it instantly. It's Dubai. Dubai's here. It looks really excited. Did it catch a whiff of the treasure? Liam Hayes spotted Dubai too, and a doting smile spread across his face. He knew this little guy must have caught the scent of the incredibly dense spiritual energy emanating from the seafood in the treasure pit. He waved at Dubai. Dubai! Come here, I've saved something special for you. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a shimmering, iridescent abalone, one bigger than his own face, from the insulated bucket. He waved it in front of the camera and asked with a smile, "Guys, what do you think is feeding a dolphin with this a bit too extravagant?" Chapter 035. A divine pet deserves divine food. One bite of abalone shocks the entire internet. Guys, what do you think is feeding this to a dolphin a bit too extravagant? Liam Hayes' question, laced with a hint of Versailles flair, came through the live stream clearly to every viewer's ears. The chat was instantly flooded with "holy shit" and exclamation points. Luxury. You call this luxury, streamer? This is a fucking waste of a precious resource.
I am crying.
I'm really crying. I've lived 30 years and never even touched an abalone. And now you're telling me you're gonna feed a dolphin a rainbow abalone the size of a wash basin? Humans are no match for dolphins. Series. I'd gladly turn into a dolphin even if just for a day, as long as the streamer would feed me a single bite. Dubai, I'm giving you this blessing, do you want it or not? The sea of comments was filled with wails of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Meanwhile, in reality, Dubai had already darted toward the shore like an arrow leaving the bow. It affectionately nuzzled Liam Hayes' calf with its head as he stood on the rocks. Those highly expressive eyes were fixed intently on the iridescent abalone in Liam Hayes' hand, which radiated an irresistible allure. It was practically drooling. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak! It let out a series of playful squeaks, its tail slapping the water incessantly, sending up sprays of foam, as if urging Liam Hayes on. Liam Hayes burst out laughing at its greedy little face. He crouched down and stroked Big White's smooth head. All right, it's all yours." Without even preparing it, he tossed the huge, colorful abalone straight into Big White's mouth. Crack! A crisp sound, like a cookie snapping in half, rang out. The abalone shell so hard that even a hammer might not crack it was effortlessly crushed to pieces by Dubai's sharp teeth. Immediately afterward, Dubai tilted its head back and, with a gulp, swallowed the entire piece of abalone meat fatter than its own head and as white as jade in one go. After finishing, it smacked its lips as if still craving more, its eyes sparkling as it looked at Liam Hayes and the blue plastic bucket by his side. The meaning behind that gaze was self-evident. Is there more? Give me another one. This scene left the over 20 million viewers in the live stream with their eyes practically popping out of their heads. Did I see that right? It ate the shell too? Dubai has such strong teeth. That's an abalone shell. If it bit a person, wouldn't it break a bone right away? Is that even the point? The point is that it swallowed it whole in one bite. Such a big piece of meat, didn't it even chew it at all? Did you guys notice that after Dubai finished eating, it seemed to get even more beautiful? After this netizen pointed it out, everyone refocused their attention on Dubai. Sure enough, after swallowing that rainbow abalone, Dubai's already pale pink skin now seemed to emit a faint, pearl-like, lustrous glow. Wispy strands of white mist were even rising around its body, giving it an ethereal and sacred aura. Its eyes had also become more lively and profound than before, as if they contained stars brimming with wisdom. Squeak! Dubai suddenly let out a high-pitched, joyful shriek toward the sky. It whipped its tail violently, propelling its entire body skyward, where it executed several consecutive, high-difficulty somersaults and leaps. Its movements were more fluid and graceful than ever before, brimming with explosive power. It was as if it had swallowed not an abalone, but an elixir of immortality. Liam Hayes watched the scene, marveling at the spectacle. He knew that these seafood treasures from the treasure pit, nourished year after year by the spiritual energy emitted by the three abalone kings at the pit's bottom, had themselves become something akin to heavenly treasures. For ordinary people, eating them would prolong life and ward off all illnesses. And for a creature as spiritually attuned as Big White, the benefits were even more immeasurable. Looks like I'll have to get you some more good stuff to eat from now on. Liam Hayes smiled, scooped two slightly smaller jade abalones from the barrel, and tossed them to Dubai. Dubai, overjoyed, gobbled them up one after another, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, having recovered from their initial shock, came to their senses one by one. Watching this harmonious and lavish scene, their feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment all melted away, replaced by the purest admiration and support. He is so spoiled. The streamer really spoils Dubai. This is what a true dream couple looks like. Seeing Dubai eat so heartily, my takeout suddenly doesn't look so appetizing anymore. No way, we can't let Dubai eat for free. Let us chip in for his food. The very next second, the live stream's tip channel exploded once again, although it didn't reach the terrifying scale of dragons soaring across the 4 seas, throwing away 100 million. The gifts, which embodied the goodwill of tens of thousands of viewers, formed an even more enduring and surging torrent. Cat who loves fish sent Carnival X10. I'm the little brother of the top donor sent Sports Car X100. President of Dubai's fan club sent Rocket X50. Give Dubai a special treat. Streamer. Feed him more. Countless gift effects scrolled frantically across the screen, nearly freezing the entire live stream to a standstill. In Douyin's official backend, the red alert for traffic overload sounded once again. The operations manager stared at the viewership curve, which had shot up at nearly a 90-degree angle, trembling with excitement. Hurry! Hurry! Allocate every single recommendation resource to Liam Hayes. Tell the tech team no matter what it takes. Ensure the servers stay stable. We might be witnessing the birth of a superstar streamer who is about to shatter every record in the platform's history. Meanwhile, at the pier on Wulong Island, Ryan King and the restaurant owners had long since been left speechless. They weren't watching the live stream, they were watching the live action unfold. They were watching with their own eyes as Liam Hayes tossed those top-grade abalones which, in their eyes, were worth a fortune one after another to the dolphin, as if feeding a kitten or a puppy. Their hearts were bleeding, yet their gazes grew increasingly intense, increasingly frenzied. They stared intently at the unremarkable blue plastic bucket at Liam Hayes' feet. They knew that the bucket didn't contain seafood. It was a gold mine that would drive the entire East Sea City restaurant industry wild. Finally, Ryan King couldn't hold back any longer. Summoning the greatest courage of his life, he rubbed his hands together and ran over to Liam Hayes with a fawning expression. His voice trembled slightly with excitement and nervousness. Mr. Hayes, you see the treasure in that bucket of yours?" Ryan King swallowed hard and asked in a tone bordering on pleading. "Could you spare a little for us? The price? You can name any price you want. As long as you're willing to sell, we'll sell everything we own." Hearing this, Liam Hayes stopped feeding the abalone. He turned his head, looked at Ryan King and the seafood merchants behind him, their faces full of anticipation, and a meaningful smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew that a truly big deal was about to happen. He didn't answer right away, but instead leisurely pulled another abalone out of the bucket. This time, however, it wasn't a rainbow abalone or an emerald abalone, but the most ordinary, kind of black gold abalone, no bigger than the mouth of a bowl. He waved the abalone in front of Ryan King and the others, then spoke in a detached tone. "Want to buy it? Sure. But my goods aren't cheap." Liam Hayes paused, held up a finger, and announced a figure that made everyone gasp. "Just this one, the most ordinary kind. Bring out a case first, so you can get a taste. Starting price, 1 million. Anyone interested?" Chapter 036. A single case of abalone priced at a sky-high 1 million. Restaurant owners go wild. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but amid the roaring sea wind and crashing waves, it rang out like a thunderclap, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Starting price, 1 million. Who's bidding? One box of abalone 1 million. And this was the most ordinary one he mentioned. Ryan King and the group of restaurant owners behind him all froze in place, as if struck by a spell. Their eyes widened, their mouths gaped open, and the expressions on their faces were utterly priceless. Shock, horror, disbelief. 1 million. What does that even mean? That's enough to buy a small apartment in the city. And now, Liam Hayes is actually using that figure as the asking price for a single case of abalone. This isn't just an exorbitant price, it's outright robbery. A multimillionaire owner of a seafood restaurant chain, who had rushed over from the city upon hearing the news, was the first to lose his composure and speak up. With a massive beer belly, the fat on his face was quivering. "Mr. Hayes, aren't you taking this joke a bit too far? 1 million for a single crate? Why don't you just rob a bank? We'll admit it, your abalone is top-notch. But no matter how top-notch it is, it's still just abalone. A case weighs 20 or 30 gin at most, and you're asking 1 million. Do you take us for fools?" His words echoed the sentiments of most people present. Immediately, others chimed in. "Exactly. Mr. Hayes, that's not how business is done. You're just asking for an exorbitant price. That's way too steep. That price is outrageous. We can't afford it, we just can't." "I think he just doesn't want to sell. He's deliberately setting an astronomical price to make things difficult for us." In an instant, the crowd erupted in a chorus of complaints. The way they looked at Liam Hayes shifted from the previous mix of awe and anticipation to skepticism and discontent. Yet, faced with the crowd's accusations, Liam Hayes' expression remained completely unruffled. He merely cast a casual glance at the portly boss leading the group, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Too expensive? You don't have to buy it. My goods from Wulong Island never fail to find a buyer." With that, he even made a move as if to toss the black gold abalone back to Dubai. Ryan King suddenly screamed out, as if a cat had been stepped on its tail. "No. Please don't, Mr. Hayes." He lunged forward and grabbed Liam Hayes' wrist tightly, as if terrified that he might actually throw the abalone away. All the color had drained from Ryan King's face. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Liam Hayes was filled with terror and pleading. "Mr. Hayes, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. 1 million, right? I'll buy it." Ryan King's voice was trembling. His outburst left everyone present completely dumbfounded. The lead, the portly boss, stared at Ryan King in utter disbelief. Mr. Wong, are you out of your mind? $1 million. Are you really going to buy it? Ryan King turned around and glared fiercely at the portly boss, as if he were looking at an idiot. You don't know shit. Ryan King practically roared the words. Do you think this is just a box of ordinary abalone? Open your damn eyes and take a good look. This is a magical elixir that can even make dolphins evolve after eating it. It's a miraculous remedy that extends human life. Ryan King grew more and more agitated as he spoke, pointing at Big White, who was still frolicking in the sea not far away, spittle flying from his mouth. Didn't you guys see it just now? That dolphin ate this abalone and was completely transformed. A treasure like this, forget $1 million, even 10 million, and people would still be scrambling for it. You bunch of blind fools. If you miss out today, you'll never see a miracle like this again in your entire lives. Ryan King's words hit them like a sledgehammer, smashing down hard on the tops of everyone's heads. Only then did the crowd snap out of it. That's right. How could they have forgotten that? They'd seen with their own eyes the miraculous transformation that happened to Big White after he ate the abalone. The value of this abalone simply defies all common sense. This isn't just food. It's a treasure capable of defying heaven and changing one's destiny. In an instant, everyone's eyes changed. The way they looked at the blue plastic bucket at Liam Hayes' feet was no longer one of greed, but a fervor of sheer madness. The fat boss leading the group's jowls trembled even more violently. He was kicking himself with regret. He wished he could slap himself hard across the face twice. What kind of stupid things had he just said? The portly boss approached with a fawning expression. Mr. Wong, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. You can't keep this crate of abalone all to yourself. You've got to let your brothers in on the action too. I'll offer 1.1 million. I'll offer 1.2 million. Don't even think about outbidding me. I'll offer 1.5 million. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. The bosses, who had just moments ago scoffed at the idea of 1 million, were now waving cash and checks like madmen as they vied for that single case of abalone. The price kept climbing, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the 2 million mark. Ryan King turned ashen with rage. Get the hell out of here, all of you. Mr. Hayes has already agreed to sell it to me. He shielded Liam Hayes with his body while turning to roar at the crowd. Liam Hayes watched the frenzied scene, which resembled a scramble at a farmer's market, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. This was exactly the reaction he'd been aiming for. He wanted everyone to know that the products from his Wulong Island were the ultimate in luxury, a divine treasure that even money couldn't necessarily buy. He cleared his throat and spoke calmly. All right, everyone, stop arguing. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone fixed Liam Hayes with intensely eager gazes, awaiting his verdict. Liam Hayes' gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Ryan King. Mr. Wong, since you were the first to speak up, I'll sell you this crate of abalone. Upon hearing this, Ryan King was instantly overjoyed. However, Liam Hayes' next words caused the smile on his face to freeze instantly. But as for the price, the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth turned up slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, naturally, it goes to the highest bidder. Didn't someone just bid 2 million? Is there a higher bid? Liam Hayes' voice, like the whisper of a demon, echoed in the ears of every restaurant owner. His gaze swept across the room as he asked slowly, 2 million going once, 2 million going twice. If no one bids, this treasure, which could make your restaurant famous nationwide and even extend your lifespans, will. 2,500,000. One restaurant owner, gritting his teeth and with bloodshot eyes, practically screamed out the price. 3 million. Ryan King followed suit without hesitation, his eyes burning with a madness that left no room for doubt. 3,500,000. 4 million. 5 million. Finally, when Ryan King, his face contorted with fury, shouted the astronomical price of 5 million, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this insane figure. 5 million. For a single crate of abalone. This was far beyond what any of them could afford. Liam Hayes nodded with satisfaction. All right, 5 million. It's a deal. He casually scooped a crate of abalone from the barrel about 30 Gene and tossed it directly to Ryan King, who looked as though he'd just won a battle. Ryan King clutched the crate to his chest as if it were a priceless treasure, trembling with excitement, and immediately transferred the money to Liam Hayes. With the transaction complete, Liam Hayes looked at the $5 million that had just appeared in his phone and felt elated. Meanwhile, the business owners who hadn't managed to secure any abalone were all beating their chests in frustration, their faces etched with regret and despair. Just then, one of the owners suddenly remembered something and looked at Liam Hayes with anticipation. "Mr. Hayes, what about the rest of these?" He pointed to the bottomless blue plastic bucket and the 3 Millennium Abalone Kings, piled like hills at the bottom of the water-filled pit. "These, what do you plan to do with them? Are you still selling them?" Chapter 037. 200 million in cash deposited. Money talks. "These, what do you plan to do with them? Are you still selling them?" The moment that question was asked, everyone present held their breath. All eyes were fixed on Liam Hayes, drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. The greed and madness in their gazes were almost enough to swallow Liam Hayes whole. A single crate of ordinary abalone could fetch a sky-high price of $5 million. Just imagine the incalculable value of this remaining bucket over 10 metric tons of top-grade seafood. Not to mention the 3 mythical Abalone Kings at the bottom of the pit, each over 1,000 years old. Their worth was beyond what money could measure. Ryan King clutched the crate of abalone worth $5 million, his heart pounding wildly. He knew that the $5 million he'd just received was merely an appetizer. The real prize lay in the upcoming negotiation of the century, one powerful enough to shake the entire business world. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. He knew that this time, he was representing more than just his own Longting seafood restaurant. Behind him stood the entire city of Donghai, the nation's top culinary groups, and the ultra-wealthy elite at the very pinnacle of the pyramid, those with an insatiable craving for such divine treasures. Ryan King gathered his thoughts, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Liam Hayes. His posture was more humble than ever before. "Mr. Hayes." Ryan King's voice was filled with reverence and sincerity. "I know that measuring these divine treasures in monetary terms is an insult to you, but it is no blessing for such treasures to lie gathering dust. Their true value lies in the health and hope they bring to those who need them. I'd like to take the liberty of speaking on behalf of our East Sea Catering Association, as well as several distinguished guests whose names I cannot disclose, to propose a business deal." Liam Hayes looked at Ryan King, a hint of amusement playing on his face. "Oh? What kind of deal?" Ryan King swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. "We would like to become the exclusive agents for all future seafood sales from your Wulong Island. Of course, we know that's impossible, so we'll settle for the next best thing." Ryan King's eyes burned with intensity. "We'd like to buy everything in that barrel. We wouldn't dare touch those 3 Abalone Kings. As for the rest, as long as you name your price, we'll take it all." "Take it all?" Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow. Ryan King's appetite was truly insatiable. There were a full 10 metric tons of goods in that barrel, and every single item was a top-grade specimen capable of causing a sensation at auction. Could he really handle it? As if sensing Liam Hayes' doubts, Ryan King hurried to explain. "Mr. Hayes, rest assured, we've joined forces with several other parties. This time funding is absolutely not an issue. We have only one request. We hope you'll sell this entire shipment exclusively to us. For that, we're willing to pay any price." Ryan King's demeanor was almost groveling. Liam Hayes stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He knew the shipment was too large. Selling it piecemeal would yield a higher total price, but it would also be extremely troublesome, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. And time was exactly what he lacked most right now. The threat from abroad hung over his head like the sword of Damocles. He had to convert these resources into direct power and capital as quickly as possible. Selling the entire lot as a package was indeed the best option at the moment. With that in mind, Liam Hayes nodded. "Agreed." Those 2 simple words instantly sent Ryan King and the group of executives behind him into a frenzy of joy. However, Liam Hayes changed the subject abruptly, sending everyone's hearts racing. He held up 2 fingers. "I have 2 conditions." Ryan King immediately began bowing and scraping. "Mr. Hayes, just say the word. Not just 2, even 200. We'd agree to anything," Liam Hayes said calmly. "First, I'll sell you 90% of the goods in this barrel. The remaining 10%, the very best quality, I'll keep for myself." This was Liam Hayes' bottom line. He and those close to him also needed these high-quality items imbued with spiritual energy. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Ryan King agreed without a moment's hesitation. Securing 90% was already far beyond his expectations. Second, Liam Hayes' gaze grew sharp. The price. He looked at Ryan King and slowly held up 2 fingers. I'm not haggling with you. 200 million. These 9 metric tons of seafood fixed price. 200 million. If you accept it, transfer the money now. If not, I'll take it back and enjoy it at my leisure. Boom. The moment the words, 200 million, left Liam Hayes' mouth, it was as if the entire world had been muted. Ryan King and the bosses behind him were all struck dumb, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. 200 million. They expected the price to be high, but they never imagined it would be this astronomical. That wasn't 2 million, nor was it 20 million. It was 200 million in cash, enough to buy out the entire fortune of any one of them. In the live stream chat, over 20 million viewers went completely wild. 200 million? What the hell did I just hear? The streameress asking for 200 million outright. This is crazy. The world has completely lost its mind. I make 3,000 a month, and the streameress asking for 200 million right off the bat. Now that's real money power. I feel like the streamer just trampled my worldview into the ground. What do you guys think? Will Mr. Wong and his team agree? That price is way out of line. Everyone felt that this price had gone beyond the realm of business negotiations. It was nothing short of a fairy tale. However, to everyone's surprise, after getting over his initial shock, Ryan King didn't show the slightest sign of hesitation. Instead, he let out a long sigh of relief. He even flashed a faint smile of relief. Yes, relief. He looked at Liam Hayes and nodded with the utmost solemnity. Mr. Hayes, you're a man of few words. This price is fair. We accept. Fair. 200 million and it's fair. Everyone thought Ryan King had lost his mind. But only Ryan King himself knew the truth. Before he arrived, the true top-tier bigwigs behind him had set his psychological bottom line at 500 million. As long as it didn't exceed 500 million, he was to secure this shipment at any cost. Because for those who truly stood atop the world, money was just a number. Health, life, and even that elusive fortune. These were the things they were willing to sacrifice everything to obtain. And Liam Hayes' batch of divine treasures could deliver precisely that. 200 million for a chance to be reborn and extend one's lifespan. This deal was an absolute steal. Mr. Hayes, please wait a moment. I'll contact a few partners right away to raise the funds for you. Ryan King excitedly pulled out several cell phones and began frantically making calls. Less than 10 minutes later, Liam Hayes' phone began emitting text message alerts at an alarming rate. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 30 million yuan. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 50 million yuan. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 20 million yuan. One massive sum after another poured into Liam Hayes' account. Finally, when Ryan King finished his last phone call, the checking account balance displayed on Liam Hayes' phone screen had become a figure large enough to take the breath away from 99.9% of the world's population. 346 million. Staring at that long string of zeros, Liam Hayes took a deep breath. He could feel that, with the arrival of this massive sum, the anxiety in his heart born of unknown crises had been completely swept away by an overwhelming sense of confidence. In this world, money may not be everything, but having enough money means having the capital to withstand the vast majority of risks. The power of money is, indeed, one of the most powerful truths in the world. Liam Hayes was overcome with a flood of emotions. He put away his phone and gazed at the island before him, his own island, brimming with endless treasures and secrets. His gaze finally settled on the old stone house, which looked somewhat dilapidated in the sea breeze. It was the only memento his grandfather had left him. It was also his only home on this island. But now this home seemed far too rudimentary. It even felt a bit unsafe. A thought began to grow uncontrollably in Liam Hayes' mind. Perhaps I should give this home a proper upgrade. He turned his head toward the valley shrouded in thick fog, the one hiding ancient ruins, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Something truly worthy of this island of the dragon vein. A sea fortress. Chapter 038. Building a sea fortress. Target. The old carpenter in the village. A true one worthy of this island of the dragon vein. A sea fortress. As this frenzied idea took root in Liam Hayes' mind, his blood began to boil uncontrollably. He now had money, the technology provided by the system, and the resources of the entire island. He was fully capable of transforming this hidden paradise into an impregnable super base. An independent kingdom belonging to him, Liam Hayes, one capable of withstanding any external threat and integrating living quarters, defenses, cultivation, and production all in one. He turned his head, his gaze once again resting on that dilapidated old stone house. In his mind, a grand blueprint had already begun to unfold slowly. The main structure of the old house would be preserved. It was the legacy his grandfather had left behind. But the interior would undergo a complete transformation. He would reinforce the walls with cutting-edge materials from the System S store and replace the windows with bulletproof glass. He would install a top-of-the-line security system, using the Poseidon drone fleet to establish a seamless, three-dimensional surveillance network covering the entire island land, sea, and air. He planned to excavate a massive basement beneath the old house. The first level would serve as a storage room and wine cellar, housing the various top-tier ingredients he retrieved from the sea, along with the finest items produced by the system. The second level would be transformed into a high-tech laboratory and command center, dedicated to researching the island's secrets and controlling all his cutting-edge equipment. As for the third level, Liam Hayes' gaze fell upon the ancient well, from which spiritual energy continued to rise. He planned to channel the well's spiritual spring water to the deepest depths underground to construct a top-tier cultivation chamber. An absolutely secluded chamber where he could cultivate in peace and strive to reach higher realms. As for the surface, he intended to make full use of all the surrounding land. Clear a plot of land and cultivate all kinds of rare and exotic plants exchanged from the in-game store. Build an automated breeding facility to raise rare marine creatures caught from the ocean that are worth cultivating. You'll also need a helipad capable of accommodating helicopters and even small airplanes. One crazy and bold idea after another kept colliding and intertwining in Liam Hayes' mind, forming a vision of the future that even he found thrilling. The viewers in the live stream, seeing the gleam in Liam Hayes' eyes and the involuntary upturn of his lips, seemed to have guessed something. What's the streamer thinking? Why is he smiling so happily? I bet he's planning how to spend those hundreds of millions. That's just how simple and boring the lives of the rich are. He just made 200 million, and now he's already thinking about building a house. Building a house? Knowing the streamer's personality, I suspect he wants to build a palace on the island. Liam Hayes glanced at the chat stream and smiled slightly. A palace? That's too small scale. What he was going to build was a divine palace, a dragon palace. However, this massive project couldn't be accomplished by him alone, nor by the high-tech robots in the system. Many tasks, especially those involving the building's exterior and work requiring exquisite craftsmanship, still needed to be handled by professional artisans. Most importantly, a project of this magnitude couldn't possibly be kept secret from everyone. He needed a plausible excuse and a trustworthy local team to help cover for him. The image of an elderly, stubborn figure flashed through Liam Hayes' mind. Old Man Lee, the only old carpenter in the village who still insisted on building houses using traditional mortise and tenon joints. As a child, Liam Hayes had spent plenty of time playing at Grandpa Lee's house. He had seen with his own eyes how Grandpa Lee, with his deft hands and without a single nail or dowel, could transform a pile of ordinary wood into a sturdy log cabin capable of withstanding a century of wind and rain. That craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. Unfortunately, in today's society, steel and concrete are the norm. The fast-paced nature of modern construction has gradually pushed this time-consuming and labor-intensive traditional craft out of the market. As a result, Grandpa Lee has fallen on hard times, forced to eke out a meager living by taking on odd jobs repairing tables, chairs, and benches. Yet his stubbornness and pride, traits of an old-school craftsman, have never wavered. More than once, villagers have urged him to learn how to work with cement or take a job as a laborer on a construction site, saying either would be better than his current situation. But every time he'd tap his pipe against the table and snap back at them. This craft, passed down from our ancestors, must not die out with me. You call those cement boxes houses? They're soulless things. It's him. A determined gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. Grandpa Lee's craftsmanship was truly a national treasure. Using his traditional mortise and tenon technique to build the exterior structure of his marine fortress, and the Chinese-style courtyard would be a perfect match. It would not only blend seamlessly into the natural scenery of Wulong Island, but also serve as the best possible camouflage. Who would have thought that hidden beneath a quaint, traditional Chinese wooden house lay a high-tech base that was ahead of its time? Moreover, Grandpa Li was an upright man, though he had a foul temper and was stubborn as a mule. His reputation for integrity was renowned throughout the village. As long as he could be persuaded to take the lead in recruiting trustworthy, honest villagers to do the work, the project would be a surefire success. Not only would this solve the problem of finding a construction crew, but it would also indirectly provide the folks back home with well-paying jobs. Killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Liam Hayes felt even more elated. He smiled at his live stream viewers and announced a decision that was about to set the internet ablaze once again. Guys, that's all for today's stream. Tomorrow, I won't be heading out to sea. A spark of mischief glinted in Liam Hayes' eyes. Tomorrow, I'm planning to head back to the village. I'll show you all what real money power is all about. And while I'm at it, I'll ask a master craftsman to come out of retirement to help me with something big. With that, Liam Hayes ended the live stream. He left behind over 20 million viewers who were left wanting more. Their curiosity piqued, frantically speculating in the chat. No more beach foraging? What's the streamer up to? Going back to the village? Using money power? Holy crap! Could this be the legendary returning home in glory and publicly humiliating someone segment? Asking a master to come out of retirement? What kind of master? Why do I get the strong whiff of someone trying to show off? I can't wait. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to see what it'll be like when the streamer, clutching 300 million in cash, returns to the newbie village. Liam Hayes paid no heed to the storm brewing online. He packed up all his equipment, gazing at the sea bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun and the old stone house awaiting a new lease on life. The corners of his mouth slowly turned upward. Old Master Lee, hasn't your greatest dream in life been to use the finest timber to build a house that will stand the test of time with your own two hands? Liam Hayes muttered to himself, a fox-like cunning glinting in his eyes. I wonder if that golden-threaded manhwa valued at 1 million per cubic foot, and that 1,000-year-old, rot-resistant dark wood will be good enough to meet your exacting standards? To convince an old stubborn man like you to come out of retirement, I'm afraid I'll have to prepare a bit more sincere offer after all. Chapter 039. Return to the fishing village. Hiring the old carpenter with a hefty sum. Hey, isn't this UNZ, the grandson of the old Lin family? I heard you struck it rich out there. Liam Hayes had just parked the black SUV he'd rented under the crooked locust tree at the village entrance. Before he could even open the car door, a crowd of familiar faces, each with a hint of a wheeler-dealerous air, surrounded him. Aunt Wong from the village entrance was sorting through vegetables. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity and a desire to pry. Liam Hayes smiled politely, pulled an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, and casually tossed it to a few old men squatting on a stone bench nearby, puffing on their pipes. What fortune! Just getting by. I'm back to visit my elders. Liam Hayes didn't waste any more words. His time was too precious right now. With those hundreds of millions sitting in his bank account, his perspective on the world had completely changed. He walked straight through the narrow alley paved with blue flagstones, his leather shoes making a crisp sound as they stepped on the slightly slippery moss. The air was filled with the scent of dried salted fish and seawater, a fragrance unique to coastal fishing villages. Grandpa Lee's home was located in the most remote northern corner of the village. It was a dilapidated little courtyard, piled high with all kinds of lumber. The scent of sawdust could be smelled from quite a distance away. Grandpa Lee, are you busy? Liam Hayes pushed open the half-closed wooden gate and saw a dark-skinned, lean old man, as tough as iron, hunched over and pulling a long, rusty saw. Old Man Lee glanced up at Liam Hayes, snorted through his nostrils, and kept working without stopping. UNZ, I heard you're doing some kind of live streaming out at sea and have made a fortune. What brings you to this pile of rotten wood of mine? Liam Hayes knew Old Man Lee's temperament as stubborn as a rock in an outhouse, both smelly and hard. He found a relatively clean little wooden stool in the yard and sat down, not bothered by the dust on it. Old man, don't say that. No matter how rich I get, I'm still the young man you watched grow up, aren't I? I came today to ask you to come out of retirement and help me build a house. Grandpa Lee set down the saw he was holding and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, which was covered in sawdust. He eyed Liam Hayes sideways, taking in the shirt he was wearing, one that looked quite expensive. Build a house? S&T concrete and rebar all the rage these days? Go find a construction crew. My old-fashioned craftsmanship is too slow, you can't afford to wait. Grandpa Li's tone was brusque. He'd clearly been let down in the past by young people who prioritize speed. Liam Hayes calmly pulled a folded blueprint from his jacket and laid it flat on Grandpa Li's greasy workbench. I don't want to build one of those concrete boxes. I want to build this. Grandpa Li casually glanced at the blueprint, and his previously cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with two beams of sharp brilliance. He snatched up the blueprint as if he'd discovered a rare treasure, his hands trembling slightly. This is a 9-ridge hipped and gabled roof? This kind of bracket structure, where did you get these blueprints? With this construction method, it'd take years of hard work and thousands of pieces of top-grade timber just to get it up. Liam Hayes watched Old Man Li's stunned expression, and his confidence had already solidified by half. Old man, I managed to get the blueprints myself. As for the timber, you don't need to worry. As long as you give the go-ahead, I'll provide as much golden thread nanmu and inchang wood as you need. Grandpa Li let out a cold laugh and slammed the blueprints down on the table. Kid, do you even know what you're talking about? Golden thread nanmu? A single block of that is worth an entire apartment. You're just a young guy. Even if you've made a little money, can you really afford to burn through it like this? Liam Hayes said nothing. He simply pulled out his phone and opened the balance screen of his bank account right in front of Old Man Li. That long string of densely packed zeros looked particularly blinding in the dim sunlight. Old Man Li's mouth opened wider and wider, and the long saw in his hand clattered to the floor with a clang. Over 300 million? Grandpa Li had lived for over 70 years. Yet the total amount of money he'd seen in his entire life probably didn't even amount to a fraction of the zeros at the end of that figure. The look in his eyes toward Liam Hayes changed instantly, no longer that of a senior looking at a junior, but rather as if he were staring at a monster. Liam Hayes put away his phone, his tone calm yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Grandpa, I want to turn the island my grandfather left me into the #1 fortress at sea. As for the outer structure, I only need your craftsmanship. No one else can replace you. Name your price for the labor, and pick any of the old hands from the village you like. I have only one requirement. The quality must be the best, and the materials must be top of the line. Grandpa Li stared at the blueprints in silence for a long time, his calloused hands repeatedly tracing the lines on the paper. The greatest regret of his life was that, despite possessing such skill, he had never been able to build a structure that would stand the test of time with his own hands. If you can really get your hands on those materials, I'll risk my old life to do this for you. Grandpa Li suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with a fervor known as the spirit of the craftsman. But let me be clear from the start. The workers I hire must be paid in full. We can't shortchange our fellow villagers. Liam Hayes gave a carefree laugh and pulled a signed and stamped cashier's check straight from his pocket, writing a figure on it. Here is a 500,000 deposit. Take this for now, use it to buy tools and hire workers as needed. Old Man Li stared at the check, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He was speechless for a long moment. Just then, a shrill, mocking voice rang out from outside the door. Hey, Old Li, where are you trying to pull the wool over people's eyes this time? A 500,000 deposit? The rotten wood in your yard wouldn't even fetch 500 yuan if you sold it. The speaker was Wang Dali, the village chief's son. The young man ran a small construction crew in town and had long wanted to buy Old Man Li's plot of land to build a factory. Liam Hayes turned around, his gaze instantly turning cold. Wang Dali, accompanied by two rough-looking henchmen, eyed Liam Hayes with a sneer. Yuanzi, I hear you're making a name for yourself now? But when it comes to building a factory, do you really think you can count on this old fossil? Bro, I've got a legit German concrete mixer here. It can pour enough concrete for 3 stories in a single day. Go to him? You're probably just throwing your money down the drain. Liam Hayes ignored him and simply turned to look at Old Man Li. Old man, let us not pay any attention to those pests. When do you think the materials will arrive on the island? Grandpa Li, provoked by Wang Dali, slammed his fist down on his thigh. Tomorrow, as soon as the materials arrive, I'll bring my crew to the island and start construction tomorrow. Liam Hayes nodded, then turned to Wang Dali, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Dali, your crappy mixer isn't even qualified to touch my house. Take your dog and get the hell out of this yard. Don't be an eyesore here. Wang Dali's face alternated between pale and red. He was used to running roughshod over the village. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. You Lin guy, don't push your luck. So what if you're rich? On this 1 mu and 3 fun of land, I'm the one who calls the shots. Without another word, Liam Hayes pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Secretary Liu from town? This is Liam Hayes from Wulong Island. I'd like to donate 10 million to build a road in the village, but it seems someone here isn't exactly welcoming me. Before Liam Hayes could finish speaking, Wang Dali's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. 10 million for a road? It was as if the god of wealth had descended from the heavens. His measly small-time construction business was nothing compared to this 10 million. Liam Hayes hung up the phone and stared coldly at Wang Dali, who was slumped by the doorway. Now, can I let Grandpa go ahead and hire people? Grandpa Lee stood nearby, staring in utter amazement. For the first time, he realized that this boy he'd watched grow up possessed such an overwhelming presence. Just as the entire village was going wild over the news of the 10 million donation, Liam Hayes had already returned to his SUV. His phone vibrated once more. It was an emergency alert from the system. Warning: abnormal fluctuations detected in the reef cluster southwest of the island. An underwater vehicle from an unknown force is attempting to force its way in. Liam Hayes' eyes turned cold as he slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. Trying to take advantage while I'm away? These flies just won't give up. The SUV roared out of the village entrance like an enraged Black Panther. He knew the real challenge had only just begun. Grandpa Lee was over there, helping him preserve the island's public face. As for him, he had to return immediately to safeguard the island's substance. But just as he was about to reach the harbor, a black minivan with out-of-town license plates suddenly blocked the road. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a sinister face. Mr. Lin, shall we have a word? Chapter 040. Island Makeover. An old house transformed into a divine mansion. Inside the black minivan, the menacing man opened the door and stepped out. His leather shoes looked out of place on the slightly bumpy dirt road. A name tag hung from his chest, clearly reading, Multinational Marine Resources Development Group Yamamoto. Mr. Lin, I don't think you quite grasp the situation yet. Liam Hayes remained seated in the car, the engine still running. The roar of the engine echoed along the empty harbor road. Yamamoto? Sounds like it's got a strong seafood vibe. I'm open to talking, but you're blocking the road, and that really pisses me off. Liam Hayes rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and gave him an icy stare. Yamamoto let out a shrill laugh. Behind him, four burly bodyguards with bulging temples stepped forward in unison. Mr. Lin, what lies beneath Wulong Island is more than you can handle. That wealth belongs to all of humanity. If you hoard it all for yourself, it'll cut your lifespan short. As long as you sign this joint island development agreement, we can offer you this amount. Yamamoto held up 2 fingers, his tone brimming with temptation. $200 million. Liam Hayes exhaled a ring of smoke, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. $200 million? That's quite a sum. But you aren't worthy of touching anything my grandfather left me, not even a single stone. Before I lose my temper, take your men and get out. Yamamoto's expression darkened instantly, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Liam Hayes, don't push your luck. Right now, Wulong Island is being watched by forces from several countries. Do you really think you can keep its secret safe with just a few little machines? Liam Hayes' gaze hardened. He could sense a tangible killing intent in Yamamoto's words. Clearly, these guys couldn't wait to strike. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and the atmosphere hit rock bottom, a piercing roar suddenly echoed across the sea. A helicopter bearing the insignia of the Chinese military descended from the sky, its massive rotors whipping up a cloud of sand and dust. Yamamoto's expression changed abruptly. He cast a wary glance at the helicopter, then snorted coldly. Liam Hayes, you'll regret this. Yamamoto and his bodyguards quickly retreated into the van, turned the vehicle around, and fled in panic. Liam Hayes watched the van disappear into the distance, his gaze growing deep and intense. It seemed the government had already begun intervening to protect these waters. But he didn't want to rely on anyone. This island was his, and he had to make it impregnable with his own hands. Half an hour later, Liam Hayes returned to Wulong Island. Grandpa Lee had already arrived on the island with a dozen or so of the village's most skilled carpenters and stonemasons. The once deserted island instantly became a hive of activity. Yuanzi, you're finally back. Grandpa Lee stood in front of the old house, directing several strong laborers as they hauled massive logs one by one. The logs were a deep purple, shimmering with a faint glow in the setting sun, and to everyone's surprise, they were all top-grade rosewood that Liam Hayes had retrieved from the system space in advance. The veteran carpenters stared at the timber, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Old Lee, is this really the wood you're giving us to work with? Just getting to touch wood like this once in a lifetime makes dying worth it." Liam Hayes stepped forward, watching the villagers working with such enthusiasm, and felt a sense of peace he'd never experienced before. "Old man, don't hold back. I want to renovate this old house on the island according to the highest standards of our ancestors. It needs to be sturdy, as solid as a rock, and so beautiful that those foreigners will feel inferior the moment they lay eyes on it." Old Master Lee burst out laughing and swung the carpenter's chalk line in his hand. "Rest assured, with timber like this, if I can't build a mansion fit for the gods, I, Old Lee, will smash my own signboard." Over the next few days, Wulong Island witnessed a textbook-perfect miracle of Chinese architecture. Old Master Lee and his team of veteran carpenters displayed breathtaking craftsmanship. Not a single nail was used, it was all done with precise mortise and tenon joints. In their hands, the massive timbers weighing several metric tons seemed to come to life, fitting together seamlessly. Liam Hayes wasn't idle either. He worked alongside the old carpenters during the day, and at night, he secretly activated the System's infrastructure acceleration assist. Once everyone was fast asleep, countless invisible nanobots surged up from deep underground. Under Liam Hayes' command, they frantically reinforced the old house's foundation. Alloy steel columns, extending dozens of kilometers deep, were driven vertically into the bedrock. Beneath the entire island, the ground was being transformed into an extremely complex, honeycomb-like defensive network. Sensors and surveillance equipment worth tens of millions were cleverly concealed among rockeries, reefs, and trees. 1 week later, early in the morning, as Old Master Lee and the last group of artisans prepared to leave, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The once dilapidated stone house had vanished. In its place stood a magnificent traditional courtyard with 3 courtyards. Blue bricks and small roof tiles, with eaves curving upward at the corners. Every set of bracket sets was carved with lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs. Within the courtyard, water from the sacred spring had been channeled into a winding stream, emitting a pleasant tinkling sound. Most miraculously, the once barren courtyard had, overnight, become filled with lush bamboo groves and rare flowers. That rustic, elegant atmosphere, tinged with a touch of mystery, made one feel as if they had been transported back to the imperial palace of a golden age 1,000 years ago. Is this really something we built?" An elderly carpenter rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. "I can't help but feel that this house is as if it has a soul of its own." Grandpa Lee puffed on his cigarette, gazing dreamily at the masterpiece before him. He knew that the reason this house turned out this way was by no means due solely to his craftsmanship. Within it lay that mysterious power brought by Liam Hayes, a force beyond the realm of common sense. Liam Hayes stood in the center of the courtyard, sensing the rhythm of the entire island resonating with his spirit. On the surface, the old house was a timeless work of art. But hidden within its walls were 3 layers of special steel plates capable of withstanding attacks from anti-material weapons. Beneath the roof tiles lay a state-of-the-art automated air defense fire control system. The 3 underground levels had also taken shape. A maritime fortress of his own was beginning to reveal its formidable presence. "Old man, you've worked hard." Liam Hayes took out the red envelopes he'd prepared long ago, a thick stack, and pressed one into the hands of each craftsman. Grandpa Lee clutched the heavy envelope and sighed. "UNZ, I've never been impressed by anyone in my life, but your skills, I just can't fathom them. This island is a treasure trove, but it's also a place of trouble. Take good care of yourself." After seeing Old Man Lee and his group off, tranquility returned to the island. Dubai seemed to like the new house as well. It poked its head out of the water and chirped toward the shore, as if congratulating Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes smiled and was just about to head to the newly renovated kitchen to whip up a sumptuous seafood feast for himself. Suddenly, the System's holographic projection popped up automatically, with a red alarm flashing frantically. "Warning! Loss of contact detected with the island's coastal sensor. Target location: below the cliff at the northwest corner. Countdown to video feed: 3, 2, 1. On the screen, A massive, pitch-black submersible was clamped tightly to the island's rock face. A blue, glowing electromagnetic drill bit was frantically attempting to bore through the island's outer defenses. And atop the submersible, a striking blood-red skull emblem flickered with a chilling glow. The Blood Hawk Pirates? Liam Hayes' gaze instantly turned cold and frenzied. He glanced down at the dilapidated little wooden boat moored at the makeshift dock. How could that rickety thing relying solely on oars or a low-powered outboard motor possibly keep up with a gang of heavily armed pirates? A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. Looks like I'll have to upgrade to a more powerful vessel. Liam Hayes snorted coldly and picked up his car keys. Buy a boat. Buy the best boat available right now. Chapter 041. Fed up with the junk boat. The god of wealth heads to the yacht dealership. UNZ. This boat of yours, are you really not going to fix it? Ryan King sat on a stone bench at the dock, staring at the small wooden boat submerged in seawater with its hull covered in barnacles, a look of exasperation on his face. He just delivered a batch of top-tier aged wine from the island and hadn't even had a chance to stop by Liam Hayes' South Legendary Estate for a visit before Liam Hayes dragged him down to the dock. Why fix it? I'd use it for firewood. But even then, the fire wouldn't burn hot enough. Liam Hayes kicked the gunnel dismissively. The wood let out a dull creak, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. Tianlong, which company in Donghai City makes the best boats? I mean the kind that can really fly and are built to last. Ryan King paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You want to buy a speedboat? That's great. I've got a buddy who's the manager at Longyuan Yacht Club in town. They've got nothing but imported models there. As long as you've got the cash, you can even get a custom-built one with an anti-missile system. Liam Hayes smiled. What are we waiting for, then? Let us go lead the way. The two hopped into the black SUV and headed straight for Donghai City's busiest coastal boulevard. An hour later, the SUV pulled up in front of a massive, futuristic-looking building entirely encased in glass curtain walls. The words Longyuan Yacht Club glistened in the sunlight. Even before stepping inside, they could see several sleek, streamlined silver-white speedboats moored in the showroom. These were luxuries ordinary people could never afford in a lifetime. Liam Hayes pushed open the revolving glass doors, and a mixture of high-end perfume and motor oil hit him in the face. But his shirt, slightly wrinkled from hard work, and his leather shoes, caked with mud, looked rather shabby against this backdrop of opulence. The sales associates in the lobby were hovering around several middle-aged, portly men dressed in designer suits and accompanied by young, pretty models. When they saw Liam Hayes and Ryan King enter, they merely gave them a cold, cursory glance before resuming their fawning smiles and turning back to the pot-bellied tycoons. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? A tall woman with heavy makeup swayed her hips as she approached, her gaze exuding a sense of condescending scrutiny. The name tag on her chest read, Senior Sales Manager Shin Man. Ryan King was about to introduce them when Shin Man cut him off. If you're just here to look around or take photos for WeChat moments, please stay outside the barrier and do not touch the exhibits. The cheapest of these boats starts at 5 million. If you scratch the paint, you won't be able to afford the damages. Ryan King's temper flared instantly. How dare you talk to us like that, you little bitch? Who do you think you're looking down on? Open your dog eyes and take a look. This is Mr. Hayes. We're here to buy the best boat you have. Shin Man burst out laughing, her laughter brimming with contempt. Mr. Hayes? Which Mr. Hayes? The mountain villager boss from Wulong Mountain. She pointed at the mud splotch on Liam Hayes' shoe, then at the most dazzling black yacht in the center of the showroom. See that Poseidon? It's made of carbon fiber fiberglass imported from Sweden, powered by twin turbocharged engines, and can break 60 knots at full speed. Price? 88 million. Mr. Hayes, why don't you go count the zeros on your credit card first, then come back and talk to me? A few wealthy businessmen nearby who were looking at the boats burst out laughing as well. Young lady, these days there are plenty of people desperate to get rich. You're wearing cheap street stall clothes, and yet you dare to come here pretending to be wealthy. Come on. Come on. Don't hold them up while they're doing business. A heavy-set man with his arm around a woman even pulled a few $100 bills from his pocket and tossed them at Liam Hayes' feet as if shooing away a beggar. Take this to wash your feet. Don't come to a place like this and make a fool of yourself again. Liam Hayes remained silent the entire time, simply watching this group of clowns in silence. At his current level, this kind of intimidation was like a 3-year-old playing house. But he didn't want to waste time. Get your manager out here. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority.
Shen Man snorted coldly.
Our manager is busy. He doesn't have time to meet with unreasonable people like you. I told you to bring out the manager. Can't you understand plain speech? Liam Hayes took a step forward, and a colossal aura belonging to the sea god erupted instantly. In that instant, Shen Man felt her breath catch. It was as if the person standing before her wasn't a human, but a colossal deep-sea beast on the verge of awakening. Terrified, she took 2 steps back, her face turning slightly pale. What's all this commotion? This is outrageous. A middle-aged man in a dark blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried over. It was the buddy Ryan King had mentioned, the manager, Zhou Cheng. Old Zhou, you're finally here. Ryan King hurried to greet him. When Zhou Cheng saw Ryan King, his expression softened slightly, but upon seeing Liam Hayes, who was covered in mud splatters, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Tianlong, it's fine to bring friends here to have fun, but this is, after all, a high-end establishment. Don't go making a spectacle of yourself. Ryan King was so flustered he started slapping his thigh. Old Zhou, I'm not joking. My buddy really wants to buy a boat. The best one. Shen Man, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. Mr. Zhou, this guy came in shouting and demanding to see the sea god. I suspect he's just here to cause trouble. Liam Hayes didn't beat around the bush. He pulled a jet black private bank card from his pocket. The card's edges were encrusted with a ring of micro diamonds, and at its center was an antique-style Chinese character, Hua. This was the Huaxia Bank Longding card, reserved exclusively for top-tier clients with deposits exceeding 100 million. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed sharply, and his pupils trembled violently behind his glasses. As a manager in the high-end industry, he naturally recognized this card. In all of Donghai City, there were no more than 5 people who owned this card. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround in an instant. He abruptly pushed Shen Man aside, who was blocking his path, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm so sorry, esteemed Mr. Lin. I must have been blind not to recognize you right away. The entire room fell deathly silent. Shen Man's smile froze on her face, and those mocking tycoons nearly bit their tongues off. Zhou Cheng snatched the black card from Liam Hayes' hand, handed it back with trembling hands, then spun around abruptly and slapped Shen Man across the face. You good for nothing. Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Lin right now. You're fired. Get out. Shen Man clutched her face, completely dumbfounded. Liam Hayes didn't even glance at her as he walked straight toward the black Poseidon. I'll take that boat. Liam Hayes pointed at the most expensive yacht, his tone as casual as if he were buying a pancake on the street. Zhou Cheng was all smiles, bowing and scraping. No problem. No problem. You have excellent taste. This is our flagship model. 88 million. I'll even apply the highest level VIP discount for you. No need for a discount. Liam Hayes waved his hand, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. But I have one condition. Zhou Cheng nodded repeatedly. Please tell me, as long as it's within our power, we'll go through fire and water for you. Liam Hayes looked toward the pier, where Dubai was leaping joyfully in the water. I want all of this vessel's performance capabilities doubled. Additionally, I want it to withstand a direct RPG hit and be equipped with the top-of-the-line sonar search system. Is that possible? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhou Cheng's forehead. That's way beyond the capabilities of a civilian vessel. Liam Hayes said nothing. He simply took out his phone and swiped it lightly across the payment terminal. Beep. Payment successful. 150 million. Liam Hayes looked at Zhou Cheng, a hint of madness in his eyes. 150 million. Is the remaining money enough for you to hire someone to modify it? Countless gasps echoed throughout the room. Just then, the yacht dealership's alarm suddenly blared shrilly. An employee ran in, panicked. Mr. Zhou, it's terrible. Out at the dock, hundreds of dolphins have suddenly appeared. They've completely surrounded all the boats we're about to deliver. Liam Hayes looked out at the churning sea and let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. That was Dubai urging him to go home. Leave the boats behind. As for the people, I'm taking them with me right now. Liam Hayes grabbed his keys and, without so much as a glance at the stunned wealthy businessman, strode out of the showroom. But from a cubicle on the second floor of the showroom, A pair of eyes brimming with venom were fixed intently on his retreating figure. 1,500 million for a dilapidated boat? Liam Hayes, that money probably won't be enough to buy your life back. Chapter 042. Paid in full. The fiberglass beast makes a spectacular entry into the sea. Zhou Chang stood on the yacht dealership's private dock, personally holding the heavy set of solid gold ignition keys. Mr. Lin, are you sure you don't want to take it for a test drive? Thanks to Liam Hayes' lavish cash power, this fiberglass speedboat, originally named the Poseidon, had undergone a radical upgrade in just a few short hours. The original white hull had been completely repainted in a subdued and mysterious matte black, with a striking golden dragon's head emblem laser etched onto the bow. The twin engines had been replaced with military-grade turbofan engines even at low speeds. Their deep rumble sounded like a beast growling in the depths of the ocean. Liam Hayes took the keys. Their cold, heavy feel put him in high spirits. A test drive? A beast like this, of course, must be tested out on the open sea. Liam Hayes leaped onto the speedboat, landing lightly on the stern, which was as wide as a deck. Every inch of the material beneath his feet was made of a bulletproof, cutting-edge material known as ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, strong enough to withstand a barrage of rifle rounds at point-blank range. Ryan King jumped up after him, fumbling around like a country bumpkin who'd never seen anything like it, touching this and patting that. Holy cow, Uinzi. This isn't a boat, it's practically an armored vehicle on the sea. Zhou Chang stood at the edge of the pier, directing several technicians as they performed final checks. The wealthy businessmen and tourists who hadn't yet dispersed all craned their necks, holding up their phones and snapping photos like crazy. Look, that's the legendary dragon's head. The one that went for over 100 million. That engine roar, that solid feel, this is exactly the kind of thing a real man should be driving. Compared to this ship, the ones we bought before were practically just footbaths. Listening to the buzz of astonished exclamations all around him, Zhou Chang's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He walked cautiously over to Liam Hayes and lowered his voice. Mr. Lin, as you requested, we've installed the top-of-the-line blue whale sonar at the bottom of the hull. Within a 50-kilometer radius, no submersible or even a larger fish will escape this ship's detection. As for the final payment for the modifications, I'll personally oversee the best shipyard to provide on-site service for you within the next week. Liam Hayes nodded in satisfaction and started the engine. Roar! 2 streams of blue exhaust instantly burst from the stern, sending a massive wall of water dozens of meters high crashing into the sea. The powerful thrust made Ryan King stumble, nearly sending him sprawling onto the deck. Holy shit! That G-force, hurry, Yuji. Get going, I want to feel the speed of this supercar of the seas too. Liam Hayes gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes gleaming with a look of conquest. Just as he was about to shift into power mode and take off into the sky, 3 speedboats roared in from the waters surrounding the marina, forming a V shape to completely block the exit from the dock. They were 3 identical white racing boats, each carrying a few young men dressed in designer sportswear, looking cocky and carefree. Leading the group was none other than the son of the fat guy who had mocked Liam Hayes in the showroom earlier, Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai was chewing gum and holding a bottle of champagne, glaring defiantly at Liam Hayes. Hey, isn't this the nouveau riche who bought that 150 million junk boat? Manager Zhou, this isn't how you do business. How could you sell a boat of this caliber to a hick like that? Isn't this dragging down the standards of our Donghai yachting circle? Zhou Cheng's face suddenly turned grim. He was about to step forward to argue when Liam Hayes reached out and stopped him. Liam Hayes didn't even glance at Zhao Tai. He merely said indifferently to Ryan King, "Hold on tight. Uinzi, what are you planning to do?" Ryan King sensed a thick, intense aura of murderous intent. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth as he pushed the throttle all the way to the floor. "What am I going to do? There's a fly in the middle of the road, of course I'm going to run it over." The roaring turbo engines instantly let out a piercing screech. The dragon's head, like a raging dragon, executed a dragon's tail maneuver on the spot, churning up a terrifying whirlpool of seawater. Then, it transformed into a black bolt of lightning, charging straight toward the 3 white speedboats. Zhao Tai turned deathly pale at this sudden turn of events, and the champagne glass in his hand clattered to the deck. "You're crazy. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The 2 boats under his command reacted quickly, swerving left and right in a panic, nearly capsizing from the sharp turns. But Zhao Tai's lead boat wasn't so lucky. The Dragoness head's incredibly sturdy, bulletproof bow like a red-hot blade slammed viciously into the side of Zhao Tai's speedboat. Crack! A piercing sound of shattering echoed across the sea. That racing boat, worth several million, was practically as fragile as a block of tofu under the impact of the Dragoness head. Its entire side was torn apart in an instant, sending countless shards and parts flying everywhere. The massive force of the collision hurled young Master Zhao into the sea, sending up a huge spray of water. Meanwhile, the Dragoness head didn't even slow down the slightest bit. Not even a white mark remained on its bow. It traced a perfect arc and, under the horrified stares of countless onlookers, brazenly roared out of the marina and vanished into the deep blue horizon in the distance. Holy crap, that's insane. So damn badass. He just rammed right into it without a second thought. That boat worth over 100 million isn't he afraid of wrecking it? Wreck it? Didn't you see the bow? That bulletproof material. Young Master Zhao really hit a brick wall this time. Zhou Cheng stood on the pier, watching the black afterimage vanish into the horizon, his whole body trembling with excitement. He knew that, starting today, Donghai City had gained a force to be reckoned with, one you absolutely couldn't mess with. Out on the open sea, the Dragoness head was racing at a terrifying speed. The sea breeze sliced across his face like knives, but that sensation of extreme speed gave Liam Hayes an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Ryan King clung tightly to the handrail, his eyes closed as he screamed wildly. "Unz! Slow down! Slow down! My heart's about to fly out of my chest!" Liam Hayes roared with laughter and glanced at the sonar radar. Behind the Dragoness head, more than a dozen white wake trails were closing in at an even faster pace. "Tianlong, open your eyes and take a look, our groomsmen have arrived." Ryan King forced one eye open, then was completely stunned. In the crystal-clear seawater, dozens of pinkish-white Chinese white dolphins were swimming closely around the Dragoness head. Dabai swam at the very front, leaping out of the water repeatedly and gliding gracefully over the speedboat. With every leap, it precisely avoided the speedboat's propeller. That was Liam Hayes' very own oceanic honor guard. "That is so awesome, Unz, with a spectacle like this. I've lived a full life already." Liam Hayes was savoring this moment of tranquility and splendor. Suddenly, the speedboat's main control screen turned red. On the sonar radar, 3 extremely well-concealed, deep red dots were closing in rapidly in a fan-shaped formation. The movement patterns of those dots were highly unusual. They bore no resemblance to natural creatures. "Alert! Unauthorized electronic torpedo lock on detected. Target bearing 6 o'clock, 3 targets. Estimated time to contact 15 seconds. Liam Hayes' gaze instantly turned cold. He glanced at Big White and the pod of dolphins playfully leaping alongside the speedboat, and rage exploded within him. "You dare pull such a dirty trick right in front of my Big White? You're asking for trouble." Liam Hayes yanked the helm hard and pressed a red button that had been hidden at the bottom of the cockpit. "Then I'll show you just what kind of surprise is hidden in these 150 million li." The hatch at the stern of the speedboat burst open with a thunderous roar, and a strange launch platform slowly rose into view. Chapter 043. The White Dolphin's Maiden Voyage. The deep-sea hunt begins. Ryan King pointed at the black cylinder rising from the stern, looking completely baffled. He had assumed it was just a decoration, or perhaps some kind of expensive sensor. "Unz, what the hell is that thing? A periscope?" Liam Hayes' gaze was icy as he gripped the custom-made alloy steering wheel tightly, his tone devoid of any warmth. "Periscope? That's a one-way ticket to the underworld for those rats. Poseidon, activate the Thunderstorm Intercept System." Command received. Thunderstorm micro-torpedo interceptors are ready. Target locked. 3, 2, 1, fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 micro-interceptor missiles, each no bigger than a pen but trailing eerie blue trails of flame, shot out of the cylinder in a fan-shaped pattern. They traced an eerie arc through the air before plunging violently into the water. A muffled explosion rang out in the water about 200 meters away, instantly sending 3 water columns, each over 10 meters high, shooting up from the surface. The 3 white wake trails that had been racing toward the speedboat at full speed vanished without a trace under the violent shockwave. Ryan King was so terrified he slumped back into his leather seat, his eyes bulging like a dead fish's. "Holy shit, you've got cannons on this boat." He thought Liam Hayes had simply bought a more expensive, faster yacht. But this was basically a scaled-down destroyer. Liam Hayes didn't answer. He stared coldly at the sonar screen. Although the 3 torpedoes had been intercepted, the 3 deep red dots hadn't disappeared. Instead, as if enraged, they were frantically changing course underwater. Liam Hayes let out a high-pitched shout toward the surface. "Big White, get your brothers to spread out. The farther, the better." Dubai was highly intelligent. It seemed to sense the deadly threat coming from beneath the water as well. It let out a piercing cry, and the pod of dolphins that had been closely following the speedboat instantly scattered in all directions. "Want to play? I'll play a big game with you." Liam Hayes slammed his finger down on a blue switch on the control panel. "White Dolphin, activate Phantom Mode." Whoosh! The entire surface of the speedboat was instantly covered by a flowing blue light screen. Reflected by the sunlight, the massive black hull actually became somewhat transparent, as if blending into the surrounding seawater. At the same time, the sound of the speedboat's engine miraculously vanished. Even the once thundering waves grew faint. This was the optical camouflage and silent propeller system Liam Hayes had spent $50 million to install. Ryan King stared in disbelief at his own body, which seemed to have turned transparent, and didn't dare move for a long moment. Is this invisibility? Pretty much. Liam Hayes kept his eyes glued to the radar. They've lost their target. Now it's our turn to hunt. On the sonar screen, the 3 red dots had indeed slowed down and were now circling aimlessly in place. Liam Hayes maneuvered the White Dolphin, tracing a huge arc across the water's surface as he silently slipped behind the 3 red dots. "Got you." Liam Hayes pressed a green button. A hatch beneath the bow slid open, and 2 specially designed electromagnetic capture nets shot out. These weren't meant to kill, but to capture alive these rats hiding underwater. He wanted to find out exactly who was up to no good in these waters. Splash! The capture nets hit the water and instantly unleashed a powerful high-voltage current. The seawater sizzled with electricity. About 3 minutes later, 3 small, silver-gray unmanned underwater vehicles, each about 2 meters long, surfaced, entangled in the electromagnetic nets. A striking red skull was clearly emblazoned on the sides of the UUVs. "It's those guys again, just as I thought." Liam Hayes' eyes flickered. The Bloodhawk pirates, this gang of internationally wanted outlaws, seemed determined to claim Wulong Island for themselves. Just as he was about to operate the robotic arm to retrieve these UAVs for examination, the previously calm sea suddenly began to shake violently. A massive black shadow emerged from the depths directly beneath the White Dolphin at a terrifying speed. The shadow was so enormous that it made the White Dolphin look like a beetle at the foot of a giant elephant. Ryan King pointed at the bottomless blackness beneath his feet, his voice cracking. "UNZ, down there. There's a monster down there." Liam Hayes' face paled as well. He could sense an extremely ferocious, ancient, and malevolent presence rapidly closing in. This wasn't a submarine, it was a living creature. Splash! A gigantic suction cup tentacle, over 10 meters in diameter, burst suddenly from the water. It was like a massive pillar reaching to the sky, and with the force of a tidal wave, it slammed down hard toward the White Dolphin. "Hold on tight!" Liam Hayes let out a roar and yanked the steering wheel to its limit with both hands. At the very last moment, the White Dolphin rolled sideways, performing a near 90-degree vertical roll on the water's surface. The massive tentacle swept past the ship's hull, and the massive wave it churned up sent the White Dolphin reeling violently. Seawater instantly flooded into the cockpit. Ryan King was hit in the face by a wave and flung against the ceiling of the cabin before crashing back down. What the hell is that? Cthulhu? Liam Hayes steadied himself and stared intently through the seawater-blurred windshield at the faint silhouette beneath the surface. It was a giant squid, but at least 5 times the size of a normal specimen. Its skin glowed an eerie deep purple, and blue electrical arcs flickered along each of its tentacles. Another mutated creature? Liam Hayes' heart sank as he suddenly realized this might not be a coincidence. This monster was clearly being controlled by the Bloodhawk pirates through some means, serving as a gatekeeper, specifically deployed to seal off these waters. The giant squid surged forward once more, its 8 massive tentacles shooting out of the water simultaneously to weave a deadly cage around the White Dolphin. Its enormous compound eyes, flickering with a savage red glow, fixed their gaze intently on Liam Hayes. Squeak! On the horizon, Dubai reappeared. Far from fleeing, It had gathered dozens of dolphins into a spearhead formation and was charging toward the giant squid with utter disregard for its own life. It was taking the pressure off Liam Hayes. Dabai, get back. Liam Hayes' eyes were bloodshot. That was his only family. Watching Dabai's frail figure charge toward that invincible deep-sea behemoth, Liam Hayes' inner rage finally reached its breaking point. He ripped off the speedboat's central control panel, revealing a hidden compartment beneath it, one that had never been opened, sealed shut with lead weights. If you want my life, you'll have to prove you've got what it takes. Liam Hayes slammed his finger down on the purple button inside the hidden compartment. Poseidon system. Activate the forbidden module. Let it see what absolute suppression really means. At that moment, the entire white dolphin let out a metal groan, strained to its limits. A terrifying surge of energy radiated wildly outward from the speedboat. At that very moment, the surface of the sea actually ceased to ripple. Even the unbeatable giant squid seemed to sense something. Its massive body jerked violently. Just then, on the speedboat's radar, a massive golden speck even larger than the squid itself was hurtling toward the battlefield from the depths of the ocean at a speed akin to teleportation. Liam Hayes stared intently at that golden speck, his heart pounding wildly. What was that? Was that the true master of these waters, one he had never seen before? At that moment, the sea's surface was bathed in an eerie golden glow. Chapter 044. The soul of the dragon vein emerges. A single thought slaying the deep-sea demon. Ryan King's voice had become completely distorted, filled with the most primal fear a human feels when facing an unknown colossus. Yuanzi, what the hell is that? He pointed frantically at the sea surface, now stained gold. That overwhelming aura, indescribable in words, made it incredibly difficult for him to even breathe. Liam Hayes didn't answer. His heart pounded like a war drum in his chest as his eyes were fixed on the sonar screen, watching the unimaginably massive golden speck charging toward them at teleportation-like speed. It's coming. It's finally here. The true guardian of Wulong Island. With a splash, a massive dragoness head over 30 meters in diameter and composed of pure golden light slowly emerged from the golden sea. It wasn't a physical form. It was a sacred projection, formed from the purest energy, existing somewhere between illusion and reality. The dragoness head had no eyes, no mouth, only boundless majesty and detachment. It was as if all things in the world were mere ants in its eyes. The moment that golden dragoness head appeared, time seemed to stand still. The wind ceased, the waves fell silent. Even the clouds in the sky ceased to drift. The more than 20 million viewers in the live stream, looking at screens filled with static due to energy interference, could see nothing but a blindingly brilliant golden glow. Their minds had completely shut down, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, a spectacle that transcended even mythology. Meanwhile, the mutant giant squid, which just moments ago had been arrogant and ferocious beyond compare, now resembled a child who had encountered its natural predator. Its 8 massive tentacles, capable of easily capsizing a giant ship, were trembling violently at a rate visible to the naked eye. The moment its massive compound eyes, which had been glowing with a savage red light, beheld the golden dragoness head, all traces of ferocity dissolved into the purest, soul-deep terror. It wanted to flee. Its massive body suddenly jetted black ink backward, attempting to dive into the depths of the ocean. But it was already too late. The golden dragoness head moved. It made no sound, merely opening its luminous mouth slowly, then drawing in a gentle breath. A hum filled the air. An invisible yet irresistible, terrifying suction instantly engulfed the waters within a radius of 1 kilometer. The mutated giant squid, weighing hundreds of metric tons, couldn't even muster a decent struggle. Its colossal body, along with all the ink it had spewed and the 3 unmanned submersibles Liam Hayes had previously recovered, were all torn apart, compressed, and disintegrated by that terrifying suction. Finally, they were broken down into a stream of primordial particles, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of light that was swallowed whole by the golden dragoness head. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. A deep-sea monster, one that would be classified as the highest-level threat in any nation's naval records, was devoured just like an appetizer. The entire process didn't even cause a single ripple. Ryan King swallowed hard. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror. Liam Hayes managed to stay on his feet. As he gazed at the golden dragoness head floating silently on the ocean's surface, a tidal wave of emotion surged through him. Is this the power of the dragon vein? Is this the true trump card my grandfather left me? Just then, the System-S alert laced with a hint of astonishment echoed in Liam Hayes' mind. Ding! Warning! Ultra-high-dimensional energy entity detected. Energy level assessment in progress. Assessment failed. Energy level exceeds the System-S current analytical limit. Target identification. Identified as Soul of the Dragon Vein of Wulong Island Juvenile Stage. Status. Awakened by the Host-S activation of the Forbidden Module. Currently conducting a deterrent patrol. Juvenile Stage. Liam Hayes' mouth twitched violently. An entity capable of swallowing a Cthulhu-class monster whole, and you're telling me it's still just a baby? Just how terrifying will it be once it reaches adulthood? Will it swallow an entire planet in one gulp? After devouring the squid, the golden dragoness head slowly turned its hollow eye sockets toward the white dolphin, where Liam Hayes stood. A stream of consciousness as vast as the cosmic sea of stars descended directly into Liam Hayes' mind. The thought contained no specific content, only the transmission of the purest emotion. Affection, acceptance, and a hint of protection. It was telling Liam Hayes that it accepted him as its new master. Immediately afterward, the golden dragoness head whipped toward the deep sea to the northwest. A mental pressure even more terrifying than before, like an invisible shockwave, instantly swept across that stretch of ocean. Ding! The system has detected that the Deep Sea Pluto, the flagship nuclear submarine of the Blood Owl pirate gang, located 70 kilometers northwest in the deep sea, has suffered an instantaneous failure of all electronic systems and irreversible damage to its power core. It is currently surfacing for an emergency evacuation. System assessment. This submarine no longer poses any threat to Wulong Island. Liam Hayes' heart sank. Was this what they called a deterrent patrol? From 70 kilometers away, a single thought had rendered a top-tier attack nuclear submarine inoperable. This wasn't science fiction anymore, it was theology. After accomplishing all this, the golden dragoness head seemed to have expended a massive amount of energy, and its glow began to dim slightly. It cast one last, penetrating glance at Liam Hayes, then slowly sank beneath the water and vanished. The golden light filling the sky receded like a tide. The sea's surface returned to its deep blue. If it weren't for the lingering, heart-stopping aura of the divine in the air and the wreckage of those submersibles floating on the surface, everything that had just happened would have seemed like an unreal dream. Liam Hayes slumped in the pilot's seat, gasping for breath. The relief of having narrowly escaped death, combined with the ecstasy of having uncovered the ultimate trump card, left him feeling completely drained. He glanced at Ryan King, who was still unconscious beside him, a silly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Then he looked toward the distance, where Big White was gathering once more, gazing at him with concern. Liam Hayes suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and boldness. The Blood Hawk Pirates? Foreign forces. Bring it on. I'll be right here on Dragoness Lair Island, waiting for you. Let us see if your ships are tougher or if my dragoness mouth is better. After venting the pent-up frustration in his heart, Liam Hayes felt a sense of relief wash over him. He glanced at the white boar, which had just weathered fierce winds and rough seas yet remained as good as new, and a glimmer of affection flashed in his eyes. We've finally made it out here, we can't just turn back now. He patted Ryan King on the cheek, rousing him from his sleep. Tianlong, wake up. When Ryan King came to, he was still in a state of extreme excitement and rambling incoherently. Huh? What? Owency? I just saw a dragon. A golden dragon. Liam Hayes smiled and pushed the throttle all the way to the floor. The white boar let out a joyful roar and once again transformed into a black bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the deeper depths of the ocean. We'll talk about the dragon later. Today, I'm taking you to a great place. Liam Hayes' eyes sparkled with excitement. He stared at a brand new set of coordinates on the sonar screen, ones that had just been unlocked and had never been visited by any ship before. I'll show you what a real maritime paradise is all about. Ryan King looked completely bewildered.
Maritime paradise?
What kind of place is that? Chapter 045. God-tier sonar clears the way. Discovering a coastal fish paradise. Paradise at sea? What kind of place is that? Ryan King's hair was tousled by the sea breeze, looking like a bird's nest. His face was still pale from the shock, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The impact of that golden divine dragon moments ago had been simply too overwhelming. His worldview hadn't yet fully readjusted. Liam Hayes held the steering wheel with one hand, letting the white dolphin race across the vast, boundless ocean at a terrifying speed of over 60 knots. That ultimate thrill of becoming one with the ship as it cut through the wind and waves made every cell in his body cheer with excitement. A place that's just been unlocked. A mysterious smile tugged at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. Just moments ago, after the soul of the dragon vein manifested, he discovered that the connection between his mind and Wulong Island had grown even stronger. It was as if the entire island and the vast waters surrounding it had become an extension of his own body. Many areas that had previously been shrouded in mist and impossible to explore now appeared clearly on the map in his mind. And the place he was heading to now was one of the areas with the strongest energy readings. It was over 100 nautical miles from Wulong Island, far beyond what would traditionally be considered coastal waters. Ryan King gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be flung out by the terrifying speed. UNZ, slow down a bit. My old bones are about to fall apart. We've barely even started. Liam Hayes glanced at the complex control panel beside him and pressed the activation button labeled Blue Whale Sonar with great interest. Buzz. After a faint buzzing sound, the largest seamless touchscreen in the center of the cockpit lit up instantly. An extremely detailed, three-dimensional map of the seabed appeared on the screen. Blue waves radiated outward in concentric circles from the white dolphin, like ripples on the water's surface. Wherever the waves reached, the seabed's mountains, ravines, and even every slightly larger reef were scanned with crystal-clear clarity. Even more astonishing was that the schools of fish swimming in the water were marked on the screen as countless green dots of varying sizes. They were densely packed, like stars in the night sky. Ryan King was also a seasoned boater. His own multi-million yuan yacht was equipped with a sonar fish finder. But compared to the one before him, his device was like a feature phone next to a smartphone. Holy shit, UNZ. This sonar of yours is insane. Ryan King leaned in close to the screen, his face a picture of astonishment. This clarity, this scanning range. This is fucking military grade, isn't it? It can even roughly analyze the size and species of the fish? In the lower right corner of the screen, data was constantly refreshing. Analysis target, school of tuna, approximately 300 plus, average length 1.2 meters, classified as a medium-sized school. Analysis target, sardine swarm, number unestimable, classified as a large-scale fish migration. Ryan King stared at the data, his mouth practically watering. We're set, UNZ. Just in this stretch of water alone, if we brought a big net, we could make enough to pay for a whole boat in a single day. Liam Hayes, however, looked down on these ordinary schools of fish. His target was the red zone at the farthest end of the map, marked as a high-density life signal cluster. Hold on tight, we're about to enter paradise. Liam Hayes gave a quick warning before pushing the speed back up to the limit. About 20 minutes later, the white dolphin finally reached its destination. Liam Hayes slowly reduced the ship's speed and eventually came to a stop on a stretch of sea that looked perfectly ordinary. Here, the seawater had a deep, sapphire-like hue, and sunlight couldn't even penetrate more than 10 meters below the surface. Ryan King looked around in confusion. UNZ, is this the place? It doesn't look like anything special. Liam Hayes said nothing, but simply pointed at the sonar screen. Ryan King leaned in to take a look and instantly froze in place. On the screen, directly below the marker indicating their location, a reef formation of indescribable magnitude loomed. That reef formation resembled a massive mountain range submerged beneath the ocean floor. Countless oddly shaped rocks formed a labyrinthine landscape, riddled with innumerable caves and deep gorges. And within that vast undersea mountain range, the density of the green dots representing schools of fish had reached a spine-chilling level. It was no longer a starry sky. It was the Milky Way, a dazzling river of life, formed by the convergence of countless stars. Yellow and red dots representing high value, large fish were visible everywhere on the screen. They reigned like monarchs over every corner of the reef. Warning: ultra-high-density biological aggregation zone detected. System analysis. This area is a pristine undersea ecosystem that has never been explored by humans. Its biodiversity and resource abundance far exceed any known fishing ground on Earth. System determination. This location is a god-tier fishing ground. Ryan King stared at the 4 glaring red characters on the screen, feeling as if his breath were about to stop. As the leader of the East China Sea's culinary scene, he had dreamed of finding such a unique, inexhaustible golden fishing ground. And now that dream had come true. Ryan King was so overcome with excitement he could barely form a complete sentence. He pointed at the screen, then gestured toward the cabin, his eyes blazing with boundless fervor. Yunzi, quick, grab the fishing rods. Today, I'm going to fish here until the end of time. Liam Hayes burst out laughing at Ryan King's pathetic display. He snapped his fingers, and 2 sets of top-tier carbon fiber lure fishing rods, which he already redeemed from the system store, slowly rose from a hidden compartment in the cabin. The 2 rods were jet black, covered in golden dragon patterns, giving them a sci-fi feel. The matching reels were even crafted from a single piece of aerospace-grade titanium alloy, with internal gears more precise than those of a Swiss watch. Divine Dragon Series All-Terrain Smart Lure Fishing Set. Description: crafted from shape memory alloy and biofiber, the rod automatically adjusts its stiffness and flexibility based on the target fish species. Equipped with a micro-sonar locking module, it can precisely deliver bait to any spot up to 100 meters away. Friendly reminder: when using this product, your only concern will be that your arm might dislocate from landing too many fish. Liam Hayes tossed one of the sets to Ryan King. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't catch 100 gene today, you're paying for your own ride home. Ryan King grabbed the Divine Dragon fishing rod, which felt absolutely incredible in his hands, and was instantly fired up. 100 gene? Who do you think you're looking down on? Today I'll show you what the East China Sea Fishing King is all about. Ryan King couldn't wait to pick out a spinnerbait weighing over 100, overcome, strike what he thought was his coolest pose, and cast the lure with all his might. However, his lure hadn't even hit the water yet. Liam Hayes casually tossed a soft plastic worm lure over the side of the boat. Splash! The lure had barely sunk half a meter into the water. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed from beneath the surface. The Shenlong fishing rod in Liam Hayes' hand was instantly pulled into an exaggerated full bend by a massive force. The line release switch on the reel emitted a shrill, screeching sound like a chainsaw cutting through metal. Ryan King's bait, which hadn't even hit the water yet, hung awkwardly in midair. He stared at Liam Hayes in utter disbelief, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. That's a bite? Liam Hayes didn't even bother to set the hook. He simply held the rod with one hand, his arm muscles twitching slightly. Reel it in. Splash! A sea wolf over a meter long, covered in silvery scales, with its dorsal fin raised high like a battle flag, was yanked straight out of the water in an extremely brutal manner. The sea wolf traced a perfect parabola through the air, landing precisely in the white dolphin's built-in live well. From casting to hooking the fish to reeling it in, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Liam Hayes shook out his wrist and, looking at a stunned Ryan King, flashed a devilish grin. Warm-up's over. Tianlong, are you sure your arm can handle it today? Chapter 046. The Divine Rod Unleashed. Non-stop lure catches until my hands cramp. Tianlong, are you sure your arm can handle it today? Liam Hayes' casual remark sounded like a blatant provocation to Ryan King. Ryan King's face flushed red. He felt that his reputation as the East Sea Fishing King was being challenged like never before. Don't give me that. When I was already into lure fishing, you were still in diapers. Refusing to back down, Ryan King reeled in the lure that hadn't even hit the water yet and swapped it for a spoon that was almost identical to the one he'd just been using. Mimicking Liam Hayes, he casually tossed the lure over the side of the boat. Then, he began staring intently at the water's surface, waiting for a miracle to happen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute passed. The water was as calm as a mirror, not even a single ripple on the surface. Ryan King's expression turned slightly awkward. Refusing to accept defeat, he began frantically jerking the rod tip, trying to make the lure's action more enticing. However, there was still no response. Right beside him, Liam Hayes had already begun his second round of action. Liam Hayes cast that unremarkable soft plastic worm lure into the water once more. This time he didn't even bother to wait. The lure traced an arc through the air, not yet fully submerged. Splash! A dark shadow shot out of the water like an arrow leaving the bow, snatching the lure with a precise bite mid-air. Thud! The Divine Dragon fishing rod in Liam Hayes' hand was once again bent into a heart-stopping full arc. Another one? Ryan King's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What kind of magical fishing technique was this? An alley-oop? This one is a decent size. Liam Hayes felt the immense force transmitted through the rod, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He hadn't even engaged the reel yet, relying solely on the strength of his wrists and arms. He began a primal tug of war with the massive creature beneath the water. The black and gold shaft of the divine dragon rod hummed and vibrated under the immense tension, sounding like a dragoness roar. Ryan King could clearly see the dark shadow beneath the water thrashing wildly from side to side, trying to escape. Each charge sent a huge spray of churning water flying. But no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't snap the fishing line, which didn't even look that thick. Nor could it shake Liam Hayes' figure, which stood as steady as a mountain. That's enough, come on up. Liam Hayes had had enough of the game. With a low growl, he jerked his arm upward. Splash! A giant grouper nearly 2 meters long, jet black all over, and with a mouth full of fangs was yanked violently out of the water. The grouper was a full size larger than the one Ryan King had enshrined as the crown jewel at his Dragon Ascension seafood restaurant. Black Kong. It's a top-tier variant of the Eastern Star grouper, the Black Kong. Ryan King let out a shriek, his voice brimming with disbelief. A wild Black Kong this big? One of these can fetch at least 200,000. Liam Hayes, however, tossed the 200,000 valuable Black Kong into the live well as casually as if he were discarding a dead fish. He clapped his hands and looked at Ryan King with a gaze full of affection. Tianlong, why haven't you had any bites yet? Want me to lend you some luck? Ryan King's face had already turned the color of a pig's liver. He didn't understand it was clearly the same stretch of ocean, the same lure, so why was it like Liam Hayes had stirred up a school of fish over there, while his own spot felt like a no-fishing zone? I refuse to believe this nonsense. In a fit of defiance, Ryan King switched to a soft plastic worm lure identical to Liam Hayes' and cast it with all his might in the same direction. This time, a miracle seemed to happen. The moment the lure hit the water, he felt a slight tremor at the tip of his rod. A bite! Overjoyed, Ryan King jerked his rod upward to set the hook. A surge of force came through the rod. He de-hooked one. Ha 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 ha! I knew it! How could I, the East Sea Fishing King, possibly come up empty-handed? Ryan King laughed triumphantly and began reeling in excitedly. However, the feel of the fight was a bit off. It felt light and flimsy, with hardly any fight. Soon, he reeled in a colorful clownfish no bigger than the palm of his hand. The clownfish had the lure which was bigger than its own body hanging from its mouth, looking completely innocent. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Liam Hayes fought back a laugh and patted Ryan King on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You've broken the ice. This fish is called Nemo. It's pretty cute, would make a great addition to an aquarium. Ryan King's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He flung the clownfish back into the sea, feeling as though his character and dignity had been trampled upon like never before. And for the next hour, for Ryan King, it was nothing short of a public execution. Over on Liam Hayes' side, he was on a total killing spree. He didn't even need to look, he simply closed his eyes and casually cast the lure in any direction. Every single cast was a hit. Tuna over 1 meter long. Red snapper as big as a wash basin. Ribbed fish as thick as an arm. Even a few massive blue grouper, lashing out with their fins. All kinds of top-quality seafood, the kind you couldn't buy for a fortune out there, were pulled from the sea one after another by him in an utterly humiliating manner. That massive live well was already nearly half full in just 1 hour. Meanwhile, Ryan King had caught nothing except for a few clownfish, some starfish, and even a worn-out flip-flop. He was completely numb. He slumped on the deck, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself incessantly. Why is this happening? Could it be that all the fish in this sea recognize him? Liam Hayes watched Ryan King's expression of existential doubt and finally couldn't bear to deal him another blow. He knew that the affinity with the sea god's skill was at work. In these waters, he was the undisputed king. All marine life was instinctively drawn to him and would even actively seek his company. Ryan King wasn't catching any fish, not because of his poor technique. It was because all the fish had been drawn to Liam Hayes. They simply had no time to pay attention to that tiny lure. Come on, stop moping. Liam Hayes pulled the largest tuna out of the live well and tossed it to Ryan King. We're having a whole fish feast for lunch, you handle the prep. Ryan King looked at the still thrashing, extremely valuable tuna and felt like crying but couldn't. He felt like he hadn't come here to go deep sea fishing, but to serve as Liam Hayes' personal chef. Just as Liam Hayes was about to reel in his line and let Ryan King get to work on the catch, his Shenlong fishing rod suddenly took a tremendous, terrifying force unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Bam! The force was so immense that it even dragged the unsuspecting Liam Hayes a full step forward. The shaft of the divine dragon fishing rod instantly bent to a heart-stopping, near 180-degree arc. It looked as if it were about to snap completely at any moment. Meanwhile, the line release switch on the reel emitted a screech more piercing and frenzied than ever before. The sound was like the wail of the Grim Reaper. The specialized line coiled on the reel strong enough to hoist a full-grown bull was racing frantically toward the depths at a terrifying speed of dozens of meters per second. In just a few short seconds, over 100 meters of line had been completely reeled out. For the first time, Liam Hayes' expression turned grave. He could sense that the power of whatever was down there was several times more terrifying than all the fish he'd ever caught combined. Ryan King also jumped in surprise at this sudden turn of events. Holy crap! Yuji, did you hook a submarine? Liam Hayes planted his feet firmly in a fighting stance, every muscle in his body tensing instantly as the power of his sea goddess body erupted with a thunderous force. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, feeling the terrifying force emanating from the deep sea, a force so powerful it threatened to drag his entire body underwater. His eyes blazed with boundless fighting spirit and fervor. A submarine? Liam Hayes grinned widely, revealing a row of stark white teeth.
No.
It's the true king of this paradise. He has taken the bait. Chapter 047. The 100-gene Fish King is on the line. The true god of war of the seas. It's the true king of this paradise. It's on the line. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable excitement and fighting spirit. The muscles in his arms bulged like granite blocks, veins throbbing prominently. With superhuman strength, he held the divine dragon fishing rod, which had already bent to its limit, firmly in check. Ryan King was completely dumbfounded. He could never have imagined in his wildest dreams what kind of underwater colossus could unleash such terrifying brute strength. It was astonishing that even someone with Liam Hayes' monstrous physical prowess had to give it his all. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The reel continued to screech wildly as the line spooled out, as if performing a symphony of death. Half of the 300-meter P line had already been spooled out in just half a minute. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they faced the risk of the line snapping, the fish escaping, or even the rod snapping. Ryan King, sweating profusely with anxiety, shouted from the sidelines. UNZ, this one do. Lock the drag tight. Go all out against it. In lure fishing, when encountering an uncontrollable monster, locking the drag and going head-to-head using the rod and line's maximum strength is the last and most dangerous resort. A single misstep could result in a broken rod and serious injury. Yet Liam Hayes shook his head, a look of calm yet frenzied determination flashing in his eyes. No, we can't lock it. This creature underwater is a clever fighter. It's testing our limits. Through the subtle vibrations transmitted through the rod tip, Liam Hayes could clearly sense that the giant creature beneath the water wasn't just charging blindly outward. Every surge of power, every change in direction, was filled with rhythm and purpose. It was like a seasoned boxer, using a series of heavy punches to steadily wear down its opponent's stamina and the durability of its gear. If Liam Hayes locked the drag, it would undoubtedly unleash an even more terrifying burst of power in an instant, snapping the fishing line or rod in one fell swoop. Liam Hayes let out a cold chuckle. Want to outsmart me? Then let us see who wears the other out first. Far from locking the drag, he instead masterfully fine-tuned the drag setting at an extremely high frequency. When the massive creature beneath the water surged with force, he would loosen the drag slightly, letting it charge. As soon as its momentum waned slightly, he would immediately tighten the drag while using the flex of the rod blank to constantly apply pressure, sapping its strength. This maneuver left Ryan King, watching nearby, speechless. This wasn't just fishing anymore. It was art. It was a high-stakes battle of strength, endurance, and wits between man and a colossal beast. Second by second, time ticked away. This heart-pounding tug-of-war had been going on for nearly half an hour. Liam Hayes' forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and his breathing had grown somewhat labored. Meanwhile, the colossal creature beneath the water also seemed to be growing weary. The frequency and force of its surges had noticeably weakened compared to before. Now's the time. A fierce gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. It's my turn to strike back. No longer content to defend passively, he suddenly exerted all his strength, frantically reeling in the fishing reel. Inch by inch, he fought to reclaim the hundreds of meters of fishing line from the depths of the ocean. The reel's handle spun so fast in his hands that it almost left a trail of afterimages. The giant creature beneath the water seemed enraged by Liam Hayes' sudden, aggressive stance. It let out a silent roar and began thrashing even more frantically, attempting a final struggle. On the surface of the sea, the taut fishing line sliced through the water, creating streaks of white foam. The white dolphin's hull, weighing dozens of metric tons, was even being dragged slowly across the water's surface by this immense force. Liam Hayes let out a roar. Tianlong, start the engines. Follow it. Ryan King snapped out of his daze, rushed into the wheelhouse, and frantically started the engines. What had been a scene of man reeling in a fish instantly turned into the bizarre spectacle of a fish reeling in a boat. The more than 20 million viewers in the livestream were completely speechless. They could only watch through footage transmitted from high above by drones as that Black Sea beast was dragged along by an invisible thin line, tracing irregular paths across the water's surface. Am I watching a National Geographic documentary today? What kind of fish is this? Anyway, so strong. If Godzilla had taken the bait, I'd believe it. The streamer is amazing. Yes, holding his own. That core strength, those arm muscles. Whoa, I can't even imagine. Hurry, let it show itself already. I'm freaking out here. I've got to see who or what this is. It was as if he heard the viewer's thoughts. After another 10 or so minutes of grueling struggle, the giant creature's stamina beneath the water finally seemed to have reached its limit. It stopped dashing back into the deep and began to be slowly dragged toward the surface by Liam Hayes. Closer, even closer. A massive, spindle-shaped black silhouette flickered in and out of view in the deep blue water, when it was less than 10 meters from the surface. Splash! A deafening roar shook the heavens. That mysterious deep-sea behemoth suddenly launched its final charge. It didn't charge toward the depths, it charged toward the sky. A massive silver-blue figure, like a missile launched from a barrel, broke free from the sea's grip with unparalleled grace, its entire body leaping completely out of the water. At that moment, time seemed to hit the slow motion button. Under the horrified gazes of over 20 million online viewers, the ultimate embodiment of speed and power in the ocean, a creature that existed only in the dreams of the most skilled anglers, revealed its true form. Its size was breathtaking by visual estimate. Its length definitely exceeded 5 meters. Its weight had likely reached an unimaginable figure. Its body took the form of an extremely streamlined spindle shape, with a deep cobalt blue back and a dazzling silvery white belly. Dozens of pale purple vertical stripes adorned both sides of its body. Bathed in sunlight, its wet skin reflected a metallic sheen, exuding an explosive sense of power. But its most striking feature was its long, sharp upper jaw, resembling a medieval knight's lance. That lance accounted for nearly 1/3 of its entire body length, gleaming with a bone-chilling, eerie coldness. A giant marlin. No, this was no ordinary giant marlin. This was the emperor of the marlins, the colossal blue marlin king, who had lived for untold years and evolved into the war god of these waters. It thrashed its massive, steel-like body in midair, desperately trying to shake off the damned hook lodged in its mouth. That supreme aura of dominance, characteristic of an apex predator, sent shivers down everyone's spine even through the screen. Ryan King slumped in the driver's seat, barely managing to keep his grip on the steering wheel. Oh my God! Is this the legendary king of fish? Liam Hayes stared intently at the colossal beast thrashing wildly in midair, far from showing any fear. His eyes burned with an even fiercer flame, the flame of conquest. He slammed his foot against the gunwale, leaned back, and poured every ounce of his strength into the fishing rod in his hands. Trying to get away? Today, even if a real dragon showed up, it'd have to be reeled in for me. However, just as the giant blue marlin was exhausted and about to plunge back into the water, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Liam Hayes' divine dragon fishing rod suddenly, without warning, emitted a crack, a bone-chilling, crisp snap. A faint crack silently appeared along the rod's shaft. This top-of-the-line, divine dragon rod. Worth $1 million, was it actually about to snap? Chapter 048. The divine rod on the brink of breaking. The tug-of-war between man and fish sends the internet into a frenzy. Snap! That crisp yet fatal sound, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper, struck a heavy blow to everyone's heart. Ryan King's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhead, and he cried out in shock. Yuan Z, watch out! The rod's about to snap. The live stream's comment section also exploded in that instant. Holy crap, no way, it's actually going to snap. That's the streamer's black tech, divine rod. It's over, it's over. This king of fish is way too powerful, it's already exceeded the gear's breaking point. Let out more line. If you don't let out more line now, the rod will snap, and all the effort from the past hour will be for nothing. This is killing me. A fish this big, if it gets away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yet, facing this life or death crisis, Liam Hayes' face still bore that same look of madness and determination. Far from letting out line, he clenched his jaw even tighter. The muscles in his arms swelled another notch as he used a force bordering on self-harm to forcibly steady the divine dragon fishing rod, which was already groaning under the unbearable strain. You think you can snap my rod and get away with the fish? You're not worthy. A flash of confidence, incomprehensible to others, flickered in Liam Hayes' eyes. This divine dragon fishing rod was something he redeemed from the system store. It was crafted from shape memory alloy and biofibers, materials possessing self-healing capabilities. The crack that had appeared moments ago, though frightening to behold, was merely a protective mechanism designed to automatically dissipate force when the rod was subjected to extreme impact. Once that instantaneous burst of force subsided, it would self-repair in a matter of seconds, returning to its original condition. This was the true essence of its cutting-edge technology. Sure enough, just as the giant blue marlin, having exhausted its strength, slammed back into the water, sending a towering wave crashing upward, the extreme pressure on the rod suddenly eased, and that seemingly shocking crack rapidly healed, closed up, and eventually vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it had never been there at all. This scene left Ryan King and all the viewers in the livestream speechless once again. It repaired itself? It fixed itself. Ryan King rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Is this rod alive? It can self-repair? I'm blown away. Everything I've seen today has completely surpassed my comprehension. Streamer, I beg you, just put me out of my misery. Can't you just tell me you're a god sent down from heaven? This isn't fishing anymore, it's a fantasy movie. Liam Hayes paid no heed to everyone's shock. He knew that the wild dance in the air moments ago had completely drained the Blue Marlin King's last reserves of strength. Now it was nothing more than fish on a cutting board. It's time to end this. Liam Hayes growled under his breath and began reeling in the line with overwhelming force. The kingfish, which had been so majestic and domineering just moments ago, now resembled a bull with a rope tied around its nose, being dragged step by step toward the white boar by Liam Hayes, utterly powerless to resist. Victory was within reach. Liam Hayes could already smell the faint, salty sweet scent unique to top-tier deep-sea fish emanating from the Fish King. Ryan King also rushed out of the cockpit in excitement, holding an enormous gaff designed specifically for landing large fish. UNZ, hold steady. I'll help you. Once we haul it aboard, we'll be eating the finest bluefin marlin sashimi today. The two exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the joy and fervor of a bountiful catch. The atmosphere in the live stream reached its peak at that very moment. All the viewers were cheering, celebrating, and congratulating the streamer in advance on successfully slaying the dragon. Just as the King Blue Marlin was being hauled to within less than 5 meters of the ship's south rail, so close they could clearly see its enormous eyes, filled with a hint of reluctance and despair. Beep, beep, beep. A red alarm more urgent and piercing than any before suddenly blared throughout the cockpit of the White Dolphin. It was the highest-level enemy threat alert set by Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes' expression changed in an instant. His smile froze on his face, replaced by boundless coldness and murderous intent. He whipped his head around to look at the main control screen. On the sonar radar, a massive, deep red submarine icon representing a hostile target was silently and ghost-like rising from the waters directly behind them, just 500 meters away. The submarine's outline was crystal clear on the screen. It was none other than the flagship nuclear submarine of the Blood Owl Pirates, The deep-sea Pluto, the very vessel that the dragon Vainsoul had nearly destroyed with a single thought earlier. They hadn't fled far at all. They had actually turned back. And they specifically chosen this moment when Liam Hayes was battling the Fish King. His stamina severely depleted, and his guard at its lowest to strike. What a masterstroke! While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Ryan King also saw the scene on the screen. He was so terrified that the grappling hook in his hand clattered to the deck. UNZ. It's the pirates. It's that bunch of pirates. They're back. Liam Hayes said nothing. His gaze was as cold as Siberian ice. He stared intently at the silhouette of the submarine slowly rising on the screen. He could see that ahead of the submarine, for pitch-black launch tube hatches were slowly opening. Inside them lay heavy armor-piercing torpedoes enough to instantly blow the White Dolphin and both of them to smithereens.
Danger.
An unprecedented threat of death descended in an instant. What made it even more dire was that Liam Hayes was currently in the final moments of a life-or-death struggle with that 100-gene Fish King. He simply couldn't spare the attention to operate the ship's weapon systems. The moment he let go, this Fish King, which he poured countless efforts into and was on the verge of capturing, would inevitably seize the opportunity to escape. But if he didn't let go, those 4 heavy torpedoes about to be launched would take his life. Should he abandon the prize within his grasp and make a humiliating escape? Or, for the sake of dignity and victory, go down with the enemy? It was a dilemma, a choice between 2 certain deaths. Inside the Blood Owl Pirates submarine, the one-eyed captain watched Liam Hayes' predicament on the screen and broke into a cruel, smug grin. "Kid, let us see how you're going to get away this time." He slowly raised his hand, preparing to issue the final attack order. However, just as he was about to give the command, through the periscope, he witnessed a scene he would never forget, one that even made his soul freeze. On the deck of the White Dolphin, the young man from China, whom he had driven into a corner, Liam Hayes not only showed not the slightest trace of panic or fear, but instead smiled. Facing those 4 pitch-black torpedo tubes, facing the impending death, he flashed a smile brimming with contempt, sarcasm, and even a hint of pity. Slowly, very slowly, he raised his empty left hand. Facing the massive nuclear submarine, he gently snapped his fingers. Then, in a voice only he could hear, he murmured softly, "I forgot to tell you. This sea, right now? Who's in charge?" Chapter 049. The divine fish becomes a thunderbolt. A single strike drives back the deep-sea lord. "I forgot to tell you. These waters, right now? Who's in charge?" Liam Hayes' icy whisper, brimming with endless mockery, seemed to pierce through hundreds of meters of seawater, exploding directly within the one-eyed captain's heart. A crisp snap of the fingers. Inside the command pod of the deep-sea lord, the one-eyed captain's savage grin froze instantly. Through the periscope, he stared intently at the young man from China, who remained defiant and unyielding even in the face of death. An extremely ominous premonition, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around his heart. What is this kid up to? Has he gone mad? Does he really think a single snap of his fingers can render 4 heavy torpedoes enough to capsize a destroyer useless? "Captain, what are you waiting for? Fire! Blow him to smithereens!" The first mate beside him urged anxiously. Captain One-Eyes Adam's apple bobbed as he was about to give the order. At that very moment, a sudden, catastrophic turn of events struck. Right beside the White Dolphin, the giant blue marlin, already exhausted and on the verge of being hauled aboard, saw all the resentment and despair in its enormous eyes instantly replaced by a strange, absolute submission. Its massive body shook violently. The next second, far from making a final desperate attempt to escape, it instead swiveled its terrifying upper jaw, which resembled a knight's lance. Its entire body, like an intercontinental missile that had just been refueled, charged toward the deep-sea Hades with a ferocity and speed surpassing any of its previous sprints. Roar! A roar that sounded less like a fish and more like the bellow of an ancient dragon erupted from within it, sending countless ripples across the ocean's surface. It wasn't fleeing. It was attacking. It was obeying the command of that young man from China, transforming its body weighing 1,000 gene and as hard as iron into a living, colossal siege spear. My God, a fish is attacking a submarine? All the pirates aboard the deep-sea lord stared at the massive life signal on the radar screen, charging madly toward them in a suicidal stance, their minds going completely blank. They roamed the 7 seas for so many years, killing and plundering what scenes hadn't they seen? But the scene before them had completely shattered the survival of the fittest worldview they relied on for their very existence. This was fucking mythology. It was a horror scenario straight out of the Cthulhu mythos, where mortals were toyed with at the whim of deities. Captain 1, I was terrified out of his wits. He finally understood the meaning behind Liam Hayes' snap of the fingers. That young man wasn't bluffing. He was commanding all creation. He was the god of this ocean. Evade. Emergency evasion. Dive. Quick. 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 The one-eyed captain let out the most piercing, terrified scream of his life. Fire a torpedo? Are you kidding me? At such close range, if a torpedo exploded, the terrifying shockwave would blast them right into the air. Besides, who would have thought a fish would actively ram a torpedo? The massive black hull of the deep-sea Pluto let out a groan of strained metal beneath the surface as it began a frantic emergency dive. But it was too late. The giant Blue Marlin's speed had already surged to a level that defied the laws of physics. Empowered by Liam Hayes' power of Poseidon, it was the swiftest blade in these waters. Boom! A deafening roar echoed dully from beneath the surface. The hull of the White Dolphin felt the violent shockwave and jolted violently. Inside the command pod of the deep-sea Pluto, alarms blared in unison. Report, Captain. The periscope observation system has been destroyed. The sonar array is severely damaged. We're blind and deaf now. Report. Severe dent in the port hull, with minor water ingress. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Captain 1, I stared at the snow-stained radar screen and, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist into the control console. His face etched with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. So close, just a hair's breadth away. If that monster had struck half a meter lower, hitting the torpedo tubes, he dared not think what might have happened. Retreat! Full speed ahead! Get out of these cursed waters! Captain 1, I roared the order. Soon, the deep red, representing the deep-sea Hades, vanished in a panic from Liam Hayes' radar screen, fleeing into the depths of the ocean as if its life depended on it. The crisis had been averted in the most incredible and shocking way possible. Meanwhile, the giant Blue Marlin that had carried out its suicide mission had now exhausted its very last ounce of strength. Its massive body flipped over helplessly, exposing its silvery belly as it floated motionlessly on the surface, gasping for air. The hook in its mouth had already fallen out due to the violent impact moments earlier. But it did not flee. Its enormous eyes simply gazed quietly at Liam Hayes, filled with the purest awe and submission. It was as if it were awaiting the king's judgment. After a full minute of dead silence, the more than 20 million viewers in the livestream went completely wild. The flood of comments could barely describe the scene unfolding before them. It was like a volcanic eruption, like a raging tsunami. A god! What did I just see? The streamer? He made that king of fish ram the submarine? I'm done for. I hereby declare that, starting today, Liam Hayes is my god. My one and only god. My mom asked why I was watching the stream on my knees. I told her I was witnessing a miracle. This isn't just bragging, this is completely blowing everyone away. The streamer has shown us through his actions that on these waters, whoever he wants to die will die, even a nuclear submarine. Liam Hayes didn't look at the chat. He gazed at the Blue Marlin King floating quietly in the water, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He slowly reeled in the fishing line and reached out toward the colossal beast across the water. A gentle, azure energy, brimming with the essence of life, surged from the palm of his hand and slowly flowed into the body of the Blue Marlin King. This was the god of the sea's reward for victory. The Blue Marlin King swished its tail contentedly and let out a satisfied low moan. Ryan King had already recovered from his petrified state. He scrambled over to Liam Hayes' side, staring at the colossal creature which was barely any smaller than their boat, his voice trembling. Yuan Yuanzi, it's been tamed by you? Liam Hayes nodded and said matter-of-factly, What is my prize? Isn't it only natural that it obeys me? Ryan King felt like his mind was about to short-circuit. He swallowed hard and, pointing at the Fish King, asked the most practical question. Well now, how are we going to get it back? This thing must weigh over 1,000 gene, right? Can our boat even tow it? Chapter 050. The 1,000 gene Fish King stuns the world. The whole town was in an uproar. Tow. When Liam Hayes heard Ryan King's words, it was as if he heard a funny joke. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Tianlong, aren't you thinking too small? Who said we're going to tow it? Ryan King looked completely bewildered. Not tow it? Then what do we do? Let it swim back on its own? But it's already flipping over onto its back. Liam Hayes didn't answer. He simply pointed his hand at the giant blue marlin king once more. Through his affinity with the sea god, he issued a new command to the fish king that had just received his spiritual energy gift. Follow me. The next second, under the stunned gaze of Ryan King and over 20 million viewers in the live stream, the blue marlin, which had been floating on the surface like a dead fish just moments before, suddenly somersaulted and righted itself. Its massive, streamlined body traced an elegant arc across the water's surface before coming to a steady halt on the starboard side of the white dolphin, less than half a meter from the hull. It was like a loyal escort vessel, quietly accompanying the white dolphin, its flagship. In its enormous eyes, there was even a hint of human-like affection and familiarity. Ryan King fell silent. The live stream audience fell silent as well. A deathly silence. After a long while, a single, leisurely comment finally drifted through the chat. I get it, the streamer isn't just fishing anymore, he's recruiting a new lieutenant. Following the pink dolphin Dubai, the streamer's Ocean Legion has gained another formidable warrior, the deep sea war god, the blue marlin king.
I'm crying.
While others walk their dogs, I'm walking a fish, and not just any fish, but a fish king worth millions. Why is the gap between people so huge? I'm starting to seriously suspect that if the streamer wanted to, he could get every shrimp soldier and crab general in the East Sea Dragon Palace to follow him. Liam Hayes watched the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Now that's what I call prestige. Towing it back? Too tacky. Having the blue marlin king willingly follow along and sing Conquest. That's the true style of a sea god. He started the white dolphin and slowly turned the bow, heading toward home. And that massive blue marlin king followed like a shadow, staying right by his side. One man, one boat, one fish. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, they formed a magnificent mythical scene. Ryan King slumped in the leather passenger seat, having completely given up on thinking. Everything he experienced today was enough to brag about for the rest of his life. All he wanted now was to hurry back, down a few gene of Baijiu, and then get a good night's sleep to process his worldview, which had been repeatedly shattered and reshaped. 1 hour later, as the white dolphin with its sci-fi-like black hull slowly glided into the slightly dilapidated pier of Qingshan Fishing Village, the entire village instantly erupted into a frenzy. Look, it's Yuanzi. Liam Hayes is back. An old fisherman mending his net by the pier was the first to spot the massive black beast gliding toward them like a ghost of the sea. His voice was like a fuse igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire fishing village, from the women cooking at home to the old men playing cards at the village entrance, and even the lazybones still napping on their Kong, all surged toward the pier like a tidal wave. Oh my god! What kind of ship is that? It looks just like a warship in the movies. Did Yuanzi buy this? Didn't he strike it rich? He must be filthy rich. Look, next to the ship. What's that thing next to the ship? A sharp-eyed young man pointed at the massive black shadow closely trailing the biton and let out a terrified scream. When the crowd realized it was a giant marlin larger even than the small boat itself, everyone gasped in awe. They were all fishermen who made their living from the sea. The total catch they hauled in over their entire lifetimes might not even match the size of the one right before their eyes. Is that a fish? That's the legendary Derek King of the seas. Has Yuanzi? Did you just reel in Derek King himself? In the crowd, the village bully Wang Dali and his henchmen had also pushed their way to the very front. When Wang Dali saw the white dolphin worth over 100 million and that mythical giant fish king, his face instantly turned uglier than a pig's liver. Only then did he truly realize just what a terrifying force he had provoked. Forget about the 10 million for road repairs. The current Liam Hayes could probably make it impossible for Wang Dali to survive in all of Donghai City with just a single word. His legs gave way, and he nearly dropped to his knees right there on the pier. Liam Hayes steered the boat to a steady stop at the pier and jumped ashore alongside Ryan King. The villagers swarmed around them in a rush, but no one dared to get close. The way they looked at Liam Hayes was no longer the way they would look at a younger villager. Their gazes were filled with awe, admiration, and even fear. It was as if they were facing not a human being, but a true deity who had emerged from the sea. An elder from the village stammered, "Yuanzi, no, Mr. Hayes? This huge fish, did you catch it?" Liam Hayes gave a faint smile and was just about to speak. "Make way!" Make way! A series of urgent shouts came from outside the crowd. Secretary Liu from the town, accompanied by several people in uniforms who looked like official researchers, pushed his way in, drenched in sweat. As soon as Secretary Liu saw Liam Hayes, his eyes lit up instantly, and he greeted him with such enthusiasm it was as if he'd just met his own father. "Oh my! Liam Hayes, our little hero. You're finally back." He rushed over to Liam Hayes in a few strides and gripped his hand tightly. "You've truly brought honor to the nation and performed a great service this time." Liam Hayes was taken aback by his reaction. "Secretary Liu, I just caught a fish. How exactly did that bring honor to the nation?" Before Secretary Liu could explain, a middle-aged man behind him wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly elegance rushed forward excitedly. He stared intently at the giant blue marlin in the water, his hands trembling. "That's right. It's him. It's definitely him. Over 6 meters long, with an estimated weight of more than 1,200 kilograms, the metallic blue sheen on its back, and the bone density at the tip of its bill. This is no ordinary blue marlin. This is an entirely new, previously unrecorded species, a top predator that can be called a living fossil." The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head to look at Liam Hayes, his eyes blazing with intense fervor. "Mr. Lin, on behalf of the National Institute of Marine Biology, I solemnly make this request to you. Could you sell this fish to the government? It holds immeasurable strategic significance for our research into marine ecological evolution." He paused, held up a finger, and spoke in a tone bordering on pleading. "As for the price, we're willing to pay 100 million. As long as you agree, we can secure 100 million in research funding right now." Chapter 051. 100 million for a fish? God-level sonar patrols the territorial waters. 100 million? The moment those 3 words left the Institute expert's mouth, the entire pier once again fell into a deathly silence. The onlookers, one by one, had their eyes wide as saucers and their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a goose egg. 100 million. To buy a single fish? This figure had completely surpassed even their wildest imaginings. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Liam Hayes could no longer be described as mere awe. It was a sense of reverence. The purest, most humble kind of reverence a mortal could have for a deity. Wang Dalia's eyes rolled back in his head. He literally fainted from the shock of this astronomical figure. The live stream's comment section exploded once again. "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 100 million! The government is going to spend 100 million to buy this fish from the streamer. I feel like my heart's about to stop." With that one cast, the streamer just reeled in an entire publicly traded company. This is the real deal, the protagonist of a feel-good story. Wealth, fame, power, government backing. The streamer has it all. Forget it. I'm quitting my job right now and heading to Wulong Island. I'd even be happy to work as the streamer's gatekeeper. Liam Hayes looked on calmly at the expert before him, who was so excited he was barely able to form coherent sentences. 100 million for him now, that really wasn't too much. He still had several hundred million in cash sitting in his bank account, and he was actually worried about where to spend it all. However, being able to connect with a national-level research institution, and even being officially recognized as a little hero, would be of immense benefit to his future plans of building the maritime fortress to fend off those foreign predators. With that thought, Liam Hayes smiled faintly. "Money doesn't matter. What's important is that I want to contribute to the nation's scientific research efforts." He spoke casually, yet his words filled everyone present with deep respect. Just look at him. Look at his sense of perspective. He treats money as dirt, while his heart is filled with the greater good of the nation. Secretary Liu and the expert were so moved that their eyes welled up with tears. "Mr. Lin, your generosity is truly admirable." The expert bowed deeply to Liam Hayes. "However, we absolutely must provide the funding. It's a matter of principle. Mr. Lin, rest assured we guarantee that every single cent of this 100 million will be transferred to your account." What followed was straightforward. Under official coordination, a massive oceanographic research vessel was urgently dispatched. It took over 2 hours for a dozen or so experienced crew members and researchers, using specialized lifting equipment, to finally and carefully transfer the giant blue marlin weighing over 1,000 kilograms into the research vessel's enormous, specially designed tank. Before departing, the expert solemnly promised Liam Hayes that they would name this entirely new species after him. Abyssal dragon blue marlin. This name was destined to leave an indelible mark on the future history of biology. After the research vessel set sail, the crowd at the pier gradually dispersed. But the legend of Liam Hayes swept through Donghai City and indeed, the entire Chinese internet like a Category 12 hurricane. One cast, 100 million. The Lord of Wulong Island. The modern sea god. Countless exaggerated and sensational headlines dominated the trending lists on every platform. Overnight, Liam Hayes' name became a household name. Evening. Liam Hayes politely declined the invitation from Secretary Liu, Ryan King, and the others to join them in the city for a victory celebration. He returned alone to the White Dolphin. After the commotion, he preferred this tranquility that belonged solely to him. Sitting in the cockpit, he gazed out at the sea, now bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, feeling a sense of peace he'd never experienced before. Although everything that had happened today had been heart-pounding, it had also made his future direction crystal clear. Keeping a low profile while making a fortune wouldn't work. Wulong Island, this prime prize, had already been set on by too many people. He had to adopt a tougher, more high-profile stance to declare to the whole world, "These seas belong to the Lin family. It's time to take a good look at my territory." A sharp gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. He started the White Dolphin, and, instead of returning to Wulong Island, set course for the distant, deeper, and more mysterious waters beyond. The awakening of the dragon Vane's soul had expanded his control over the waters surrounding Wulong Island by more than tenfold. Now, within a radius of 200 nautical miles, everything was his absolute domain. He activated the blue whale sonar system and set the scan mode to wide area patrol. BZZZ. Wave after wave of sonar pulses, invisible to the naked eye, swept silently across every inch of the seabed within a 100-li radius, radiating out from the White Dolphin like the gaze of a god. On the main control screen in the cockpit, a detailed 3D map of the seabed was being constructed and populated at a staggering speed. Underwater mountains, trenches, shipwreck debris, and even migrating pods of whales. Everything was rendered in exquisite detail, leaving nothing hidden. If Ryan King were to witness this scene, his jaw would likely drop once again. This was no longer just fish finding. It was like performing a CT scan on the Earth. Liam Hayes sipped some spirit spring water while admiring with great interest the magnificent underwater world, a sight ordinary people would never see in a lifetime. Just as the White Dolphin sailed into uncharted waters where no ship had ever ventured before. Beep, beep, beep. A yellow warning alert suddenly popped up on the sonar screen. Warning. A large-scale man-made obstacle detected in the waters ahead. Liam Hayes furrowed his brow and immediately set the sonar's scanning resolution to the highest level. The next second, the scene that appeared on the screen caused his expression to darken instantly. About 5 kilometers ahead on the seafloor, a colossal wall woven and tangled from countless fishing nets suddenly appeared on the screen. The fishing net array stretched from the seafloor all the way up to near the surface, spanning several kilometers and forming an impenetrable barrier of death. Countless green specks representing marine life were trapped within that wall, flickering desperately. And at the center of the fishing net array, several massive, deep red life signals were pulsing faintly, seemingly on the brink of death. Liam Hayes' gaze instantly turned icy. He knew exactly what this was. These were the infamous ghost nets, strictly prohibited by international maritime conventions. They were indiscriminate, devastating nets set by ruthless fishing vessels in pursuit of maximum profit. Once abandoned at sea, these nets become eternal, indiscriminate death traps, strangling every passing marine creature year after year. Damn it! A bunch of animals! Liam Hayes muttered a curse under his breath and pushed the White Dolphin's engines to their absolute limit. He was going to see with his own eyes which damn bastard dared to set up such an underwater hell in his territorial waters. When he arrived at the scene, activated the ship's underwater drone, and saw what lay within the fishing net, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. It was even more gruesome and shocking than he'd imagined. He even spotted a massive orca, its tail fin tightly entangled in the net. It had been dead for quite some time. Its body had already begun to rot and turn white. Just as rage was boiling inside him, and he was preparing to completely destroy the fishing net, the drone's camera inadvertently swept over the deepest part of the net. There, an enormous black silhouette, as large as a small mountain, was tightly bound by countless thick fishing lines as thick as cables. That silhouette seemed to show faint signs of life. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat, and he immediately maneuvered the drone closer. As the camera zoomed in and revealed the creature's true form, Liam Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted. It was a sea turtle. A giant sea turtle, larger than he could have ever imagined. Just then, the system alert in his mind exploded with a thunderous roar. The voice carried a hint of unprecedented urgency and shock. What is this? Chapter 052. Solo raid on the ghost net. Slay all to save the divine turtle. Damn it! You're playing dirty, aren't you? There's actually something hiding down there? No sooner had Liam Hayes' icy curse reached Ryan King's ears through the communicator than Ryan King, under the drone's blinding searchlight, witnessed a horrifying scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. What was slowly emerging from that dark abyss wasn't a creature at all. It was a moving, living hill, covered in menacing bone spines and hideous flesh growths. Its size was beyond estimation. Just the head protruding from beneath the fishing net was larger than a small car. Its mouth was split wide open at an exaggerated angle inside. There were no teeth, only layers upon layers of bone-sharp blades spinning ceaselessly like a meat grinder. And at the very top of that hideous head, a fleshy tentacle glowing with an eerie red light swayed in the darkness like a ghostly lantern. Those two massive, crimson eyes were situated right at the tip of that tentacle. Warning: unknown high-risk mutated creature detected. Species identification failed. Preliminary determination based on morphological characteristics. A genetically mutated deep-sea anglerfish, the abyss hunter. Danger level: extremely lethal. The system's alarm blared frantically in Liam Hayes' mind. A terrifying aura even colder and more brutal than that of the mutated giant squid they encountered earlier sealed off the entire stretch of water in an instant, like solidified concrete. Yuan UNC. What kind of monster is that? Run. Run. Quick. Ryan King, already terrified and babbling incoherently on board the ship, stared at the Cthulhu mythos-like scene on the screen, feeling as though his heart was about to be crushed by that invisible pressure. However, Liam Hayes showed not the slightest intention of backing down. Instead, a raging fury ignited in his eyes, which shone as brightly as stars even in the depths of the ocean. He could clearly sense that this abyss hunter wasn't targeting him at all. It was the dragonblood tortoise, brimming with pure life energy, that he was about to rescue. This creature had been waiting down there the whole time, waiting for the prey in the fishing net to be tortured to the brink of death, so it could reap the rewards. Now, it even regarded the divine tortoise which was about to fall into his hands as its own prize. Stealing my prey on my turf? You're asking for death. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. Far from stopping, the high-energy particle-cutting dagger in his hand slashed even faster and harder at that final main cable. He was going to rescue its dinner, right in front of this monster. Roar! The abyss hunter seemed to sense Liam Hayes' intent. Its lantern-like crimson eyes instantly erupted with boundless ferocity. Its massive, hill-like body shook violently. Like a launched deep-water torpedo, it opened its giant, meat grinder-like maw capable of devouring everything and lunged toward Liam Hayes and the divine tortoise at a terrifying speed completely incongruous with its size. UNZ, watch out! Ryan King let out a heart-wrenching scream. At the very last moment, Liam Hayes kicked the divine turtle's hard shell with all his might. Using the recoil, his body shot sideways like a cannonball, instantly covering dozens of meters. Boom! The abyss hunter's terrifying maw missed its target entirely, slamming violently into the wall of death woven from countless fishing nets. Crunch! Crunch! Those incredibly tough nylon ropes were as fragile as dry straw beneath its meat grinder like fangs, instantly torn open to form a massive gash over 10 meters in diameter. The sheer power of that single strike was truly terrifying. Liam Hayes hovered nearby, watching the scene with a cold stare. This beast's strength and bite force far exceeded his imagination. Having missed its strike, the abyss hunter's two massive crimson eyes locked onto Liam Hayes, as if furious at this tiny insect that had disturbed its meal. The fleshy tentacles on its head lashed out violently, like two giant flails, and with a piercing screech that tore through the water, they slammed toward Liam Hayes. They moved so fast they left two white trails of air bubbles in their wake. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, Liam Hayes charged forward, the power of his Poseidon-like physique erupting with a thunderous force at that very moment. A powerful jet of air shot from the diving suit at his feet, making his entire figure appear to blur through the water. At an incredibly bizarre angle, he narrowly dodged those two deadly blows. At the same time, The high-energy particle-cutting dagger in his hand traced a eerie blue arc of death through the water, slashing viciously at one of the fleshy tentacles. Bzzz. There was not the slightest resistance. It felt less like cutting through flesh and more like slicing through a block of butter with a hot knife. The fleshy tentacle, thicker than an adult's thigh, was severed clean off at the base, along with the massive, crimson eye at its tip. Roar! The abyss hunter let out a deafening, silent roar. The intense pain caused its massive body to writhe frantically, sending the surrounding ghostly fishing nets into a frenzy. Dark green blood gushed from the severed stump like a fountain, instantly staining a vast expanse of the surrounding waters. You dare act so brazenly in my presence with just one eye? Liam Hayes flicked his dagger, his gaze growing even colder. However, in the very next second, something unexpected happened. Far from retreating under the excruciating pain, the abyss hunter grew even more frenzied. Its sole remaining eye glinted with venom and cunning. Its massive body plunged downward, diving straight into the depths of the labyrinthine ghost fishing net and vanishing into the darkness. It intended to use this complex terrain to wage guerrilla warfare against Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes furrowed his brow, immediately sensing that something was wrong. Sure enough, before he could even react, a fishing net beneath his feet suddenly tightened violently, coiling around his legs like a venomous snake. At the same time, dozens of thick ropes from all directions, as if they'd come to life, coiled toward him from every possible angle. That beast actually knew how to manipulate the fishing nets to set traps. Petty tricks. Liam Hayes snorted coldly, whirling the high-energy particle-cutting dagger in his hand into a blue wall of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every fishing net and rope that approached him was sliced to shreds the instant it touched the light barrier. But he soon realized this wasn't a sustainable strategy. This abyss hunter clearly knew this ghost net inside and out, while he had to divide his attention to save the divine tortoise. If this dragged on any longer, he feared he would be worn down and killed right here. He had to change his strategy. A flash of resolve crossed Liam Hayes' eyes. He abruptly ceased defending himself, allowing several ropes to wrap around his body and temporarily pin him in place. Then he closed his eyes and sank his entire consciousness into them. Affinity with the sea god command. A sapphire blue divine consciousness, even more domineering and imbued with supreme majesty than when he had soothed the divine turtle earlier, radiated out from Liam Hayes like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, sweeping violently across the entire massive ghost fishing net. All who still breathe within this prison, heed my command. Kill that one-eyed monster. I grant you liberation. Boom! Under Ryan King's gaze, filled with utter horror, the entire wall of death, which had lain silent for who knows how many years, seemed to come to life at that very moment. Roar! Hiss! Countless ferocious predators trapped throughout the net, tiger sharks, sea wolves, giant octopuses, all teetering on the brink of starvation and frenzy, let out bloodthirsty roars upon receiving Liam Hayes' godlike command. With the same madness flashing in their eyes, they broke free from some of their restraints and, like a tidal wave, surged from all directions, fearing death, not at all launching a suicidal all-out assault toward the dark area where the abyss hunter was hiding. In an instant, the entire interior of the ghost fishing net was transformed into a blood-soaked, flesh-torn slaughterhouse. That arrogant abyss hunter clearly hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Though powerful, it was thrown into disarray by the frenzied bites and charges of hundreds of fearless Suicide Squad members. Now's the time. A fierce gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes as he broke free from his restraints. His figure once again transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging straight toward the dragon-blood tortoise, which had been temporarily forgotten. He raised his high-energy particle-cutting dagger high above his head, aiming it at the last and thickest main cable. Break! Now! Whoosh! A blue flash streaked across the scene, and the cable thicker than Liam Hayes' arm snapped cleanly. The final shackle that had bound the divine turtle for months was finally broken. Roar! Almost at the same moment, the abyss hunter, having shaken off the swarm of fish, realized it had been tricked. Its dinner had flown away. Boundless fury made its lone remaining eye redden so intensely it seemed ready to bleed. It opened its massive, world-shattering maw, and a jet-black beam of energy condensing all its demonic power swept across the void like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly slamming into Liam Hayes' back. Just then, the dragon-blood tortoise, which had just been rescued, suddenly let out an ancient, aged roar, as if from the primordial chaos, filled with boundless age and majesty. With incredible agility for its colossal frame, it instantly shifted sideways, positioning itself in front of Liam Hayes. Buzz! On its shell marked by the passage of time and seemingly unremarkable countless ancient and mysterious golden runes suddenly lit up. Chapter 053. The sacred spring water revives the ancient divine tortoise. A beam of energy as black as ink slammed squarely into the shell of the dragonblood hawksbill tortoise. In that instant, Liam Hayes felt as if the entire world had fallen silent, with only a deafening hum powerful enough to shatter eardrums exploding in his mind. The violent water current created by the shockwave acted like an invisible giant hand, violently thrusting him backward. However, the scene he had anticipated, the shell shattering and flesh and blood flying everywhere, did not materialize. The divine turtle, freshly rescued, used its incredibly massive body to stand firmly in front of Liam Hayes, like an ancient, indestructible mountain that had stood since time immemorial. Hum. On its shell, marked by the passage of time, countless ancient and mysterious golden runes glowed from darkness to light, swirling wildly to form an indestructible golden shield that firmly repelled the pitch-black energy beam. Roar! A flicker of disbelief and astonishment flashed through the abyss hunter's crimson single eye. Its all-out attack had actually been blocked. This dinner, which it had regarded as a sure thing and kept in captivity for months, actually harbored such terrifying power? Well done, old-timer! Liam Hayes snapped out of the shock of the violent tremor and, as he watched the breathtaking scene before him, felt an indescribable surge of excitement well up inside him. He knew that this 500-year-old dragonblood tortoise was no ordinary creature. The dragoness blood within it had been fully awakened at that very moment. The divine tortoise slowly turned its massive head. Its eyes, once cloudy, now shone as brilliantly as molten gold as it fixed a deep gaze on Liam Hayes. Gone from that gaze were the previous pleading and dependence. In their place was a sense of recognition, a sense of entrustment, and a sense of ancient vastness and majesty rooted in the same source as the sea god aura emanating from Liam Hayes. It was telling Liam Hayes with its eyes, "Hurry up and go. I'll hold it off. Think you can get away? None of you are leaving today." The abyss hunter was utterly enraged. Its prey had slipped through its fingers, and now they dared to flaunt their deep bond between man and turtle right in front of it. They were asking for death. Its massive body shook violently, causing the entire ghost fishing net to tremble frantically. Clatter, clatter. This time, it was no longer the scattered rope attacks of before. With the abyss hunter at the center, within a radius of hundreds of meters, tens of thousands of fishing net ropes like black venomous snakes come to life surged from all directions, swarming toward Liam Hayes and the divine turtle to strangle them. The sheer scale of the assault seemed intent on completely sealing off the stretch of sea and crushing everything within it. Oh no! Liam Hayes' expression darkened. The divine tortoise could withstand energy attacks, but when faced with this kind of physical onslaught, its massive body actually became its greatest liability. Once it was entangled by these damned fishing nets again, there would truly be no chance of escape. He glanced at the divine tortoise, already submerged by countless ropes and struggling to hold on only by the power of its golden runes. Then at the abyss hunter, whose eyes burned with murderous intent. A flash of resolve crossed Liam Hayes' eyes. He abruptly stopped retreating and, instead, charged headlong back toward the swarm of ropes filling the sky. "UNZ, you're crazy. Get out of there." Ryan King's horrified roar echoed through the communicator. Liam Hayes paid no heed, his gaze as cold as the depths of the ocean. He knew he couldn't leave. Once he left, the divine turtle, which had just exhausted its strength to save him, would surely die. Liam Hayes, owed it his life. "You think you can trap me with that net?" A cold smile curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth, and at that moment, the bloodline of the sea god within him activated completely and without reserve. A surging sense of power filled every fiber of his being. "Playing in the water on my turf? You're still a bit too green." Whoosh! Liam Hayes' figure suddenly became ethereal. His entire being seemed to merge with the surrounding seawater. With an extremely agile, even eerie grace, his body weaved effortlessly through the deadly trap that resembled a sky and earth net. At times he slid sideways, at others he rolled through. Not a single fishing net could actually touch his body. The drone following behind him could only capture a series of blue afterimages moving at extreme speeds, sending chills down Ryan King's spine and leaving his palms drenched in cold sweat. This guy, he's more agile in the water than a fish. Just as Liam Hayes was closing in on the sacred turtle, trying to rescue it, suddenly, a dark shadow darted out like lightning from the darkness to the side. It opened its gaping maw and bit viciously at Liam Hayes' side. It was a tiger shark over 3 meters long. It had been one of the Suicide Squad members previously controlled by Liam Hayes using command. But now, the light in its eyes had faded, leaving only the madness brought on by the Abyss Hunter's demonic power. Clearly, this massive beast had turned every living thing on the battlefield into its own puppet. "You're asking for death." Liam Hayes didn't even turn his head. He drew the high-energy particle-cutting dagger, which glowed with a faint, eerie blue light from his waist with a backhand motion and slashed violently behind him. A buzzing sound filled the air. A pale blue energy blade flashed through the murky water. The ferocious tiger shark didn't even have time to let out a scream before its massive body was cleanly sliced in half from head to tail. Blood and entrails were instantly swept away by the raging currents. An instant kill. Clean and decisive. This high-tech dagger produced by the system was sharp to an unimaginable degree. Liam Hayes shook off the non-existent bloodstains from the dagger. His expression remained completely impassive as he continued charging toward the divine tortoise. He knew he had to finish this quickly. The golden light emanating from the divine tortoise was fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, after breaking through layer upon layer of obstacles, he once again charged toward the dragonblood tortoise, which stood as tall as a small mountain. At this moment, the old tortoise was in dire straits. The wound where Liam Hayes had previously severed the rope had been re-wrapped with even more numerous and tougher cables, which were now tightly embedded in its flesh. The golden runic light flickered on and off clearly. The all-out attack moments ago had depleted the spiritual energy it had accumulated over hundreds of years. Its pair of dazzling golden eyes had also grown cloudy once more, filled with pain and exhaustion. Perhaps sensing Liam Hayes' approach, the ancient turtle struggled violently and let out a silent growl. It was urging Liam Hayes to leave it be. It had been trapped for far too long, so long that it had come to view death as its final resting place. It was already content to use its last breath to save this young man who had brought it a glimmer of hope and a sense of warmth. "Don't be afraid, old friend." Liam Hayes hovered before it, a confident smile on his face. Instead of immediately cutting the fishing nets that had once again wrapped around it, he gently placed his palm on the old turtle's massive head. "Sea Goddess Affinity activate." A surge of azure energy, purer and more powerful than ever before, gushed unreservedly from Liam Hayes' body like a burst dam. That energy, like the sweet spring of life's very source or the most generous blessing from the gods, flowed ceaselessly into the depths of the old turtle's consciousness and body, which were on the verge of exhaustion. "I told you, I'm here to save you. I grant you a new life." Liam Hayes once again transmitted his domineering will through affinity with the sea god. The old turtle, which had been writhing in agony, suddenly stiffened. Its eyes, on the verge of extinguishing, stared intently at Liam Hayes. It could clearly sense streams of life energy and water elemental power, purified to the utmost degree, mending its wounds and replenishing its depleted spiritual energy. From this young human, it once again sensed that aura originating from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, which filled it with an indescribable sense of familiarity, awe, and peace. It was the scent of the sea, the scent of a dragon, the scent of a deity. The wisdom accumulated over hundreds of years made it realize this in an instant. The young man before it was not merely comforting it, but was truly bestowing power upon it. The resolve to die slowly faded from its eyes, replaced by an unprecedented, deeply human sense of dependence and submission. It stood still. It completely gave up resistance, entrusting its life and its future entirely to this young man before it who exuded the aura of a deity. "That's right." Liam Hayes smiled faintly and wasted no more time. Wielding his high-energy particle-cutting dagger, his figure once again transformed into a streak of blue lightning, darting frantically around the divine turtle's massive body. He had to sever all of this completely before the Abyss Hunter could react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of deep blue light flashed wildly through the dark seawater as one deadly rope after another snapped. These ropes, imbued with demonic power and several times tougher than before, were still as fragile as tofu in the face of the high-energy particle-cutting dagger. The noose wrapped around the old turtle's neck snapped. The fishing net binding its limbs snapped. The iron hooks lodged in the cracks of its shell were severed once again. The dawn of victory seemed to be within reach once more. Ryan King watched from the boat, his blood boiling as he pumped his fist in excitement. "Almost there. UNZ." Just that last section of the main net left. Keep it up. A glimmer of joy flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes as well. He had already severed most of the restraints binding the divine turtle. With just a few more seconds to cut through the central section of the main net wrapped around the center of its shell, this 500-year-old divine turtle would be completely free. He took a deep breath, raised the dagger in his hand, and aimed it at the core node of that main web. However, just as his blade was about to touch the cable, an aura more terrifying and chilling than ever before, one brimming with endless greed and malice, suddenly surged skyward from the dark abyss directly beneath him. This time, it was no longer a test nor a long-range attack. It was the entity itself, making its personal appearance. Liam Hayes' back was instantly drenched in cold sweat as the shadow of death completely engulfed him. He jerked his head down to look. There, within the dark abyss, a massive, indescribable maw of destruction capable of devouring everything was surging upward at a speed faster than lightning, closing in to devour him and the divine tortoise. Behind that massive maw, a single eye larger than a lantern and glowing crimson stared intently at him. And at the delicious feast he was about to rescue. Damn it! You're not playing around anymore, are you? You're actually going all out? Liam Hayes cursed inwardly. He finally realized that this cunning monster had been wearing him and the divine turtle down with fishing nets and puppets all along, while its true form had been biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver this fatal blow. Chapter 054. I really didn't mean to take in an old relic like this. Ryan King was leaning over the railing of the White Dolphin, shouting until his voice was hoarse. UNZ, get up here fast. Something huge is emerging from below. Through the footage transmitted by the drone, Ryan King could clearly see a pair of terrifying eyes peering out from a massive black hole directly beneath the ghost fishing net. Liam Hayes was currently suspended 100 meters below the surface. Thanks to the Poseidon diving suit, he could directly feel that spine-chilling cold. It was some kind of deep-sea behemoth that had slumbered for 1,000 years, awakened by the scent of the spirit spring and the bloodlust of the dragon-blood hawksbill turtle. Liam Hayes didn't look back. The water behind him had already been churned into chaos by some colossal creature. His gaze was fixed intently on the last steel cable wrapped into a tight knot around the old turtle's hind leg. If he didn't cut this one, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and the old turtle would be sucked into the abyss in a matter of seconds. Liam Hayes snorted coldly to himself. Trying to steal something right under my nose, did you even ask me first? The high-energy particle-cutting dagger once again burst into a blinding, eerie blue glow. In the depths of the ocean, the light refracted like dreamlike stars. He spun around abruptly and pressed his left hand into the air. A surging wave of Poseidon's power erupted from the palm of his hand. There was a muffled rumble. The once calm seawater reacted as if a depth charge had been dropped, causing the water pressure within a 50-meter radius to instantly destabilize. The pair of massive crimson eyes were jolted sideways by the sudden shockwave, letting out a deafening roar. It was the resonance of sound traveling through the water, causing Liam Hayes' eardrums to ache. Seizing this opening, Liam Hayes thrust his legs forward with all his might, propelling himself toward the cable like an arrow leaving the bow. The dagger traced a perfect arc, and the high-energy particle beam effortlessly severed the special-grade steel cable, one strong enough to haul a cargo ship. Snap! The sound of the cable snapping rang out with particular harshness in the silent underwater world. The old turtle felt a sudden lightness as the terrifying force that had held it captive for days finally vanished. But it was far too weak. It didn't even have the strength to move a single fin. Liam Hayes wrapped his arms around the old turtle's massive, rough carapace, feeling its cold, slippery surface against his skin. Get up! He roared inwardly as the thrusters on the back of his diving suit fired at full power. Two streaks of dusky blue exhaust trailed behind him across the pitch-black seabed. At that moment, the colossal creature in the depths below clearly had no intention of letting these two easy prey slip away. A dark purple tentacle, covered in barbs and suction cups, lashed out suddenly from the darkness, moving so fast it created a sonic boom. Liam Hayes could feel the deadly threat bearing down on his back, but he didn't dare slow down. Tian Long, the White Dolphin, full speed astern. Turn the ship's jammers up to maximum, he shouted into the communicator. Ryan King's legs were shaking with fear, but his instinct for survival caused him to unleash astonishing potential in an instant. He shoved aside all the clutter on the pilot's console, his fingers flying frantically across the control panel. Copy that. UNZ, you've got to hold on. The white bore's engines roared like a wild beast, and its massive propeller churned up a violent whirlpool on the sea's surface. Bzzz. A visible electromagnetic wave radiated outward from the ship's hull. The massive tentacle that was about to wrap around Liam Hayes' ankle snapped back suddenly, as if electrocuted, under the interference of the electromagnetic wave. It was a system-modified electromagnetic pulse, which naturally counteracted deep-sea creatures that hunted using neural perception. Liam Hayes seized the opportunity, carrying the old turtle, and shot out of the range of the ghost net like a streak of light. Splash! On the surface of the sea beside the white dolphin, Liam Hayes broke through the water, clutching the massive ancient turtle. Ryan King, holding the automatic crane arm, frantically hooked it into a crevice on the turtle's shell. Pull him up! Quick! Pull him up! Amid the roar of the hydraulic motors, Liam Hayes and the ancient turtle weighing hundreds of gene were finally hoisted onto the deck. The white dolphin didn't T-pause, it immediately traced a huge arc across the ocean's surface and raced out toward the open sea. Liam Hayes slumped onto the deck. Without bothering to take off his wetsuit, he first removed his breathing helmet. He gasped for air in deep, ragged breaths, his lungs feeling as if they were on fire. That burst of exertion underwater just a few seconds ago had nearly drained him of all his stamina. Ryan King wiped the cold sweat from his face, rushed over, and handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Yuenzi, are you okay? That scared the hell out of me. I thought you were going to get swallowed by that giant monster." Liam Hayes waved his hand, ignoring the water, and looked directly at the old turtle on the deck. The old turtle was in terrible condition. Its once hard shell was covered with horrifying scars, and in several places, the dark red flesh beneath was already exposed. Its massive head lolled limply to one side, its eyelids tightly shut, with only the occasional spurt of blood foam emerging from its nostrils. No, it's lost too much blood. Combined with being trapped for so long, its vital signs are fading. Liam Hayes frowned and reached out to touch the ancient turtle's skin, discovering it had already grown ice cold. If left unattended, within 10 minutes, this 500-year-old sacred turtle would be nothing more than a corpse. Ryan King stood nearby, his mouth agape. "Yuenzi, what if we take it to the hospital while it's still warm?" "Wait, no, to the research institute." Liam Hayes shot him a glare. "With a body this size, do you really think any research institute could save it?" He stood up, walked over to the freezer in the cabin, and pretended to retrieve something from it, but in reality, he pulled a large bottle of spirit spring concentrate from the system's warehouse. This stuff was one of his most valuable treasures. For the sake of this divine turtle, he was willing to go all out. "Tianlong, go grab that stainless steel bucket, hurry up." Ryan King was puzzled, but he still carried out the task with nimble hands and feet. Liam Hayes poured the entire bottle of spirit spring elixir, which gave off a strange, refreshing fragrance, into the bucket, then mixed in a little ordinary purified water. A subtle, soothing fragrance instantly filled the deck. Ryan King took a deep breath and felt his previously weary spirit perk up. "It smells so good. Yuenzi, what kind of rare herbs did you put in this water?" 100-year-old ginseng." Liam Hayes ignored him, scooped up a bowl of the sacred spring water, and brought it to the old turtle's mouth. "Old guy, whether you pull through or not depends entirely on your own fate." Liam Hayes gently lifted the old turtle's chin and forced the spirit spring water down its throat. At first, the old turtle showed no reaction at all, and the liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the deck. Ryan King sighed from the side. "Looks like it's really done for. I can barely hear its heartbeat." But just then, the old turtle's skin, which resembled withered tree bark, suddenly twitched eerily. A faint, azure glow spread from its throat, flowing along its meridians to every limb and bone. Liam Hayes' eyes lit up, and he poured down another large bowl. This time, the old turtle instinctively contracted its throat and began to swallow on its own. As more of the spiritual spring water entered its stomach, a faint white mist actually began to rise from the old turtle's body. It was spiritual energy repairing its damaged cells. The old turtle's wounds, which had once been deep enough to expose bone, began to stop bleeding and form scabs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even its carapace, covered in barnacles and scratches, began to faintly glow with a reddish agate luster. Ryan King rubbed his eyes and let out a shriek. "Holy shit! A miracle! This is definitely a miracle! Yuenzi, this water of yours is way too amazing. Do you carry the Valley of the Medicine King with you everywhere?" Liam Hayes watched the old turtle's breathing gradually steady and finally let out a sigh of relief. Due to excessive blood loss, the old turtle didn't wake up immediately, but its vital signs had completely stabilized. That aura, which had once been lifeless, was slowly becoming richer and more profound. Just then, the waves on the sea surface, which had already subsided, suddenly began to churn violently once more. Dubai swam rapidly over from a short distance away, leaping repeatedly around the white dolphin and letting out a series of anxious cries. It seemed to have sensed the unusual aura on deck as well. Liam Hayes walked to the railing and reached out to stroke Dubai's head. "Don't worry, we saved it. Now you'll have a companion." As if it understood Liam Hayes' words, Dubai happily sprayed a jet of water, drenching Ryan King. Ryan King burst out laughing and was just about to make a few teasing remarks. Suddenly, a heavy scraping sound came from the deck. The two men spun around abruptly. There, the enormous ancient turtle, which had opened its eyes at some point, stared intently at Liam Hayes. Those eyes, as deep as an ancient pond, were fixed firmly on him. The previous wariness and ferocity had vanished from its gaze. In their place was a sense of reverence so profound it made one's soul tremble. The ancient turtle struggled to raise its forelimbs and, to everyone's surprise, performed an unexpected gesture. It slowly lowered its proud head in the direction of Liam Hayes. Ryan King's voice trembled. "Is it bowing to you?" He had never seen a beast that had lived for hundreds of years display such an almost human form of courtesy. Liam Hayes stepped forward and gently placed his palm on the ancient turtle's forehead. A system notification sounded frantically in his mind. Ding! Detected that the ancient lineage Dragonblood Hawksbill has reached maximum loyalty. The system has detected an opportunity for biological evolution. Do you wish to spend 10,000 enhancement points to assist with evolution? Liam Hayes was overjoyed. This rescue mission had certainly been worth it. But he didn't rush to act, because he noticed that the old turtle's gaze seemed to convey a sense of urgency. It laboriously shifted its body slightly, pointing toward the stern of the ship. That direction was exactly where the colossal abyssal creature had appeared moments ago. A low, rumbling sound emanated from the old turtle's throat, as if warning Liam Hayes of something. Ryan King's old habit of getting greedy had resurfaced. "UNZ, look at the way it's acting. Do you think it left some treasure back there?" Liam Hayes looked out at the sea, only to discover that the once azure surface was now gradually turning black. A presence even more massive and terrifying than that of the giant-eyed creature from earlier was awakening from the depths of the earth. Liam Hayes' expression grew more somber than ever before. "No, it's not treasure. It's trying to tell me that the thing from earlier was just a gatekeeper." He looked up at the distant horizon. The once clear sky had, at some point, become filled with leaden gray storm clouds. Amid those clouds, streaks of purple lightning were quietly gathering. Tianlong, activate the White Dolphin-S evacuation mode. Set course for Wulong Island, full speed ahead. Liam Hayes issued the order, but inwardly he was pondering. What exactly was hidden within that ghostly fishing net that would make a 500-year-old turtle willing to risk its life to protect it? Was even that colossal abyssal creature merely its servant? Just as the white boar sped away, a low, inhuman sigh echoed from beneath the surface of the sea. That sigh caused the system interface in Liam Hayes' mind to flicker momentarily with static. A mysterious set of coordinates suddenly appeared on Liam Hayes' retina. That location was directly beneath Wulong Island. Ryan King pointed at the radar in horror. "UNZ, look what's that?" On the radar screen, a massive red dot dozens of times larger than the white dolphin was darting through the depths of the earth at an unbelievable speed. Its route was, astonishingly, exactly the same as theirs. "It's following us?" Chapter 055. Named Xuanwu. Ryan King stared intently at the massive red on the radar screen, which was trailing them like a ghost. Cold sweat trickled down the sides of his face. "Hurry! Go faster!" Although they had already left that ghostly fishing net more than 10 nautical miles behind, the oppressive feeling of being shadowed was like a sharp blade hanging over the back of his neck. The white dolphin's engines let out a final roar, and the white waves trailing behind the stern were over 2 meters high. Liam Hayes stood on the deck, letting the frenzied sea wind whip against his face. The old turtle beside him had fallen silent, lying motionless on the deck. The healing power of the spirit spring water was truly remarkable. The wounds on the old turtle's body had completely healed, leaving only a series of light brown scars. Its eyes remained fixed on Liam Hayes, and that gaze made Liam Hayes feel as though he were facing not a mere beast, but a wise old sage who had weathered countless storms. Ryan King's relieved shout came from inside the cabin. UNZ. That red dot is slowing down. Liam Hayes glanced at the radar. Indeed, the massive signal had stopped moving after reaching the edge of a certain oceanic trench. It seemed as though an invisible barrier was restricting its range of movement. Liam Hayes' tense body relaxed slightly. Looks like it can't get through. The crisis had been temporarily averted, but he knew this was only the beginning. Beneath the seemingly calm waters of the East China Sea lay far more secrets than he could have imagined. Ryan King shut off the engine, crawled out of the cabin, and plopped down on the deck. Whoa, thank God, we made it out alive. He glanced at the old turtle beside him, his eyes filled with conflict. UNZ, what are we going to do with this old guy now? Are you going to take him back to the island? Liam Hayes crouched down, running his hand once more over the old turtle's now incredibly smooth shell. What else can we do? Throw it back into the sea for that monster to eat. The old turtle closed its eyes in sheer bliss and even rubbed its head against Liam Hayes' palm. This sight made Ryan King cringe. No offense, UNZ, but this is a top-of-the-line yacht. We paid over 100 million for it. Look at those huge claws. They've already scuffed up the deck quite a bit. The repair costs are going to be astronomical. Besides, the Research Institute offered 100 million for that blue marlin king. This old turtle might look mysterious, but it's really just a well-aged hawksbill turtle. I senti it. If you sent it over, you'd probably get a few tens of millions for it. Ryan King spoke with a sincere expression, though his motives were purely business-oriented. After all, in the eyes of a businessman, an old relic like this, which seems to serve no practical purpose other than taking up space, is simply a tradable commodity. The live stream chat had now split into two camps. Some longtime fans supported Liam Hayes. How can you just sell something that belongs to Derek King? This is a divine artifact. Does the streamer really need that tens of millions? He decrash a 150 million yuan boat. Without a second thought, this turtle's definitely more useful. But some new viewers were stirring up trouble. This is just a gimmick, right? What sane person would keep such a huge turtle? It looks pretty heavy. Not only would it guzzle fuel, but if it turns out to be a nationally protected species, the streamer might end up behind bars. It'd be smarter to sell it to a research institute. At least that would give him some legitimacy. Liam Hayes glanced at the comment stream, a hint of sarcasm curling the corners of his mouth. He didn't need any legitimacy, nor was he short on money. He saved this old turtle solely because of the evolution prompt the system had given him in that split second underwater. He could sense that what flowed through this old turtle's body wasn't just the salty brine of the sea, but also an extremely ancient, vital energy. This energy faintly resonated with the power of the sea god within him. Liam Hayes whispered to the old turtle, "Old-timer, since you're clinging to me and refusing to leave, you'll have to play by my rules." The old turtle seemed to understand, letting out a low, rhythmic call, as if swearing allegiance to Liam Hayes. Just then, Liam Hayes focused his thoughts and issued a command in his mind. System, activate assisted evolution. Consume 10,000 enhancement points. From that previous live stream at sea, the tips had already accumulated to a staggering amount. Although spending 10,000 points stung a bit, it was still within his means. The system's cold notification sounded. Ding! Evolution has begun. Estimated duration, 3 minutes. Liam Hayes hadn't yet removed his hand from the old turtle's shell. A faint ring of golden light, radiating from the center of Liam Hayes' palm, instantly engulfed the old turtle's entire body. The dark brown scars that had once covered it began to flake off one by one under the golden glow, revealing the dark golden new skin beneath. What left Ryan King standing nearby, utterly speechless, was that the old turtle was actually shrinking. No, to be precise, it was condensing. Its previously somewhat bulky body became more compact, the muscles in its limbs bulged, and the thickness of its shell more than doubled. The patterns on the shell were no longer chaotic patches, but had coalesced into ancient symbols resembling a magical array. Ryan King squeezed the water bottle in his hand so hard it burst. Is this some kind of damn magic? He watched with his own eyes as this 3-meter-long giant turtle transformed, in just 3 minutes, into a heavily armored fortress over 2 meters in diameter with a metallic sheen. Although its size had shrunk slightly, the sense of oppression it exuded was 10 times stronger. The old turtle opened its eyes. Its gaze was crystal clear, with none of the previous cloudiness. suddenly made a startling move. It flipped over and plunged into the sea, sending up a massive spray of water. Ryan King jumped to his feet, pointing at the water's surface. Damn! It got away. What an ungrateful bastard. After drinking all that good water, it just takes off like that. Liam Hayes, however, remained calm. He could sense that the old turtle's consciousness was still locked onto him. Less than 2 minutes passed. A huge bubble suddenly burst on the surface of the sea. The old turtle reappeared beside the white dolphin, carrying something massive on its back. It grabbed the object with its mouth, gave it a powerful toss, and threw it precisely onto the deck. It was a piece of seabed or the size of a millstone, completely black and covered in deep purple crystals. Ryan King walked over curiously, wanting to pick it up and take a closer look. What's this? A ballast stone. But when he tried to pry it open with all his might, his face turned bright red, yet the stone didn't budge an inch. This rock must weigh several hundred gene, right? Liam Hayes walked over and pressed his hand against the purple crystals. The system instantly provided feedback in his mind. Detected a top-grade purple gold marrow ore. Contains pure water elemental spiritual energy, which can be used to upgrade the White Dolphin's propulsion system or construct advanced defensive formations. Liam Hayes was startled. This type of ore was extremely rare even in the deepest parts of the ocean. It seemed the old turtle had emptied its reserves to repay the favor. The old turtle suddenly emitted a muffled mental wave that crashed directly into Liam Hayes' consciousness. It's not enough, Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes froze. Could this old turtle actually communicate telepathically? The old turtle pointed toward the depths directly beneath the white boar. Follow me, there's something down there. Liam Hayes glanced at the pitch-black sea, then looked over at Ryan King. Ryan King was still examining the purple ore, completely unaware that Liam Hayes was communicating telepathically. The light in Ryan King's eyes shone even brighter than the purple gold marrow. Yuan Z, do you think this thing could fetch a fortune? Before Liam Hayes could answer Ryan King, the sound of rapid, intense propeller whirring suddenly echoed from the previously calm sea in the distance. Several speedboats closed in from different directions. These speedboats were entirely black, bearing no markings. Only the red skull on the bow stood out starkly. Liam Hayes' expression darkened instantly. Reinforcements from the Blood Hawk pirates? These guys were like a festering sore, they just wouldn't go away. Liam Hayes snorted coldly, his hand already reaching for the White Dolphin's weapon control panel. Ryan King, get inside the cabin and grab your body armor. On those pirate boats, several mercenaries in combat gear had already set up heavy machine guns. The enemy shouted defiantly through a high-frequency loudspeaker. Liam Hayes, leave the old turtle and the goods behind, and we'll spare your life. Clearly, they had their sights set on whatever the old turtle was guarding. Ryan King shuddered in fear and was about to run back. But just then, he heard the old turtle on the deck let out another earth-shattering roar. This wasn't a mere cry, it was the true roar of a dragon. Centered on the old turtle, a wall of water dozens of meters high shot up from the sea without warning. The pirate boats charging toward them were instantly capsized by this overwhelming force before they even had a chance to open fire. The old turtle's psychic waves reverberated across the ocean, leaving the pirates reeling. Anyone who dares lay a hand on my master will die. Liam Hayes looked at the old turtle blocking the ship's path and suddenly felt that taking in this old relic had been an extremely wise decision. A cruel smirk curled the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth as his fingertip pressed a purple button. Since you're so eager to play, not a single one of you is leaving today. Old man, let us see which of us can finish this faster. Behind him, the hull of the White Dolphin suddenly began to warp eerily, revealing laser emitters hidden on both sides. Meanwhile, on the old turtle's back, those ancient symbols began to glow with a devastating red light. A one-sided deep-sea massacre was about to begin. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, Liam Hayes glanced at the radar and noticed that the massive red dot, which had previously stopped moving, had somehow started moving again. Moreover, it appeared directly beneath the White Dolphin at a speed akin to teleportation. Wait, that's Chapter 056. Xuanwu takes a joyride on the Great White. It's right below us. Liam Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted, his voice tinged with an unprecedented gravity. The old turtle, which had been preparing to attack the pirate boat, also came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body actually began to tremble slightly. This trembling wasn't out of fear, but an instinctive reaction to the suppression of its bloodline. Ryan King, clutching his bulletproof vest, froze in place, the blood draining from his face in an instant. Yuan Yuanzi, don't scare me. That big red dot from earlier, has it caught up to us? No sooner had the words left his mouth than, boom! A thunderous roar, like a muffled clap of thunder, came from directly beneath the white dolphin. The entire speedboat, weighing dozens of metric tons, was lifted 3 meters off the sea's surface by an indescribable, colossal force. As if it were a toy, the once crystal-clear seawater turned pitch black in an instant, thick and viscous as solidified asphalt. The pirates, who had just been knocked senseless by the wall of water, let out piercing screams before they even had a chance to celebrate their narrow escape. The speedboat beneath their feet was being melted and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye by the surging black ripples. Such a scene was simply beyond human comprehension. Quick! Full speed astern. Liam Hayes, too preoccupied to fire the laser cannon, frantically turned the steering wheel with both hands. The white dolphiness thrusters erupted in a blinding flash of fire as it desperately tried to break free from the suction. However, the dark shadow below seemed to possess some kind of extremely powerful gravitational field. No matter how loudly the engines roared, the hull remained motionless. "Old man, help us!" Ryan King shouted for help at the old turtle. The old turtle, too, could no longer afford to hide. It jerked its head up sharply, and the dark golden symbols on its carapace burst into a blinding red light. It pressed its body firmly against the white dolphiness propeller, using its own flesh and blood to forcibly counteract the pulling force on the ship's hull. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, an ethereal, majestic, and divinely resonant dragon's roar thundered down from deep within the clouds. It was the soul of the dragon vein. Liam Hayes felt a buzzing sensation in his mind, and the system interface, which had been tightly shut, was forcibly awakened. A blinding white light sliced through the darkness. It was the projection of a massive, translucent golden divine dragon, soaring skyward from within Liam Hayes' body. The moment the golden divine dragon appeared, the black shadow beneath the surface of the sea seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. It let out a growl of utter resentment, and the mountain-like gravitational force vanished instantly. Its massive body plunged back into the bottomless ocean trench at a speed that defied all laws of physics. The black water dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the deck. Apart from a few pieces of speedboat wreckage and the oil slick steadily sinking into the depths, there was no trace of the pirates left on the surface. They had vanished from this world entirely without even sending out a distress signal. Phew. Ryan King plopped down onto the deck, gasping for fresh air. He was soaked through with sweat, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. "UNZ, just now, was that a dragon? Did I see a dragon?" His voice trembled so much it was barely audible. Liam Hayes didn't answer. His mind was still savoring the connection from that fleeting moment. The instant the divine dragon's projection appeared, he felt as though he had established an absolute master-servant bond with this island, this sea, and even the ancient turtle beneath his feet. He turned to look at the ancient turtle. Though the ancient turtle was now frail, the look in its eyes as it gazed at Liam Hayes had shifted from reverence to fanatical devotion. Its body, which had previously shrunk, began to undergo a second mutation after absorbing a trace of the divine dragon's lingering aura. Its shell began to lengthen and widen. Its body, originally just over 2 meters long, swelled to nearly 10 meters in a matter of seconds. Its spine arched, forming rows of bony spines resembling those of a stegosaurus. Its limbs evolved into massive propeller-like fins, covered in black scales that glowed with a faint, eerie light. If it had previously resembled a heavily armored fortress, it was now nothing short of a living, breathing submarine. It hovered silently beside the white dolphin. When the white dolphin was alongside it, the originally sturdy speedboat actually looked rather petite and delicate in comparison to the ancient turtle. "UNZ, what kind of turtle are you keeping? This is a fucking mythical monster. I senti it." Ryan King stared at the colossal creature before him, not knowing where to put his hands. The over 20 million viewers in the livestream were absolutely in an uproar. What am I seeing? A second evolution? This is the legendary. In the Northern Ocean there is a fish. Its name is Kuan Wait. No, this is clearly the black tortoise. Look at the hardness of that shell. I doubt even a torpedo could penetrate it. Streamer, take me as your apprentice. I want to raise a turtle this big too. Liam Hayes reached out and gently patted the old turtle's forehead, which was as thick as a boulder. This time, he didn't need the system to clearly sense the old turtle's heartbeat and thoughts. Since you've shed your mortal form, I'll bestow upon you a true name. Liam Hayes gazed at its mountain-like form and spoke in a deep voice. From now on, you shall be known as Xuanwu. The ancient turtle no. Xuanwu let out a deep, resonant response, causing the entire sea surface to tremble slightly. This was not merely a name, it was an imperial bestowal. As the words Xuanwu left his lips, the system notification sounded once more in Liam Hayes' mind. Ding! Obtained the life-bound guardian pet Xuanwu, and unlocked the divine pet defends the island achievement. System reward. Island-wide defense increased by 500%. Xuanwu's carrying capacity increased to 1,000 metric tons. The shared vision system between the white dolphin and Xuanwu has been activated. Liam Hayes felt a surge of quiet joy. What did a 1,000 metric ton carrying capacity mean? It meant that from now on, no matter what heavy equipment he wanted to transport or even if he wanted to establish a mobile base at sea, he'd simply have Xuanwu carry it for him. UNZ. Look, this big guy seems to be asking you for something. Ryan King pointed at Xuanwu. Xuanwu nudged the hull of the white pig with its massive head, then slowly submerged half its body. It was signaling for Liam Hayes and Ryan King to climb onto its back. It wants to carry us? Ryan King was as excited as a 200-gene child. Liam Hayes smiled, leaped forward, and landed lightly on Xuanwu's broad, smooth carapace. In the center of the carapace was a flat area that felt slightly warm to the touch, with a texture remarkably similar to high-quality suede leather. Come on up. I'll let you experience a real first-class cabin at sea. Ryan King rubbed his hands together and carefully hopped up. Before he could even steady himself, Xuanwu began to move. Although Xuanwu was massive, its movements were incredibly agile. With a gentle stroke of its 4 enormous flippers, its entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, tracing a perfect arc across the sea's surface. While its speed lacked the explosive power of the white dolphin, it more than made up for it with stability. It was so steady that Ryan King could practically practice Tai Chi right on its carapace. Wow! This is so comfortable. This view, this sea breeze UNZ. Why would we ever need a yacht again? Lying on Xuanwu's broad back and gazing up at the azure sky, Ryan King felt as though his life had reached its pinnacle. Just then, a small, round pink head emerged from the water not far away. Dubai seemed very displeased that this new member had stolen his thunder. It swam over quickly, circling Xuanwu incessantly and occasionally spraying a jet of water in protest. Although Xuanwu was massive, its temperament seemed to have mellowed considerably. It slowly came to a stop and, acting like an elder, gently touched Dubai's little head with its enormous head. Dubai froze for a moment, then happily did a somersault in the water. This first meeting between the two divine pets turned out to be surprisingly harmonious. Standing on Xuanwu's back, Liam Hayes watched the two figures, one large, one small, one blue, one red, and felt a surge of pride well up within him. With such divine beasts guarding him, who would dare lay a finger on his Wulong Island? UNZ. Look over there. Ryan King suddenly pointed ahead at the stretch of sea that had previously been murky from the black water. Deep within the water, several dazzling golden beams of light were shining through the layers of waves. That was the very thing Xuanwu had risked his life to protect earlier. Xuanwu, go retrieve it. Liam Hayes issued the order. Xuanwu plunged violently into the deep sea. Before long, when it resurfaced, its shell was carrying something that left both Liam Hayes and Ryan King completely speechless. It was a 5-meter-long object, pure white as jade, radiating a sacred glow. Chapter 057. The Dual Pets live stream goes viral. What the hell is this thing? A giant bathtub? Ryan King's eyes widened as he stared at the colossal object Xuanwu had brought up from the ocean floor. It was a giant clam of indescribable proportions. An ordinary giant clam is considered top tier if it grows to over 1 meter in length. But the one before them had a diameter of a full 5 meters. Its entire body was crystal clear, radiating a warm, lustrous sheen like that of white jade in the sunlight. Most astonishing of all, the edge of the giant clam was encircled by a layer of fine golden threads, as if nature itself had carved the border by hand. Wait, this giant clam is alive. Liam Hayes crouched down and could feel the powerful pulsations emanating from within the massive shell. It was the breath of life, brimming with some kind of ancient energy. Xuanwu slowly approached the white dolphin. It seemed to fully understand the significance of this object to him, though a hint of reluctance flickered in its eyes. It resolutely pushed this massive white jade bed toward the white dolphin. For me, Liam Hayes was somewhat surprised. Xuanwu nodded, and the mental wave came through once more. This is the heart of the deep sea the guardian artifact offered to the king. The moment Liam Hayes' fingers touched the giant clam, system notifications began flooding his screen. Ding! Epic tier resource discovered 10,000-year sacred giant clam. Effect: dramatically increases the concentration of spiritual energy in the waters and automatically filters and purifies the water within a 10 nautical mile radius. Additional ability: Marine Sanctuary. Lying within it rapidly restores stamina and enhances cultivation efficiency. Upgrade quest for the white boar triggered. Fuse the 10,000-year sacred tridacna to activate Eco Bridge mode. What a treasure! Liam Hayes' eyes sparkled with excitement. If this thing were placed at the dock on Wulong Island, wouldn't the stretch of sea turn into a paradise on Earth? Tianlong stopped spacing out. Get to work, let us haul this beast up onto the stern deck. Liam Hayes called out. Haul it? Yuanzi, are you kidding me? This thing looks like it weighs at least a few metric tons. Do you really think the two of us can move it? Although Ryan King said this, he still rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Liam Hayes smiled faintly. His strength had long since transcended that of ordinary mortals, not to mention he had Xuanwu working alongside him. He gripped the edge of the giant conch shell tightly with both hands, instantly channeling the power of the sea god throughout his body, causing the muscles in his arms to bulge like coiling dragons. Move! Liam Hayes barked. At the same moment, Xuanwu thrust upward with all his might. Crack! Before Ryan King's horrified eyes, the massive 10,000-year-old sacred shell was actually lifted out of the water and set down steadily on the flat stern deck of the white boar. The weight caused the normally nimble white dolphin-esque waterline to drop half a meter in an instant. My god, Yuanzi, with that kind of strength, if you went to lay bricks, real estate developers would all go bankrupt. Ryan King looked on in awe. At that moment, the great white, who had been watching from the sidelines for quite some time, could no longer hold back. It seemed to have set its sights on this soft, white new toy. Dabai leapt forward like a streak of pink lightning, landing precisely in the center of the giant clam's pristine white shell. Although the soft, fleshy layer inside had already begun to turn jade-like, it felt incredibly springy to the touch. Dabai rolled around inside, squinting its eyes in comfort and letting out a series of delighted squeaks. The sight was exactly like a little princess soaking in a large bathtub. This little guy sure knows how to enjoy himself. Liam Hayes couldn't help but laugh as he watched Dabai refuse to leave. He glanced back at Xuanwu. Although Xuanwu had given him its most precious treasure, it still looked a bit weak. Liam Hayes took out half a bottle of spirit spring water again and poured it into Xuanwu's mouth. Xuanwu, you've worked hard today. You stay and patrol the area for now. I need to head back to the island. Nourished by the spirit spring water, Xuanwu perked right up. Its massive body swirled in a circle on the surface of the sea, as if it didn't want to leave just yet. Suddenly, it made a surprisingly endearing gesture. It slowly approached the stern and gently nudged Dabai's tail with its massive, scaly head. Dabai turned his head, glanced at Xuanwu's mountain-like silhouette, then looked down at the giant clamshell beneath him. He seemed to have figured something out. Whoosh! Dabai, holding a small piece of jade from the giant clam in its mouth, leaped straight onto Xuanwu's broad, flat carapace. Xuanwu's bony spines, which had previously looked somewhat menacing, actually retracted and flattened the moment they made contact with Dabai. Dabai perched on Xuanwu's back, looking just like a little pink backpack. Squeak, squeak! Dabai let out a cheerful chirp toward Liam Hayes, its little tail flapping continuously against Xuanwu's back. Xuanwu emitted a deep rumble and, carrying Dabai, began its debut on the CS surface. The two figures, one blue, one pink, with a massive difference in size, began a romantic stroll on the sea under the setting sun. Although Xuanwu moved with steady grace, it deliberately traced one elegant circle after another on the water's surface to accommodate Dabai. Dabai, meanwhile, would occasionally leap from Xuanwu's back, perform a 360-degree spin in midair, and then land precisely back in the same spot. The scene was even more heartwarming and awe-inspiring than any movie special effects. This is the life of a god. Ryan King stood nearby, completely mesmerized. He quickly pulled out his phone, though his hands were still shaking. He knew that if he didn't record this moment, He'd regret it for the rest of his life. The viewers in the live stream went absolutely wild, with gift effects nearly covering the entire screen. Dabai riding a turtle. Have you ever seen a spectacle like this? Xuanwu is way too doting this isn't the ruler of the deep sea. It's clearly a nanny. Streamer, I admit I'm jealous, so jealous I feel like I'm about to burst. What on earth is that giant clam? Just watching it through the screen, I feel like my eyes are being cleansed. Liam Hayes stood by the railing of the white dolphin, quietly admiring the scene. But his mind was preoccupied with another question. Xuanwu had been guarding that fishing net earlier because of the giant clam. So what else lies hidden beneath it? That black shadow from earlier was definitely not there just for this single shell. UNZ, we should head out, it's getting dark. Ryan King reminded him. Nights at sea are far more dangerous than on land, especially after they'd just been through a fierce battle. Liam Hayes nodded. He waved at the two pets playing on the water's surface. Dabai, Xuanwu, let us head home. Xuanwu suddenly accelerated, sending up two waves as mighty as a tidal surge. Dabai clung tightly to its back, excitedly shooting a long, slender jet of water into the sky. One man, one boat, two divine pets. In the afterglow of the setting sun, they formed an unprecedented sight as they raced toward Wulong Island. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, that patch of leaden-gray storm cloud had not dissipated. On the contrary, it was closing in on Wulong Island with an extremely slow yet unstoppable momentum. At the core of the storm cloud, a pair of eyes 100 times more terrifying than the giant eye from earlier slowly opened. Its target, it seemed, was not merely Xuanwu, but the 10,000-year-old sacred giant clam that had just been loaded onto the ship. Its root. A dry, hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping echoed softly across the vast expanse of the sea. To their astonishment, the sound penetrated the white dolphin's bulletproof hull and pierced directly into Liam Hayes' ears. Liam Hayes' body jerked violently. He turned to look behind him, but saw only darkness devouring the light. UNZ, did you hear that sound just now? Ryan King shivered and rubbed the goosebumps on his arm. Liam Hayes' gaze grew slightly cold. He said nothing, but simply gripped the control stick tighter. System, activate full power radar, covering a 50 nautical mile radius around Wulong Island. Ding. Full power radar activated. Performing a deep scan. Alert. Abnormal life signature detected. Due to its extremely high latitude, its form cannot be accurately determined. Recommendation. Host. Return to Wulong Island immediately and activate the defensive formation. Liam Hayes' heart sank. Something even the system couldn't identify? It seemed this journey had stirred up a serious hornet's nest. Just as he was about to accelerate away, the Xuanwu, which had been sailing smoothly, suddenly came to a halt. Its massive body writhed violently in the seawater. That was its subconscious reaction to extreme fear. Dabai also sensed the threat. It tumbled off Xuanwu's back and dived into the deep water. Directly ahead of the Hakuto, the sea surface, which had been calm just moments before, suddenly resembled a shattered mirror. Countless black, viscous tentacles were slowly emerging from the cracks. To everyone's shock, these tentacles were adorned with human-like faces, each emitting piercing, agonized wails. UNZ. There's no way through up ahead. Chapter 058. An array disc? No. UNZ. What the hell is that? A sea monster. Ryan King slumped in the passenger seat. He pointed at the dense swarm of black tentacles outside the windshield, his voice filled with despair. Each tentacle was as thick as an adult's thigh, with a slimy surface covered in wrinkles that resembled human faces. Most terrifying of all, a shrill wail like the cry of a baby was emanating from within those wrinkles. The sound pierced their ears, unsettling their minds and inducing a strong urge to vomit. Liam Hayes bellowed, "Close your eyes. Don't look at those faces." His expression, illuminated by the cockpit instruments, looked exceptionally grim. He could sense that these tentacles weren't actual living creatures, but rather the materialized form of some extremely foul energy. They were attempting to block the path back to Wulong Island in this manner. The white shark beneath the water let out a pained cry. Once so agile, it now looked utterly helpless, trapped within the circle of black tentacles. Xuanwu also seemed restless, its massive body repeatedly slamming into the surrounding water. But the tentacles were incredibly slippery with every strike. Xuanwu felt as if it were hitting a formless mass of cotton, unable to generate any force. Instead, its fins and limbs became entangled in the tentacles, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. A flash of ferocity crossed Liam Hayes' eyes. Damn it! Do they really think this is a public restroom, come and go as they please? He looked at the 10,000-year-old sacred giant clam on the deck, which radiated a warm, lustrous glow. Since this treasure could purify water, it should also be able to dispel these filthy creatures. He asked the system in his mind. System, how do I activate the sacred Tridacna-S purification ability? The System-S prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Detected that the current environment is contaminated by abyssal demon chi. Activating the sacred Tridacna-S purification formation requires 50,000 enhancement points or the guidance of the sea god-S essence. 50,000 enhancement points? Liam Hayes glanced at his tip balance, which was nearly overflowing. That amount was practically pocket change to him. Deduct the enhancement points directly and activate it. Boom! As soon as Liam Hayes finished speaking, the 10,000-year sacred Tridacna, which had been lying quietly on the deck, suddenly burst forth with a blinding, pure white sacred light. The light was not blinding, but rather filled with a serene, sacred, and inviolable aura of righteousness. With the giant clam at its center, a ring of white ripples spread wildly outward in all directions with overwhelming force. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A piercing sound of melting echoed across the silent sea. Those black tentacles, which had been incredibly aggressive and constantly emitting sounds like a baby-s wail, melted the moment they came into contact with the white light as if residual snow had met a raging fire. They let out piercing wails and instantly turned into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the void. In less than 10 seconds, the sea, which had been shrouded in darkness, regained its crystal-clear azure hue. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the rippling water, creating a scene of dreamlike beauty. Dubai surfaced from the depths, leaped onto the bow of the white dolphin with a lingering sense of dread, and kept rubbing against Liam Hayes' pant leg. Xuanwu was also freed as it gazed at the dazzling giant clam. The awe in its eyes deepened. Ryan King wiped the cold sweat from his face. Phew, it's alive, it's really alive. He cast a nervous glance toward the direction where the tentacles had vanished moments ago. UNZ, you little treasure, you're practically made to take down these filthy things. Liam Hayes had no time to pay attention to Ryan King's praise right now. He noticed that the live stream's viewership had reached an unprecedented peak. Thanks to that holy light exorcism scene, which was as spectacular as a blockbuster movie, the online viewership had surged past 40 million. The gift effects on the screen had formed a veritable torrent. Thanks to I'm the grandpa of the top donor for donating 50 giant cruise ships. Was that scene just now really not CGI? I'm reporting this streamer, he's definitely using a goddess eye view. When that ring of white light appeared, I felt like my whole being was healed. Mr. Hayes, please release some merchandise. I want to buy one of those giant clam shards to ward off evil spirits. Liam Hayes flashed a slight smile at the camera, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Guys, there were quite a few unexpected twists today, but thankfully both Big White and Xuanwu are safe and sound. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I can't let you down. Liam Hayes glanced at Dubai, who was still rubbing against the deck, then looked over at Xuanwu beside him. An idea that would make the live stream go viral all over again popped into his head. Dubai, go on, take Xuanwu and show everyone a special trick. Liam Hayes gave a wave of his hand. Dubai, as if receiving a royal decree, wagged his tail excitedly and leaped once more onto Xuanwu's broad carapace. Thanks to the divine light's blessing moments earlier, Xuanwu had also returned to peak condition. It seemed to sense the gaze of tens of millions of people upon it. Its massive body began spinning violently across the sea, creating a gigantic vortex that shattered the afterglow of the setting sun into countless specks of golden light. And Dubai was actually standing right in the center of that ceaselessly spinning carapace, as if on a moving stage. Moving in sync with Xuanwu's rhythm, he performed a series of high-difficulty acrobatic stunts in midair. At times, it would blow out a string of colorful bubbles. At others, it would perform a precise dragonfly skimming the water maneuver right above Xuanwu's head. Most astonishing of all was that, as Xuanwu moved at high speed, the edges of its shell actually created arcs of water curtain arches, formed by differences in water pressure. Dubai darted and leaped through these water curtain caves, created by Xuanwu himself. The coordination was simply perfect. Ryan King held 2 cell phones in his hands, frantically switching between camera angles. Holy crap! I've got to record this. This is Oscar-worthy stuff. The amount of tips in the live stream was skyrocketing at a rate of hundreds of thousands per second. The operations manager at Douyine's back end, staring at the nearly vertical growth curve of viewership, was so startled he fell right off his chair. Hurry! Activate all the backup servers. No matter which other live streams we have to sacrifice, we must ensure stability for Liam Hayes' stream. This is the first world-class, legendary streamer we're going to create. Meanwhile, deep within Wulong Island, Grandpa Lee, accompanied by a group of veteran craftsmen, stood in front of an old stone house whose foundation had just been laid. They paused their work and stared blankly at the earth-shattering spectacle unfolding on the distant sea. A young apprentice pointed toward the golden glittering sea in the distance. Master Lee, look at that. Could it be that Yuanzi is back? Grandpa Lee narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile flickering in his normally cloudy gaze. Who else but that kid could cause such a huge commotion? Stop staring and get back to work. The surprise Yuanzi has brought back this time is probably something we've never seen in our entire lives. Meanwhile, Liam Hayes, though outwardly interacting with his livestream audience, kept his eyes fixed on a corner of the radar screen. That deep red dot, which had previously vanished, hadn't gone far. It was hiding in a blind spot on the monitor. Even stranger, the shape of that red dot was constantly splitting apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In less than a minute, the area where the red dot had been had turned into a dense forest of red dots. They were silently closing in on Wulong Island in a pincer movement. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. Trying to use a human wave tactic? He turned his head to look at the sacred giant clam, which was still emitting a faint white glow on the deck. Tianlong, stop recording. Go back and get the ingredients ready for your whole fish feast. Tonight, we might have quite a few big fish to deal with. Ryan King froze for a moment. He seemed to sense a strong sense of murderous intent in Liam Hayes' tone. Yuanzi, do you mean? Just then, a crisp metallic clang rang out from beneath the white dolphin. It was Xuanwu's final warning. It had discovered something. Xuanwu plunged abruptly into the deep sea. Moments later, when it resurfaced, its massive jaws were clamped around a colossal object that made both Liam Hayes and Ryan King gasp in shock. It was a 10-meter-long, pitch-black object that emitted a cold, metallic sheen. A top-grade giant clam associated mineral? No, it was a spiral-patterned object with a constantly rotating interior. A teleportation array disk. Chapter 059. The divine pearl of the sea stuns the world. Ryan King's voice had completely cracked, filled with the most primal fear humans feel when faced with an unknown creation. Yuanzi, what on earth is this? A fragment of an alien flying saucer. He pointed frantically at the massive black disc suspended in midair, held in Xuanwu's jaws. The disc had a diameter of over 10 meters and was made entirely of an unknown black metal. Its surface was engraved with countless intricate spiral patterns, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. Even more eerie was the fact that the center of the disc was slowly rotating, emitting a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Liam Hayes' expression was more somber than ever before. He could sense that, on an energetic level, this object was the polar opposite of the 10,000-year-old sacred tridacna on the deck, which radiated a sacred aura. One was the epitome of yang and holiness. The other was the epitome of yin and evil. Liam Hayes silently recited to himself, "System, scan this thing." After a brief flicker of static in his mind, the system interface finally displayed a line of blinding red text. Warning: high-dimensional object detected, core of the abyssal spiral. Function: unknown. Danger level: extremely lethal. Analysis: this item is not native to this world. It is suspected to be an energy singularity from the abyss, possessing the ability to warp space and devour matter. It shares an ancient symbiotic yet antagonistic relationship with the 10,000-year-old sacred tridacna. Liam Hayes' heart sank. An energy singularity from the abyss? This thing is actually a ticking time bomb. No wonder those black tentacles and the abyssal colossus were so fixated on this place just now. Their target wasn't the sacred tridacna at all, it was this abyssal spiral core. Xuanwu seemed to recognize the danger of this object as well. Clutching the core in its jaws, it dared not approach the ship's hull, merely staring at Liam Hayes with its intelligent eyes while emitting a low rumble from its throat. It was asking Liam Hayes how to deal with this hot potato. Ryan King was so scared his legs went weak. Yuanzi, we better get out of here fast. This thing looks downright sinister. It might be some kind of evil entity. Throw it far away. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. He had a strong intuition that, although dangerous, this object could unleash unimaginable power if used in the right way. Fortune favors the bold. Liam Hayes roared, and instead of stepping back, he took a step forward and extended his right hand. Tianlong, step back, stay far away. A pure, faintly golden current of Poseidon's power surged from the palm of his hand, cautiously touching the black, abyss spiral core. Ryan King let out a blood-curdling scream. You're crazy, UNZ. However, neither the expected explosion nor an energy backlash occurred. The moment Liam Hayes' sea god power made contact with the black disk, the spiral patterns on its surface seemed to light up, emitting a faint purple glow, and the violent, swirling energy at its center miraculously subsided. It was submitting to Liam Hayes. A thought struck Liam Hayes. His power of the sea god seemed to be the only key capable of balancing these two extreme forces. Just then, the massive, 10,000-year-old sacred giant clam on the deck also sensed something and began to vibrate violently. The soft white light on its surface interplayed with the purple glow emanating from the black disk in the air, forming an eerie yet harmonious Tai Chi diagram. A sudden inspiration struck Liam Hayes, and he abruptly issued a command to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, place it on top of the conch. Without the slightest hesitation, Xuanwu swiveled its massive head. The incredibly heavy abyss spiral core traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, descending precisely toward the apex of the 10,000-year-old sacred conch. Ryan King closed his eyes in terror. It's over. It's over, we're all going down together now. Yet the cataclysmic explosion he anticipated still failed to materialize. The moment the black disk made contact with the pure white shell, a soft click sounded. The disk seemed to have found the key to a lock, fitting perfectly into a previously undiscovered groove on the top of the sacred tridacna. Buzz! A surge of energy 100 times more powerful than the sacred light purification earlier erupted with a thunderous roar. Under the force of this energy shockwave, the hull of the white boar was violently pushed back dozens of meters. Liam Hayes steadied himself firmly, his eyes blazing with boundless intensity. He knew he'd made the right bet. This wasn't some evil weapon at all. It was the only key to unlocking this divine treasury. The light faded. The sacred pearl, once as white as jade, had now completely fused with the black disk. Countless mysterious black patterns spread across the white shell, while a sacred lotus composed of white light emerged from the center of the black disk. Black and white intertwined, yin and yang harmonized. An aura of harmony, ancient and brimming with boundless vitality, swept over him. Ryan King stood there speechless, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered countless times that very day. This is it fused? Liam Hayes paid him no mind. He stared intently at the fused, divine artifact. He saw that at the center of the shell, where black and white intertwined, a faint crack was slowly opening. An indescribable, heart-soothing fragrance wafted out from the crack. Just a whiff was enough to make Liam Hayes feel the power of the sea god boiling within him. Ryan King's reaction was even more dramatic. He took a deep breath, and his whole body flushed red as if he were drunk. It smells amazing. So amazing. I feel like I've gotten 10 years younger. Liam Hayes' heart was pounding wildly. He knew that hidden inside this shell was a true treasure, one infinitely more precious than the 10,000-year-old sacred giant clam itself. Just as the crack was about to open completely, a system alert suddenly blared in Liam Hayes' mind. The voice actually carried a hint of astonishment and ecstasy that even the system couldn't conceal. Ding! Detecting the aura of chaos unfolding, the primordial void divided. Could what's growing inside this shell be the legendary? Chapter 060. The 10,000-year clam king opens. Could what's growing inside this shell be the legendary? The system's alarmed notification made Liam Hayes' heart skip a beat. His eyes were fixed intently on the crack. As it slowly widened, he even forgot to breathe. Ryan King leaned in close, craning his neck like a duck waiting to be fed, his face brimming with greed and curiosity. UNZ. Look, it's opening. There's definitely a huge treasure inside. Click. Accompanied by a sound as crisp as heavenly music, the massive clamshell infused with the abyss core finally opened completely. There was no blinding light, nor any earth-shattering burst of energy. The moment the shell opened, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The wind stopped, the waves subsided, Even the setting sun on the horizon, about to sink below the horizon, seemed to pause its descent, greedily showering this spot with its final rays. The man, the turtle, and the dolphin present, along with the more than 40 million viewers in the live stream, were all enveloped in an eerie silence. In the center of the massive, black and white shell, a pearl no larger than a fist floated quietly. The pearl glowed with a dreamlike azure hue, as if condensed from the purest sky and the deepest ocean. Inside the pearl, it seemed as though billions of stars were slowly rotating, in an endless cycle of life. Streams of rainbow-colored, mist-like energy, visible to the naked eye, emanated from the pearl and swirled around it. The stretch of sea was transformed into a scene straight out of the mythical paradise of the immortals. Ryan King, a leading figure in the East China CS culinary scene, who had seen his fair share of exorbitantly priced jewels, found his mind going completely blank the moment he laid eyes on the pearl. He opened his mouth, trying to describe its beauty and rarity with his limited vocabulary. But he failed. Any language seemed utterly inadequate in the face of such splendor. It took him a long time before he could finally squeeze a few words out from between his teeth. "Oh my God!" He slumped down onto the deck with a thud, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself incessantly. "It's over, I'll never be able to look at any other jewelry for the rest of my life. Compared to this, all those diamonds and jade are nothing but roadside glass shards." After a full minute of dead silence, the live stream's comment section erupted like a geyser, going completely wild. "What is that? Is that a pearl? Why do I feel like I'm seeing the entire universe? I'm crying, I'm really crying. I've lived 30 years, and this is the first time I've realized there really is something so beautiful it takes your breath away. Host, I'm on my knees before you. Please don't end the stream, let me take one more look. Just one. Value? Don't even talk to me about value. This goes beyond the realm of money. It's a divine object, a sacred relic." Liam Hayes paid no heed to the commotion around him. His entire being had been captivated by that azure blue pearl. The moment he laid eyes on it, the system in his mind once again delivered its final appraisal. That line of golden text, radiating supreme majesty, appeared on his retina. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the epic tier treasure, the divine pearl of the sea infant stage. Grade: Hongmeng. Effect 1: calms the storms. Can suppress all winds, waves, and tsunamis within a 100 li radius. The affected sea area is tied to the host's strength. Effect 2: nurture vitality. Transforms the surrounding waters into a top-tier spiritual field, greatly promoting the growth and evolution of marine life. Effect 3: forge a domain. This pearl is the embodiment of the sea goddess authority. The host may refine it to establish their own unique sea goddess domain, where their commands are law and all things submit. Current status: unclaimed. Boom! Liam Hayes' mind buzzed as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The pearl of the sea god. It really is the legendary pearl of the sea god, and it's a Hongmeng-level treasure, no less. This isn't just any treasure, it's clearly a mobile divine realm, a supreme scepter that rules the oceans. With it, the Bloodhawk pirates and the colossal beasts of the abyss would all be nothing but ants before him. Liam Hayes forced down the wild elation surging within him and slowly reached out his hand toward the pearl of the sea, suspended in midair. His movements were slow and gentle, as if he were handling the most fragile work of art. The moment his fingertips touched the pearl's cool, yet smooth surface, another strange phenomenon occurred. As if it had found a long-lost relative, the divine pearl of the sea suddenly emitted a joyful hum. It transformed into a streak of azure light, merging seamlessly into the palm of Liam Hayes' hand without the slightest resistance, then vanished. The very next second, a mysterious, droplet-shaped, deep blue mark flashed briefly between Liam Hayes' eyebrows. A vast stream of information as boundless as the ocean and as ancient as the primordial chaos instantly surged into his mind. It contained the secrets of how to control the divine pearl of the sea and how to establish the sea goddess realm. Liam Hayes felt as though his body had been torn apart and then reassembled. Under the surge of this energy, the sea goddess bloodline within him underwent a revolutionary transformation. He could feel his control over the ocean increase tenfold and more in that very instant. He could even clearly hear the low hum of a sperm whale hunting 100 li away. He could see a hermit crab changing its home in a trench 1,000 meters deep. At that moment, the ocean seemed to become an extension of his own body. Awesome! Liam Hayes couldn't help but let out a long, triumphant howl toward the heavens, and an invisible aura of power radiated from him, sweeping across the entire sea with a thunderous roar. Xuanwu bowed its massive head, emitting the most reverent sound of submission. Dabai also poked its head out of the water, gazing at Liam Hayes with eyes that seemed to be looking up at a deity. Ryan King was so overwhelmed by this aura that he was pinned to the deck, unable even to lift his head. Yuan Yuanzi, have you become an immortal? Liam Hayes slowly opened his eyes deep within his jet-black pupils. It seemed as though a galaxy was swirling. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, just as he was about to fully savor this divine sensation, woo woo woo, an alarm piercing to the extreme, like the sound of the apocalypse, suddenly blared throughout the entire White Dolphin. In the cockpit, every green safety indicator light simultaneously turned a blinding blood red. Ryan King scrambled and stumbled his way to the main control screen. When he made out the data displayed on the screen, the color drained from his face. In an instant his lips trembled, and he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Yuan Yuanzi, no, this is bad. You look at this. Liam Hayes furrowed his brow and strode to the screen. On the main screen of the White Dolphin Super Meteorological Monitoring System worth over 100 million, a red warning in the largest font was flashing frantically. Warning! Warning! The strongest super typhoon in history, Leviathan, has been detected. Current wind speed, Category 18. Central pressure, 850 hectopascals. Movement speed, 40 kilometers h. Expected landfall location, Wulong Island. Expected landfall time, 3 hours from now. System assessment. This disaster is apocalyptic. Chapter 061. The heavens and earth turn pale. The strongest typhoon in history strikes. Apocalyptic level? Ryan King stared at the 3 startling, blood-red characters on the screen, feeling as if an invisible giant hand were clutching his heart. Even breathing became incredibly difficult. UNZ. Is the system malfunctioning? A Category 18 typhoon? Are you kidding me? As a native of Donghai City, he had weathered countless typhoons. The strongest one he'd ever experienced was only Category 14, and even that was enough to send shipping containers flying all over the docks. This was an apocalyptic disaster that existed only in theoretical data, one powerful enough to completely wipe a modern city off the map. Liam Hayes said nothing. In the red glow of the screen, his expression looked unusually grave. He could feel the mark of the pearl of the sea, which had already faded from his palm, heating up frantically. The spirit within the pearl was sending him the most urgent, most dangerous warning. This wasn't a system error. This was real. Whoosh! A gale began to howl without warning. The sea, which had been as calm as a mirror just moments ago, churned up white waves several meters high in a matter of mere seconds. The sky shifted from a brilliant orange-red to an oppressive and despair-inducing leaden gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vast swaths of monstrously menacing dark clouds converged from all directions. It was as if a gigantic maw, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, was about to swallow this stretch of ocean whole. The air was thick with a damp, salty, fishy odor laced with a sense of violence. Go! Head back to the island immediately. Liam Hayes acted without hesitation, violently pushing the White Dolphin's throttle to the floor. He had no time for shock, nor for fear. As the master of Wulong Island and the newly crowned god of these waters, he had to make every preparation before disaster struck. Xuanwu, Dabai, follow me. Liam Hayes roared at the sea. Xuanwu's massive body, like an icebreaker, plowed through the increasingly fierce winds and waves, clearing a path ahead for the White Dolphin. Dabai stayed close to the ship's side, occasionally letting out anxious cries to alert Liam Hayes to changes in the surrounding currents. Just as the White Dolphin was racing back at full speed, Liam Hayes picked up the ship's satellite phone and dialed Secretary Lewis' number in town directly. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up, and Secretary Lewis' voice, tinged with a hint of impatience, came through. Hello? Is that Liam Hayes? What's the matter? I'm in a meeting right now. The Municipal Meteorological Bureau just issued a blue typhoon warning, telling us to prepare for it. A blue warning? Upon hearing those 4 words, Liam Hayes was so furious he nearly crushed the phone in his hand. These bureaucrats sitting in their offices had absolutely no idea that a catastrophe capable of destroying everything was closing in with overwhelming force. Secretary Liu, stop the meeting. Organize an evacuation for everyone immediately. Liam Hayes' voice grew hoarse with urgency. This isn't just a blue alert. It's an apocalyptic super typhoon. The professional equipment on my ship has detected that the wind force has already reached Category 18. Within 3 hours, the entire town of Greenhill, including the docks, will be completely submerged. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then Secretary Lewis' voice came through, tinged with skepticism and reproach. Xiao Lin, I know you're wealthy now and have made significant contributions to our town, but you need to watch what you say. A Category 18 typhoon? Do you think this is a movie? Is the team of experts at the Municipal Meteorological Station really no better than some crappy machine on your boat? All the town's fishing boats are heading back to port to ride out the storm right now. You want me to organize an evacuation for everyone? Where are they supposed to go? If this causes chaos and panic, can you take responsibility for that? All right, stop spreading alarmist rumors. Just focus on your own typhoon preparations. You don't need to worry about the town's affairs. Click. Secretary Liu hung up the phone without a second thought. Liam Hayes listened to the busy signal, his face instantly turning as cold as ancient ice. Stupid. Ignorant. He had already done everything he possibly could. Since they wouldn't believe him, they would pay a bloody price for their arrogance and stupidity. UNZ, what should we do? They don't believe us. Ryan King paced anxiously around the cabin. He also owned quite a few properties in Greenhill Town. If the town were flooded, his losses would be astronomical. Forget about them. Liam Hayes' voice was cold and devoid of emotion. We just need to take care of our own people. He glanced toward Wulong Island, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. Wulong Island will be the only Noah in this catastrophe. Frank Ford. He picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the button for the public channel connecting all the craftsmen and employees on the island. Attention, everyone. Attention, everyone. This is Liam Hayes. Stop all work immediately. Gather your families, pack your most essential belongings, and assemble at the defensive fortifications we're building on the back mountain. I repeat, this is not a drill. An unprecedented super typhoon is set to make landfall in 2 hours. If you don't want to die, act now. Liam Hayes' order traveled through the airwaves to every corner of Wulong Island. Grandpa Lee, who had been working up a sweat in front of the old stone house, heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie and abruptly stopped swinging his hammer. He looked up at the sky, which loomed like a wall of dark clouds, and felt the wind in the air growing increasingly violent. Without a moment's hesitation, the seasoned old man bellowed at the workers behind him. Stop working. Listen to UNG. Everyone, go home, grab your wives and kids, and meet at the back of the mountain. Hurry. However, a few young, newly arrived workers in the crowd muttered their discontent. Master Lee, isn't Mr. Hayes making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a typhoon, right? We've built this house so sturdily, can't we just take shelter inside? Yeah. The wall I just laid isn't even dry yet. If we leave now and get caught in the rain, today's work be for nothing? A heavy-set man who looked like a foreman even picked up the walkie-talkie and replied defiantly. Mr. Hayes, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The city just issued a blue alert. Before he could finish, Liam Hayes' icy, piercing voice rudely cut him off. I don't want to hear any nonsense. I'm giving you exactly 10 minutes. Anyone still lingering at the foot of the mountain 10 minutes from now does so at their own risk. With that, Liam Hayes shut off the walkie-talkie. His patience had run out. He stared at the pitch-black sea ahead, churned by wind and waves until it resembled boiling water, a mad gleam flashing in his eyes. White Dolphin.
Activate combat mode.
Today, I'll show you mortals exactly what the wrath of the gods is. Just then, Ryan King pointed at the radar screen and let out a terrified scream. UNZ. Look, those red dots have reappeared. Liam Hayes whipped his head around. At the edge of the radar screen, the dense cluster of red dots representing the Blood Owl pirates, which had previously vanished had, under the cover of the storm, reappeared like ghosts. And their target was, without a doubt, Wulong Island. Chapter 062. The whole village mobilizes. The divine turtle transforms into Noah. Frank Ford. Liam Hayes stared at the dense cluster of red dots on the radar, which were using the storm as cover to encircle Wulong Island from all directions, a flash of murderous intent lighting up his eyes. Those persistent bastards. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. These ruthless bandits from the Bloodhawk pirate gang clearly intended to take advantage of the natural disaster to reap the rewards without risking their own lives. Ryan King's face had gone completely pale. UNZ, what do we do? We're caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side, a world-ending super typhoon, on the other, well-armed pirates who kill without batting an eye. This was the ultimate dead end. Liam Hayes snorted coldly, far from showing any fear. His eyes blazed with overwhelming fighting spirit. What's there to panic about? They think this is their chance. But they don't realize that what they've jumped into is my home turf, my slaughterhouse. He slammed his fist down on a red button on the control panel. White Dolphin, activate the thunderstorm interception system. Switch the blue whale sonar to combat scan mode. All unauthorized moving targets attempting to approach within 10 nautical miles of Wulong Island are to be sunk without warning. Command received.
Combat mode activated.
With the system's cold, mechanical prompt, the white dolphin, that ferocious beast of the sea, finally bared its most savage fangs. The miniature torpedo interceptor launchers at the stern slowly rose, while sonar waves from the hull swept the surrounding waters frantically at an even more aggressive frequency. By this time, the white dolphin had already broken through the final wall of giant waves and roared into the relatively calm harbor of Wulong Island. When Liam Hayes' ship appeared at the pier, the atmosphere across the entire island froze. Grandpa Lee, accompanied by most of the craftsmen and their families, had already begun moving toward the mountain behind the island. But there were still dozens of stubborn troublemakers gathered by the pier, pointing and whispering. See? What did I tell you? They're right back. Aren't they? The sky does look a bit overcast, but it's nowhere near as dramatic as Mr. Hayes made it out to be. The foreman, who had previously argued with Liam Hayes over the walkie-talkie, stood with his hands on his hips, a smug look on his face. However, their smiles froze completely on their faces the very next second, for they saw what was following in the wake of the white dolphin. There was a deafening crash. Xuanwu's massive body, as large as a small mountain, suddenly emerged from the churning waves. Its enormous shell, nearly 10 meters long, glinted with a heart-stopping metallic sheen under the gloomy sky, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Everyone still lingering on the pier froze in place the moment they saw Xuanwu, as if struck by a spell, their minds going completely blank. The divine tortoise. It's the monster from the classic of mountains and seas. The foreman's legs gave way. With a thud, he fell to his knees, instantly wetting his pants. Liam Hayes leaped down from the white dolphin. Without so much as a glance at the terrified crowd, he issued a direct order to old Master Lee. Master Lee, move all the construction machinery on the island behind the pier's breakwater and use it as a second line of defense. Prioritize moving food and fresh water to the cave on the back of the mountain. That's our last refuge. Yes, sir. Without a moment's hesitation, old Master Lee immediately led his men into action. With Xuanwu's miracle holding the fort, no one dared to question a single word from Liam Hayes anymore. The entire Wulong Island began operating at a frantic pace with unprecedented efficiency. However, time was still too tight. Just as they had driven several excavators and bulldozers behind the breakwater, night fell completely. It wasn't the darkness of night, but a pure, viscous darkness that seemed to have swallowed even the light itself. The howling gale roared like a billion malevolent spirits. The churning seawater was torn into a mist that filled the sky, lashing against people's faces with a pain like a knife cut. Boom! A massive wave, dozens of meters high and as thick as a city wall, slammed violently against the outer reefs of Wulong Island, producing a deafening roar that shook the heavens and split the earth. The entire island trembled violently under the force of this terrifying impact. Liam Hayes hoisted a terrified worker onto his shoulders and roared at the crowd still unloading supplies. Hurry! Everyone, head for the mountain. There's no time to waste. Just then, the most desperate scenario unfolded. The only mountain trail leading to the shelter on the back of the mountain had suffered a small-scale landslide due to the violent tremors. Several boulders, each weighing several metric tons, had completely blocked the path. It's over. The path is blocked. We were all going to die here. Desperate cries erupted from the crowd. Ryan King turned pale as he stared at the boulders, which were impossible to move by human strength alone. UNZ, this time it's really over. Liam Hayes' eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the towering wave behind them closing in, poised to swallow everything, then looked back at the boulders blocking their only path to survival. He whipped his head around and let out the most blood-curdling roar of his life, directed at Xuanwu in the harbor. Xuanwu! Xuanwu seemed to sense its master's call and his overwhelming fury. Its massive body suddenly sank. Then, with a speed completely at odds with its size, like a cannonball leaving the barrel, it charged defiantly up the pier, head-on against the world-shattering wave. It did not crash into the boulders. Instead, it performed a mythical, unforgettable feat. It positioned its massive, heavy body like a shield, blocking the landslide on the mountain road with all its might. It was determined to use its own flesh and blood to build a final line of defense for the hundreds of people on the island. Liam Hayes roared at the villagers and workers, who had been frozen in shock. "What are you all standing around for? Climb over its back!" The crowd snapped out of their daze and scrambled toward Xuanwu's massive shell, which was as wide as a town square. Xuanwu, this divine tortoise that had lived for 500 years, was, at that very moment, transformed into the true Noah Frank Ford who would protect all living beings. Liam Hayes, shielding the last group of women and children, also climbed onto Xuanwu's shell. He glanced back at the massive black wave, now just a stone's throw away and obscuring the entire sky, yet felt not a shred of fear in his heart. He slowly raised his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, the dormant divine pearl of the sea began to radiate a dazzling, brilliant azure light. "You want to destroy my island?" Liam Hayes' voice rang out with unerring clarity and icy coldness amid the howling gale. "Today, I'll show you, you treacherous heavens, exactly who's in charge." However, just as he was about to activate the divine pearl of the sea to clash head-on with the might of heaven and earth, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the white dolphin in the harbor, swaying wildly like a falling leaf. His pupils contracted sharply. He saw that the specially made mooring lines thicker than his own thighs had already developed countless fine cracks under the relentless tearing of the giant waves, wave after wave. 3 more waves at most and the lines would snap. Once the white dolphin was swept out to the open sea, forget about any sea fortress. It would be torn to shreds in an instant. Ryan King followed his gaze and also spotted this deadly crisis. He grabbed Liam Hayes' arm, his voice trembling. "UNZ your ship. That's your entire fortune." Chapter 063, Fierce Winds and Raging Waves. The white dolphin hangs by a thread. Ryan King's voice was torn to shreds by the deafening storm. "UNZ your ship, that's your entire fortune." Yet the terror and despair in his words reached Liam Hayes' ears with crystal clarity. Liam Hayes stared intently at the white boar, bobbing in the harbor amidst the raging waves. It felt as if a giant hand were clenching his heart. That wasn't just a ship. It was his floating fortress, his backbone against all the unknowns, and the core of his future maritime empire. More importantly, although the power of the divine pearl of the sea was immense, it required an energy core to act as an amplifier in order to unleash its full potential. And the White Dolphin's military-grade turbofan engine was the perfect energy core. Once he lost the White Dolphin, even with the divine pearl in his possession, he would only be able to protect Wulong Island for a short while. At most he would be utterly unable to completely suppress this apocalyptic storm. By then, the waters surrounding the island would be utterly devastated. The ecosystem would collapse, and Wulong Island would become a desolate, isolated island adrift in the open sea. Boom! Another mountain-like wave crashed down with devastating force. Xuanwu's massive body was slammed so hard it sank abruptly, letting out a pained, muffled groan. In the harbor, one of the White Dolphin's main mooring lines snapped with a teeth-grinding, agonizing screech. Only 3 remained. A flash of desperate madness crossed Liam Hayes' eyes. "No! I have to get back." Ryan King clung desperately to his legs, tears and snot streaming down his face. "UNZ, you're crazy. Going down there now is a death sentence. We can buy another ship if we lose this one. But if you die, we'll lose everything." Liam Hayes shoved Ryan King away with all his might. The force was so great that the man weighing over 200 Gene was sent crashing to the ground. "Get out of my way. That ship is more important than my life." With those words, Liam Hayes leaped straight down from Xuanwu's back, which towered over 10 meters high. His body fluttered like a fallen leaf in the gale, yet he skillfully avoided the jagged rocks below and landed steadily on the muddy path leading to the dock. Inside the cave, all the rescued villagers and workers watched the figure charging headlong toward certain death, and they all let out cries of horror. UNZ. In their eyes, Liam Hayes' actions were no different from suicide. Liam Hayes paid no heed. He sprinted through the wind and rain, the power of the sea goddess body erupting to its absolute limit at that moment. His speed was so great it nearly left a trail of afterimages. The gale force winds were like invisible walls, frantically blocking his path. The torrential rain lashed against his body like a dense barrage of steel needles. The ground beneath his feet was slippery and muddy, every step was fraught with danger. But he didn't slow down one bit. His eyes were fixed only on that black beacon of hope, bobbing in the storm ahead. Closer, even closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Liam Hayes had already sprinted to the edge of the pier. He could even make out the clutter on the deck of the White Dolphin, tossed about by the wind and rain. Just one leap, and he would be aboard the warship that belonged to him. However, just as he braced his legs to take that decisive leap, boom! A terrifying wall of water unprecedented in scale, soaring to the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, crashed down from the open sea with overwhelming force. This wave was taller and more ferocious than all the previous ones combined. It was like the trident wielded by Poseidon, the god of the sea in mythology, intent on utterly destroying everything in this world. In the face of this absolute force, the White Dolphin's remaining 3 mooring lines were as fragile as 3 strands of cotton. Bang! 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 3 crisp, gunshot-like cracks rang out simultaneously. All the mooring lines snapped. Freed from all restraints, the White Dolphin was like a runaway horse, instantly dragged backward by that immense suction toward the bottomless black vortex. This sudden, violent shift in the ship's position completely threw off Liam Hayes' jumping rhythm. Beneath his feet, the edge of the pier, soaked by seawater and incredibly slippery, gave way with a sudden slip. Oh no! Liam Hayes was terrified and tried to steady himself. But it was already too late. He lost his balance and fell uncontrollably straight toward the raging sea to the side, a sea that churned with countless black whirlpools, resembling the gaping maw of a demon. The icy, dark seawater, heavy with the scent of death, instantly submerged his ankles and was dragging him into the abyss with an irresistible force. From the direction of the cave came Ryan King's scream, a shriek that had been completely torn apart, filled with endless fear and despair. UNZ. In the final moment of his fall, Liam Hayes' gaze was fixed on the White Dolphin, which was growing ever more distant and about to be swallowed by the darkness. There was no fear in his eyes, only endless resentment and overwhelming rage. Could it be that everything was really going to end right here? Chapter 064. The raging waves devour all. The fall of the uncrowned king. UNZ. Ryan King's scream was warped by the howling wind, filled with endless fear and despair. The sound seemed to be choked off by an invisible hand, cutting off abruptly. For he saw that figure who had been like a god in his heart, the man who just moments ago had been prepared to clash head-on with the might of heaven and earth, stumble, losing all balance. In that instant, Liam Hayes' pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. The concrete of the pier beneath his feet soaked by seawater and torrential rain until it felt as slippery as grease, exuded a deadly slickness. He could feel his center of gravity tilting irrevocably toward the raging sea to the side, where countless black whirlpools churned. Cold, biting, the scent of death. The ink-black seawater, like countless demonic hands reaching out from hell, had already wrapped itself around his ankles and was dragging him toward the abyss with an irresistible, terrifying force. Damn it! That was the only thought left in Liam Hayes' mind. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit in an instant, and the power of the sea goddess physique erupted with a thunderous force as he tried to steady himself through sheer brute strength. But it was too late. The moment the White Dolphin's rope snapped, the immense recoil struck like the most cunning assassin, delivering the deadliest blow at the most unexpected moment. The wind roared in his ears, like the mocking laughter of a billion demons. Rain pelted his face, as cold as the tears of death. His body traced a desperate arc through the air. In his line of sight, the white boar into which he had poured countless hours of hard work was being mercilessly dragged away by a massive, bottomless black vortex, growing ever more distant from him. Toward the cave, the villagers and artisans who had just been rescued stared at the scene, one by one, in utter disbelief. Their mouths hung wide open, yet they could not utter a single sound. Fear had gripped their throats. The man who, just moments ago, had seemed like a god descended from the heavens, pulling them back from the brink of death, now resembled a helpless falling leaf, about to be completely swallowed by this world-shattering storm. Old man Li's cloudy eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, yet he was completely oblivious to the pain. Unz. His voice was aged and hoarse, filled with endless sorrow. Could it be that good people truly never receive their just reward? Was this treacherous heavens really going to snuff out Wulong Island's last hope? As he fell, Liam Hayes' mind became clearer than ever before. He could feel his body accelerating as it plummeted. He could hear the shrill screams of countless vengeful spirits rising from the black vortex below. He could even smell the thick, inescapable, salty stench of death in the seawater. No, I refuse to accept this. Liam Hayes' eyes blazed with overwhelming fury and a frenzied fighting spirit. He had only just obtained the divine pearl of the sea. He had only just earned the right to rule these oceans. His maritime empire, his Noah Frank Ford, his grand ambitions, they had only just begun. How could he possibly die here like such a coward? Stop me right now. Liam Hayes let out a defiant roar in his mind. He violently channeled the bloodline of the sea god within him, the very one that had just fused with the divine pearl of the sea. He attempted to forcefully twist his body mid-air, hoping to at least grab hold of a rocky outcrop on the pier. But his descent was already unstoppable. Human strength has its limits. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold, viscous seawater below, seething with boundless malice, just as everyone believed his death was certain and the legend of Wulong Island was about to end in the most tragic way possible. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from the primordial chaos filled with boundless majesty and loyalty pierced through the thunder and howling wind, exploding violently in Liam Hayes' ears. That sound did not come from the sky, but from beneath his feet. Liam Hayes jerked his head down to look. There, on the raging, pitch-black sea as dark as an abyss that should have swallowed him whole, a colossal, dark gold silhouette, as massive as a small mountain, had silently appeared out of nowhere. It was Xuanwu. Its eyes, as deep as ancient pools, were fixed intently on him. There was no fear, no panic in that gaze, only an absolute resolve that seemed capable of transcending life and death. Ryan King rubbed his eyes, blurred by tears, and let out a blood-curdling scream. It's the divine tortoise. What does it want? Chapter 065. The back of Xuanwu, a life-saving floating island as steady as Mount Tai. Unz. I knew you'd pull through. You scared the hell out of me. Ryan King knelt at the edge of Xuanwu's carapace as wide as a plaza, his voice hoarse from shouting. Just half a second earlier, Liam Hayes had felt the tips of his toes touch the deathly black water, viscous as glue. But in that split second, what he felt beneath his feet wasn't T-bone chilling cold, but a warm, solid sensation as heavy as the earth itself. Xuanwu's dark gold carapace, nearly 10 meters wide, had precisely cushioned Liam Hayes' fall in that critical millisecond. The sensation was like plummeting from a bottomless abyss only to suddenly land in a pile of thick cotton. The massive impact sent a tremor through Liam Hayes' internal organs, but the solid grounding instantly calmed his racing heart. The self-healing abilities of the sea goddess body, combined with the nourishment from the pearl of the sea, allowed Liam Hayes to regain his mobility in less than 2 seconds. He sat up abruptly, wiping the rainwater, a mixture of saltiness and the scent of rust, from his face. The scene before him caused even Liam Hayes, the sea god who had seen it all, to involuntarily narrow his eyes. At that moment, Xuanwu was frantically paddling with all 4 limbs in a manner that defied the laws of physics, forcibly countering the gravitational pull of the sinking white dolphin above. The dark gold symbols on the back of this 500-year-old divine tortoise had reached their peak luminosity, shining like a beacon in the deep sea. The black tentacles attempting to wrap around it emitted a piercing, sizzling sound as they came into contact with the golden light radiating from Xuanwu's shell. Liam Hayes felt the mark of the pearl of the sea at his brow growing increasingly hot, almost as if it were about to break through his skin. He knew that the pearl of the sea was yearning for battle, yearning to complete its true transformation by subduing this storm. Liam Hayes sprinted to the edge of Xuanwu's carapace, right next to the white dolphin's portside. Tianlong, stop howling. Hurry up and secure the ship's main anchor. With all of the white dolphin's mooring lines severed, the entire ship was being held aloft by Xuanwu, swaying wildly and erratically with the waves. The slightest misstep, and the white dolphin would slide off Xuanwu's back and be completely swept into the black water vortex in the distance. Hearing Liam Hayes' shout, Ryan King snapped out of his daze and scrambled toward the white dolphiness wheelhouse. Driven by extreme fear, the fat man displayed unprecedented agility, leaping back onto the deck in a single bound. Liam Hayes took a deep breath, and the power of the sea god within him flowed down his legs, pouring ceaselessly into Xuanwu's body. "Old man, hang in there a little longer, we're going to push this ship back." Xuanwu let out a low growl, and to everyone's surprise, a faint ring of water-repelling space formed around his carapace. The once raging waves, upon striking this water-repelling barrier, were strangely diverted to either side. The white dolphin ceased its violent rocking, and the instrument panel, which had gone dark when water flooded the engine, began to glow faintly green once more under the radiance of the pearl of the sea. Liam Hayes' eyes narrowed as he saw that the red dot in the distance representing the Blood Owl pirate crew had closed to less than 3 nautical miles away. These guys' speedboats appeared to have been specially modified. They were actually able to navigate through those devastating waves. 3 heavy torpedo tubes had already emerged slightly above the surface, their targets firmly locked onto the Xuanwu and the white dolphin as they locked horns. The pirates had clearly recognized the extraordinary nature of this giant turtle. They had no intention of capturing it, but rather of destroying it outright. As long as they killed Liam Hayes, the pearl of the sea and the legendary treasure would all be theirs. "Since you want to risk your lives, I'll grant you your wish." Liam Hayes snorted coldly as the blue light in his palm instantly faded, replaced by a menacing deep purple. He could sense that deep within the waters beneath the Xuanwu, that enormous black shadow seemed to be stirring as well. The abyssal monster, which had been driven back moments ago by the soul of the dragon vein, was now using the typhoon as cover to attempt a sneak attack from beneath the Xuanwu's belly. Liam Hayes jerked his head up, gazing at the center of the swirling black cloud column overhead the eye of the typhoon. The roar of the storm had already drowned out everything else, yet to Liam Hayes' senses, the world was eerily silent. He could hear every pirate's breath, as well as the grinding of the abyss monster's teeth. Liam Hayes bent his knees slightly, his entire body tensed like a fully drawn bow. "Xuanwu, prepare to dive." Xuanwu understood immediately. Its massive limbs snapped back, and the entire white dolphin was held firmly in place by some sort of adhesive force emanating from its carapace. Just a split second before the white dolphin was about to dive beneath the surface with Xuanwu, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the distant pirate ship. It was the signal for the launch of specialized high-explosive torpedoes. Fired in a triangular formation, the 3 torpedoes plowed 3 deadly white trails across the sea's surface. Each torpedo possessed enough power to blast a gaping hole in Xuanwu's carapace. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth as he flicked his fingertip lightly. A blue speck of light, no bigger than a grain of rice, hurtled toward the 3 torpedoes. Ryan King had just fastened his seatbelt in the cabin when he witnessed an explosion outside that would haunt him for the rest of his life. In that instant, the entire sea seemed to freeze. The 3 torpedoes powerful enough to destroy an entire pier failed to produce the expected roar upon contact with that blue speck of light. It was as if they had encountered a black hole. They were instantly swallowed by the blue speck of light, which then ejected an even more ferocious burst of energy in the opposite direction. 2 pirate boats in the distance were transformed into brilliant fireballs before they even had time to let out a scream. The fireballs existed on the sea's surface for less than half a second before being completely engulfed by the 100-meter-high wave that followed. Liam Hayes felt a powerful recoil as Xuanwu's body plunged sharply downward. This was not only to evade the explosion, but also because the abyssal monster lurking below had finally emerged. It was a massive tentacle, covered in barbs and venomous pustules, that violently coiled around Xuanwu's hind legs. The barbs on the tentacle scraped against Xuanwu's hard carapace, sending a series of teeth-grinding sparks flying. Liam Hayes let out a cold laugh as he instantly unleashed the full might of the sea goddess form. "I let you get away earlier and now you dare come back to die?" Just as Liam Hayes was about to dive into the sea to eliminate this menace, the white dolphiness radar suddenly emitted an even more piercing alarm. The forest of red dots that had signaled the presence of pirates had, at that very moment, vanished entirely. In their place was a circular shadow, as black as ink, covering the entire screen. The shadow's volume was actually several times that of Wulong Island. "What in the world is that?" Ryan King stared at the massive black shadow on the screen, his voice trembling so violently it had become unrecognizable. The shadow was rising slowly from the bottom of a 10,000-meter deep trench, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Even the raging typhoon seemed to shrink under the oppressive weight of this shadow. Liam Hayes' heart sank. He felt a sense of danger unlike anything he'd ever experienced. This was no mere byproduct of a typhoon. It was a nightmare from the deepest depths of the East China. See the true ancient god, awakened by the aura of the divine pearl of the sea. Xuanwu let out a cry of terror unlike any it had ever uttered before. Its massive body seemed as fragile as a speck of dust in the presence of that shadow. "Don't panic. I'm here," Liam Hayes roared, and the mark between his eyebrows exploded completely. A column of azure light pierced straight through the black clouds, connecting heaven and earth. At that moment, the true form of the divine pearl of the sea actually passed through Liam Hayes' physical body and materialized in midair. The light emanating from the pearl firmly shielded the Baitun and Xuanwu at its core. Liam Hayes felt as if his soul were being scorched by flames as he engaged in a cross-dimensional battle against that colossal shadow. The dark figure had already descended to a position less than 100 meters below the sea's surface. A massive vortex, over 5 kilometers in diameter, appeared on the ocean's surface, with all the seawater frantically collapsing toward its center. "Is that a mouth?" Liam Hayes made out the silhouette of the shadow, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his diving suit. This was no creature. It was clearly a fleshy black hole lined with countless sharp teeth, large enough to devour an entire island. At this critical moment of life and death, an aged and eerie voice suddenly rang out over the white dolphin-esque radio. Liam Hayes handed over. The voice wasn't transmitted through radio waves. It exploded directly within Liam Hayes' cerebral cortex. Liam Hayes whipped his head around, gazing toward Wulong Island. On the pitch-black mountaintop of the island, a figure clad in a straw raincoat had appeared no one knew when. Amid the world-shattering storm, that figure stood as steady as a rock. "Who are you?" Liam Hayes roared in his mind. The figure in the straw raincoat did not answer, but simply slowly extended a hand as withered as a piece of firewood. As the hand waved, the massive black hole beneath the sea's surface suddenly began to close at an accelerated pace. This target was the pearl of the sea in Liam Hayes' hand. Liam Hayes felt an irresistible pull, forcibly tearing his soul from his physical body. The black tortoise beneath his feet had completely lost the ability to resist, allowing the black tentacles to drag it toward the abyss. Ryan King let out a desperate scream from inside the cabin. "UNZ, help me!" Liam Hayes bit through the tip of his tongue, and a stream of pure dragoness blood spurted onto the pearl of the sea. The originally gentle blue light instantly transformed into a furious bolt of lightning. "You want it? Pay with your life." Instead of retreating, Liam Hayes charged forward, leaping from Xuanwu's back straight toward the all-consuming black hole. Before the endless darkness engulfed him, Liam Hayes thought he saw a mocking smile emerge from beneath the hood of the man in the straw raincoat. "The pearl of the sea will return home in the end." The voice faded, and Liam Hayes' world plunged into absolute darkness. But in the very depths of that darkness, a streak of pink light was cutting through the waves at an unimaginable speed. It was Dubai. Amid the raging storm, it had somehow found a path visible only to itself. Chapter 066. Dubai leads the way. An escape route in the eye of the storm. Squeak, squeak. Dubai's sharp, piercing squeak penetrated Liam Hayes' eardrums with pinpoint accuracy, just a split second before the terrifying black hole closed in. Liam Hayes, whose consciousness had already begun to fade, suddenly snapped his eyes open. The pearl of the sea sensed Dubai's pure and flawless desire to protect him and once again burst forth with a dazzling golden glow. This light actually forced open a sliver of a gap right in the center of that inky black, fleshy void. Liam Hayes saw a small, pink, round head, braving the gravitational force strong enough to crush a submarine, swimming frantically toward him. Dubai's once smooth skin was now marred by harrowing red gashes, eroded by the extreme pressure and dark energy. Yet his large eyes were filled with unshakable determination. "Dubai!" Liam Hayes' heart gave a violent jolt. The power of the sea god, which had been depleted, surged back with frenzied intensity in response to this emotional resonance. He suddenly thrust out his right hand and grasped at the void. At that moment, Dubai's ultrasonic waves perfectly synchronized with the frequency of the pearl of the sea. A bizarre sonar map appeared in Liam Hayes' mind. At the edge of that black hole which devoured all things, there existed an extremely narrow, constantly writhing spatial fissure. That fissure was like a safe haven in the eye of a storm and the only path to survival that Baymax had risked his life to point out for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liam Hayes thrust his legs forcefully against the water. The explosive power of the sea goddess body propelled him past the sound barrier in an instant, the bubbles trailing behind him forming a long, white dragon in the water. He wrapped his arms around Dabai's slightly cool head. "Good boy, take me away." Dabai let out a joyful little whimper, his little tail wagging vigorously as he carried Liam Hayes, transforming into a streak of pink light that shot toward the rapidly shrinking rift. Just as the two plunged into the rift, the gigantic maw behind them let out a furious roar that shook the entire East China Sea. Boom! A colossal wave, 200 meters high, surged from the sea, its sheer force completely scattering the clouds. Liam Hayes felt as if he'd been thrown into a giant washing machine, surrounded by raging currents and kaleidoscopic illusions. But he clung to Dabai with all his might, refusing to let go. This little guy's ultrasonic guidance system was now his only beacon. He didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps minutes, perhaps centuries. The suffocating pressure all around him suddenly vanished. In its place was that familiar, vibrant scent of the ocean. Liam Hayes broke through the surface, gasping for air greedily. The wind was still strong, and the rain still came down hard, but that despair-inducing, apocalyptic pressure had vanished. He looked around and realized he was in a blind spot on Dragon-Lying Island, a hidden stretch of water beneath the cliffs on the back mountain. Due to the complex terrain and dense reefs, even seasoned fishermen would normally avoid this area. But under Dabai's guidance, it had become a natural shelter from the storm. "Dabai, great job." Liam Hayes reached out to pat Dabai on the head, his eyes brimming with relief at having survived the ordeal. Exhausted, Dabai rolled his eyes and floated quietly on the water's surface, blowing bubbles in great gulps. Liam Hayes didn't dare to rest. He immediately activated the sensor in his brow. "Xuanwu, Tianlong, where are you?" A faint mental fluctuation came from a crevice in a nearby reef. Liam Hayes' heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly signaled Dabai to lead the way. They rounded a massive reef, its surface cracked and weathered by the storm. Xuanwu's massive body was wedged tightly between two rocks like a giant wedge. Its hard carapace was covered with dents of varying depths, and in some places, there was even viscous black slime. And the white dolphin was, miraculously, still perched on Xuanwu's back. Although the hull was tilted at a dangerous angle and all the glass was shattered, the overall frame surprisingly hadn't fallen apart. Ryan King was leaning against the slanted cockpit window, his face covered in blood, wailing at the top of his lungs. "UNZ, you're still alive? Wah, you're still alive." The moment he saw Liam Hayes and Dabai appear, the fat man burst into tears like a 200-gene child. "Stop wailing. You're not dead yet." Liam Hayes darted forward and leaped onto Xuanwu's slightly trembling carapace. He could sense that Xuanwu had sustained serious internal injuries after withstanding the black hole's repeated pulls just moments ago to protect the white dolphin and Ryan King. Liam Hayes pulled out another full bottle of Spirit Spring Essence and poured it directly onto Xuanwu's back shell. Azure blue spiritual energy seeped in instantly. Xuanwu's pained moans gradually subsided. It raised its head with great effort, and a hint of weary relief shone in its large, wise eyes. "Tianlong, check the ship's backup power. We have to go into the cave." Liam Hayes pointed toward a deep, dark cave entrance at the base of the rear cliff, one that only emerged during extremely low tides. The opening was so deep it was impossible to see the bottom, but Dabai's sonar told Liam Hayes that there was another world within. Ryan King wiped away a tear and frantically rummaged through the pile of broken parts. "It's up and running. UNZ. The backup power unit is still working, but it won't last more than 10 minutes. That's enough." Liam Hayes stood at the bow and waved his right hand. The pearl of the sea released a soft beam of light, anchoring itself to the bow of the white dolphin. Xuanwu surged forward through the sea, like a giant rhinoceros bearing a heavy load, braving the gale as it slowly propelled the white dolphin toward the cave entrance. The storm was reaching its final frenzy. Wind speeds had surpassed all reason, even sending millstone-sized reefs tumbling across the sea's surface. The entire Wulong Island groaned and creaked under the ferocious onslaught. Just as the bow of the white dolphin was about to enter the opening, boom! The swirling column of black clouds in the sky seemed to sense the disappearance of its prey. A dark purple bolt of lightning, over 100 meters in diameter and carrying an aura of utter destruction, plummeted from the heavens. The target of this bolt was none other than Xuanwu's massive form. "You dare touch my pet on my turf?" Liam Hayes let out a cold snort as the pearl of the sea flew from his hand, spinning rapidly through the air. A massive, azure-blue defensive light barrier instantly enveloped the entire cave entrance. The lightning bolt collided with the barrier. The blinding white light made the sea within a 10-li radius as bright as day in that instant. Ryan King felt as if his ears had gone deaf, his mind filled with a relentless buzzing. Liam Hayes felt a tremendous force surge through the divine pearl, causing the bones in his legs to creak. But he held his ground firmly, not retreating a single step. Xuanwu, go! The instant the lightning dissipated, Xuanwu used that thrust to propel the white boar's massive body, shielding the ship as it plunged violently into the deep cavern. Liam Hayes withdrew the divine pearl and, before the purple lightning could coalesce again, leaped in after it. Outside the cavern, the apocalyptic storm let out a final, resentful roar. A massive wave completely sealed off the entrance. Inside the cave, however, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the dripping sound of water. The air was filled with a musty, damp scent, yet one that brought an overwhelming sense of peace. Liam Hayes leaned against Xuanwu's icy carapace and let out a long sigh. The feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster made him feel as if every bone in his body were about to fall apart. Tianlong, see if you can find a flashlight. Liam Hayes' voice echoed through the vast cave, reverberating in layer upon layer of reverberations. Ryan King dug a waterproof flashlight out of the rubble and turned it on with a shaky hand. The moment the light pierced the darkness, the sight before them left both men frozen in place once more. Deep within this naturally formed shelter, hundreds of massive clay pots were stacked in neat rows. Each one stood half a person's height, covered in moss and barnacles, exuding a profound sense of age. Directly in front of these pots, a now fragmented stone statue stood silently in the darkness. The statue's face bore an uncanny resemblance to the mark of the divine pearl of the sea on Liam Hayes' forehead. Is this the secret underground chamber of the Temple of the Sea God? Ryan King's voice was filled with a terror he had never felt before. Liam Hayes walked up to the massive clay jars, and the divine pearl in his palm began to pulsate unusually once more. It seemed to be telling him that the true treasure in this cave wasn't those jars. Beneath the pedestal of the stone statue, something emitting a faint red glow was pulsating faster and faster as Liam Hayes drew closer. Was it a heart, or some other terrifying thing? Just as Liam Hayes was about to step forward to investigate, suddenly, a faint, grating sound like something crawling across the stone slabs came from the ceiling of the cave. Hundreds of small, eerie green eyes snapped open on the dark vaulted ceiling, locking their gaze firmly on the uninvited guests below. Chapter 067. A stroke of luck. Signs of life in the mysterious shelter. Ryan King's plump body was huddled behind Liam Hayes, his waterproof flashlight shaking as if he were doing the breakdance. Wherever the light fell, the beam danced wildly across the moss-covered stone chambers due to his violent trembling. "UNZ, do you hear that? There's movement above." Liam Hayes said nothing. His right hand was loosely clenched, and the faint blue glow of the pearl of the sea flickered in and out of view between his fingers. Though this light wasn't as dazzling as the sun, it exuded an indescribable sense of awe within this cramped underground cavern. The sea goddess' senses expanded to their absolute limit at that moment. He could sense that lurking within the dense network of crevices in the stalactites was a group of living creatures extremely cold and carrying a thick, putrid stench. Their heartbeats were rapid and erratic, brimming with a primal craving for flesh and blood. "Don't move," Liam Hayes ordered in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the pulsating red light beneath the statue's pedestal. The red light resembled a beating heart with every pulse. The temperature inside the cave dropped slightly. Dubai poked his head out of the water, his large eyes revealing fear for the first time. Whatever could strike fear into such a highly intelligent dolphin was certainly no ordinary threat. Xuanwu had already curled up his massive body, the dark golden symbols on his carapace flickered on and off as he, too, remained on high alert. A piercing, blood-curdling scream suddenly shattered the deathly silence within the cave. It was as if the curtain had been raised on some kind of massacre. From the dome above, hundreds of pairs of eerie green eyes plunged down in an instant. By the faint glow of the fire, Liam Hayes could make out the true form of those monsters. They were strange fish with human faces and bodies resembling oversized bats. Their backs were covered in grayish-white scales, and as they glided through the air, they made a sound like silk being torn. Liam Hayes raised an eyebrow. He had seen an entry for these creatures in the marine species encyclopedia provided by the system. Deep-sea corpse bats. This was a scavenging variant that lived exclusively in the pitch-black depths of the ocean trenches. How did they end up in the caves beneath Wulong Island? Could it be that the depths of this cave connect to the legendary Nether Trench? One of the corpse bats had already taken advantage of the darkness to slam into Ryan King's bulletproof vest. Although it didn't bite through, the force of the impact nearly sent the fat man tumbling into the water. "Help! This damn thing's biting me!" Ryan King let out a blood-curdling scream. Liam Hayes snorted coldly and swung his right hand upward with all his might. The blue light of the Pearl of the Sea surged instantly, transforming into a tangible shockwave. "Get out of the way!" Blue ripples spread in concentric circles, instantly engulfing the entire cave entrance. The corpse bats at the very front didn't even have time to let out a second shriek before they were transformed into clusters of ghastly green fireballs within the blue light. A sickening smell of burning flesh instantly filled the entire cave. The swarm of corpse bats was clearly cowed by this terrifying power. They circled frantically beneath the vaulted ceiling but dared not dive down again. Ryan King lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with relief as he looked at the ashes strewn across the floor. Phew God! That was disgusting. Liam Hayes paid no heed to these minor troubles, refocusing his attention on the red dot beneath the statue's pedestal. He stepped forward cautiously. The rocky ground beneath his feet was engraved with intricate, ancient patterns that exuded an eerie, sinister aura. These patterns were quietly absorbing the moisture from the cave, transforming it into a faint red glow. When Liam Hayes reached 3 meters in front of the stone statue, the red glow suddenly flared open. A red orb, less than 10 centimeters in diameter, slowly rose from a crack in the ground. The aura it emitted was the exact opposite of that of the divine Pearl of the Sea. It was the epitome of bloodthirst and fury. The system in Liam Hayes' mind popped up with an identification result. Ding! Rare offhand treasure discovered, tier of the bloodthirsty sea demon. Grade, near Saint level. Effect: significantly enhances the ferocity of aggressive marine creatures and absorbs blood energy from the battlefield, converting it into the host's physical stamina. Warning: this pearl harbors an evil spirit. Those with weak willpower are highly susceptible to its backlash and may be trapped in an eternal cycle of slaughter. Liam Hayes gazed at the pearl, a playful smile curving his lips. An evil spirit? Backlash? In the face of a top-tier ancestral artifact like the divine Pearl of the Sea, all such malevolent forces were nothing but a joke. He was just about to reach out to take it. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from behind the massive stone chests. Thud, thud, thud. Each step caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. A figure over 2 meters tall, clad head to toe in rust-stained bronze armor, slowly emerged. In his hand, he held a massive, half-broken Dao. Where his eyes should have been beneath the helmet, 2 pools of ghastly blue ghostly flames flickered. Ryan King was so terrified his voice went hoarse he stumbled backward repeatedly until he collided with a massive stone chest. Is this a horror movie? Click. A corner of the stone chest was knocked open, and a dark golden glow instantly spilled out through the crack. Liam Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted. Through the crack he saw a mountain of gold bars. This hidden underground cavern actually concealed a staggering fortune enough to buy the entire city of Donghai. Meanwhile, the bronze-armored warrior seemed to have been enraged by Ryan King's actions. He violently raised his battered broadsword and let out a piercing roar. "Those who trespass upon this forbidden realm shall die." The sound was incredibly muffled, as if forced out through a rusty iron pipe. He took a single stride forward, moving as fast as a streak of blue lightning, and in an instant lunged at Ryan King, who hadn't even had time to react. "UNZ, help me!" Ryan King was so terrified he shut his eyes tight. At the very last moment, Liam Hayes' figure appeared like a ghost, stepping in front of Ryan King. He reached out with his left hand and clamped down firmly on the back of the descending Dao. The power of the sea god's body collided with the bronze-armored warrior's brute strength. Countless cracks instantly erupted across the floor of the stone cave. Liam Hayes' gaze was icy, and a blue glow swirled around the divine Pearl of the Sea in his hand. "You dare to act so arrogantly in my presence with a mere piece of junk of a sword?" Just as Liam Hayes was about to exert his strength to crush the Dao, the ghostly flame on the bronze warrior's face suddenly flickered violently. Then, to everyone's surprise, He slowly lowered his blade and knelt on one knee. "Young master, you have finally returned." The hoarse voice echoed through the cave, carrying a sorrow that spanned 1,000 years. Liam Hayes froze, and so did Ryan King. Before Liam Hayes could even react, the bronze-armored warrior transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished directly into the pulsating red orb, the tear of the sea siren. The entire orb instantly turned an eerie blue-red and flew toward Liam Hayes. Deep within the cave, row after row of massive stone chests suddenly opened in perfect unison at that very moment. Golden light instantly filled the entire space. But deep within that mountain of treasure, Liam Hayes spotted a massive nautical chart made from dragon skin. Marked on it was a red X, located directly across from Dragon's Lair Island. It was a stretch of ocean known as the Death Triangle, an area where no islands were originally marked on any map. Next to the red X were 4 simple, ancient characters. Entrance to Guishu. Before Liam Hayes had a chance to examine it closely, the massive wall of waves at the cave's entrance, which had been tightly sealed, suddenly began to tremble violently once more. An extremely arrogant voice, one that felt familiar to Liam Hayes, pierced through the wind, rain, and rock layers, booming directly at the cave's entrance. "Liam Hayes, I know you're in there. Hand over the pearl if you know what's good for you, and we'll still be friends. Otherwise, I'll use this ship's heavy explosives to level your Dragon's Lair Island." Liam Hayes whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. It was the second in command of the Bloodhawk pirates. Hadn't he been crushed to death by that massive wave just now? Ryan King suddenly dug something out from among the pile of gold bricks and shouted, his voice trembling. "UNZ, look at this. S&T, this our town's seal." Chapter 068. Flickering Flames. A heartwarming fish feast shared in adversity. "Liam Hayes, get your ass out here." The shouts from outside the cave entrance, accompanied by the roar of waves crashing against the rocks, echoed through the narrow underground cavern. The voice of the pirate's second in command sounded like the static from a cheap speaker, brimming with nauseating greed and arrogance. Liam Hayes paid no heed to the taunts from outside. He walked over to Ryan King and took the ancient seal covered in dust yet still exuding an air of solemn weight. The seal was crafted from the finest Tianhuang stone and felt slightly cool to the touch. Turning it over, he saw 4 ancient seal script characters clearly engraved on the bottom. "Seal of the Green Mountains." Liam Hayes' pupils contracted imperceptibly. This was the town seal of Green Hill Town, which, according to legend, had been missing for half a century. It was said that during the Great Migration of yesteryear, the town's ancestors had taken this seal into the sea and had never been heard from again. It turned out that these ancestors hadn't perished in the depths of the sea after all. Instead, to protect these gold bricks and the divine pearl of the sea, they had established a permanent secret outpost beneath this isolated island in the deep sea. Although Ryan King was clutching 2 gold bricks in his arms at that moment, the terror on his round face shone brighter than the gold itself. "UNZ, that bastard outside is about to blow up the tunnel. What are we going to do?" With a tsunami raging at the cave entrance, hundreds of eerie creatures closing in from behind, and pursuers watching them like hawks from above, their situation was nothing short of a fight for survival. Liam Hayes tucked the sealing seal into his robe, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. "If they want to come in, let them come in." Liam Hayes surveyed the stone cavern, piled high with riches and eerie creatures. The divine pearl of the sea in the palm of his hand spun ever so slightly. The seawater at the cave entrance, which had been churning violently, began to flow backward in a strange, eerie manner under the pull of divine power. This was an active removal of the defenses. "Tianlong, go clear out those stone troughs behind the statues." Liam Hayes pointed to several recesses beside the stone statues. "Dubai, head down to the shore and see if you can find some fresh seafood we haven't tried before." After giving his orders, Liam Hayes walked to the center of the cave and reached out to grasp something from thin air. A ball of eerie blue flame danced in the palm of his hand. This was the sea goddess fire, a cold flame that could only be ignited within an extremely high concentration marine spiritual field. Although this fire wasn't hot to the touch, the heat it emitted could rapidly evaporate moisture from the human body and even purify water sources directly. With a crackle, several pieces of Dragon's brain which scattered on the ground were set ablaze, releasing waves of a refreshing, soothing fragrance. The cave, which had once been eerie and terrifying, took on a surprisingly cozy atmosphere under the warm, orange-blue glow of the fire. Big White let out a cheerful chirp and darted into the underground river deep within the cave. In less than 5 minutes, it returned to the campfire, pushing 3 lively deep-sea creatures against its head. They were 3 ice polar cod, each over a meter long and with a translucent, jade-like sheen. This fish thrives only in the purest, deepest waters. Its flesh is even more delicate than the finest Wagyu beef, and every slice is a priceless treasure. Ryan King gazed at the snow-white cod, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing up and down. Yuanzi, at a time like this, do you really have the heart to eat? Though he said this, the renowned chef from the East China Sea's hand instinctively reached for the multifunctional waist pouch on his back. Inside, he always kept his most prized set of chef's knives. Not only are we going to eat, we're going to feast. Liam Hayes sat cross-legged, gazing into the fire. When a person is in a desperate situation, if even their stomach is empty, their fighting spirit will be empty too. Tianlong, it's up to you. Ryan King gave a chuckle, his entire being entering a trance-like state. The scalpel in his hand traced a series of blurring trails. The fish scales were meticulously removed, and in the glow of the fire, one could even make out the faint threads of spiritual energy flowing through the flesh, which gleamed like white jade. Without any extra seasoning, Ryan King simply scraped a few chunks of natural crystalline sea salt from the cave wall. He crushed them and sprinkled them evenly over the fish. Under the glow of the deep blue sea goddess fire, the frigid oil contained within the ice extreme cod was instantly released. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An overwhelmingly potent aroma, brimming with the ocean's most primal freshness, instantly filled the entire cave. It even dispelled much of the musty, decaying odor that had previously lingered there. The corpse bats hanging from the dome, which had been restless moments before, suddenly became docile upon catching this scent. Some even began to shiver in instinctive submission to the overwhelming pressure of his bloodline. Liam Hayes pulled an exquisite little vial from his robe. It was the deep-sea spirit honey he'd previously received as a reward from the system. He gently dabbed it onto the fish flesh. The originally snow-white flesh was instantly coated with a golden film. Eat up. Liam Hayes handed a piece to Ryan King. Ryan King took it with trembling hands and took a bite. In that instant, the chubby man's expression was as if he'd seen God. Unzi, Ryan King, have lived for 30 years. And even the sashimi that rich people order for tens of thousands per plate doesn't hold a candle to the fish bones of this stuff. I feel like there's a fire burning inside me right now. I could go out there and fight those pirates to the death. Liam Hayes also picked up a piece and chewed it slowly. The exquisite flavor of the polar cod exploded on his tongue, then transformed into a warm current that flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians and spread throughout his entire body. The fatigue and hidden injuries he'd accumulated from his previous battles at sea and disaster relief efforts began to heal at a visible pace, nourished by this powerful spiritual energy. His sea goddess physique, having just endured a devastating blow, was now, at this very moment, undergoing a second phase of consolidation and strengthening. Squeak, squeak. Dubai paced anxiously in circles nearby, and Liam Hayes tossed a large chunk to it with a smile. Even Xuanwu, who had been pretending to hibernate nearby, quietly poked its head out, swallowed an entire fish tail, and wore an expression of satisfaction that was almost human. Inside the cave, blue flames illuminated the mountains of treasure piled high. A man, a pig, a turtle, and a dolphin in the eye of a super typhoon powerful enough to destroy the world. In this secret chamber that could be blown to smithereens at any moment, they were experiencing an unprecedented sense of peace as they ate. Unzi, if we really make it out of this alive, I want to open a restaurant on Wulong Island. Ryan King wiped the grease from his lips, his gaze growing unusually determined. We'll serve only this kind of fish, and welcome just one guest a day. I'll make the whole world know whose realm the East China Sea truly is. Liam Hayes smiled and patted Ryan King on the shoulder. Don't worry, that day isn't far off. Just then, the final layer of the water barrier at the cave's entrance suddenly erupted with a thunderous crash. A small workboat, modified into a bizarre shape and covered in scars, forced its way into the cave against the raging current. The second-in-command's face, etched with ferocity and greed, appeared behind the hatch. Liam Hayes, you sure know how to enjoy yourself. The second-in-command looked at the mountain of gold bars before him, then at the pot of fragrant fish. Jealousy nearly made blood drip from his narrow, slanted eyes. Behind him, More than a dozen mercenaries wearing tactical vests and armed with heavy automatic weapons leapt onto the shallows in unison. All their gun barrels were aimed at Liam Hayes, who was sitting cross-legged. "Hand over the pearl, and I'll let you die painlessly." The second in command grinned savagely. However, Liam Hayes didn't even turn his head. He merely asked casually, "Tianlong, did you get your fill of that fish just now?" Ryan King stood up, his earlier timid expression long gone. He casually picked up a thick gold bar and weighed it in his hand. UNZ ate until he was stuffed. He's just been looking for a way to work off that meal. Liam Hayes slowly stood up. In the palm of his left hand, the blue glow of the divine pearl of the sea suddenly erupted, bathing the entire cave in a light that made it look like an ice-carved, snow-covered realm. "Since our guests have all arrived, let us begin the feast." Chapter 69. The Baptism of Doomsday. Devastation in the wake of the typhoon. Liam Hayes' voice had not yet faded within the cave when that eerie blue radiance had already transformed into an aurora that reaped souls. The second in command and the pirate mercenaries behind him didn't even have time to pull the trigger before they felt the air around them freeze instantly. It wasn't ordinary intimidation. It was as if the entire ocean had, in that moment, poured the weight of 100 billion metric tons onto this tiny space. Thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as they hit the ground. Those once arrogant mercenary spines cracked under the unbearable strain. Blood gushed from their mouths and noses as they were forcibly pressed into the mud and sand of the shallows by this invisible will. "You, what kind of monster are you, exactly?" The second in command's eye split open as he screamed frantically, his semi-automatic rifle spitting out tongues of fire. Yet the bullets, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, seemed to sink into an endless abyss the moment they came within 3 feet of Liam Hayes. Their velocity plummeted, and they finally hovered limply in midair before clattering to the ground with a cold snort from Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes' figure grew ethereal within the blue glow. He closed the distance in an instant, his fingertip already touching the second in command's brow. "You shouldn't have touched my island." His voice was as soft as a whisper, yet carried the domineering authority of a decree backed by law. A chill seeped through his fingertip. In 1,000th of a second, the second in command's face, etched with shock, was sealed by crystalline ice. The greed and fear deep within his pupils were permanently frozen, transforming him into the most ironic ice sculpture in the cave. Xuanwu, standing nearby, let out a low growl. His thick tail swept through the air like a divine whip, flinging the remaining scum into the underground river. As the smoke cleared, silence returned to the cave, with only the fish soup still not finished retaining a faint trace of warmth. Liam Hayes turned and walked toward the cave entrance. The earth-shattering roar of the storm had vanished, and in its place was a deathly silence that made one's eardrums ache. Ryan King rubbed his sore eyes and staggered out after him. "UNZ, did we make it through?" Outside the cave, the water curtain that had once blocked everything had receded, leaving only faint ripples lapping against the rocks with a sound like a sigh. But the moment Liam Hayes' boots touched the pebbles on the beach, his smile froze. Before him lay not the lush, vibrant Wulong Island he had known, but a ravaged battlefield. The row of stone houses along the shore which had once held the islanders' hopes had been flattened by the tsunami-broken beams jutted out of the mud like white bones. The sophisticated equipment Liam Hayes had purchased at great expense, still in its unopened boxes, had now become twisted scrap metal, scattered all over the ground. The beach was littered with the remains of deep-sea monsters. Giant whales, each over 10 meters long, lay piled together with vast swaths of alien shellfish, emitting a nauseating stench of blood in the faint sunlight. Is this still our home?" Ryan King looked at the excavator on the pier, smashed to pieces, its tracks flung dozens of meters away, his voice hoarse, his eyes instantly welling up with tears. This wasn't about money, it was the despair of seeing a dream they built with their own hands violently torn to shreds. Liam Hayes said nothing. He walked silently through the ruins, each step heavy. His gaze was terrifyingly cold, a stillness that hinted at a deeper storm brewing. "UNZ, over here!" A shout came from the back of the mountain. Xuanwu's massive form still stood steadfastly guarding the entrance to the mountain path. Although its bluish-black carapace was covered with fine cracks, oozing specks of dark golden blood, it hadn't retreated a single step. Grandpa Li, leading dozens of workers caked in mud, was crawling out from behind Xuanwu. When he saw Liam Hayes standing amid the ruins, the stubborn old man's legs suddenly gave way, and tears streamed down his face. "UNZ, as long as you're here, the island isn't lost." The surviving workers gathered around him. At that moment, the fear of the supernatural had vanished from their eyes as they looked at Liam Hayes, replaced by a fervent faith bordering on pilgrimage. It was this young man who, on the night the gods were enraged, had single-handedly pulled them back from the brink of death. Liam Hayes surveyed the expectant faces around him. He could feel the divine pearl of the sea pulsing wildly within his mind's eye. Though the typhoon had ravaged the island, it had also swept away all the filth and chaos from this place. Now the ocean was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, waiting for him to redraw it. Master Lee, lead everyone to the tents to rest. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly across the beach, carrying an unquestionable resolve. Starting tomorrow, we won't be building stone houses anymore. We're going to build a true, eternal maritime sanctuary right here. Ryan King was taken aback. A sanctuary? UNZ. That's going to cost a fortune. Liam Hayes glanced back at the cave filled with gold bricks and ancient treasures, a haughty smile curving his lips. Money? That sort of thing will be nothing more than worthless rubble on Wulong Island in the future. Just then, Liam Hayes' gaze sharpened. Among the crevices of a pile of reef rocks, he discovered a corpse clad in eerie, ancient armor. Hanging from the corpse's chest was a bone pendant, its shape identical to the phantom he'd seen earlier in the depths of the ocean. His gaze swept past the beach toward the distant horizon, where the mist had yet to fully dissipate. Dozens of colossal steel warships, like a school of sharks that had caught the scent of blood, were closing in on the ruins from all directions. At the edge of the sky, an eerie rainbow spanned the horizon. The rainbow wasn't multicolored, but a pure, heart-stopping jet black. Liam Hayes clenched his fist tightly. He knew that Leviathan's passage was merely the insignificant opening act of this grand spectacle. Chapter 070. After the rain comes the sun. A black rainbow spans the ocean? Liam Hayes' gaze was fixed intently on the horizon. That ominous black rainbow, like a gigantic, eerie python, stretched across the boundary between sky and sea. It was not a refraction of light and water, but rather a warning from the abyss, carving an indelible scar between heaven and earth. The howling of the gale had subsided. The rain had grown sparse, like nature's quiet sobs. But the scent of blood and the stench of decay lingering in the air, along with Wulong Island ravaged by Typhoon Leviathan, all served as stark reminders that this place had just endured an apocalyptic catastrophe. Liam Hayes clenched his fists. He could feel the mark of the divine pearl of the sea between his eyebrows, emitting waves of restless tremors. The divine pearl, which had just recognized its master, seemed to instinctively reject and be wary of this eerie black rainbow light. Ryan King stood beside Liam Hayes, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. His legs were still trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with the terror of a survivor. UNZ, what the hell is that? The typhoon's gone. Why is the sky still pitch black? He pointed at the pitch-black rainbow, his voice trembling. Could our island really be targeted by some kind of evil spirit? Liam Hayes paid no heed to Ryan King's ramblings. He tore his gaze away from the black rainbow and surveyed the ruins before him. Once teeming with life, Wulong Island was now a scene of utter devastation. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but crumbling walls and ruins. Giant trees uprooted from their roots and sophisticated equipment, rendered unrecognizable by seawater, were scattered everywhere. The combination of his sea god lineage and the divine pearl of the sea granted Liam Hayes extraordinary perception of the entire sea. He could clearly see that beneath the island, countless undercurrents were churning, and the marine ecosystem had been completely disrupted. The once familiar reefs had now been replaced by bottomless gorges. The carcasses of marine creatures swept ashore by the tsunami were emitting a pungent, fishy stench, as if draping this wasteland in a shroud of death. Liam Hayes' voice was deep and powerful, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Master Lee, have you finished taking head count over there? Old man Lee shuffled down from Xuanwu's back. His weathered face was now etched with exhaustion and sorrow. Everyone's accounted for, Mr. Hayes. Except for a few who wouldn't listen to reason and insisted on going back to salvage their belongings, we've rescued everyone else. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of choking emotion. But the houses on our island, they're all gone, and the machinery, it's all destroyed. How are we supposed to go on living like this? Grandpa Lee looked out at the scene of devastation, and tears once again streamed down his face. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a devastating sight. Liam Hayes walked up to Grandpa Lee and placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. A gentle thread of the sea goddess power flowed through his palm, instantly calming the chaotic energy within Grandpa Lee. Master Lee, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Houses can be rebuilt, broken machines can be replaced. As long as we're still here, Wulong Island will still be here. Liam Hayes' gaze swept over the villagers and workers, their faces ashen. In their eyes, there was despair, confusion, and fear of the future. This was precisely the moment he needed to step forward. Liam Hayes' voice wasn't loud, but it cut clearly through the sea breeze, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, listen to me. Wulong Island has suffered an unprecedented disaster, but we haven't fallen. Xuanwu, Dubai, and I were all still here. He pointed to Xuanwu behind him, massive as a mountain, and to Dubai, who had poked his head out of the sea and let out a crisp cry. The presence of these two divine pets undoubtedly served as a shot in the arm for the despairing crowd. Starting tomorrow, we'll rebuild. I will build a marine divine palace here that's even stronger and more magnificent than before. Let this vast ocean never again destroy our home. Liam Hayes' words rang out with conviction, carrying a powerful sense of inspiration. The villagers, who had been keeping their heads bowed, gradually lifted their gazes. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Liam Hayes shifted from initial despair to fervent trust. In their hearts, Liam Hayes was no longer just the young island lord, but the true guardian deity of these waters. Ryan King also waved his arms and shouted in agreement. Though his voice still trembled, the fervor in his eyes was no less intense than anyone else's. UNZ is right. As long as we're still here, we can start all over again. A shrine. We're going to build a shrine. The crowd chanted in unison. A blazing spirit of determination suddenly surged from the once lifeless ruins. Liam Hayes watched Xuanwu, surrounded by the crowd, and Dubai, swimming joyfully by Xuanwu's side, and a surge of pride welled up within him. His gaze turned once more toward the distant horizon. That eerie black rainbow, bathed in sunlight, was actually beginning to fade slowly. In its place was a pure azure blue, as if, after a baptism, the heavens and earth had been reborn. But Liam Hayes knew that the appearance of that black rainbow was by no means a coincidence. It was more like an ancient symbol, foreshadowing some deeper, more profound crisis. Just as the black rainbow vanished completely, Liam Hayes' gaze caught a hint of something unusual. Deep within the ruins torn apart by the typhoon, amid the twisted steel debris and shattered timber, several faint yet remarkably resilient shoots of green were quietly sprouting. These were no ordinary plants, but spiritual herbs brimming with the essence of life. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this apocalyptic typhoon has brought something other than destruction? His gaze pierced through the rubble, fixating intently on those unusual flashes of green. A strong premonition welled up within him. Perhaps this catastrophe wasn't all loss. Chapter 071. The Typhoon's Gift. The beach is littered with deep-sea treasures. UNZ. Look at that. Ryan King exclaimed in surprise. His portly frame trembled as he pointed toward the beach that had been swept by massive waves. Liam Hayes' gaze had long been drawn to the flashes of green he'd spotted earlier. He strode purposefully through the chaotic ruins and approached the stretch of sand that had been washed clean by the sea. The stench of decay and blood remained thick in the air, but beneath that nauseating odor, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible hint of sweetness. The fluctuations of the pearl of the sea were growing increasingly intense. At that very moment, Liam Hayes' body, that of the sea god, responded with the strongest sensation yet. He could feel that both beneath this beach and even above the sea's surface, the air was filled with intense spiritual energy fluctuations. This, as Liam Hayes' gaze swept across the beach, his pupils contracted sharply. The scene before him was beyond his wildest imagination. This was no ordinary sandy beach, but a biological belt, densely covered with all manner of bizarre marine creatures. At a glance, the entire beach looked as if it had been swept by a giant fishing net, strewn with all kinds of marine life. There were deep-sea shrimp and crabs shimmering with fluorescence, giant shellfish with bizarre patterns covering their backs, and even some unidentifiable, eerily shaped fish. Most of them still showed signs of life. Nourished by the power of the sea god, these creatures from the deep had miraculously managed to survive on this stretch of land. Oh my God! Ryan King was completely stunned. He'd seen his fair share of spectacular sights, but this was the first time he'd ever witnessed a seafood feast on such a massive scale. He even spotted a king crab as big as a washbasin, leisurely waving its thick claws. Is this really what the typhoon brought? Old Man Lee and the villagers also gathered around. As they took in the scene before them, they stood there speechless, their mouths agape but unable to utter a sound. They were all seasoned fishermen who made their living from the sea, yet most of them had never even seen these creatures before. These deep-sea treasures usually existed only in fishermen's legends. That's a sea eel. A top-grade sea eel that sells for several hundred per gene. A sharp-eyed fisherman suddenly pointed at a long, silvery creature and shouted excitedly. The sea eel was as thick as Liam Hayes' arm and was currently pinned down by a broken plank, writhing frantically. And look over there, that's a deep-sea starfish. Alive! Another fisherman had also made a remarkable discovery, pointing to a fish with a dazzling, star-shaped pattern tucked in a crevice of the reef. The flesh of this fish was exceptionally delicious, and its market price was astronomically high. But Liam Hayes' gaze did not linger on these common treasures. His eye of the sea god pierced through the surface, detecting faint fluctuations of spiritual energy hidden deeper within. He walked to a sand pit covered in seaweed and reached out to part the thick growth. A giant conch, as translucent as if carved from crystal, lay there quietly. The conch's surface radiated a rainbow-colored halo, and inside, pearl-like substances could be faintly seen rolling slowly. A system notification sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Deep-sea spiritual treasure discovered. The lapis lazuli mother of pearl conch. Function: can slowly nurture spiritual pearls. Its shell can be used to forge magical artifacts. Lapis lazuli mother of pearl conch? Liam Hayes was taken aback. This legendary spiritual treasure commanded astronomical prices in the system store. He never expected to encounter a living specimen right here. UNZ. This conch, how come it's so beautiful? Ryan King leaned in, reaching out to touch it. Don't touch it, Liam Hayes snapped sternly. He could sense that the spiritual energy in the seawater surrounding the lapis lazuli mother of pearl conch was exceptionally dense. It was clearly a spiritual creature from the deep sea. A careless touch might harm it. Liam Hayes carefully cradled the lapis lazuli mother of pearl conch in his hands. It felt cool to the touch, yet carried a faint warmth. The pearl-like substance inside shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. He turned to look at Ryan King. Tianlong, go get all those clay pots out of the cave. Then he turned to the old fisherman. Master Lee, tell everyone to bring containers and gather all these items along the coastline. Be gentle, these are all treasures. Liam Hayes' voice was filled with excitement and determination. Treasure! Ryan King froze for a moment, then realized what was going on. His eyes lit up instantly, a greedy gleam even more dazzling than those spirit pearls. Yes, UNZ is right. These are all treasures bestowed by heaven. Ryan King sprinted toward the cave entrance, eager to haul out even the gold bricks inside to use as a mat for his catch. Old Man Lee also caught on. He looked at the iridescent glass-like mother-of-pearl shell in Liam Hayes' hand, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know the origin of this object, having spent his entire life at sea, he could naturally sense its extraordinary aura. Listen to Mr. Hayes. Everyone, get moving. Be gentle. Don't hurt these living creatures. The old fishermen responded in unison. Without bothering to clear the rubble, they each grabbed buckets and baskets and began searching along the coastline ravaged by the typhoon. The vision granted to Liam Hayes by his sea god lineage allowed him to easily distinguish between ordinary fish and shrimp and true deep-sea spiritual creatures. He led the way like a treasure hunter. Soon, amidst a clump of kelp washed ashore, he discovered a strand of seaweed glowing with a faint blue light. Though no larger than the palm of his hand, it radiated an exceptionally pure life force. Ding! 10,000-year mystic ice seaweed discovered. Effects: can be used in medicine, enhances spiritual energy affinity, and accelerates cultivation progress. Liam Hayes carefully stowed it away. Then, nestled between several massive boulders, he spotted a clump of coral as translucent as blood agate. Ding! Millennial blood coral discovered. Uses: can be used for artifact forging, and as medicine, nourishes chi and blood, and prolongs life. In less than half an hour, Liam Hayes had collected no fewer than 10 types of rare spiritual treasures. Each of these items, if sold on the black market, would fetch an astronomical price. Meanwhile, the marine life on the beach seemed endless. They covered the entire coastline in dense swarms, extending even further out into the water. Unz, look over there. Ryan King's voice rang out again, filled with unprecedented excitement. He pointed to an area covered in seaweed at the far end of the shoreline. In that area, something enormous seemed to be flickering in and out of view amidst the seawater and silt. The creature was a deep, inky blue-black all over, with only a small portion reflecting a cold, metallic sheen in the sunlight. Liam Hayes' heart skipped a beat. He knew that aura all too well. It was the aura of a deep-sea colossus. Could it be that this typhoon had actually swept up the monster from the depths of that black hole? Liam Hayes' expression grew somber. Let us go. Let us go take a look. Chapter 072. Dense as can be. Deep-sea creatures cover the beach. Unz, look quickly. Ryan King's voice was already a bit hoarse, but the excitement in his eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest. He pointed at the area covered in seaweed, his massive frame running across the muddy beach with surprising agility. Liam Hayes was even faster. He took 2 steps at a time and quickly dashed to the area. A rich surge of spiritual energy washed over him, even purer than that of the glass-like mother-of-pearl conch and the 1,000-year-old blood coral they discovered earlier. As he parted the thick seaweed, the sight before him made even Liam Hayes, the sea god, who was no stranger to rare treasures, can't help but gasp in astonishment. These weren't just 1 or 2 deep-sea giants washed ashore by a typhoon. It was an ocean life museum, made up of a dense cluster of colossal deep-sea creatures. Giant octopuses, lobsters, crabs, and even some eerie fish he couldn't identify were piled haphazardly on top of one another. Each one was far larger than any seafood Liam Hayes had ever caught before. A king crab nearly half a person's height, its shell covered in purple spots, was now leisurely waving its claws, which were as thick as tree trunks. Ding! Mutated deep-sea king crab detected. Rank: Spirit grade. Uses: its meat strengthens the body. Its shell can be used to craft armor. As Liam Hayes' gaze swept over the area, the system notifications barely stopped. Ding! Deep-sea lobster king detected. Rank: Spirit grade. Uses: its meat nourishes the soul. Its shell can be used to craft spiritual defensive artifacts. Ding! Deep-sea giant cuttlefish detected. Rank: Spirit grade. Uses: its bodily fluids can be used to craft special potions, and its exceptionally supple tentacles can be used to forge high-level magical artifacts. Most of these deep-sea creatures, swept ashore by the typhoon, actually possessed spiritual energy. Clearly, they had lived in extremely deep waters rich in spiritual energy. They were swept directly from the deep sea onto the shallows of Wulong Island by immense water pressure. Although they had been removed from their natural habitat, they miraculously survived because Liam Hayes' divine pearl of the sea had purified these waters and was emitting powerful spiritual energy. Where the hell did these come from? Ryan King rushed over to Liam Hayes, completely stunned as he gazed at the army of seafood before him that resembled prehistoric behemoths. He reached out to touch a deep-sea lobster as thick as his thigh. The lobster swished its claws warily and let out a low hiss. This thing must have meat that's incredibly chewy. Ryan King's mouth was practically watering. He spent his whole life in the seafood business, but the ingredients before him were the kind of premium goods he never even dared to dream of. Unz, if we ship all this out, one long island will strike it rich. He was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. In fact, his excitement was so intense that his foot slipped, and he nearly fell onto the carcass of a giant conger eel. Liam Hayes said calmly, "Strike it rich? This is just a drop in the bucket." His gaze swept across the tidal zone in the distance. There, it seemed, a much larger shadow was being slowly pushed along by the tide. Grandpa Lee and the other old fishermen had also rushed over. They stared at the scene before them, each one speechless with astonishment. Although they lived most of their lives, this was the first time they ever seen a deep-sea seafood feast of this magnitude. These are all creatures from the deep sea," one of the old fishermen said, his voice trembling. "Some of these creatures we've only ever heard about in legends. I never imagined we'd see them alive today. Mr. Hayes, is this a gift from heaven?" Liam Hayes nodded. "Perhaps it is." He didn't deny it. The aura of the divine pearl of Dinghai permeated the surrounding waters, allowing these deep-sea creatures to survive temporarily even after being removed from their natural habitat. For him, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Xuanwu, Dabai! Liam Hayes called out to his two divine pets. Xuanwu's massive body slowly made its way over its broad carapace, now served as a natural transport platform. Dabai also swam joyfully through the water, occasionally nudging the smaller deep-sea fish with its head. Xuanwu, transport all the large, living ones to the shelter cave first. Dabai, go patrol the surrounding waters and see if there are any more valuable creatures or any that need rescuing. Liam Hayes' orders were clear and decisive. Xuanwu and Dabai understood immediately and sprang into action. Xuanwu carefully used his massive head to lift a giant deep-sea lobster nearly 5 meters long and slowly moved it onto his carapace. The giant lobster seemed to sense Xuanwu's goodwill and did not struggle. Dabai, meanwhile, dove headfirst into the sea and swam cheerfully off into the distance. Tianlong, take a few men and start collecting all the valuable seafood you can identify. Remember, prioritize the live ones, leave the dead ones for now. Liam Hayes gave his orders in an orderly manner. Although Ryan King was excited, his years of business acumen quickly brought him back to his senses. He knew that if these creatures were handled properly, they could make Wulong Island rich overnight. Got it, UNZ. We'll get the job done. Ryan King directed several young, strong workers as they began carefully hauling the deep-sea creatures ashore. But soon they encountered a massive problem. Each of these deep-sea creatures was incredibly heavy, and there were simply too many of them. In just a few minutes, several workers were already panting heavily and drenched in sweat. UNZ. This thing is way too heavy. One worker tried to lift a giant sea crab but found he simply couldn't budget. Liam Hayes smiled. He knew just how insignificant the physical strength of an ordinary person seemed in the face of these deep-sea giants. He walked over to the giant crab and gently raised his right hand. The crab seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, floating effortlessly into the large bucket held by the worker. Everyone, be careful not to hurt them. As Liam Hayes spoke, he used the power of the sea god to assist the workers in their task. Under Liam Hayes' direction, the entire beach transformed into a massive logistics operation. But even so, faced with the dense, seemingly endless swarm of deep-sea creatures, they were still severely short-handed. UNZ, at this rate, we won't finish moving all this before dark. Ryan King wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the seemingly endless supply of seafood, feeling overwhelmed for the first time. Liam Hayes glanced up at the horizon. The sun had already begun to dip toward the west. On the distant horizon, those massive steel warships, faintly visible through the mist, seemed to be stirring. Yeah, we really can't do this on our own. Liam Hayes pondered for a moment, his gaze settling on the White Dolphin in the distance, a ship battered beyond recognition by the typhoon. Although the White Dolphin's communication system was damaged, its live streaming equipment might still be operational. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. An idea that would not only solve the manpower shortage, but also make Wulong Island famous throughout the world. Tianlong, go find the live streaming equipment on the White Dolphin. We're going to go live. Ryan King froze. Live stream? UNZ. At a time like this, what are we going to stream? Liam Hayes' lips curled into a mysterious smile, his eyes deep and confident. A live stream of a treasure hunt. He pointed at the seemingly endless beach beneath their feet, littered with deep-sea seafood. Chapter 073. Going live. Fans shout, we're raking it in. UNZ. You're not kidding, are you? Ryan King's eyes widened as he pointed at the White Dolphin, which had been destroyed by the typhoon until only half of it remained. That old wreck? We're gonna live stream from that? Even if we could, who'd be watching right now? With the island in shambles and the communication signal spotty, Ryan King thought this was nothing short of a pipe dream. Liam Hayes paid no heed to Ryan King's skepticism. He walked over to the wreckage of the White Dolphin and gave a gentle wave with his right hand. The mark of the divine pearl of the sea on his forehead flickered briefly. A soft blue light instantly enveloped the entire White Dolphin. The circuits, which had been corroded by seawater, miraculously began to repair themselves, nourished by the power of the sea god. In less than a few seconds, the backup power indicator light came on in the White Dolphin's cockpit. The ship's live streaming equipment also emitted a low hum, indicating it had successfully booted up. Ryan King was completely dumbfounded. He had watched with his own eyes as this nearly scrapped ship, in Liam Hayes' hands, came back to life as if by magic. This is truly amazing. Liam Hayes said nothing more. He skillfully operated the control panel, aiming the drone-S camera at the sandy beach before them, which was covered with deep-sea seafood. At the same time, he changed the live stream title to A Gift from the Typhoon. Live from Wulong Island, Deep-Sea Treasure Hunt. Tianlong, you're in charge of keeping order in the chat, and while you're at it, call out the prices. Liam Hayes looked at Ryan King with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ryan King's eyes lit up instantly. His business acumen erupted in that very moment. Mission accomplished, guaranteed. UNZ. He rushed in front of the drone's camera, adjusted the angle slightly, and flashed his greasy, beaming smile. As soon as the live stream went live, a massive wave of fans flooded in due to the earlier unexpected outage. Holy crap, the streamer's finally back online. I thought you'd been swept away by the typhoon. Mr. Hayes, I'm just glad you're okay. That giant wave just now. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Is the white pig still afloat? I'm starting a crowdfunding campaign to help Mr. Hayes repair the boat. The comment stream went wild, nearly covering the entire screen. Ryan King took a deep breath, a solemn expression on his face. He knew this was the pivotal moment for Wulong Island's comeback. Brothers, sisters, all my loyal fans, sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Hayes' live stream from Wulong Island is back. Thank you all for your concern. Mr. Hayes is a lucky guy. He has not only unscathed, but he has actually turned misfortune into fortune and struck it rich. Ryan King paused dramatically at this point, building suspense among the viewers. He directed the drone camera to slowly descend, focusing on the sandy beach below, which was covered with deep-sea seafood. When the camera fully revealed the scene of this deep-sea seafood museum before their eyes, the entire live stream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? Is that a king crab? That big? Oh my god! That lobster! I think it could eat me whole. What kind of magical place is this? Shouldn't a typhoon have left everything in ruins? Why does this look just like a seafood market? This isn't a seafood market at all. This is a deep-sea treasure trove. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave, nearly causing the live stream to lag. Ryan King spoke up at just the right moment. His voice carried a slight tremor but was full of professional commentary. Hey, everyone, you're not seeing things. This is Wulong Island, right after it was hit by the unprecedented super typhoon Leviathan. These are all gifts from the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters below. He pointed at a giant abalone whose entire body shimmered with a golden glow. This is a deep-sea golden thread abalone, a once-in-a-century find. It sells for tens of thousands per gene on the market, and this one weighs at least 10 gene. Holy crap, hundreds of thousands just lying on the beach like that. Mr. Hayes, you've hit the jackpot. This is even better than striking gold. This typhoon is literally a money-bringing fairy. I wish a typhoon would blow me away too. Ryan King then pointed to a massive deep-sea lobster. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this king of deep-sea lobsters. It's alive. Each one is the absolute cream of the crop. Its meat is even more tender and springy than the legendary dragon meat. You simply can't find these on the market. Oh my god, my mouth is watering. I want to go to Wulong Island right now. Mr. Hayes, is this even treasure hunting? It's practically picking up money off the ground. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 50 million and continuing to climb at an astonishing rate. The gift effects barely stopped. All kinds of carnivals, giant cruise ships, and supercars were being sent out as if they were free. Liam Hayes stood beside the drone, watching Ryan King busily entertaining the audience on camera, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew this was just the beginning. He turned his gaze toward the distance. Those massive steel warships lurking in the shadows must have spotted the live stream by now, right? A cold gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. Since you want to watch, I'll give you a real show. He pointed toward the distant beach, at the area covered in seaweed and silt. There, it seemed, something even more massive and mysterious was waiting to be uncovered. Tianlong, zoom out a bit and capture the entire coastline. Let us show everyone just how many surprises this typhoon has brought to Wulong Island. Though puzzled, Ryan King did as he was told. The drone slowly ascended, presenting the entire coastline of Wulong Island to the audience from a bird's eye view. When the dense, seemingly endless swarm of deep-sea creatures appeared on the live feed in a breathtaking display, the entire live stream fell into a brief, deathly silence once more. What followed was a frenzy akin to a volcanic eruption. Oh my God! What kind of good fortune is this? I swear, I've never seen such a spectacular sight. Mr. Hayes, you must be the reincarnation of the sea god, right? We've really hit the jackpot. How much is this worth? I can't even begin to calculate it. The comment section was flooded with shouts of, "We're rich!" Liam Hayes watched the frenzied comments, a playful smile curving his lips. He knew these viewers had no idea that the real surprise was yet to come. He gave Ryan King a light pat on the shoulder. Tianlong, go organize everyone first. Start sorting and moving these seafood. Take the live ones to the cave, and pile the dead ones together for now. Although Ryan King was reluctant to leave the live stream, he knew Liam Hayes' orders took priority. Got it, UNZ. But what about the live stream? Liam Hayes took the drone controller, his gaze fixed on the distant intertidal zone. There, it seemed, some deeper secret was waiting for him to uncover. The live stream, I'll handle it. He pressed a button, and the drone's camera switched to a first-person view, focusing on the coastline ahead of Liam Hayes. His figure loomed ever larger against this golden avenue paved with deep-sea seafood. Next, let us all follow me. Let us continue exploring this beach, a gift from the typhoon, to see if there are even bigger surprises in store. As soon as Liam Hayes finished speaking, he set off toward the deeper, seaweed-covered area. In the live stream, all the viewers held their breath. They knew that following Mr. Hayes always led to miracles beyond their wildest imaginations. Just then, Dubai's crisp call echoed from the distant ocean. It seemed to have discovered something and was cheerfully calling out to Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes quickened his pace. Looks like Dubai has brought us another clue. He left the live stream with a suspenseful remark. Guys, take a guess just how insane are these typhoon-brought treasures on Wulong Island? Chapter 074. Fishing until my back aches and my hands cramp. Guys, guess just how insane this typhoonist bounty on Wulong Island really is? Liam Hayes' voice carried clearly throughout the entire livestream via the drone's microphone. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a confidence that suggested he was in complete control. At that moment, the hearts of over 50 million viewers were all in their throats. Holy crap, the streamer going out to hunt for treasure himself? The first-person perspective is so immersive. Stay close, stay close. Feels like we're about to witness history tonight. With Big White leading the way, we're bound to find a treasure. Last time Big White led the way, we found that 10,000-year sacred tridacna, or whatever it was. The drone's camera closely followed Liam Hayes' back as he took each step with steady, powerful strides. The sand beneath his feet was soft, yet it emitted a faint creak with every step, the sound of countless tiny shells, shrimp, and crabs being crushed. Cheep, cheep. Dubai's crisp chirp came from a massive tidal pool up ahead, enclosed by rocks and driftwood, his voice brimming with the excitement of someone about to reveal a treasure. Liam Hayes quickened his pace. The area was covered in thick, dark green seaweed, its surface coated with the slime of unidentified creatures that glowed eerily in the setting sun. For ordinary people, just looking at it was enough to make their scalps tingle, let alone getting close. Liam Hayes, however, moved as if on level ground, crossing it in just a few strides. Guys, major highlight ahead. As he walked, Liam Hayes provided commentary in a matter-of-fact tone, as if he weren't exploring ruins freshly ravaged by an apocalyptic disaster, but strolling through his own backyard. When he parted the thick layer of seaweed with his hand, the scene captured by the drone's camera instantly silenced the entire livestream chat. It was a tidal pool as large as a basketball court. The water was crystal clear, and the bottom was not covered in sand or gravel, but rather a thick layer of glowing pearls. Thousands upon thousands of pearls, each the size of a longan, emitted a soft, dreamlike rainbow glow in the water, transforming the entire pool into something straight out of a mythical jade pool. And at the center of these pearls, hundreds of completely transparent ghost shrimp, with what looked like a galaxy flowing through their bodies, were leisurely swimming about. Holy shit, Ryan King's voice came from behind. He run so fast that he plopped right down onto the sand, so captivated by the scene before him. He even forgotten to pick up the gold bar he was holding. Yuan Yuanzi. Is this fucking Derek King from the East China Sea spitting out his entire jewelry vault? After 3 seconds of dead silence, the live stream's comment feed erupted with a terrifying density of messages.
I am blind.
I must be hallucinating. What is that? A sea of pearls. A wild pearl this big must be worth tens of thousands, right? How many are there? Math teacher. Where is my math teacher? Stop counting the damn money. That is so tacky. Look at those shrimp. They're called starlight ghost shrimp creatures that only exist in ancient texts. They say eating them purifies the spirit. This stuff can't even be measured in money anymore. Host, I admit I was jealous before, but not anymore. I'm on my knees right now. You must be Poseidon, the god of the sea, reincarnated, right? Liam Hayes crouched down and scooped up a handful of pearls from the water. They felt cool and smooth to the touch, each one imbued with an extremely pure water elemental spirit energy. Ding! Discovered a moonlight spirit pearl vein small. Can be used to set up a spirit gathering array or absorbed directly to enhance cultivation. Ding! Discovered a spirit grade creature, the starlight ghost shrimp. Consuming it will slightly increase mental power. Tianlong. Liam Hayes' voice snapped Ryan King out of his daze. Stop standing there. Go find someone to bring the biggest crate over and pack all these pearls for me. Remember, don't leave a single shrimp behind. Ryan King snapped out of it, scrambling to his feet with a look of near manic ecstasy on his face. Got it. UNZ. I'm on it. Just as everyone in the livestream was still reeling from the sheer awe of this sea of pearls, Liam Hayes slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on a point further in the distance. That area was covered in massive fallen logs and twisted steel debris. There, a surge of spiritual energy 100 times more vast and powerful than the moonlight spirit pearl vein was emitting a low, rumbling breath from beneath the sand, like a slumbering dragon. The real big one seems to be waiting further ahead. With those words, Liam Hayes set off toward the ruins. The viewers in the livestream felt as though their hearts couldn't take it anymore. The Pearl Sea, the ghost shrimp, these were already extraordinary encounters beyond the wildest imagination of an ordinary person. Could there really be something even more outlandish? Liam Hayes walked up to the massive wreckage, a section of a ship's bow, torn from some 10,000 metric ton behemoth, jutting out of the sand like a small mountain. Instead of going around it, he reached out with his right hand and gently pressed it against the cold, rust-stained steel. Get up! Through the drone's first-person view, all viewers witnessed a scene they would never forget. That steel mountain, weighing over 100 metric tons, emitted a bone-chilling screech of metal straining as Liam Hayes pushed it with just one hand, and it actually began to shift. Inch by inch, dust swirled, and gravel tumbled. When that massive shadow was shifted aside, revealing the true form hidden beneath, not just Ryan King, but even Liam Hayes himself felt his pupils contract sharply. It was neither a treasure nor a monster. It was a dragon, an indescribably massive dragon vein, composed of unknown crystals. It emerged from the depths of the beach, resembling the spine of a real, colossal dragon, covered in clusters of purple crystals that shimmered with lightning like flashes, winding its way toward the horizon of the ocean, its end completely out of sight. An ancient, vast energy filled with the essence of both destruction and rebirth radiated from this colossal crystal dragon vein, causing the surrounding air to warp ever so slightly. Ding! Epic discovery. Leviathan Thunder Vein detected. This is a super spiritual or formed by the core energy of Super Typhoon Leviathan, condensing under the influence of Wulong Island's spiritual field. Function. Generates an endless supply of lightning elemental spiritual energy. Transforming the island's ecosystem, it is the ideal foundation for constructing the Marine Divine Palace. The comment stream in the live stream vanished completely. Everyone felt as if they'd been choked, their minds went blank. If the Pearl Sea moments ago had been a pleasant surprise, then this thunder dragon vein stretching across the heavens and earth before their eyes was a miracle powerful enough to overturn their worldview. After a long silence, a blood-red comment finally drifted by, trembling. I hereby declare that, starting today, Wulong Island is the 9th wonder of the world. However, just as Liam Hayes was about to step forward to carefully sense the energy of this thunder vein, the divine pearl of the sea mark between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a faint yet intensely sorrowful and resentful mental fluctuation. It was neither a warning nor greed. It was the final lament of a life nearing its end. Liam Hayes whipped his head around, his gaze as sharp as lightning, darting toward another corner of the beach. The drone's camera followed his line of sight, swiveling sharply and zooming in. There, in the shallow waters churning with white foam, a massive tail fin as if cast from gold was flapping feebly against the surface. Each movement seemed so laborious, filled with an endless longing for life. That plaintive cry for help was coming from it. Chapter 075. Deep in the beach. Discovery of a million gold-worth giant. Just as Liam Hayes was about to step forward to get a closer look at the Leviathan Lagi vein, a discovery powerful enough to turn the world upside down. The mark of the divine pearl of the sea between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a faint yet intensely sorrowful and resentful mental fluctuation. This mental impulse was neither a warning nor greed. It was the final lament of a life nearing its end. What is that? Liam Hayes whipped his head around, his gaze as sharp as lightning, darting toward another corner of the beach. He didn't even spare another glance at the Lagi dragon vein, which was powerful enough to build a marine divine palace. As if that once-in-a-lifetime miracle were less important than this faint lament, the drone-esque camera followed his gaze, swiveling sharply and zooming in instantly. There, in the shallow water churning with white foam, a massive tail fin, as if cast from gold, was flapping feebly against the surface. Each movement seemed so laborious, filled with an endless longing for life. That plaintive cry for help was coming from it. "Let us go." Liam Hayes barked the order, then took off, sprinting toward the shallow water. His feet sank deep into the seawater-soaked sand with every step, yet he didn't slow down, sending up sprays of water mixed with sand and gravel. All around him lay the devastation left by the typhoon-twisted steel debris and snapped giant trees, all obstacles in his path. Yet Liam Hayes was like an arrow leaving the bow, nimbly leaping over each obstacle one by one, his attention completely focused on that fading life force. In the live stream, the over 50 million viewers who had just barely recovered from the shock of the lightning dragon vein miracle instantly erupted in chaos. Holy shit! Has the streamer lost his mind? The dragon vein. That's the dragon vein. Why did he run off? Did he spot an even more epic treasure? Yes, heading toward that golden tail. No way. What could possibly be more epic than that giant thunder dragon from earlier? I don't believe it. That mournful cry. Did you guys hear it? I think I might have imagined it, but my heart just skipped a beat. It feels so unsettling. Stop with the damn melodrama. Streamer, hurry back and check out the dragon vein. I want to see the ninth wonder. However, Liam Hayes paid no heed to the clamor of the comment stream. He could clearly feel that flame of life rapidly fading away, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. The sorrowful thoughts emanating from the divine pearl of the CS mark grew increasingly intense, piercing his soul like a needle. Faster! Liam Hayes' eyes hardened as he pushed the power of the sea god within him to its absolute limit, causing his speed to surge once more. At that moment, Ryan King finally regained a sliver of his wits from the massive shockwave generated by the thunder dragon vein that spanned heaven and earth. He shook his dazed head. Just as he was about to say something to Liam Hayes, he realized that Liam Hayes' figure had already turned into a black speck, racing off into the distance. "Hey, UNZ, where are you going?" Ryan King bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice trembling. "Dragon Derek King, don't you care about my spine anymore?" He looked at the crystal dragon vein shimmering with purple lightning, then at Liam Hayes' receding figure, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. But years of experience told him, following Liam Hayes was always the right choice. Damn it! Ryan King gritted his teeth, not even bothering to pick up the scattered gold bars and pearls. He set his stocky legs in motion and, panting heavily, gave chase. Liam Hayes finally reached the shallow water. As he parted the floating seaweed and foam before him, a wave of spiritual energy, extremely pure yet incredibly weak, swept over him. The sheer magnitude of this spiritual energy caused even his sea goddess body to tremble. The great white-finned dolphin had arrived at some point, circling the colossal creature and emitting anxious, mournful squeaks. It plunged violently into the water, lashing its tail to sweep aside a thick patch of dark green seaweed. Beneath the seaweed, the creature's true form was finally fully exposed to the drone's camera. Even Liam Hayes, who had already witnessed the Pearl Sea and the lightning dragon vein, couldn't help but gasp in shock the moment he saw it clearly. The live chat comments froze instantly at that moment. Holy shit. Is that a fish? What am I seeing? Is this Godzilla's baby? Oh my god. It's bigger than a bus. That golden tail is real. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was a fish of staggering, almost monstrous proportions. It was a full 10 meters long, with an exquisitely streamlined body, deep blue on its back and silvery white on its belly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Its smooth scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its fins were as hard as steel, and the golden tail fin they spotted earlier was now gently swaying in the water with each faint breath, emitting a faint golden glow. From its head to its dorsal fin, it boasts an iconic blue-black patch, as if the gloom of the deep sea had coalesced there. Its sides are marked by streaks of light gray, like the breath of the deep, exuding a primal wildness. This is a bluefin tuna, and it's the largest, most extraordinary bluefin tuna Liam Hayes has ever seen. Ding! An anomalous deep-sea bluefin tuna king has been detected. Rarity, epic. Effects. Its flesh contains rare spiritual energy that can significantly boost physical and spiritual power. Its blood is a top-tier ingredient for refining longevity elixirs. Its golden tail fin, a concentration of its lifetime essence, is a rare and invaluable material for crafting artifacts. Current status. Stranded, with extremely weak vitality, on the brink of death. A tidal wave of emotion surged through Liam Hayes' heart. Epic tier. This is the second epic tier discovery today, for God's sake. If the Lei dragon vein was a lifeless miracle forged by a natural disaster, then this king tuna before him was a living, breathing oceanic legend. Bluefin tuna is already a top-tier delicacy, known as the king of the ocean. Even a single slice of its belly can fetch astronomical prices on the high-end market. A giant tuna like this, measuring a full 10 meters in length, would likely be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. And now, it lay quietly beached on the sand, filling nearly the entire frame of the drone's camera, radiating endless sorrow and resignation as it awaited death. Huff huff UNC. Ryan King finally scrambled over, and when he saw the colossal creature, his eyes widened instantly. His obese body trembled violently from oxygen deprivation and shock, and he froze in place. His voice had completely changed, carrying a tremor bordering on madness. Is that a bluefin tuna? A bluefin tuna with a golden tail. He'd been in the seafood business his whole life and knew the tuna market inside and out. UNZ? We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich. Even more than that Pearl Sea business. He tremblingly reached out to touch the giant fish, but was intimidated by its regal aura. His hand fluttered back and forth in midair as he babbled incoherently. Liam Hayes paid no heed to Ryan King's shock. He walked over to the tuna, and the power of the sea god instantly radiated out as he carefully sensed its life force. Its massive body had been scraped by sand, rocks, and seaweed, leaving several abrasions on its skin. Its gills fluttered weakly, each breath appearing extraordinarily labored. Although its life force was extremely faint, Liam Hayes could sense an indomitable, regal stubbornness emanating from within it. It was still alive. In the live stream chat, the previously silent stream of comments erupted once again. Streamer. What incredible luck. We just saw the dragon vein, and now a fish king. An epic creature. And it's alive. If we can get this out of here, Wulong Island will skyrocket in value enough to buy the whole place. Don't get too excited. It looks like it's stranded. Who knows if it'll survive? Who cares if it's alive or not? Even dead, it's worth a fortune. All that meat, plus that golden tail, it's all treasure. Liam Hayes' gaze fell on the fish's tail, which was still struggling feebly. It was using its last ounce of strength to wriggle its body, desperate to return to the embrace of the ocean. Through the murky seawater, its gaze seemed to fix on Liam Hayes, a hint of pleading, a touch of despair, but above all, a deep sense of reluctance. Liam Hayes' heart gave a sudden jolt, and the mark of the pearl of the sea on his brow grew warm. He knew he couldn't stand by and watch such an epic creature die so humiliatingly right before his eyes. A creature capable of making even the pearl of the sea whale its value could never be measured in money. Liam Hayes took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Brother Wong, don't just focus on the money, it's still alive." Ryan King's smile froze on his face as he looked at Liam Hayes with some confusion. UNZ, of course it's better that it's alive. It's worth even more alive. But how are we going to get it out of here? It's so huge even a crane can't reach it. We can't exactly carry it back, can we? Liam Hayes didn't answer. His gaze was already fixed on the deep sea not far away. He knew this king tuna couldn't die here. A creature this big, it'd be such a waste if it really died right in front of me. Liam Hayes muttered to himself, knowing he had to make a decision. The next second, his voice cut through the sea breeze, carrying an unquestionable resolve. "Brother Wong, Master Li, everyone come here." Let us figure out a way to push it back into the sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ryan King and Old Master Lee, who had just arrived, froze. Their eyes filled with confusion and shock. Push it back into the ocean? Did I hear that right? Mr. Hayes wants to save it? Aren't we just going to sell it? That's hundreds of millions. Has the streamer lost his mind? Big picture. Do you even know what big picture means? The streamer is trying to tame it. This is a living, epic-level creature. Ryan King asked in disbelief. He thought Liam Hayes must be out of his mind. Yuenzi? Are you sure? This is a swimming gold mine. If we keep it in captivity, it'll be worth 10,000 times more than if we let it go. Liam Hayes turned to look at Ryan King, his gaze as firm as steel. I'm sure. I want this creature to live freely. He knew that the aura of the Pearl of the Sea allowed these ocean spirits to sense his goodwill. Saving it might bring a surprise infinitely more precious than money. The tuna's life force was rapidly fading. They didn't have much time left to hesitate. Stop wasting time, Liam Hayes shouted, rushing to the side of the massive fish's head. Master Lee, bring your men over. We have to race against the clock. He knew this was a nearly impossible task, but he had to try. He would make every living creature in these waters understand that he, Liam Hayes, was the true king of these seas, a king who would protect all powerful and noble lives. Ryan King watched Liam Hayes' resolute back, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed all his words of persuasion. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone listen up. Stop picking up that junk. Mr. Hayes is going to save this giant fish. Come over here and help. The workers and villagers who had been gathering seafood all over the area were filled with confusion, but they still put down their tools one after another and ran over. This was a spectacle they had never seen before and a massive challenge. Liam Hayes watched the crowd rushing toward him. He knew this wasn't just about saving a fish. It was a crucial battle to unite the people and demonstrate the majesty of the sea god. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power of the sea god within him. Xuanwu, Dabai, prepare for the rescue. He commanded his divine pets in his mind. Everyone, follow my lead. Liam Hayes' voice echoed through the wind, carrying a compelling sense of authority. He looked at the bluefin tuna, still thrashing about, and believed that as long as they worked together, they would surely be able to return this king of the ocean to its rightful home. He could sense that the tuna was looking at him, too. In its eyes, despair and pleading were fading, replaced by a glimmer of supplication and hope, along with a faint promise. Let us save it. Mr. Hayes is about to do something big, releasing an epic fish king. If he manages to save it, Mr. Hayes become the true god of the sea in the East China Sea. I can't wait. I wonder if this fish has a spirit of its own. Will it be able to repay the favor? Liam Hayes could sense a more powerful spiritual energy pulsing within the tuna. It seemed to be slowly awakening, drawn by everyone's goodwill and his own power as the sea god. It appeared to have truly understood his words. Liam Hayes clenched his fists. A race against time to save the fish had officially begun. He glanced up at the setting sun on the horizon. The light had already grown dim. He had to race against the clock to return this colossal creature to the ocean. Otherwise, this epic creature would truly meet its end on the sands of Wulong Island, which belonged to him. Chapter 076. Save the Fish King. The mysterious Tuna King's act of gratitude. Liam Hayes' voice echoed through the wind, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Everyone, follow my commands. Grandpa Lee hurried over with dozens of villagers and workers. When they saw the bluefin tuna whose size exceeded all imagination, they were all stunned. An old fisherman gasped. My God, a fish this big! Another young worker asked in confusion. How much is this worth? Mr. Hayes, are we really going to push it back out to sea? Liam Hayes paid no heed to the crowd's chatter. He walked to the tuna's head, reached out, and gently touched its cold scales. The fish's body trembled slightly, its eyes betraying a look of pain and exhaustion. Liam Hayes said in a deep voice, It's very weak. We have to get it back into the ocean as soon as possible. Ryan King ran to the tail end of the tuna and reached out to push, only to find that the colossal creature wouldn't budge an inch. Ryan King shouted, his face covered in sweat. Yuenzi, this thing is way too heavy. I doubt even dozens of us could lift it. A fish this big is definitely a pain to handle. Use an excavator. Aren't there still a few that weren't washed away? To the guy above, the excavators are all wrecked. Didn't you watch the live stream? Liam Hayes took a deep breath. He knew brute force alone wouldn't be enough. He closed his eyes, and the mark of the pearl of the sea on his forehead flickered with a faint blue light. A gentle yet powerful force of the sea god surged from within him in an instant, enveloping the entire bluefin tuna. He tried to sense the tuna's thoughts. A weak yet intense emotion, filled with longing and gratitude, clearly transmitted into Liam Hayes' mind. It knew Liam Hayes was going to save it. Liam Hayes issued a mental call. Xuanwu, Dabai, come help. A loud splash echoed across the water's surface as Xuanwu's massive form slowly rose to the surface like a submarine. Its deep, piercing eyes gazed at the tuna on the beach, revealing a hint of sympathy. Dabai was also swimming joyfully through the water, seemingly guiding Xuanwu in the right direction. Liam Hayes gave the order. Xuanwu, go to the tuna's tail and push it with your gentlest strength. Xuanwu let out a low rumble as its massive head reached toward the tuna's tail fin. It carefully pressed its thick, smooth snout gently against the tuna's massive tail. While giving directions, Liam Hayes walked over to the side of the tuna himself. Masterly, Brother Wong. Have your men position themselves on both sides and fill the gaps beneath the tuna's body with sand and silt to minimize friction as much as possible. With both hands pressed against the fish's body, he channeled an unending stream of the power of the sea god into it, helping the tuna regain its vitality while simultaneously lightening its weight. Under the influence of his power of the sea god, the tuna's once gruesome abrasions began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. The frequency of its gills opening and closing also increased slightly. Xuanwu began to exert its strength. Its massive body thrust violently through the seawater, and a tremendous force instantly acted upon the tuna's tail. Old Man Li also shouted at the top of his lungs. 1, 2, 3, push! Dozens of people exerted their strength simultaneously, pushing, shoving, hoisting, and hauling. The beach was muddy and treacherous. Everyone was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Ryan King let out a surprised shout. It's moving! It's moving! Thanks to their combined efforts, the massive bluefin tuna finally shifted slowly a short distance. Every shift was accompanied by Xuanwu's deep, rumbling roar and the panting of the crowd. In the live stream, viewers held their breath. Is this really the power of humanity? It's so awe-inspiring. Mr. Hayes' power of the sea god, could this be the legendary miracle? Come on, we have to save it. This scene is more thrilling than any movie. Second by second, time passed, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire beach blood red. Liam Hayes' clothes were already soaked through with sweat and seawater, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to channel the power of the sea god. He could feel the tuna's life force gradually growing stronger, and it was desperately cooperating with everyone's efforts. Finally, with a furious roar from Liam Hayes, Xuanwu surged forward with all its might. Splash! The tuna's massive body, propelled by tremendous momentum, slid heavily into the sea. Water sprayed dozens of meters into the air, soaking everyone to the bone. But they had no time to worry about that. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching the surface of the sea with bated breath. After entering the water, the tuna didn't swim away immediately. It floated motionlessly for a few seconds, as if adjusting to its new surroundings. Then, with a sudden flick of its tail, its body traced a perfect arc through the water. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it vanished into the depths of the ocean in an instant. Ryan King shouted excitedly, his voice slightly choked with emotion. It's gone! It swum away! Everyone cheered, their weary faces lighting up with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. They had succeeded. However, Liam Hayes' brow furrowed slightly, for he could sense an extremely clear message transmitted into his mind by the tuna just before it left. I shall repay this favor. On the distant horizon, the ocean's surface suddenly rippled with an unusual pattern. The ripples spread out at an incredible speed. Soon after, a vast school of fish, glowing with a faint blue light, appeared on the surface. What is that? A pod of dolphins? No, wait. That glow, they don't look like ordinary fish. Could it be reinforcements summoned by the Tuna King? A thought struck Liam Hayes. He knew this was definitely no coincidence. As he gazed at the distant stretch of sea glowing with that strange light, a strong premonition welled up within him. This bluefin tuna's repayment would likely be far more generous than he had imagined. Liam Hayes pointed toward the distant sea, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Brother King, Master Li, look over there." Ryan King and Old Master Li followed Liam Hayes' gesture. When they saw the true nature of that school of fish, they were once again frozen in shock. It wasn't a school of fish. It was a vast swarm of deep-sea tuna, each radiating a dazzling blue glow and emitting faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Although they weren't as massive as the one they just caught, each was 2 to 3 meters long and of exceptional quality. They were swimming slowly yet resolutely toward the beach of Wulong Island in an extremely orderly formation. More accurately, it was as if they were being propelled by an invisible force, actively beaching themselves on Wulong Island's sandy shore. They were packed so densely that the end was lost to the horizon. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Is this a mass suicide of deep-sea tuna? Repaying a debt of gratitude. They're repaying a debt of gratitude. The Tuna King has come to repay his debt. The live stream went completely wild, with comments flooding in like an avalanche, completely freezing the screen. Ryan King and Old Master Li stared blankly at the unbelievable scene before them, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. In all their lives, they had never seen marine creatures act so proactively. A confident smile curled at the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth. He knew he'd made the right bet. Liam Hayes took a deep breath and shouted excitedly, "Brother Wong, Master Li, pass the word. Tell everyone to bring buckets and baskets. We're going to haul in the fish." He knew this would be the most incredible bountiful catch in the history of Wulong Island. Each of these deep-sea tuna was a priceless treasure, and now they were coming right to him. Liam Hayes looked up at the sky. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its light spilling across the shimmering sea, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary tranquility. He could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy across the entire Wulong Island had reached an unprecedented height at that very moment. These waters seemed to be changing step by step under his influence. He knew this was only the beginning. The true repayment of this debt of gratitude might have only just begun. He could even faintly hear a series of massive roars echoing from the depths of the ocean far away. It was the roar of the ocean's ruler. It was declaring its submission and proclaiming its gratitude. Chapter 077. Boss Wong's Business Acumen. Call for the refrigerated trucks. Brother Wong, Master Li, give the order. Tell everyone to bring buckets and baskets. We're hauling in the fish. Liam Hayes' voice cut through the sea breeze, brimming with unbridled excitement. Ryan King and Old Master Li were completely stunned by the scene before them. A dense, endless school of bluefin tuna was slowly swimming toward the beach of Wulong Island in an incredible manner. As if guided by an invisible giant hand, they plunged into the shallow waters off Wulong Island, and some had even beached themselves directly on the sand. Each one was 2 to 3 meters long, larger than an adult, and glowed with a eerie blue light. Is this real? Ryan King pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. It's not a dream. It's real. Old Man Li's cloudy eyes were filled with fervor. This is the sea god manifesting. Liam Hayes had no time to explain. He had already rushed to the nearest tuna. The eye of the sea god told him that although these tuna had voluntarily beached themselves, their vitality remained strong. They had simply been drawn by the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Tuna King and had fallen into a semi-dormant state. Ding! Detected a large number of deep-sea bluefin tuna spirit level. Quantity. Detecting. Ding. Detected a school of deep-sea swordfish spirit level. Ding. Detected giant grouper spirit level. The system alerts were nearly overwhelming Liam Hayes' mind, constantly updating the list of deep-sea creatures washed ashore. This wasn't just a single school of tuna, it was a deep-sea seafood feast, summoned by the Tuna King and dedicated exclusively to Liam Hayes. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and grab the tools. Buckets, baskets, burlap sacks. Anything will do. Pack as much as you can. Ryan King snapped out of his daze and let out a thunderous roar. His voice was filled with excitement. His flabby body trembled as he suddenly burst into astonishing speed, dashing like a flash toward the shelter where the tools had been stored. Old Man Li also snapped out of it and shouted at the top of his lungs. Stop standing there like statues. Heaven has sent us a feast. Hurry up. The villagers and workers snapped out of their daze. They had never imagined that one day so many priceless deep-sea fish would actually come right to our doorstep. Everyone rushed toward the shelter like mad, grabbing any containers they could find. Some even ran back to the beach clutching burlap sacks. Liam Hayes used the power of Poseidon to sustain the tuna's vitality while directing Big White. He had Big White guide the school of tuna to beach themselves in a more orderly manner, preventing them from crushing each other and causing injury. Dubai swam excitedly at the front of the school, emitting cheerful calls, like a dedicated sheepdog. Before long, the entire beach had turned into a massive fishing scene. The enormous tuna could barely be moved by the combined strength of dozens of people. Some were dragged directly to areas closer to the shelter. Grandpa Lee directed the village's burly young men to load the tuna onto Xuanwu's back, after which Xuanwu slowly transported them to the shelter. Meanwhile, Ryan King was like a chubby guy on a sugar high, directing operations with a walkie-talkie in one hand and live streaming with his phone in the other. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The beach is covered in tuna.
I am dying.
I'm about to explode right here. Mr. Hayes, did you just stir up a tuna nest? How much is this worth? I can't even keep track. This is even crazier than that king crab seafood museum from before. It's a mountain of seafood. I swear. I've never seen so many tuna in my life. And they're all alive. Mr. Hayes, do you need more help? I'll work for you for free, just give me room and board. As long as I can eat fish. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed once again, instantly breaking the 70 million mark and continuing to climb. A constant barrage of gift effects nearly flooded the screen. The entire internet was stunned by Wulong Island's tuna frenzy. UNZ, over here. Another batch of big ones is coming. Ryan King shouted excitedly at Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes looked up to see another expanse of deep blue light on the ocean's surface. This time, it wasn't just bluefin tuna surging ashore. There were also even larger deep-sea groupers and some swordfish shimmering silver all over. As if by magic, they were actively charging toward the beach, waiting to be caught. In less than an hour, the beach of Wulong Island was completely covered with all kinds of deep-sea seafood. As far as the eye could see, it looked like small mountains piled high with seafood, shimmering with an eerie yet alluring glow under the moonlight. The villagers and workers, who had been panting from the effort of hauling king crabs just moments before, now had bloodshot eyes and were tapping into reserves of energy they never knew they had. Sweat, sand, and seawater mingled together, yet every face wore a look of excitement and disbelief. They knew that Liam Hayes had truly brought them a miracle. UNZ, so many fish. Our shelter is almost too small to hold them all, Old Man Lee said, panting heavily. Liam Hayes also furrowed his brow. This thank you from the king of tuna seemed even more generous than he'd imagined. At this rate, the entire beach of Wulong Island would be covered with these deep-sea seafood, but storage was a major problem. It had grown completely dark, and the sea breeze had turned slightly chilly. Although these tuna were resilient, leaving them stranded on the beach for too long would affect the quality and value of their meat. He had to find a way to store these seafood as soon as possible or transport them out quickly. Liam Hayes walked over to a sand dune piled high with tuna. Looking at this vast gift from the ocean before him, his heart was filled with joy, but also a sense of urgency. He knew he couldn't let these precious resources go to waste. He had to maximize their value. Liam Hayes picked up his walkie-talkie and asked in a deep voice, "Brother Wong, have you gotten in touch with those hotels and restaurants we've partnered with before?" Ryan King's breathless voice came through. "I've reached them. They're all watching the live stream. They've gone crazy. They're clamoring to come over. Tell them to calm down." Liam Hayes barked in a deep voice. "Tell them whoever can send a refrigerated truck the fastest will get first dibs on the shipment." Liam Hayes knew this was the moment to seize the upper hand. With just a word from him, countless hotels and distributors would be scrambling for these top-quality seafood items. Ryan King paused in surprise. "Refrigerated trucks? UNZ, can refrigerated trucks even get to our island?" He looked out at the pitch-black sea and the rugged mountain roads that had just weathered a catastrophic typhoon, his mind filled with doubts. A confident smile curled at the corners of Liam Hayes' mouth. He knew it was time to showcase Wulong Island's true strength. "Yes, not only can they come, but we'll have them drive right up to the dock and load the fish directly." Liam Hayes' eyes sparkled with determination. He knew this was merely the first step in Wulong Island's rise. He intended to let everyone know that, in these waters, he was now the one calling the shots. He took a deep breath and looked once more into the depths of the distant ocean. He could sense that the king tuna still seemed to be there, quietly watching over them. Was this merely the king tuna's way of repaying a debt of gratitude? Liam Hayes had a hunch that the ocean held even more secrets and even more gifts. And he, Liam Hayes, would be this ocean's most loyal guardian and its luckiest treasure hunter. Ryan King muttered to himself. We're really running out of buckets. He looked at the mountain of deep-sea seafood piled before him, feeling both excited and worried. Liam Hayes knew this was a happy problem to have, and the solution to this problem would arrive very soon. He believed that first thing tomorrow morning, Wulong Island would witness an unprecedented fish scramble. He was going to shake the entire East China Sea to its core. He could even sense that the massive steel warships on the distant horizon, which had been stirring restlessly just moments ago, now seemed even more agitated by this breathtaking spectacle. An even bigger storm might have only just begun. But this time, Liam Hayes was no longer afraid. He was fully prepared to face any challenge. Chapter 078. A Sky-High Sail. Wulong Island's first windfall. Brother Wong, have you gotten in touch with those hotels and restaurants we've partnered with before? Liam Hayes asked in a low voice into his walkie-talkie. At that moment, the beach on Wulong Island was ablaze with lights. Villagers and workers used makeshift lighting to illuminate this mountain of gold and silver, piled high with deep-sea seafood. Ryan King's voice came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with excitement and urgency. I've reached them, UNZ. They're all watching the live stream. They've gone crazy. Every single one of them is clamoring to come over and grab some fish. He ran up, panting, still clutching his cell phone, which was flooded with comments scrolling across the live stream. Mr. Hayes, answer the phone. I'm the purchasing manager at the East Sea Grand Hotel. I'll pay any price, just set aside a tuna for me. This is Dihao Seafood Restaurant. Our refrigerated truck is ready to go at a moment's notice. I drove all the way here from the next province overnight. Is there any way I can get onto the island? Hearing these messages, Liam Hayes' lips curled slightly into a smile. He knew it was time to turn these deep-sea treasures into funds for the reconstruction of Wulong Island. Tell them to calm down. Liam Hayes barked in a deep voice, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Tell them that whoever can send a refrigerated truck the fastest will get first dibs on the cargo. And it has to be a large refrigerated truck or a refrigerated ship, Liam Hayes added. Ryan King instantly grasped Liam Hayes' intention. His eyes lit up, and a shrewd, profiteering grin spread across his plump face. Got it. UNZ. Watch this. He cleared his throat, picked up his phone, and spoke to the live stream camera with feigned seriousness. Hey, everyone. Bosses. Quiet down. Listen to me. Right now, Wulong Island has an abundance of deep-sea seafood, but our storage capacity is limited. So, Mr. Hayes has decided to give priority to buyers who can send large refrigerated transport vehicles or refrigerated ships the fastest. Ryan King paused and glanced at the live chat comments on the screen. And the quantities are massive. The quality is top-notch. There's nothing you can't imagine that Wulong Island doesn't have. He pointed to the mountain of tuna behind him, then to the massive deep-sea grouper and swordfish beside him. Of course, as for the price, it'll definitely be at market rate. No, just a tiny bit higher than market rate. After all, this is a typhoon-exclusive supply, purely wild, caught in the deep sea at 10,000 meters. Top-tier seafood with its own spiritual energy boost. Ryan King's gift of gab was top-notch. He hyped up this batch of seafood as the best in the world. The live stream instantly went wild. Mr. Hayes, are you playing the scarcity marketing game? Wow, now is the time to show off your financial clout. Whoever has a refrigerated truck is the boss. I'm calling my boss right now. I'm going to get a refrigerated truck this very minute. I've already called the East Sea Grand Hotel. They said they're urgently dispatching a fleet of refrigerated trucks. The owner of Dihao Restaurant said 3 refrigerated ships have already left the dock and are expected to arrive near Wulong Island within 2 hours. Liam Hayes watched Ryan King bustling about in front of the camera and couldn't help but admire his business acumen. He turned to look at old Master Lee. Master Lee, take a few men and dig out those fishing nets that are still usable. Use the nets to separate the live tuna first and move them to the shallow water to keep them active. Then find some old tents to cover the dead or smaller seafood to prevent spoilage. Although Uncle Lee was so exhausted his back ached, he knew that everything Liam Hayes said was crucial. Got it, Mr. Hayes. I'll get right on it. Grandpa Lee immediately set to work with his crew. Liam Hayes walked to the edge of the beach, watching the deep-sea seafood that continued to wash ashore. He knew that these temporary measures alone wouldn't solve the underlying problem. Refrigerated transport was certainly important, but the pier on Wulong Island had been nearly destroyed by the typhoon. How were those refrigerated trucks and ships supposed to dock? He walked to the edge of the previously destroyed pier, looking at the twisted rebar and shattered concrete. His brow furrowed. Viewers in the livestream chat also noticed this problem. Mr. Hayes, the pier seems to be destroyed. How are those refrigerated trucks and ships supposed to dock? Yeah, that is a huge problem. Does Mr. Hayes plan to have everyone shipped in by air? The questions flooding the chat were exactly what Liam Hayes was thinking about. However, just as he was pondering this, the pearl of the sea mark between his eyebrows began to glow again. A vast stream of information surged into his mind. It contained details on how to repair the port, as well as methods for constructing a temporary offshore platform. The White Dolphin, Liam Hayes muttered to himself. He turned to look at the wreckage of the White Dolphin, which he had partially repaired. Although the hull was severely damaged, its core propulsion system and part of its structure were still intact. If he could make use of it, perhaps he could. Liam Hayes' eyes lit up. He strode toward the White Dolphin. He knew this ship had even greater value. He was going to turn it into a temporary, offshore transshipment hub. He would let those refrigerated trucks drive straight onto the ship to complete the transaction. UNZ. The manager at Dihao Restaurant said their large fleet of refrigerated ships is expected to arrive in the waters near Wulong Island in about an hour. Ryan King ran over excitedly, holding a walkie-talkie. They asked if they could dock directly at the pier. Liam Hayes smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Tell them yes. He knew this wasn't just a business deal, it was an opportunity to showcase Wulong Island's resilience and strength to the outside world. He wanted everyone to see that even after enduring a catastrophic typhoon, Wulong Island could still stand tall and emerge even stronger. He could even sense that those massive steel vessels, which had previously been barely visible on the horizon, now seemed to have picked up speed and were heading toward Wulong Island. Those potential guests had likely seen the live stream as well. Liam Hayes snorted. He was eager to see whether they'd come to buy fish or to cause trouble. He was fully prepared to face any challenge. Attention, everyone. Next, we're going to turn the White Dolphin into a makeshift offshore platform. Liam Hayes shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the entire beach. The villagers and workers exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this astonishing order. Turn a dilapidated ship into an offshore platform? That was nothing short of a fairy tale. Yet a confident smile played on Liam Hayes' face. He believed that, with the power of the sea god, nothing was impossible. He knew that as long as this deal succeeded, Wulong Island would secure its first windfall and take a step toward true prosperity. He would make everyone who coveted Wulong Island witness the true might of Liam Hayes. Chapter 079. Overnight Riches. The whole village is jealous as Liam Hayes becomes the richest man. Attention, everyone. Next, we're going to turn the White Boar into a makeshift offshore platform. Liam Hayes' voice echoed in the wind, causing the exhausted villagers and workers to exchange bewildered glances once again. Grandpa Lee looked completely puzzled. UNZ. This ship is practically falling apart. How can it serve as a platform? Ryan King also ran over, panting heavily. UNZ. The people from Dihao Restaurant said it's a large refrigerated cargo ship with a deep draft. Even ordinary docks would struggle to handle it. There's no way our wrecked dock can accommodate it. Liam Hayes offered no explanation. He walked over to the wreckage of the White Dolphin. He knew this wasn't the time for explanations, it was time to prove himself through action. He slammed his right hand down on the White Dolphin's hull, and the pearl of the sea mark between his eyebrows instantly burst into a dazzling blue light. The vast power of the sea god surged like a tide into every inch of the White Dolphin's wreckage. To Liam Hayes' perception, the twisted rebar, broken circuits, and damaged decks inside the White Dolphin actually began to repair themselves at a visible speed, nourished by the blue light. Holy crap! Is Mr. Hayes casting a spell? The White Dolphin is repairing itself. What kind of cutting-edge tech is this? What did I just see? That ship was a total wreck a moment ago. It looks like it's getting better. The viewers in the live stream were stunned once again. Under their watchful eyes, the White Dolphin's deck began to level out. The cracks in its hull slowly closed, and even the previously destroyed turbofan engine emitted a faint rumble. This wasn't a complete repair. but rather an extreme modification Liam Hayes performed on the White Dolphin using the power of Poseidon, enabling it to temporarily serve as an offshore platform. Liam Hayes shouted loudly, "Master Li, Brother Wong, come help quickly. Secure the steel cables over here." Under his command, the villagers and workers, though puzzled, were all awestruck by Liam Hayes' miraculous ability and obediently helped secure the cables one by one. Xuanwu also surfaced from the sea, its body forming a solid support beneath the White Dolphin to help stabilize the hull. Dabai patrolled the distant waters, serving as a sentinel. In less than half an hour, thanks to Liam Hayes' power as the sea god and everyone's concerted efforts, the White Dolphin had truly transformed into a makeshift yet sturdy offshore platform. Supported by Xuanwu, the hull rose 3 or 4 meters above the water's surface, high enough for large refrigerated ships to dock directly. Just then, massive black silhouettes appeared on the horizon. It was the refrigerated ship fleet from Dihao Restaurant. 3 massive refrigerated ships, like steel behemoths, cut through the waves toward them. They slowed down not far from Wulong Island, and then, guided by Liam Hayes, the lead ship slowly approached the White Dolphin. "They're here. They're really here. What a scale. They're going to clear out Wulong Island. These refrigerated ships are even bigger than the platform we converted from the White Dolphin." Liam Hayes stood on the deck of the White Dolphin, watching the refrigerated ships slowly approach. Several managers in suits emerged from the ship's hold, led by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his face beaming with a broad smile. As soon as Director Chun stepped aboard the White Dolphin, he was stunned by the mountains of deep-sea seafood before him. "Mr. Hayes, I've long admired your reputation. I'm Director Chun, Director of Procurement at Dihao Restaurant." His eyes widened, and he let out a series of gasps of amazement. "My goodness, Mr. Hayes, have you hauled up the entire deep sea?" As he looked at the bluefin tuna, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, his breathing grew rapid. Ryan King stepped forward, smiling broadly. "Director Chun, you're finally here." Mr. Hayes said, "Whoever's refrigerated truck arrives first gets priority." Director Chun nodded repeatedly, responding excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. We all understand Mr. Hayes' rules." He turned and shouted to the dozens of professional porters he brought with him. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. Get the fish onto the refrigerated ship right away." The porters sprang into action as if energized, beginning to load the seafood quickly and professionally. Meanwhile, Liam Hayes stood nearby, his keen eyes constantly scanning the scene to ensure every tuna received the best possible handling. Director Chun, holding a walkie-talkie, directed the operation while excitedly addressing Liam Hayes. "Mr. Hayes, the quality of this batch of bluefin tuna is simply top-notch. In my 30 years in the business, I've never seen such vibrant wild-caught fish. We at Dihao Restaurant have decided to purchase it at 1.5 times the market price per gene." 1.5 times. Holy crap, that's a 50% markup. Mr. Hayes is going to strike it rich. This isn't hundreds of thousands, it's millions. Now Wulong Island is really going to take off. Upon hearing this, Liam Hayes' lips curled slightly upward. He knew that the value of this shipment far exceeded the market price after all. It was epic-level seafood imbued with spiritual energy. But considering Wulong Island's urgent need for funds to rebuild, this price was already very substantial. Liam Hayes said decisively, "All right, it's a deal." Director Chun was so excited his face turned bright red, and he rubbed his hands together repeatedly. It took a full 3 hours for the 3 large refrigerated ships to barely fill up with Wulong Island's seafood. After the last batch of tuna was loaded onto the ship, Director Chun walked up to Liam Hayes and respectfully handed him a bank card. "Mr. Hayes, this is the payment for the first shipment, a total of 5 million. Please accept it." Liam Hayes took the bank card, entered his PIN on his phone, and soon received a notification that the funds had been deposited. "Your account has received 5 million yuan. Liam Hayes glanced at the number on the screen, but it didn't stir much emotion in him. He knew this was merely Wulong Island's first windfall. Ryan King, standing nearby, nearly popped his eyes out of his head when he saw the figure. 5 million. My God. UNZ, you've really struck it rich." Overcome with excitement, he hugged Liam Hayes and jumped up and down like a 200-gene child. Although Old Man Lee and the villagers hadn't caught the exact figure, seeing Ryan King so thrilled, they knew they'd hit the jackpot and their faces lit up with joy. 5 million. Holy crap, Mr. Hayes got rich overnight. This isn't just a seafood livestream, it's the secret to wealth. Mr. Hayes, take me as your apprentice. I want to get rich overnight too. Before leaving, Director Chen looked at Liam Hayes one last time. Mr. Hayes, thank you so much for this. If you have any new sources of supply, please contact us anytime. Our Dihao restaurant will always be your most loyal partner. Liam Hayes smiled, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes. There will be opportunities. After seeing off the refrigerated fleet, the beach on Wulong Island finally returned to calm. Although it was still in disarray, the deep-sea seafood had been completely cleared away. Liam Hayes stood on the pier, looking at the heavy bank card in his hand. He knew this money would serve as the seed capital for Wulong Island's reconstruction. He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. At that moment, the sky was already growing faintly bright, and a streak of pale white was gradually emerging. But right at the edge of that pale white, several massive steel warships, barely visible, did not seem to have departed. Instead, they were slowly but inexorably encircling Wulong Island. A cold smile curled at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. He knew that the true guests had likely only just arrived. What they wanted was certainly more than just a few tuna. He could feel the mark of the divine pearl of the sea between his eyebrows, emitting waves of restless agitation. Liam Hayes took a deep breath. He knew a far greater challenge was imminent. He would make these uninvited guests understand who the true master of these waters was. And this 5 million was merely the beginning. The true path to Wulong Island's rise had only just begun. He gazed in the direction of those massive ships, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They think they can come to Wulong Island looking for trouble? Then let them taste what the wrath of the sea god is. He knew that a fierce battle was now likely unavoidable. This money was merely the cornerstone of Wulong Island's rise. The real challenges lay ahead. He clenched the bank card in his hand, as if holding the very future of Wulong Island itself. Chapter 080. Top donors gather in the livestream to kick off the PK tournament. The shower of gifts in the livestream hadn't stopped yet, but the sound of engines on the sea was growing increasingly piercing. Those several jet-black speedboats were moving at breakneck speed, plowing through the azure sea and leaving long trails of white foam in their wake. Each speedboat carried 4 men dressed in professional diving suits, their expressions grim. On their backs, they carried not ordinary oxygen tanks, but some kind of specially designed cylindrical equipment. Through his sea god bloodline, Liam Hayes clearly sensed the hostility emanating from these men. They carried a strong scent of gunpowder, an aura unique to mercenaries who had spent years walking the fine line between life and death. Ryan King also sensed something was off. His mind, which had been dazed by the gift, suddenly cleared by half. He quickly stuffed his phone back into his pocket, hid behind Liam Hayes, and peeked out to glance at the sea. UNC. Who are those people? The villagers also stopped what they were doing. Clutching their shovels and harpoons, they gathered warily along the shore. After last night's pirate incident, they were now as alert as startled wild rabbits. Liam Hayes snorted coldly but didn't act immediately. He wanted to see who, at a critical moment like this, had the audacity to brazenly invade the island. The small boat screeched to a halt less than 20 meters from the dock. Seawater sprayed high into the air, soaking the clothes of many villagers. A tall white man with a scar across his face, who appeared to be the leader, leaped onto the broken pier. He began shouting in broken Chinese. "Who's Liam Hayes? Who's in charge here?" The man with the scar scanned the area, his gaze finally settling on Liam Hayes, who was standing atop a shipping container. Liam Hayes looked down at him from above, his eyes cold as ice. "That's me. What do you want?" The scarred man narrowed his eyes, a contemptuous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'm with Deep Sea Exploration. We've been commissioned by our boss to retrieve that fish that just ran aground. That's the subject of our experimental tracking. It's priceless. You'd better hand it over without a fight." Upon hearing this, before Liam Hayes could even speak, the fans in the livestream went wild. Ryan King wasn't sitting idle either. He quietly maneuvered the drone to its lowest altitude and captured Scarface's smug expression on camera. "Experimental tracking? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? That fish is clearly wild. Mr. Hayes just rescued it, and you're already trying to snatch it away. Do you really think there's no one left on Dragon Island?" The villagers joined in the commotion, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Liam Hayes raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He looked at Scarface and calmly uttered a single word. Get lost. Scarface froze for a moment, then reacted as if he heard the biggest joke in the world. He patted the bulging diving bag at his waist and said menacingly, Mr. Lin, I suggest you think this over. The people backing us are not someone you can afford to cross. As long as you cooperate, that 1 million reward is yours. If you don't cooperate. As he spoke, he pointed toward the small boats on the water. The burly men on the boats stood up in unison, simultaneously drawing their large-caliber spear guns. But to Liam Hayes, it was clear that the handles of those spear guns had been modified to launch miniature bombs. These guys weren't from any exploration company at all, they were an overseas privateer crew operating under a false pretense. Just then, Deep Sea Great Shark flooded the live stream chat once again. An extremely eye-catching server-wide announcement appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Hayes, it looks like you've run into a little trouble. If you give the nod, I can not only make these people disappear, but I'll also send you another 5 million. There's only one condition. I want the exact coordinates of that king tuna. As soon as this comment appeared, the entire platform was abuzz. Casually throwing away 5 million for a set of coordinates? Is this the kind of wealth a top-tier big spender possesses? However, another big spender, Queen of the Seas, wasn't he about to be outdone? Big Shark, you're being way too greedy. Mr. Hayes, don't listen to him. I'll also offer 5 million as long as you start a live fishing stream right now. I want to watch you haul in the catch. The two big spenders immediately launched a gift-giving battle right in the live stream. In an instant, the live stream was flooded with countless dazzling stars, divine dragons, and massive cruise ships. The flickering numbers of money were rewriting the viewer's perceptions with every passing second. Ryan King watched the rapidly soaring gift total, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. UNZ, this competition has already surpassed 20 million. We could each get 10 million in our share. Although the fat man was scared too. Seeing the screen filled with money made his eyes turn green with greed. Liam Hayes turned his head, glanced at him, and spoke in an icy tone. Tianlong, do you really think this money is that easy to get? Stung by Liam Hayes' icy gaze, Ryan King shuddered and regained his composure. That's right, those 20 million would cost the Tuna King his life. In fact, it would be traded for the secret of Wulong Island. The scar-faced man across from him saw Liam Hayes hesitate and assumed he'd been tempted by the money. The smug look on his face grew even broader. Mr. Lin, choose a way out. Give me the coordinates, and we can all make a profit peacefully. Liam Hayes suddenly smiled a smile that sent a chill down the scar-faced man's spine. You want the coordinates? Sure. Since you've come all this way, I'll give you a spot. As Liam Hayes spoke, he pointed toward the depths of the ocean. The man with the scar's eyes lit up, and he was just about to jot down the direction. But Liam Hayes' body suddenly sprang into action. He leaped down from the shipping container, like an afterimage streaking through the void. Before the scar-faced man could even react, he felt his collar being gripped tightly by an iron-like hand. Immediately afterward, an irresistible force lifted him off the ground. Splash! Liam Hayes used just one hand to toss the burly man weighing over 100 or so Gene into the churning waves as if he were trash. Seeing this, the mercenaries on the small boat roared in anger. Take him down! They pulled the triggers of their spear guns. Whoosh! 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 Several steel harpoons, trailing flames, sliced through the air, heading straight for Liam Hayes' face. The villagers let out terrified screams. Ryan King even covered his eyes. However, when the steel harpoons were less than 3 meters from Liam Hayes, they suddenly seemed to get stuck in extremely viscous glue. They froze eerily in midair, trembling violently but unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. A blue light flashed briefly in Liam Hayes' eyes. For the first time, the power of the Pearl of the Sea revealed a glimpse of its might before everyone's eyes. You dare bring out such a toy to make a fool of yourself? Liam Hayes gave a light flick of his sleeve. The steel spears suspended in midair shot back in the opposite direction at an even faster speed. Bang! 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 The steel forks pierced the dinghy's hull with pinpoint accuracy, setting off several massive fireballs. The mercenaries were knocked into the water by the shockwave and struggled frantically amid their screams. They never could have imagined that this seemingly delicate young man possessed such supernatural power. The live stream went dead silent in an instant. Immediately afterward, the screen was flooded with a frenzy of "holy shit" comments. What just happened? Does Mr. Hayes know Kung Fu? That's a superpower, okay? I saw the steel harpoon just hover there. Full marks for those special effects. Mr. Hayes is awesome. Even the two high rollers who had been going head-to-head fell completely silent. Especially deep-sea great shark. His hands were trembling slightly behind the screen. He thought this was just a lucky fisherman, but it turned out to be a hidden master. Liam Hayes didn't stop there. He looked at the scar-faced man bobbing up and down in the water and announced in an icy tone, "Since you guys love the water so much, why don't you stay there a little longer?" As his words faded, a massive black back slowly rose from the ocean surface not far away. It was Xuanwu, this slumbering colossus, sensing its master's wrath, finally revealed a glimpse of its ferocious form. With just a gentle flick of its tail, Xuanwu created a massive whirlpool around the small boat. Before Scarface and his men could even let out a scream, they were swept directly into the bottomless vortex. Liam Hayes withdrew his hand and turned his gaze back to the drone. A calm expression returned to his face, as if he'd just swatted a fly. "Keep the PK going, and don't stop the gifts. But I've said it before, don't stir up trouble in my live stream. Want to see the Tuna King? Fine. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see him." As soon as Liam Hayes finished speaking, he shut down the PK connection, leaving only the gift effects still filling the screen. Ryan King was already kneeling on the ground, his face radiating admiration. "UNZ no, Grandpa see God. That move you just pulled off was absolutely mind-blowing." The villagers all knelt down in unison. "A miracle. It's truly a miracle." Liam Hayes paid no heed to them. He watched the last wisp of black rainbow light lingering on the horizon, his brow furrowing even deeper. Just now, the instant the vortex closed, he had sensed an extremely faint aura of evil spirits emanating from those people. It was identical to the aura he'd felt earlier in that abyss black hole. "Tianlong, go take care of those tuna. Tonight, the whole village is in for a feast." Liam Hayes gazed at the fading sunset in the distance, but inside, he was sneering. The real game had only just begun. Those so-called god-tier tycoons were nothing more than pawns used to test the waters. And at the far horizon, those massive steel warships seemed to have drawn a little closer. Their lights flickered faintly in the darkness, exuding an air of grim menace. Liam Hayes glanced back at the devastated Wulong Island, his eyes filled with resolve. From now on, this place will be known as the Sea God's Exclusion Zone. Chapter 081. Liam Hayes uncompetitive, unambitious, and focused on grilling seafood. The smoke of battle had not yet cleared from the sea, yet rows of campfires had already been lit on the beaches of Wulong Island. Although the pier was destroyed and the houses had collapsed, at that moment, Wulong Island was filled with a sense of unity it had never known before. Those who had previously been eyeing the bounty with envy were now as docile as a flock of quails after witnessing Liam Hayes' superhuman abilities. Who would dare challenge a man capable of making bullets freeze mid-air? Ryan King ran over, drenched in sweat, clutching several cans of his private stash of aged vinegar and secret seasonings. "UNZ, the fire's ready. This is top-quality old pine with the aroma is intense." Although this guy was a bit of a wimp, when it came to cooking, he was more dedicated than anyone else. Liam Hayes sat by the fire, holding an extremely ordinary short knife. Grandpa Lee had dug it out of the ruins. It had originally been used for splitting bamboo, but now Liam Hayes was using it to prepare those priceless slices of Fish King meat. The live stream's viewership had now steadily surpassed 80 million. Although the earlier fight had been spectacular, most people were eager to see exactly how this epic seafood would be prepared. "Why hasn't Mr. Hayes resumed streaming? The big spenders are going crazy. They're flooding the chat begging for a live call. Big Shark just sent me another DM, saying he's willing to raise his bid to 30 million just to buy a single slice of belly meat. The Sea Queen is getting anxious too. She says the private helicopter she dispatched will land on Wulong Island in half an hour." The comments on the screen were flying by, but Liam Hayes didn't even lift an eyelid. The short knife in his hand moved with such dexterity it seemed almost alive. That piece of fish belly which Ryan King had hyped up as golden meat was sliced by Liam Hayes into pieces as thin as a cicada's wing. Each slice of fish bore a perfect, marble-like marbling of fat, shimmering seductively in the moonlight. Without looking up, Liam Hayes gave an order. "Tianlong, go get that little stove from my car." It was the deep-sea tempering furnace he'd won in a previous system lottery. Although it looked like an ordinary peat stove, A miniature spirit-gathering array was engraved inside. Food cooked on this stove not only locks in moisture to the greatest extent possible, but also unleashes the hidden spiritual energy within the ingredients. Ryan King didn't know the secrets of this stove, but he could tell it was absurdly heavy. He huffed and puffed as he hauled the stove over and set it down on the ground with a dull thud. On the screen, a sensationalist marketing account popped up, flooding the feed with posts. Mr. Hayes, with so many top-tier big spenders chasing after you, aren't you even a little tempted? 30 million. That's more than the average person could earn in several lifetimes. S&T Mr. Hayes putting on a bit of a show. Liam Hayes casually flicked his finger, sending a discarded fish scale flying, which struck the side of the camera lens with pinpoint accuracy. The live stream's image wavered slightly. Liam Hayes faced the camera, flashing a faint smile, his tone brimming with disdain. Money? I've got more than enough. What I'm craving right now is flavor. Those who want to watch, please shut up. Those who don't, turn right and head for the door, no need to see you off. His words were utterly domineering, and the live stream was instantly flooded with another wave of virtual gifts. Just then, an indescribably unique and savory aroma began to rise from the peat stove. Liam Hayes placed the sliced fish belly on the wire rack. No complicated seasonings were needed, just a simple layer of flaky sea salt, which sizzled delightfully as it was roasted over the gentle fire. The fat on the surface of the fish was instantly activated, dancing like countless tiny pearls among the flesh fibers. A scent carrying the essence of the sea, yet blended with a herbal fragrance, quickly spread throughout the air. The workers, who had been tidying up in the distance, all put down their tools. They sniffed the air frantically, their eyes fixed in fascination on the fire. Deli rubbed the top of his foot, which had been bruised by a rock earlier, and was surprised to find that the bruise was slowly fading. What is that smell? How come just by sniffing it, I don't feel any pain anymore? Old man Lee looked just as stunned. He'd lived his whole life by the sea. What kind of seafood hadn't he eaten? Yet this aroma was unlike anything he'd ever smelled before. It was an instinctive yearning for evolution deep within the soul. Ryan King was the closest by now. Drool was already streaming from the corner of his mouth and pooling on the ground, impossible to wipe away. There's something off about this fish, isn't there? He felt like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in 3 days, faced with a full banquet. That frenzied appetite made him want to pounce right then and there and even gnaw through the barbed wire. Liam Hayes wasn't in a hurry to dig in. He leisurely turned the fish flesh over. With each turn, the color of the flesh grew a shade deeper. The originally pink hue gradually transformed into a translucent amber. Within that amber, a faint blue glow could be seen flowing slowly. That was the power bestowed upon these waters by the divine pearl of the sea and the essence the king of tuna had bestowed upon Liam Hayes before departing. Liam Hayes reached out and picked up the first piece. He didn't give it to Ryan King, nor to the villagers with their eager eyes. Instead, he held it directly in front of the drone's camera. All right, everyone. This is the legendary blessing of the sea god. Although you can't smell it or taste it, I can tell you this. One bite of this is worth at least 10 years' worth of hard labor. After saying this, Liam Hayes popped the piece of amber-colored fish into his mouth in front of 80 million viewers. In that instant, Liam Hayes' pupils suddenly contracted. A violent yet pure force exploded from the tip of his tongue in an instant. It was as if 10,000 tuna were racing madly through raging waves. That ultimate flavor was beyond description. It was like a bolt of lightning, shooting straight down his esophagus and instantly igniting the bloodline of the sea god within him. Liam Hayes felt his senses expanding wildly. He could even hear the sound of shells opening and closing on the ocean floor a kilometer away. He could even see the second black rainbow light coalescing above the clouds. In the live stream, all the viewers were stunned. At that moment, Liam Hayes' complexion turned unusually rosy, and his skin even took on a faint, jade-like luster. That aura radiating from within him, in that moment, truly made him seem like a deity descended to earth. Holy shit! Mr. Hayes' expression, it's making me hungry just looking at it. I want some too. Can you ship it? I'll pay 10,000 for a slice. Your 10,000 is nothing. Big Shark has already bid up the price to 500,000 per slice. The bidding on the screen grew increasingly outrageous. Some ultra-wealthy bidders had even begun arranging private jets to land on Wulong Island that very night. But Liam Hayes merely cast a cold glance at the camera. You can't handle something like this. Without a strong enough physique, Taking even a single bite would be a death sentence. Liam Hayes turned his head and divided the remaining fish meat into dozens of small pieces. He called over Deli, Old Master Lee, and the core members who had risked their lives the night before. One piece each. Chew slowly. Deli was somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. He took it with trembling hands and swallowed it in one gulp. The very next second, the burly man let out a low, bull-like growl. His back, which had been slightly hunched from years of manual labor, suddenly straightened as if by magic. The muscles in his arms swelled at a visible pace, and his entire body seemed to have been rejuvenated by 10 years. Mr. Hayes, I feel full of energy. I could go up the mountain and haul down a giant tree right now. Seeing this, the other villagers swarmed around him like mad. Even just catching a whiff of the lingering scent from the stove made them feel invigorated. And just as everyone was immersed in this feast for the senses, those black skiffs reappeared on the horizon. But this time, the one leading them was no longer that arrogant man with the scar on his face. Instead, it was a middle-aged man in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an extremely elegant demeanor. He stood at the bow holding a specially designed receiver. "Mr. Lin, that smells delicious." His voice echoed crystal clear across the beach through the loudspeaker. "But something this good, if you keep it all to yourself, you'll end up with indigestion." Liam Hayes set down the metal fork he was holding, turned to look at the small boat, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Looks like we're in for some entertainment before we've even finished eating this fish." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and pulled something resembling a signal flare from his coat. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the newly appointed patrol officer for these waters. Wulong Island is suspected of illegally fishing for protected species and illegally possessing large quantities of unidentified assets. Mr. Lin, your good times are over." At his command, a low rumble echoed through the sky. 2 heavily armed Black Hawk helicopters were slowly descending from the thick fog. The blinding beam of the searchlight locked firmly onto Liam Hayes' location. Ryan King, terrified, clutched the gold brick tightly. "UNZ. We've really gone too far this time. These are government officials." Liam Hayes, however, remained seated, the piece of fish he hadn't finished eating glinting eerily under the searchlight. "Inspector, my island, since when do outsiders get to patrol it?" Chapter 082. A delicious seafood feast that makes the whole internet drool. The helicopter's rotors whipped up a massive gust of wind and waves, sending the bonfire on the beach reeling this way and that. The swirling sand stung the villagers' eyes, and their previously relaxed mood plummeted instantly. The middle-aged man who called himself the inspector slowly stepped off the boat, flanked by 2 burly, heavily armed guards. His snow-white suit, illuminated by moonlight and searchlights, looked particularly jarring, as if this ravaged island belonged to a completely different world from his own. He walked up to Liam Hayes, stopping 3 steps away, and cast a disdainful glance at the fish bones strewn across the ground. "Mr. Lin, I am Evan Chen. I'm here on behalf of the relevant authorities to address the issues on Wulong Island. Illegal fishing, illegal possession of weapons, and even suspected cross-border smuggling. We've already frozen your 5 million in transaction funds." Evan Chen pushed his glasses up his nose, his tone as cold as a robot reading from a manual. Hearing this, Ryan King, who had been savoring the delicious fish just moments before, jumped straight up from the ground. "Frozen? That's the hard-earned money I made selling fish. What gives you the right to freeze it?" Evan Chen let out a cold laugh, not even glancing at Ryan King. "The evidence is irrefutable. That king tuna is a mutant variant of a Class 2 protected species and is classified as a state-owned resource. Liam Hayes, your unauthorized disposal of state-owned resources is already a serious crime. Now, cooperate with us and hand over all the illegal goods that haven't been sold yet." The live stream had already exploded into chaos. 80 million viewers witnessed this scene. The comment stream scrolled frantically, and public opinion was in an uproar, but Evan Chen clearly didn't care. A man like him had eyes only for the mission assigned by his superiors. To be precise, it was the financier behind him who had set his sights on Wulong Island, a prime piece of land with excellent feng shui. Liam Hayes slowly stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. His movements were so slow that the 2 guards behind Evan Chen instinctively reached for the stun guns at their waists. "Evan Chen, is that right? Since this is official business, let me ask you, where are the official documents? The official order for the freeze, the document for the fishing ban, and the letter of authorization from your so-called inspection unit. With every word Liam Hayes spoke, Evan Chen's expression grew darker. People like them were nothing more than a vested interest group operating under the guise of official authority. Resorting to violent confiscation, where would they even get a full set of paperwork? Evan Chan snorted coldly and reached out to grab the half-piece of fish meat in Liam Hayes' hand. The rules, I am the rules. We need to take these back for testing. Liam Hayes didn't flinch. His hand merely trembled slightly. That crystal-clear, amber-colored piece of fish meat a split second before Evan Chan's fingertips touched it suddenly emitted an extremely faint yet bone-chilling cold glow. Whoa! Evan Chan jerked his hand back as if he'd been electrocuted to his surprise. A thin layer of frost had formed on his fingertips in an instant. He stared at Liam Hayes in horror, but before he could even cry out, Liam Hayes had already casually tossed the remaining fish meat to Big White beside him. Big White let out a long, joyful cry, did a somersault in the water, and elegantly swallowed the fish. Evan Chan pointed at Liam Hayes in a fit of rage. You're destroying evidence. Liam Hayes, however, laughed a wild, unrestrained laugh. Evan Chan, since you want evidence, I'll give you more than enough. He turned his head to look at the sea, which was still churning endlessly. Everyone just said they weren't full from this seafood feast, right? Although the villagers were afraid of the guards, spurred on by Liam Hayes' commanding presence, they roared in unison. We're not full. Liam Hayes nodded. He took a sudden step forward, formed his right index and middle fingers into a sword-like gesture, and pointed toward the horizon. Big White, bring them up. At Liam Hayes' command, the previously calm sea suddenly churned wildly, as if it were boiling water. Countless blue flashes flickered rapidly beneath the waves. These were tens of thousands of deep-sea spirits, answering the sea goddess call at that very moment. Splash! The first giant swordfish, over 3 meters long, leaped out of the water, tracing a silvery arc in the moonlight. Immediately after came the second, then the third. Thousands upon thousands of rare and exotic seafood, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, surged frantically toward the pier. Unlike before, they didn't wash ashore passively. Instead, they lined up in perfect formation along the shore. A lively glow shone in the eyes of every fish, as if they were paying homage to Liam Hayes. Oh my God! Is this the sea god summoning his troops? The viewers in the live stream went completely wild. The screen was completely flooded with a sea of gift effects, but this spectacular scene remained clearly visible. Row upon row of top-quality seafood, packed tightly together, shimmered with the glow of wealth under the spotlights. Each one, on its own, was worth at least 5 figures. And there were tens of thousands of them right here. Evan Chen's once arrogant face was now completely contorted. In that moment, his greed overcame his fear. Drool even dripped from the corner of his mouth onto his expensive white suit. He frantically gestured toward the 2 helicopters. These are all mine. They're all ours. Land immediately. Secure the scene. Don't let anyone take a single fish. However, his words had barely left his mouth. The 2 Black Hawk helicopters, which had been flying with such ferocity just moments ago, suddenly seemed as if they'd been seized by an invisible giant hand. The fuselages began to shake violently, and billowing black smoke poured from the tail sections. No matter how hard the pilots pulled back on the control sticks, the helicopters could only plunge hopelessly toward the sea. Help! Power loss! The pilot's desperate cry came over the radio. Under Evan Chan's stunned gaze, the 2 helicopters worth tens of millions suddenly hovered steadily at an altitude of less than 10 meters above the sea. That was Xuanwu. Its massive head emerged from beneath the water, catching the 2 metal behemoths with pinpoint precision. As if a giant dragon were toying with tiny sparrows, Xuanwu let out a low, muffled growl. Evan Chan went mad. He pulled out a small gold pistol and aimed it at Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes, how dare you attempt to murder a public official? Liam Hayes didn't even glance at him. He was focused entirely on the villagers before him. Want to eat? The villagers were no longer afraid in the face of overwhelming power and temptation. Some secretary was nothing but bullshit. Yes. Liam Hayes turned around, his back to Evan Chan, his tone calm. Go get a fire. Go get a pot. Today, we're not just going to eat our fill, we're going to make sure the whole world watches us eat. That night, Wulong Island became the focus of global attention. Liam Hayes directed the crowd, using the most primitive methods: stone pots, slow cooking, and the power of the sea god. Tons of premium seafood were cooked right on the beach. Those expensive bluefin tuna were cut into large chunks and tossed into the pot like braised pork. Those deep-sea lobsters, worth a fortune, were skewered directly onto iron racks and grilled. Through the screen, the aroma of freshness and rich fat so intense it seemed ready to burst through the screen made hundreds of millions of viewers around the world salivate wildly in the dead of night. Is this even a life worth living? I want to die, I want to jump into the ocean. This bowl of instant noodles in my hand suddenly smells like shit. Mr. Hayes, I'm on my knees begging you, can you spare me a shrimp head? The big spenders had long since stopped donating to the carnival. They were now bidding directly in the livestream for spots on the island. I'll pay 10 million. Send a speedboat to pick me up right now. I'll pay 30 million. I just want to stay there for one night. Evan Chun stood to the side, looking like a clown. The little gold pistol in his hand trembled incessantly in the sea breeze. The two bodyguards he brought with him had already discarded their stun batons. They were crouched by the bonfire, secretly picking up the fish bones left behind by the villagers and licking them. The spiritual energy within those fish bones gave them a sense of comfort they never experienced before. Evan Chan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venom. Liam Hayes, you don't get too cocky. The big ship is almost here. Your magic 1T stand a chance against a warship. Liam Hayes heard his threat but merely turned his head back indifferently. He pointed toward the horizon. You mean that scrap metal sinking into the abyss? Evan Chun whipped his head around. In the thick fog in the distance, the massive steel warships representing the conglomerate's armed forces were now being tightly entangled by a gigantic black vortex. At the vortex's center, a pink back was thrashing wildly. It was Dubai. It had absorbed the most spiritual energy during that seafood feast. Now, it was no longer just a dolphin, it was the most fearsome hunter in these waters. Liam Hayes stood up and clapped his hands. This is the big ship you were looking for. Next, we should talk about how you're going to compensate me for my frozen 5 million. Chapter 083. The big spender goes on a spending spree, topping the carnival charts. Evan Chun was no longer the man in the white suit. His outfit had long since become as wrinkled as pickled cabbage, soaked through by the sea breeze and cold sweat. That little gold pistol, flicked casually by Liam Hayes, was now dangling from the tip of a reef 100 meters high, swaying back and forth as if mocking its owner's incompetence. Compensation? What kind of compensation do you want? Evan Chun's lips trembled, and his gaze had already begun to unfocus. He watched helplessly as those so-called steel defenses, in the distance, like paper boats, gradually sank into the pitch-black sea within that massive vortex. There was no sound of explosions, only that all-consuming silence. That was absolute power, a blow that rendered mundane weaponry utterly obsolete. Liam Hayes strolled leisurely up to Evan Chun, tapping his chest lightly with a finger. My account was frozen for 1 second. According to my calculations, the loss from that 1 second is roughly 200 million. Hearing that figure, not only was Evan Chun stunned, but the nearly 100 million viewers in the livestream went wild. Mr. Hayes, you're way more ruthless at ripping people off than a protection racket. 200 million in 1 second? Even loan sharks would get down on their knees and kowtow at that interest rate. Awesome. A true role model for our generation. Evan Chun's legs gave way, and he collapsed right there in the mud. You're blackmailing me. 200 million? Do you think I'm a money-printing machine? Liam Hayes ignored his pleas and turned to look at Ryan King. Tianlong, what's the current status of the live stream's donation leaderboard? Ryan King was currently sitting on a pile of gold bars, his mouth stuffed with grilled lobster, both hands frantically swiping across his phone screen. UNZ, this is crazy. Completely crazy. Those deep-sea great shark and queen of the seas are like they're on a cheat code right now. The gift effects Haven T stopped for a second. Liam Hayes glanced at the secondary screen. He saw that deep-sea great shark, ranked first, had already reached 150 million in contribution points. Meanwhile, Queen of the Seas, in second place, was hot on their heels at 140 million. Spending on this scale was nothing short of science fiction in an era when short videos hadn't yet become widespread. But this wasn't simply a matter of liking him. Liam Hayes knew full well that these two major factions were indirectly proving their loyalty to him. Having witnessed his miraculous feat of single-handedly destroying a giant warship on the open sea, these behind-the-scenes financial tycoons finally realized that Dragon's Lair Island wasn't a place to be seized by force. They were now vying for a spot as a partner in the marine sanctuary. Ryan King swallowed a mouthful of lobster with difficulty and raised his phone. Mr. Hayes, the big shark, just sent a live comment. He says he is willing to pay the 200 million in compensation on Evan Chen's behalf. As long as Mr. Hayes gives the nod, the money will be transferred to your overseas account immediately, and Evan Chen's worthless life is yours to do with as you please. Upon seeing this comment, Evan Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, and his face turned ashen. The conglomerate he had been loyal to his entire life had, at this very moment, discarded him like trash without a second thought. Big shark, you traitor! Evan Chen let out a blood-curdling scream toward the sky. Liam Hayes looked down at the pitiful creature, his eyes devoid of pity, filled only with cold indifference. It seems your life is still quite valuable in their eyes. Liam Hayes turned his head and spoke calmly to the live stream audience. 200 million. Since someone is willing to foot the bill, that debt is settled for now. But as for this Evan Chen, I'd like to give him a special gift. As Liam Hayes spoke, he waved his hand. On the previously calm sea, the little white dolphin that had been playing nearby suddenly leaped violently out of the water. Amid the crowd's gasps, Evan Chen was swept up by an invisible current and hurled straight toward the center of the ocean. No! Evan Chen's screams cut off abruptly in the sea breeze. Dubai caught him securely with its dorsal fin, then plunged deep into the ocean. He won die. Liam Hayes looked at the live stream viewers, who were terrified out of their wits. I'm just having Dubai take him to the depths of the trench to learn what the real rules are. If he comes back alive in 3 days, I'll let him go. Liam Hayes sat back down by the campfire. That night, the carnival-like spectacle on Wulong Island never ceased from start to finish. In the dead of night, money had completely lost its meaning as currency. It had become a symbol, a tribute to this emerging maritime overlord. Grandpa Lee and the villagers had finally come to terms with the situation. They looked at Liam Hayes, their eyes filled not just with admiration, but with the fervor reserved for deities. Mr. Hayes, when will construction begin on our maritime shrine? Grandpa Lee leaned in, his voice trembling slightly, yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented intensity. He had guarded this rundown island his entire life. Had he ever imagined that one day it would become the center of the world? Liam Hayes took a sip of the freshly brewed sea salt fruit wine. The flavor, spicy yet refreshing, made the power of the sea god within him grow even more steady. Tonight, this island will no longer be what it once was. Liam Hayes gazed at the thick fog gradually dissipating in the distance. He could sense that, due to widespread energy fluctuations, the dragon veins beneath Wulong Island were awakening. This awakening would bring about earth-shattering changes to the island's entire ecosystem. Tianlong, tally up tonight's total tips. Liam Hayes set down his wine glass and stood up. Ryan King's hands were trembling. He glanced at the back-end screen and nearly slipped off the gold brick. UNZ, after deducting the platform's commission, we've made tonight. Net proceeds, 300 million. 300 million. Combined with the previous 200 million in compensation, Wulong Island had raked in 500 million overnight. In an era when millionaires were a rarity, 500 million meant Liam Hayes could now buy up half of Donghai City's construction companies. It meant that this barren little island would, within days, become the most impregnable maritime fortress in human history. Viewers in the live stream were already celebrating prematurely. A miracle! This is a miracle! Starting today, I'm Mr. Hayes' die-hard fan. Anyone who dares to bash him, I'll chase them down through the internet and cut them down. The big spenders also sent their congratulations one after another. Big Shark posted one final red, pinned comment. Mr. Hayes, I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. I'll personally bring the best construction fleet over. Liam Hayes gazed at the horizon, his eyes wide with no trace of sleep. He could sense that, in the depths of the distant ocean, the master of that black rainbow light seemed to have been disturbed by the commotion of this night as well. Tomorrow, Liam Hayes muttered to himself. That's when it really begins. He glanced down at his phone and noticed a system message from the platform's back end, marked in red and pinned to the top. The content of that message caused the man who had never flinched even in the face of warships to narrow his eyes slightly. Mr. Lin, given that your single-day tip amount has exceeded the 10 million mark, representatives from the platform's headquarters and high-ranking officials from the Global Maritime Organization are already on their way to Wulong Island. Please ensure your live stream remains active. Liam Hayes turned off his phone. He looked at Ryan King, whose face was beaming with excitement, and who hadn't yet realized the crisis was about to escalate, and a playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Tianlong, go put that gold brick away. Our next guests aren't here just to eat fish. The sea breeze suddenly turned cold. Deep within the waves in the distance, a pair of eerie green eyes silently opened in the darkness. They stared intently at the beach filled with laughter and merriment. Liam Hayes clenched the divine pearl of the sea in his hand. The pearl radiated an unprecedented, searing heat. Chapter 084. The entire internet is in an uproar. Even the platform owners can't sit still. UNZ. Look quick, the back end is about to explode. Ryan King's shout carried a tremor bordering on madness. His obese frame trembled uncontrollably with excitement. The screen of the phone in his hand, already yellowed with age, was so densely packed with system notifications and private messages that it looked as if it might explode at any moment. The night on Wulong Island seemed exceptionally quiet as the final sea goddess banquet drew to a close. But in the world of live streaming, Liam Hayes had unleashed a veritable storm. Liam Hayes merely cast a casual glance at the constantly flickering numbers on Ryan King's phone, his face expressionless. He casually accepted a bowl of warm water handed to him by Old Master Lee, sensing a faint trace of spiritual energy within it. This kind of water, now commonplace on Wulong Island, was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money anywhere else. He knew full well that last night's series of grueling battles and repeated displays of power had long since transcended the scope of an ordinary livestream. It was more like a declaration of war against the world's existing power structure. In the livestream chat, countless viewers were frantically flooding the screen with comments like, "Mr. Hayes is awesome," and "By the sea god." Even more shocking was that the actions of those top donors who had previously been competing only on the donation leaderboard had now completely transcended the realm of money. Top donor, Deep Sea Great Shark. Mr. Hayes, on behalf of Tian Hai Group, I formally extend to you a top-tier partnership invitation. All of our group's deep sea fleets are at your disposal. Whale Queen of the Seas. Mr. Lin, my private legal team has worked through the night to draft an agreement. Whatever conditions you propose, we at the Highway Consortium will accept them unconditionally. We only ask for a foothold on Wulong Island. Whale, Lord of the Polar Regions. God Tier Lin, my polar exploration company is willing to offer all our expedition data. All we ask is for a glimpse into the true secrets of Wulong Island. These chat messages were no longer mere gifts, but a blatant exchange of resources and interests. They had all been captivated by the mysterious power transcending modern technology that Liam Hayes had displayed last night, and were eager to seize the initiative in this impending era of transformation. Ryan King held his phone, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. 300 million. UNZ, do you have any idea how many buildings in Donghai City that could buy? And that 200 million in compensation. That's a total of 500 million. This is faster than robbing a bank. He looked at Liam Hayes, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. From a small-time boss who'd been bullied by pirates into a corner, to someone who struck it rich overnight, Ryan King felt that the course of his life had been completely transformed by Liam Hayes. Liam Hayes gazed at the eastern horizon, which was gradually turning pale. That streak of dawn seemed to herald the arrival of a new era. He could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy across the entire Wulong Island had reached an unprecedented height after last night's baptism of the sea god. The ruins devastated by the typhoon also seemed to be sprouting faint glimmers of new life, nourished by this spiritual energy. Liam Hayes spoke calmly. Money is just a tool. What you can do with it is what matters. He walked over to the wreckage of the White Dolphin and gently placed his right hand on the ship's side, which had been eroded by seawater. Under the influence of the sea goddess power, the steel which had been twisted and deformed began to straighten out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rust-stained hull also regained its metallic luster. Ryan King leaned in, watching the White Dolphin's astonishing transformation with his mouth agape. UNZ, are you repairing the ship? This is faster than hiring the best repairman. Liam Hayes paid no heed to Ryan King's exclamations. He simply stood there quietly, feeling the power of the sea god coursing through the hull. The White Dolphin, which had carried his earliest hopes, was a vessel he hoped would continue to accompany him in a whole new form. Just then, the cell phone in Liam Hayes' lap vibrated again. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. A deep, serious male voice came through the line, its tone carrying a hint of unquestionable authority, yet with a faint tremor. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Fong Zhang from the Aurora live streaming platform headquarters. First of all, please accept my most sincere apologies. Last night, the platform imposed some inappropriate restrictions on your account, causing you a very unpleasant experience. Liam Hayes let out a cold laugh. He knew that the inappropriate restrictions the other party was referring to were the 5 million that had been frozen in his account. Liam Hayes' tone was calm, but it sent a cold sweat running down Fong Zhang's back on the other end of the line. Mr. Ford, please don't mention it, this isn't the first time this has happened. Fong Zhang hurriedly explained, his voice carrying a slight tremor. No. Mr. Lin, this time is absolutely nothing like the past. Last night's data shows that the single-day tip amount in your livestream has exceeded the 50 million renminbi limit. This is unprecedented in the platform's history. He didn't say 100 million, but only 10 million, clearly testing Liam Hayes' reaction while trying to keep the impact within manageable limits. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Liam Hayes' mouth. Oh, is that so? My back-end data shows it's actually 300 million. The line fell instantly silent. Fong Zhang's hand gripping the phone was trembling. He never would have imagined that Liam Hayes actually knew the real figures. Fong Zhang's tone became even more respectful, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Mr. Lin, you're truly a genius. The platform's headquarters has convened an emergency meeting overnight and decided to immediately dispatch a team to Wulong Island, hoping to discuss this with you in person. He paused, his tone growing even more cautious. The Global Maritime Organization has also simultaneously activated its highest-level alert mechanism. They've expressed great interest in the content of your livestream last night and hope to have a friendly conversation with you. A cold gleam flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes. He knew that this so-called friendly approach was nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Liam Hayes' voice was calm yet firm, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. A friendly discussion? Mr. Ford, this is my private island. No one is permitted to set foot on it without my permission. If you want to talk, fine, but I have my own rules. On the other end of the line, Fong Zhang took a deep breath. He knew Liam Hayes was by no means someone to be taken lightly. Fong Zhang hurriedly assured him, Mr. Lin, please rest assured, our platform will never do anything to put you in a difficult position. We've already applied for a special pass and are traveling by private jet. We guarantee we won't cause any trouble for Wulong Island. He paused for a moment, his tone tinged with a hint of anxiety and pleading. Mr. Lin, these negotiations concern the future development of our platform, as well as Wulong Island's international standing. I implore you to give us a chance. Liam Hayes laughed, a touch of sarcasm in his smile. These bigwigs in the financial world really are all in it for the money. Liam Hayes' tone suddenly turned cold. I can give you a chance, but I hope you don't follow in Evan Chen's footsteps. Silence fell once again on the other end of the line. Fong Zhang had clearly already heard about what had happened to Evan Chen. He knew Liam Hayes was warning him that Wulong Island's power was far beyond anything they could imagine. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. We absolutely won't. Liam Hayes acknowledged the call with a brief, okay, then hung up immediately. He turned to look at Ryan King, a playful smile curving his lips. Tianlong, go get our best coffee beans, and bring out a few of those deep-sea cod. Ryan King scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. UNZ, are we entertaining guests? But aren't they supposed to still be on their way? Liam Hayes gazed at the distant sky, where several faint points of light were rapidly approaching. They are almost here. He knew that a higher-level negotiation was about to begin on Wulong Island, and this negotiation would determine the future course of Wulong Island and might even reshape the entire landscape of the East China Sea. Liam Hayes' voice was calm and profound. Brother Wang, tell everyone to keep getting our island ready, because, starting today, Wulong Island will no longer be just an island. He paused, a gleam unlike any he'd ever shown flashing in his eyes. It will become the most dazzling pearl in these waters. Liam Hayes' gaze turned once more toward the distant horizon. Amid the thick, hazy fog, he seemed to see a divine palace rising slowly from the sea, and the creator of that divine palace would be none other than Liam Hayes. Chapter 085. Private Jetlands. Platform executives kneel in unison. UNZ. Look, is that a plane? Ryan King pointed toward the sky, his voice filled with incredulous exclamation. It was early morning now, and the sky was fully lit. Sunlight bathed the crumbling ruins of Wulong Island, yet it could not conceal their battered appearance. However, when he saw those white aircraft rapidly approaching, all his fatigue was replaced by excitement and astonishment. Liam Hayes narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. These were no ordinary commercial airliners, but 3 compact, highly streamlined private jets. The Aurora live streaming platform's logo was emblazoned on their fuselages. Rather than heading directly toward the mainland like ordinary aircraft, they were charging straight toward Wulong Island, like a moving steel fortress. Liam Hayes gave a calm order. Get ready to welcome them. He knew that the fact the platform's headquarters had mobilized private jets and rushed over so urgently was proof enough of just how deeply last night's earth-shattering tip and his display of power had shaken them. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 private jets were already flying over Wulong Island. The immense roar of the propellers echoed as the planes circled above the island, whipping up gusts of wind that sent the already loose sand flying in all directions. Ryan King, Old Master Lee, and the others were forced to shield their eyes and struggle to keep their balance. Liam Hayes did not move. He simply stood quietly on the restored deck of the White Dolphin, letting the gale whip at his clothes. His gaze was calm and profound, like the vast ocean. The first plane descended slowly, aiming for the relatively flat stretch of sandy beach beside the White Dolphin. The massive propeller kicked up a storm of sand and dust from the ground, nearly covering Wulong Island once more. Just as the aircraft was about to touch down, a blue light flashed in Liam Hayes' eyes, and the power of the Pearl of the Sea erupted instantly. An invisible force suddenly enveloped the entire landing zone. The gale instantly subsided. The swirling sand and dust, upon encountering that force, seemed to hit an invisible barrier, abruptly sinking downward and restoring calm. The plane touched down steadily on the sandy beach without stirring a single speck of dust, as if it had landed in a sterile laboratory.